Naruto gazed at the world before him, a realm both familiar and alien, engulfed in a profound sense of astonishment. Had he truly traversed dimensions? Then, a torrent of memories surged into his mind. Names began to materialize in his consciousness. Sasuke, Sakura, Kakashi, Jiraiya, and the meager ninjutsu he had learned at the Ninja Academy. Finally, he recalled the trials and tribulations of the original Naruto's life and narrative. Upon regaining his composure, he discerned the challenge that lay ahead the fourth round of the Chunin exams. Naruto cast a glance around the vast examination arena. Before him stood Naruto Uzumaki, leaning against the battle chart. A rush of excitement and exhilaration coursed through Naruto's veins. After all, he was an ardent fan of Hokage, and now he had become the protagonist, Uzumaki Naruto. In his previous life, while watching Naruto, he often found himself irked by some of the character's decisions. Now, he saw an opportunity to alter the course of events. As for the various wives in Hokage, he certainly did not wish to confine himself to just Hinata Hyuga in his harem. He also intended to confront the three cunning elder Tsunade, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Danzō to settle the scores. Without delving into Danzō's nefarious deeds, just the thought of the third Hokage incited Naruto's ire. Had he not watched the entire series, he would have been oblivious to the fact that Naruto, the son of the fourth Hokage, struggled to secure basic necessities. The inheritance left by the fourth Hokage had been usurped entirely by Sarutobi Hiruzen, who then had the audacity to bestow a meager sum of silver upon Naruto, attempting to curry favor and brainwash him. It baffled Naruto how such a man could ascend to the position of Hokage and be revered as Gramps Hokage. This debt weighed heavily on Naruto's mind, though he knew Sarutobi was soon to meet his end. Thus, he redirected his focus towards Danzō and Tsunade. At that moment, Naruto Uzumaki voice rang out. The first match will be Uzumaki Naruto versus Hyuga Neji. Upon hearing this announcement, Naruto realized he was to be the first contestant in the examination, facing none other than the prodigious Hyuga Neji. While reading the original work, he had felt the intensity of that battle, which ended in a narrow victory. Now that it was his turn, a sense of uncertainty began to creep in. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully activated the God-level choice system. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a beginner's gift package. Would you like to open it? Naruto's eyes sparkled at the mention of the system's gift package. Finally, without hesitation, he chose to open it. Ding! Successfully opened the system gift package. Congratulations, host. You have obtained perfect mastery of the three types of Haki. Naruto was nearly propelled into the air with excitement. The three types of Haki included Conqueror's Haki, Armament Haki, and Observation Haki. Conqueror's Haki was an essential ability for any ruler, while Armament Haki would aid him in combat. What excites Naruto the most is the mastery of Observation Haki, which at a perfect level allows him not only to perceive all things but also to foresee the future. With this ability, he would be invincible. That moment, the voice of Hyuga Neji suddenly reached Naruto's ears. I advise you to forfeit early. Someone like you, a mere underachiever, is not worthy of being compared to a genius like me. Who's he talking to? Me? Naruto felt a bit bewildered, suddenly recalling that Neji's vanity as a genius had always made him disdainful of associating with Naruto. Thus, prior to the Chunin exams, he had persistently urged Naruto in such a pretentious manner to withdraw. Ding! The system has detected that the host is facing a choice. Choice 1. Forfeit the match and concede to Hyuga Neji. Task reward: the title of the most cowardly traveler. Choice 2. Face the challenge and defeat Hyuga Neji. Task reward: total concentration breathing.as. A traveler with a golden finger. How could he possibly concede? Choice 2. Without a moment's hesitation, Naruto made his decision. He then turned to Neji. Next, I intend to prove something to you. Neji remained unfazed by Naruto's response. Eye in his eyes. Naruto was merely an insignificant insect on his path to greatness, easily crushable with a mere flick of his hand. Thus, he gave Naruto a sidelong glance. Oh, what do you wish to prove? That you are not an underachiever? Naruto shook his head. What I wish to prove is the disparity between us. Neji's lips twitched slightly, he almost laughed. However, maintaining his aloof demeanor, he suppressed the urge to smile. In his view, Naruto merely sought to demonstrate that he was not the underachiever he purported to be, and that the chasm between them was not as vast as imagined. He was unaware that Naruto aimed to reveal to him the truth, who the true protagonist was. With that, Naruto beckoned Neji with a gesture. You may strike first. I fear that if I make my move, you will have no opportunity to act. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura erupted. It was the distinct presence of Conqueror's Haki. Coupled with his self-assured expression, it bestowed upon him the aura of a sovereign returning to the mortal realm. Naruto's actions left everyone in the arena speechless. Once, he had been merely absurd and juvenile. Now, however, it seemed as though his very presence had transformed. The oppressive force of his Conqueror's Haki rendered both Neji and Shiranui Gunma somewhat breathless. What is this aura? Is it chakra? Then, to everyone's surprise, Shiranui Gunma stepped back a few paces and shook his head, quickly discerning that this aura emanated directly from Naruto himself. What is happening? How can this young boy possess such an aura? The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, furrowed his brow, pondering, when did Naruto acquire such a formidable presence? Could it be the Nine Tails? This imposing aura reminded Sarutobi Hiruzen of the prime of Uchiha Madara, a figure both cold and formidable. Even now, as Sarutobi reminisced, he felt himself unworthy of gazing upon such an entity. Beside him, Orochimaru's lips curled slowly beneath his conical hat. It seems I misjudged you. The Nine Tails brat truly astonishes me. Meanwhile, facing Naruto, Hyuga Neji found himself so overwhelmed by Naruto's presence that he struggled to breathe. He could only harness all of his chakra to resist this formidable force. What is happening? This guy, supposed to be the underdog? How has he achieved this? Could it be that his previous performance was merely an act? Ningxi's breath quickened. He refused to allow himself to falter before Naruto. How infuriating. You, the underdog, still clinging to resistance at this moment. Ningxi immediately assumed a stance. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. He shouted, resembling a warrior of legend, as he charged toward Naruto. Naruto scoffed. As an ardent supporter of the original narrative, he had never learned the 8 trigrams 64 palms, yet possessing the ability of observation haki, he had already predicted every one of Ningxi's moves. A strike. Ningxi aimed for Naruto's face. Naruto merely tilted his head slightly, allowing the force of Ningxi's palm to brush past his cheek and miss entirely. A second strike. Ningxi feigned an attack before targeting Naruto's lower body. Naruto smoothly sidestepped, evading the blow. The sequence continued. For strikes, 8 strikes, 16 strikes, until the 64th strike. Naruto astonishingly remained stationary, not moving an inch, while Ningxi delivered a full 64 strikes without even grazing the hem of Naruto's garments. How infuriating. Why can he evade so many of my attacks? Ningxi's mind roared in frustration. Meanwhile, seated in the audience, Hinata's father, Hiashi Hyuga, trembled in shock. How could this be? How did this Nine Tails brat achieve such feats? Hinata, observing her father's reaction with curiosity, had been worried for Naruto. Each of Ningxi's near hits had made her anxious for him. Yet why was her father so agitated? This Nine Tails boy is extraordinary. What is wrong, father? Hinata inquired hastily. His earlier evasions, seemingly perilous, were in fact executed with impeccable precision. Every one of Ningxi's attacks was within Naruto's calculations. It appeared they had all underestimated him. Hearing his father's words, Hinata let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that Naruto would not fall so easily. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen, his expression was one of astonishment. As the Hokage, his perception was keen. Had Naruto truly grown to such an extent? When had this transformation occurred? Could it be attributed to Jiraiya's influence? Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself unable to pinpoint the source of Naruto's sudden strength, attributing it all to Jiraiya. At that moment, Tintin, watching the scene with growing anxiety, shouted at Ningxi, "Ningxi, what are you doing? Hurry up and take care of that underdog. Stop toying around." Toying? Ningxi felt a profound sense of despair. For only he understood the magnitude of the shock Naruto had just delivered. Every one of his attacks had been anticipated by Naruto, whose mocking gaze and calculating demeanor made Ningxi feel like a mere plaything in the hands of a predator. Do you only know how to play this cat-and-mouse game? Ningxi began to shift his strategy. attempting to provoke Naruto. How long must we evade each other before a victor is determined? Let us engage in a straightforward battle. Neji was convinced that as long as his attacks could land on Naruto and seal the opponent's chakra points, he would remain invincible. Naruto sneered coldly. It's about time to finish you off. With a shift in his gaze, he formed hand seals. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosive sounds echoed as dozens of Naruto clones materialized on the battlefield, charging straight toward Neji. Unfazed, Neji merely curled his lips into a mocking smile. Pathetic as always. A simple taunt was enough to provoke him. Now, all I need is to find his real body. Without hesitation, he faced the swarm of clones and unleashed his ultimate technique. Rotation. Assuming an unusual stance, he pivoted on one foot, spinning rapidly. Chakra surged along the trajectory of his arms, forming an impenetrable defensive sphere around him. Every clone's attack was deflected and repelled in an instant. This is rotation. Hyuga Neji stood abruptly from the spectator stance. Neji is still just a child, yet he's already mastered the Hyuga clan's ultimate secret technique. If he's even mastered rotation, Naruto stands no chance now. Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed inwardly, his hopes for Naruto dwindling. I only hope this defeat won't crush his spirit. Meanwhile, Hinata clenched her fists, unable to bear watching any longer. She couldn't fathom how Naruto could possibly withstand her powerful cousin now. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of shadow clones dispersing filled the air as Naruto's real body finally appeared before Neji. Got you. Neji thrust his palm toward Naruto's face. But Naruto dodged with a swift tilt of his head, countering with a punch aimed at Neji's abdomen. Naruto found his strike intercepted. Neji's fingers jabbed precisely into the tiger's mouth pressure point on his wrist. This time, your arm won't be able to channel chakra. Yet Naruto's fist still connected with Neji's stomach. Without chakra, such an attack is meaningless. Before he could finish, an overwhelming force sent him hurtling backward. Guh! Blood sprayed from his lips. How? His vision blurred, but he could still make out Naruto's arm, now transformed into a metallic, jet-black limb. How is this possible? I sealed his chakra points. Neji felt his entire understanding of combat shattering. Naruto scoffed dismissively. You think your weak pressure point strikes can stop armament Haki? His assault wasn't over. Seizing Neji's wrist mid-flight, Naruto yanked him back before launching him skyward with a powerful kick. Then, once more, he formed the hand seals. Best not reveal too much of my hand. A little misdirection is necessary. Naruto Uzumaki barrage. For Naruto's simultaneously leapt into the air, delivering the final blow to Neji, who fell to the ground, unable to rise again. The arena fell into a profound silence. As Naruto landed, he languidly turned to Iruka and inquired, Hey, Proctor, did I win? Iruka, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, hastily responded, Yes, the victor of the first match is Uzumaki Naruto. Having been the closest to witness Naruto's battle, Iruka was still bewildered as to how Neji had lost. That formidable rotation technique had been exhausted by Naruto as shadow clones. The conclusion of the fight came so swiftly. A moment passed before the spectators began to comprehend the situation. Is this real? That Nine-Tails kid actually won. No way. I can't even process what just happened. Oh my gosh, Neji actually lost. Tintin stared blankly at Neji, who had lost consciousness. Unable to fathom how the genius Neji could be so effortlessly defeated by Naruto. This was inconceivable. She covered her mouth in shock, glancing towards Naruto. Meanwhile, Might Guy was in tears. Neji, though you lost, you must continue to burn bright in your youth. Never give in. Naruto turned to leave, while Neji was carried away by medical personnel. At that moment, Hyuga stood up and said to Hinata, I will go check on Neji. With that, he departed alone. Although Hinata wished to accompany him, sensing her father's disapproval, she remained behind. Soon, Hyuga arrived at the infirmary to find Neji staring blankly at the ceiling, struggling to accept his defeat. Neji, there is something imperative I must convey to you. Neji turned to Hyuga, questioning. Is it about the feud between the main and branch families? I have long been aware of that. No, you do not truly understand. Hyuga recounted the events that had transpired between him and Neji's father years ago. The revelation left Neji profoundly shaken. Could it be that he was indeed mistaken? Naruto was fully aware of everything that had transpired. Neji was destined to become a loyal protector of his future wife, a prospect Naruto welcomed. However, his true motivation for leaving was the reward from the system. Ding. Congratulations to the host for defeating Neji. Reward, total concentration breathing, now loading for you. Moments later, Naruto felt his body further enhanced. if the observation haki allowed him to perceive the world around him. Then total concentration breathing granted him mastery over every cell in his body. He sensed that he could effortlessly control his muscles, even displacing his internal organs. He could manipulate the opening and closing of his blood vessels, enabling immediate hemostasis after injury. Most importantly, he discovered that the potential of his body was boundless. Whenever he desired, he could continue to explore its depths. This ability is truly well suited to my current self. The next match is between Kankuro and Shino Aburang. As in the original story, Kankuro, due to his own mission, chooses to forfeit the match, allowing Shino to advance directly. The third match begins without delay. The combatants are Kankuro's sister, Temari, who leaps into the arena wielding her iconic large fan. In contrast, Shikamaru Nara, rubbing his forehead, remarks with a hint of lethargy. Facing a woman is truly a hassle. Naruto is quite curious about this match. After all, in the original narrative, Shikamaru gained the upper hand by utilizing the holes he had dug. Yet, in the end, he chose to forfeit the battle. Now, as he does not employ the original methods of combat, Shikamaru's pre-planned traps lose their effectiveness. Naruto genuinely wishes to witness how Shikamaru will counter Temari's wind blades. However, at that moment, Naruto feels a sudden pang in his heart. He hurriedly seeks a secluded corner to close his eyes and meditate. His consciousness has now entered the sealed space of the Nine Tails. Like in the original story, all Naruto can see are two menacing eyes in the pitch darkness. He lets out a cold laugh. "Kurama, do you still regard me as a child?" Upon uttering this, the entire space is illuminated by a beam of light, and the Nine Tails slowly emerges from the shadows. "Kid, how did you know my name?" Naruto does not respond to Kurama's inquiry. Instead, he gazes at the beast with keen interest. "I was just about to seek you out, but here you are, presenting yourself." With a heavy thud, the Nine Tails strikes the ground, exuding an overwhelming presence as the strongest among the tailed beasts. "Kid, are you provoking me?" Yet, Naruto shows no sign of fear. He merely looks at the ferocious Nine Tails with indifference. Suddenly, an immense aura erupts from Naruto's being, radiating like a torrent of mercury. Even the Nine Tails is taken aback, retreating in surprise. "Kurama, I advise you to refrain from speaking to me in such a tone. We are bound in a symbiotic relationship. You require my existence for your own safety. Otherwise, if I perish, you too will vanish into nothingness. Currently, there are those who are actively seeking out tailed beasts like you to resurrect the 10 tails. Tell me, what do you think would happen if I were to hand you over?" Naruto's tone is icy, akin to that of someone regarding a disobedient plaything. At that moment, the Nine Tails senses that if he continues to provoke Naruto, the latter may abandon him without hesitation. "Kid, you are threatening me." "No, I have no time for idle chatter with you. Without me, you face certain death, yet without you, I possess countless means to survive. So, what do you believe your significance to me is?" The Nine Tails falls into contemplation. His invitation for Naruto to enter was precisely due to the recognition of Naruto's potential. In the recent battle, an unprecedented display of Conqueror's haki nearly compelled the Nine Tails to submit at Naruto's feet. At that moment, Naruto approached the cage that sealed the Nine Tails step by step. "Kurama, if you obediently heed my words, I assure you that one day, you shall see the light of day again. However, if you persist in seeking shortcuts," then Naruto's statement remained unfinished, yet the chilling undertone of his words, coupled with his haki, penetrated the Nine Tails' heart. A shiver ran through the creature. It found itself somewhat intimidated by the child before it. "Boy, do you believe I won't kill you?" Yet, the prideful nature of the Nine Tails forbade it from lowering its haughty head. It lunged at Naruto once more, only to be thwarted by the bars of its prison. Naruto gazed at the ceiling symbols, revealing a playful smile. "Now is not the time for your release. Do not call for me unless necessary." With that, Naruto withdrew his consciousness from the Nine Tails' mental realm. This interaction, seemingly simple, bore deeper significance for Naruto. He had sown a seed in the Nine Tails' mind that submission would grant it freedom. The next step was to subdue the Nine Tails. Should he achieve this beforehand, figures like Danzō and Orochimaru would pose no threat. Just then, a wave of astonished exclamations erupted. It turned out that Sasuke had employed Chidori to breach Gaara's absolute defense. "Have I been in the consciousness space for that long?" Naruto pondered. He felt he had not been gone for too long. Yet the battle between Shikamaru and Temari had concluded. The confrontation between Sasuke and Gaara had escalated to a fever pitch. As Naruto murmured to himself, an overwhelming sensation began to envelop him. "Oh no, it's an illusion. Instantly, he activated his full concentration breathing and Conqueror's Haki to resist the encroaching drowsiness. Meanwhile, ordinary individuals and low-ranking shinobi around him began collapsing one after another. Concurrently, a multitude of hidden enemies descended from above. Seated beside Sarutobi Hiruzen, the wind shadow suddenly erupted, brandishing a kunai to hold Sarutobi hostage. My esteemed teacher, it has been a long time. The two vanished in a flash, only to reappear atop the examination venue. I thought it was someone else. Turns out it is my wayward disciple, Sarutobi remarked with a hint of self-mockery. Orochimaru exchanged glances with the four sound ninjas beside him. The quartet immediately encircled the rooftop. For purple flames formation, they simultaneously formed hand seals, establishing a grand array that ensnared both Orochimaru and Sarutobi within. The four purple flames formation, it appears you have provided me with an excellent environment to rid Konoha of its scourge, Sarutobi quipped, albeit humorlessly. While Orochimaru merely displayed a sinister smile. Teacher, I have come this time to instigate a coup, to kill you, and to seize everything that belongs to you. Before Orochimaru's arrival, he had already slain the Wind Shadow, thus possessing the strength to ascend to the rank of a shadow-level ninja. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had initially worn a nonchalant expression, suddenly found himself gripped by gravity. To aspire to become Hokage? You lack the qualification. As he uttered these words, a profound sense of sorrow enveloped his heart. Orochimaru was his most esteemed disciple. Had he not defected, he would indeed have become Hokage. Yet, Orochimaru was devoid of the will of fire. Contemplating this, Sarutobi Hiruzen resolutely addressed Orochimaru. You unfilial disciple, if you wish to become Hokage, let us see if you possess the capability. With that, Sarutobi Hiruzen formed hand seals and unleashed the great fireball technique. Thus, the two engaged in combat. Meanwhile, in the examination arena, Naruto keenly sensed the residual energy from the battle taking place atop the roof. Has it begun? He then observed Kankuro and Temari fleeing with the unconscious Gaara from the Chunin exam venue, while Sasuke relentlessly pursued them. At that moment, three hidden ninjas descended from above, armed with kunai, aiming to pierce Naruto. There's even a conscious brat here. Eliminate him. Naruto had long been aware of the trio's presence. In truth, he was attuned to the actions and intentions of everyone within the examination arena. This was the manifestation of observation haki. Be careful. Kakashi suddenly appeared, drawing a shuriken from his leg wraps to shield Naruto. He intended to throw the shuriken to repel their assailants, but Naruto's movements were swifter. He executed the shadow clone technique, evading the attacks of the three ninjas with an agility akin to a specter. Then he dispatched one with a single punch. Kakashi, witnessing this spectacle, found himself momentarily dazed. He had been monitoring Naruto's recent performance, yet the pace of his improvement was astonishingly rapid, far surpassing his expectations. What was that just now? Taijutsu? Kakashi instantly recognized that Naruto's combat style was not any conventional ninjutsu. However, this form of taijutsu was exceedingly peculiar. He could predict his opponent's attack trajectory with uncanny precision before they even moved. It could be said that as long as Naruto willed it, he could engage anyone in a game of hide and seek, placing himself in an invincible position from the outset. Moreover, when Naruto struck his opponents, the sheer force of his attacks was palpable. The individuals before him were all at least Chunin, yet Naruto could still incapacitate them with a single blow. This was clear evidence that Naruto was far more formidable than he appeared. Naruto, leave this to me. You must pursue Sasuke immediately and assist him in intercepting Gaara. Kakashi instructed. No sooner had he spoken than a mechanical voice echoed within Naruto's mind. Ding. Host has encountered a choice. Choice 1. Reject Kakashi, wreak havoc here, and achieve 100-man slaughter. Task reward, title of 100-man slaughter. Choice 2. Agree with Kakashi and successfully defeat Shukaku. Task reward, drunken fist. Naruto twitched his lips at the mention of a 100-man slaughter title. Did one truly believe oneself to be filming on a digital platform? Moreover, even if one were to film, would a mere 100 suffice? One must certainly opt for a choice of 2. Upon making his decision, Naruto promptly nodded to Kakashi, saying, All right, Kakashi-sensei. As he spoke, he cast a glance towards the battle between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru, a smile gracing his features as he bid farewell to the third Hokage. With a swift movement, he vanished from sight. Kakashi, watching Naruto's retreating figure, extended his hand, calling out, Wait, bring a few comrades along. How can you face the three sand shinobi alone? Yet, at that moment, Naruto had already disappeared. Kakashi, left with no choice, resorted to hand signs to assist the other young leaf ninjas in breaking the Genjutsu. Meanwhile, Naruto had caught up with Sasuke. Unaware of Naruto's battle with Neji, Sasuke presumed Naruto to be the same weakling he had always known. "Fool, how did you catch up? You're no match for them." Naruto recognized Sasuke's concern and refrained from anger, casually retorting, "You should worry about yourself, Sasuke." "You? Who are you calling a fool?" Naruto instinctively stuck out his tongue, inadvertently revealing Sasuke's past nickname. Yet, it mattered little, for after all, you truly are a fool. Sasuke sensed something amiss. Why was Naruto's speed so remarkable today, able to keep pace with him? Unbeknownst to him, Naruto had merely slowed down. His control over his body greatly enhanced through the aid of total concentration breathing, allowing him to maximize his speed. He had merely been accommodating Sasuke, taking a leisurely stroll alongside him. Suddenly, 3 figures appeared ahead. It was Kankuro, carrying Gaara on his back, and Temari, wielding her fan. "Damn it, they've caught up." Temari halted immediately. "Kankuro, hurry and take Gaara away. We cannot allow him to fall into the hands of Konoha." Kankuro nodded. "Take care." With that, he vanished. Still carrying Gaara, Sasuke and Naruto regarded Temari, unperturbed. "You shall not advance another step," Temari declared, elegantly brandishing her fan as she faced the two. Just as Naruto intended to leave Temari to Sasuke, the voice of the system echoed once more. "Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a side quest. Defeat Temari. Quest reward. Unlock the Uzumaki clan's bloodline." The host is prompted to accept the quest. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Naruto felt a surge of excitement. The bloodline of the Uzumaki clan was not a trivial matter. It rivaled the Senju clan's wood-style chakra. It possessed not only formidable healing capabilities but also an innate suppression of tailed beasts, along with the most powerful sealing techniques in the entire Naruto world. Upon hearing this, Naruto promptly accepted the mission and addressed Sasuke, saying, "Sasuke, hurry and pursue Gaara. Leave this to me, and ensure he does not escape." Naruto was not concerned about Gaara being defeated by Sasuke upon being caught. After all, he had witnessed this particular plot in the original narrative, where Sasuke, upon confronting Gaara, was left questioning his very existence after being thoroughly overwhelmed. This encounter had indirectly contributed to Sasuke's descent into darkness. Sasuke, taken aback by Naruto's suggestion, found it surprising that Naruto, who often relished the spotlight in class, would relinquish the opportunity to chase Gaara to him. This was not typical of Naruto's character. Ultimately, Sasuke attributed this change to Naruto's growth. Nodding, he responded, "You must catch up to me quickly. Do not fall behind." With that, he swiftly moved past Temari to pursue Gaara. Temari had initially intended to hinder Sasuke's progress, but Naruto intercepted her with a kunai, halting her actions. "How infuriating. Since you refuse to recognize your limitations, I shall deal with you here and now." Naruto smirked at Temari, thinking to himself, "My bloodline has arrived." With this, his immense aura erupted forth, overwhelming Temari like a vast ocean. Although Temari possessed formidable strength, she lacked the resilience of Neji. When Naruto unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, Temari nearly succumbed to the pressure of his presence. Fortunately, Gaara occasionally emitted a terrifying chakra, providing her with the knowledge of how to respond. She quickly retreated, maintaining her distance from Naruto, and brandished her iron fan, akin to a princess of the iron fan. Wind style. Kamaitachi. With a powerful sweep, she unleashed several vacuum currents, directed straight at Naruto. However, Naruto remained unperturbed, his observation Haki having already anticipated her attack. Despite the chaotic and dense trajectory of the wind-based assault, aided by his focused breathing, Naruto deftly maneuvered through the gaps in the Kamaitachi onslaught. This spectacle left Temari in a state of disbelief. What is happening? How can this guy evade the Kamaitachi unscathed? It was well known that wind techniques were elusive. Typically, opponents could only find cover or passively endure the onslaught. Yet, Naruto had managed to evade it in such an uncanny manner, shattering her previous perceptions. Without granting her time to process her astonishment, Naruto swiftly employed the shadow clone technique, conjuring a multitude of clones. Observing this, Temari once again wielded her iron fan. Wind style. Great Kamaitachi. If the Kamaitachi had proven ineffective, then let her prideful ninjutsu, Great Kamaitachi, have its chance. Although this maneuver appeared simple, it imposed a significant physical strain on Temari. In the ensuing moments, a barrage of vacuum blades was generated, denser and more potent, with a broader attack range, all directed toward Naruto's shadow clones. Naruto's shadow clones burst one after another under the onslaught, while his true form was sent reeling, battered and bruised to the ground. Temari revealed a cold smirk, for indeed, in the face of absolute power, any trickery is rendered futile. Yet, scarcely had she uttered these words when a sound of upheaval arose from the earth beneath her. Suddenly, Naruto emerged from the ground, his kunai aimed menacingly at her throat. What? Temari nearly gasped in astonishment. She had never anticipated that Naruto would surface from below. It was then she grasped that the shadow clone technique was merely a diversion. Am I to perish in this manner? Temari's eyes dulled as she gazed at the advancing kunai, realizing that she was beyond redemption. To her surprise, Naruto halted the kunai just short of her throat. It's all a misunderstanding. Allow me to inconvenience you for a moment, he remarked, lightly patting her cheek before delivering a swift chop to the back of her head, rendering her unconscious. In the distance, one of Naruto's shadow clones exploded, revealing a cavern in the ground. Although Naruto possessed a system, he was not foolish. His tricolored haki and total concentration breathing provided no substantial offensive means aside from weapon-based haki. Engaging in a direct confrontation with Temari's wind techniques would have been tantamount to courting death. Thus, he decisively opted for the strategy he had employed against Neji in the original narrative, now enhanced by his mastery of total concentration breathing. After vanquishing Temari, the system's voice resonated, ding. Congratulations, host, for defeating Temari and completing the side quest. Reward granted, unlocking the Uzumaki clan's bloodline. In that moment, Naruto felt a mysterious power surge within him, his chakra, depleted from battle, replenishing at a terrifying pace. Furthermore, his perception of the surroundings deepened. This was distinct from the observation haki, which allowed one to foresee the movements of all things, eavesdrop on conversations, and even detect malice. The Uzumaki clan's sensory attribute enabled the detection of fluctuations in chakra and other energies. With the augmentation of these two abilities, Naruto's mastery over the information encompassing him reached an unfathomable depth. Unaware of the formidable sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, he mused that it might be time to find a hapless soul to experiment on. With that thought, he placed Temari in a relatively safe and concealed location before swiftly departing to pursue Sasuke. Ahead, the battle between Sasuke and Gaara had escalated to a fever pitch. Sasuke had unleashed 2 Chidori strikes, and the Shukaku within Gaara was beginning to emerge, revealing an arm and a tail. With a menacing expression, he glared at Sasuke. You are already exhausted. I shall eliminate you now. In a state of utter isolation, Sasuke found himself unable to maintain his cursed seal. Yet, his indomitable spirit refused to yield. I will not fall here. I must seek vengeance against that man. In his mind, the shadow of his elder brother, Itachi Uchiha, emerged. Thus, he formed the hand seals once more. Sasuke forcibly gathered his chakra, intending to unleash the Chidori and deliver a fatal blow to Gaara. Yet, in the face of reality, all of Sasuke's efforts seemed so naive. His body, overwhelmed by the burden, collapsed directly to the ground. He could have escaped with the little chakra he had left, but now he could only lie against a tree trunk, watching Gaara's massive claw approach him. Just at that critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared, kicking Gaara away. It was Naruto. Without looking back, Naruto remarked with amusement, Hey, Sasuke. You seem to be in quite a predicament. How infuriating. You brat. Sasuke was seething with anger at Naruto's words, and then a thought struck him. He hastily told Naruto, You need to leave quickly. This guy is beyond your capabilities. We must call for our teacher. Sasuke, having clashed with Gaara before, was acutely aware of his formidable strength. In his estimation, even if Naruto exerted all his might, he would likely be unable to inflict any harm upon Gaara. Naruto smiled faintly. Sasuke, just lie there and watch my performance. With that, Naruto's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he growled, Weapon color. He then vanished in a flash, launching himself towards Gaara with a fist raised. In the process, he utilized the shadow clone technique again. Seeing this, Gaara swung his massive claw, shattering one clone after another. However, Naruto's true form descended directly, delivering a punch aimed squarely at Gaara's face. Fool, your attacks are utterly futile. Gaara, possessing absolute defense, had only grown stronger after the conversation with Shukaku. With a cold smirk, he proclaimed, One after another, you come seeking death. I shall oblige. He bellowed, disregarding Naruto's assault, and swiped at him with a claw. Naruto did not evade, as though he intended to confront Gaara head-on. Gaara chuckled inwardly, confident in his absolute defense, and felt no fear of Naruto's strikes. After all, what if Naruto landed a punch? His claw could easily claim Naruto's life. The sand surrounding Gaara trembled. forming a barrier before him. Yet, Naruto's seemingly ordinary punch punctured through the barrier of absolute defense, sending Gaara flying. His face was contorted from the impact. What? If Sasuke had not been utterly exhausted, he would have gasped in disbelief. Just then, Sakura arrived on the scene. In the original story, Sakura was subdued by Gaara upon her arrival, but thanks to Naruto's timely intervention, she was spared this fate. Feeling somewhat disoriented, she approached the battlefield. Observing Naruto's strike that sent Gaara sprawling and seeing Sasuke lying against a tree in the distance. After a moment of contemplation, she made her way to Sasuke's side. Sasuke-kun, are you hurt? Sakura asked with concern. I shall now escort you back, Teacher Joe. As he spoke, he attempted to assist Sasuke in leaving. Sasuke forcefully broke free from Sakura's grasp, declaring, Wait, Naruto is still fighting. However, your body can no longer be of assistance, Sakura anxiously reminded him. Sasuke did not respond to her. He was well aware of his own limitations. Yet, today, Naruto felt utterly unfamiliar to him. Both his demeanor and his strength were alien and frightening to Sasuke. The Sand Guardian, Shukaku, had been sent flying by Naruto, crashing into a great tree. Gaara, emerging from the branches, roared in fury, how dare you be so despicable as to make me bleed? I will see you dead. Blood trickled from the corner of Gaara's mouth, staining the sand on his face, rendering him a terrifying sight. Slowly, he closed his eyes, and his arms and one leg became enveloped in sand, transforming into a monstrous form. Witnessing this, Naruto shook his head. Is that the sleep technique? I advise you to release Shukaku directly, for as you are now, you truly cannot contend with me. At this moment, Gaara had not yet fully succumbed to slumber. His consciousness still dominated his body. The fury that surged within him at Naruto's words was palpable. All those around him had feared him since childhood. Yet Naruto alone exhibited no fear, even mocking him. If that is the case, I shall unleash calamity upon you, Konoha. With that, Gaara completely immersed himself, relinquishing his body to Shukaku. A thunderous roar echoed through the valley, followed by a cloud of dust. The maniacal laughter of Shukaku enveloped the entire forest. I have emerged. This little brat finally allowed me to come forth. Now, let me see whom I shall slay first. Shukaku gleefully patted his belly. Surveying the scene, he noted only Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke standing before him. Just the three of you? It seems you have cornered Gaara quite thoroughly, compelling me to intervene. I should thank you. Without you, I would have remained in darkness. Yet, I must kill you, lest he become displeased, so I shall graciously grant you a swift demise. Shukaku spoke with a nonchalance that rendered the act of murder trivial, as if it were an everyday occurrence. Those who heard it felt a chill run down their spines. Sakura and Sasuke stared in disbelief at the colossal form of Shukaku, finding it impossible to perceive the entirety of his being. The overwhelming presence of Shukaku paralyzed them with fear. What on earth is this? A summoned beast? It appeared that their situation was dire indeed. Sasuke felt as though he might meet his end, while Sakura, overwhelmed with terror, burst into tears. This is it. It truly is over. She had no notion of how to navigate this peril, how she wished for a great hero to appear and rescue their team. Yet, Naruto merely regarded Shukaku with keen interest. Then he spoke softly, It seems you truly are no match for the Nine-Tails. The Nine-Tails' aura and the density of its chakra far surpass that of Shukaku the Sand Spirit. Especially in terms of presence, Shukaku appears almost comical in Naruto's eyes. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Shukaku's mouth twitched before it roared in fury. What did you say? I'm inferior to that little fox? You dare claim I'm weaker than that wretched fox? Then I'll show you just how terrifying your Lord Shukaku can be. With that, Shukaku raised its massive claw and slammed it down, intending to crush Naruto in a single strike. Yet Naruto merely sighed. Sigh. Shukaku didn't understand the reason for Naruto's sigh, until the boy calmly formed a hand seal with 2 fingers, adamant sealing chains. As he spoke, an ethereal gate materialized above Naruto's head. The gate swung open, revealing not some monstrous entity, but 4 colossal golden chains that pierced straight through Shukaku's body. Though Shukaku was a tailed beast, its chakra paled in comparison to the Nine-Tails. However, it possessed the ability to turn its body into sand. Just as it attempted to escape the chains through this method, it made a horrifying discovery. It couldn't use its power. What? How is this? Then, a memory from 1,000 years ago flashed through Shukaku's mind, the image of a mysterious and formidable old man. Azura, the ancestor of the Uzumaki clan, Azura, wielded the same power. He was the natural nemesis of the tailed beasts. How do you know this technique? Naruto smirked coldly. Because my name is Uzumaki Naruto. Shukaku took this as mockery, and its volatile temper flared once more. I'll kill you. It thrashed violently, shaking the entire canyon. Sakura and Sasuke exchanged stunned glances. Since when did Naruto possess such a powerful jutsu? He's actually subduing that monster? But a technique like this must drain him quickly. How long can he hold on? Sakura, go get the teacher. Hurry, before Naruto collapses. Sasuke shouted urgently. But what about you? Sakura hesitated, unwilling to leave him behind. Do you want the entire Team 7 to die here? If you don't act now, Naruto's efforts will be wasted. His words struck her like a wake-up call. Nodding, she cast one last glance at Naruto before steeling herself to leave. Yet before she could move, Naruto formed another seal. Don't celebrate too soon, you little toad. Stay put. For symbol seal. For more spectral gates materialized around Shukaku, and additional chains surged forth, completely suppressing the beast's power. Its struggles weakened. Its roars fading into feeble growls. Young one, such a sealing technique must surely deplete a considerable amount of chakra. I wonder how much chakra you have left to expend. With this, Shukaku intended to engage Naruto in a prolonged battle, testing who could endure the longest. Once again, Naruto formed a series of hand signs. A trigram sealing. This was the most formidable sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan, second only to the dead demon-consuming seal. Its execution was remarkably straightforward. It required merely the superimposition of two four-symbol seals, though it demanded a substantial amount of chakra to maintain. In the early stages of Naruto's most significant asset was his immense chakra reserves. After all, how else could he utilize the chakra-draining shadow clone technique? Shukaku sensed an ominous aura encroaching upon him, and he felt his chakra being drawn in at an alarming, visible rate. His form began to shrink. No, I refuse. I have only just emerged. I will not return to that brat's body. He roared defiantly. Yet, it was futile. His body and consciousness began to separate. And Shukaku was once again sealed away. However, this sealing was distinct from the previous one. This time, it was the 8 trigrams seal. He would never again see the light of day, unless Gaara ventured into the realm of consciousness to tear apart the sealing talisman. Yet, Naruto had left a fragment of his spirit within Gaara to monitor both him and Shukaku, akin to the lingering essence left by the 4th Hokage in the sealing space of the Nine Tails. Meanwhile, as he sealed Shukaku, Naruto also took precautions. He retained half of Shukaku's abilities within himself. When Kushina sealed the Nine Tails, she separated its physical form from its spirit, leaving part within Naruto and the other part within Minato. However, Minato chose to sacrifice himself to save Kushina, which significantly diminished the Nine Tails' power. Otherwise, Naruto felt that once he possessed the full capabilities of the Nine Tails, it would be exceedingly rare to find anyone in the Naruto universe capable of challenging him. In the sealing space of the Nine Tails, a small, adorable Shukaku appeared, gazing around with wide eyes. Where am I? Oh my. It seems I have completely lost contact with my body. This was a fragment of Shukaku's consciousness. Although he sensed that his true form was nearby, the connection had been severed. Then, he felt an ill-intentioned gaze upon him. Shukaku? No, you are merely a part of Shukaku's essence. Shukaku swiftly turned around to find a large iron cage, from which the Nine Tails slowly emerged from the darkness. KQB, how did you end up here? Is this your sealing space? Shukaku then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. I wondered where you had vanished all these years. Turns out you, like me, have been sealed away. You wretched creature, do you believe I won't tear you apart? Shukaku showed no fear of the Nine Tails and danced around outside the cage. Come out. I am right here. Come and fight me. At that moment, Naruto's figure appeared behind Shukaku, lifting him effortlessly as if he were a mere chick. He turned to the Nine Tails and inquired, Kurama, can this little one truly be nurtured? Naruto's intention was to cultivate the young Shukaku into a genuine guardian of the desert. The Nine Tails fell into contemplation. And after a brief pause, he shook his head. It is not feasible. However, his presence can deepen your affinity for earth and sand chakra. And you shall also gain the absolute defense that Shukaku offers. Naruto nodded, recognizing that absolute defense was indeed sufficient. As for the earth chakra, it was of little significance to him. At that moment, the Nine Tails' voice resonated once more. How did you manage to seal him here? I encountered Shukaku and bestowed upon him the same 8 trigram seal as yours, Naruto replied. The 8 trigram seal. How did you acquire such mastery? Have you inherited Kushina's abilities? Naruto snapped his fingers. Bingo. Correct answer. Your reward is to have Shukaku as your pet companion. With that thought, he effortlessly transferred the young Shukaku into the seal. Previously, he had struggled to control the seal due to the unawakened bloodline of the Uzumaki clan. But now that he had awakened it, he could manipulate Kushina's seal with ease. Just a moment ago, Shukaku had been bouncing about in front of the Nine Tails. But in the blink of an eye, he found himself in the latter's grasp. Shukaku, what did you just say? I didn't quite catch that. The Nine Tails glared at him with ill intent. Shukaku swallowed hard and desperately blew against the bars of his prison. Let me out. I don't want to be with that foul fox. He pleaded with Naruto. Naruto shrugged and addressed the Nine Tails. Kurama, please don't let him perish. I still have use for him. Otherwise, I shall refrain from aiding in breaking your seal. He began to exit the sealing space. What did you say? You intend to help me break the seal? The Nine Tails called out urgently. Naruto nodded. Of course. Otherwise, why would I keep you around? To watch you live stream from within my body? The Nine Tails regarded Naruto with a contemplative gaze. This young man had transformed from a weak, mischievous child into a powerful, enigmatic figure. It was uncertain how many secrets he still harbored. However, observing the sincerity in his eyes, the Nine Tails was convinced that Naruto spoke the truth. He nodded and dissolved once more into the shadows. I hope you do not renege on your promise. Naruto offered a faint smile before departing the sealing space. Upon returning to reality, he was immediately struck by a wave of exhaustion. Even he found it taxing to consecutively wield the Conqueror's Haki and the 8 trigrams seal. Weakly, he sank to the ground, where Gaara lay quietly in the distance, casting a begrudging glare in Naruto's direction. You, why did you stop me? Unlike in the original narrative, Naruto refrained from engaging in verbal sparring with Gaara. Instead, he simply stated, because you sought to harm my comrades. As Naruto rose to his feet, he stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance. At that moment, Kakashi appeared, swiftly supporting Naruto's body. With concern etched on his face, Kakashi inquired, Are you all right? I'm fine, Naruto replied. Just completely drained of chakra and in need of some time to recover. At that juncture, Sakura arrived, carrying Sasuke on her back, and called out, Kakashi-sensei. You all performed admirably, Kakashi praised them. While Naruto and Sasuke brushed off the compliment, Sakura lowered her head in shame, acutely aware that she had contributed nothing. Kakashi then turned his attention to Gaara, stating, This is a misunderstanding. Orochimaru has assassinated the 4th Kazekage, and you have all been manipulated by him. Konoha has thwarted the Sound Ninja's plans, and I implore you to return and explain the situation to the Sand Village. Gaara, upon hearing Kakashi's words, remained impassive, merely digesting Naruto's response. Friends? He contemplated, recalling his brother and sister, who had fought valiantly to protect him from being captured, selflessly staying behind to fend off their pursuers. Meanwhile, a notification echoed in Naruto's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. Defeat the Guardian of Sand. The message continued, Reward, Drunken Fist. Suddenly, vivid images of training flooded Naruto's mind. It was not the Drunken Fist technique employed by Lee against Kimimaro, but rather the Drunken 8 Immortals Fist. The various styles of El Dongbin, Taiguai Li, Han Xiangzi, and Zhang Guolao coalesced within him. Though the form appears intoxicated, my spirit remains clear. Though my fists may be drunk, my heart stays sober. In an instant, Naruto grasped the profound essence of the Drunken 8 Immortals. This technique surpassed anything Lee or Guy had demonstrated. Before long, Naruto returned to the village alongside Kakashi. The village had been shaken by the attack from the Sound Ninja. But since Orochimaru's intent was to seize power rather than destroy the village, ordinary citizens remained unharmed. However, the death of the 3rd Hokage cast a pall over the entire community. Naruto was escorted back to his home, and after a night filled with news, his chakra was fully restored. Within the confines of his abode, he decided to experiment with the power of Shukaku. A potted plant within his house soon dried up and turned to dust. Yet, Naruto pondered, was this merely the influence of the Drunken Fist? He fell into deep thought. Was it perhaps due to his inherent disconnect with earth-based chakra? That seemed implausible, as he was connected to Shukaku. After conducting several further experiments, he discovered that as he practiced, the amount of earth chakra within him gradually increased, along with the power he could harness from Shukaku. Naruto began to comprehend that while he possessed an abundance of chakra, his earth chakra was significantly lacking. It seemed prudent to seek out earth-based ninjutsu. On a day marked by persistent rain, the villagers donned black attire to attend the memorial service for the 3rd Hokage. To the villagers, the 3rd Hokage had always been a benevolent elder. In the face of his departure, all were engulfed in sorrow. Only Naruto, lost in his thoughts, lingered at the rear of the mourning procession. Dying was too easy for you, having usurped so much of my father's fortune, and now you leave this world unscathed. Naruto silently seethed. At that moment, an individual clad in peculiar ninja attire materialized behind him. Naruto, come with me. Though it was the first time Naruto had encountered such garb, his familiarity with the original storyline allowed him to instantly recognize it as the uniform of the Root organization. Old fox, have you finally reached your limit? Danzō's lifelong ambition had been to ascend to the position of Hokage, yet the existence of Hiruzen Sarutobi thwarted him, leaving that dream unrealized until his death. Following the Root ninja, he arrived at an inconspicuous thatched cottage. Little did anyone suspect that the gathering place of the Root ninjas would be such an unremarkable dwelling. There, an elderly man dressed in a robe and bandaged head sat amidst supplies, none other than Danzō himself. Unlike Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzō emanated an aura that repelled others. He slowly opened his eyes, fixing a hawk-like gaze upon Naruto. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Danzō, the leader of the Root organization. His tone was frigid, akin to a searing wild dog. Naruto, divulge everything you know. Danzō's voice was ominous and icy. An ordinary child might have been paralyzed with fear, but unfortunately for him, he faced Naruto. Divulge what? Naruto retorted indifferently. Taken aback, Danzō regarded Naruto, his demeanor softening considerably. Impressive, maintaining your composure in the presence of my aura. He paused. Of course, I mean how you defeated Shukaku. Don't tell me you managed to best a tailed beast with merely your skills. Danzō was convinced that Naruto was the village's most volatile bomb. He speculated that Naruto's victory over Shukaku likely involved the power of the Nine Tails. Should Naruto's response be unsatisfactory, he would not hesitate to eliminate this unstable element. In response, Naruto shrugged and remarked, "Oh, that frog? I just sealed him away." Danzō's half-closed eyes widened in disbelief. Sealed. Sealed. He could hardly fathom that Naruto could seal the Sand Shukaku. At that moment, Naruto continued, "Yes, sealed. I felt as though something within me suddenly surged during the battle with Shukaku. Then I could wield it, and I sealed Shukaku away." Danzō struggled to accept this revelation, as it was far beyond his expectations. In his mind, Naruto had relied solely on the power of the Nine Tails to defeat Shukaku. Yet this contradicted the accounts of Sakura and Sasuke. He had once considered proposing to transfer Naruto to the Root organization. However, the elderly woman, like Sarutobi Hiruzen, was equally disagreeable. She relished opposing him, even asserting that he had no evidence to prove Naruto's signs of rampage. To substantiate her claims, she initiated today's conversation, only to be met with the most absurd news. It appeared that Naruto's triumph over the Sand Guardian, Shukaku, was not merely due to the Nine Tails, but rather the awakening of the Uzumaki clan's abilities. Contemplating this, Danzō's gaze towards Naruto grew increasingly intense. It was essential to acknowledge that if Naruto's body housed solely the Nine Tails, even in a state of rage, the ninjas of Konoha could unite to subdue him, much like they had done over a decade ago. However, if Naruto possessed the Nine Tails alongside the awakened Uzumaki bloodline, the situation became rather alarming. I must ensure Naruto remains under my control, Danzō mused internally. Once in possession of Naruto, he could not only monitor him, but also cultivate him into Konoha's sharpest weapon. Danzō nodded at Naruto. You may leave now, but do not discuss our conversation with anyone. Naruto nodded in agreement and departed. He did not return to the memorial service, but instead headed home. Danzō's recent appearance signified a shift in the original narrative. He needed to remain vigilant of the old schemer, Danzō. Just then, a knock echoed through his door. Rising to answer, Naruto utilized his observation haki and discovered it was Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, what brings you here? Kakashi, clad in a black suit, wore a serious expression, even for his character. In light of the third Hokage's passing, I noticed you left the memorial service early. I was concerned for your well-being, so I came to check on you. Hearing Kakashi's words warmed Naruto's heart, as they subtly conveyed his worry for Naruto's meeting with Danzō. Naruto smiled. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi's demeanor relaxed slightly. Now that you're all right, I can breathe easier. However, I do have another matter to discuss with you. What is it? I've observed your physical condition has improved significantly, yet your taijutsu remains rather rudimentary. Therefore, I have arranged for a special training instructor for you. Would you like to give it a try? Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Naruto's eyes lit up. An instructor? Special training? It wouldn't be Might Guy, would it? Kakashi nodded. He represents the pinnacle of taijutsu in Konoha, so I have complete confidence in entrusting you to him. Naruto was eager to test his current capabilities, especially since he had received the Drunken Fist technique from the system, yet had yet to experience its power. Consequently, the following day, Naruto and Kakashi set off to find Might Guy. From a distance, they could already hear Might Guy's exuberant voice. Tenten, Neji, feel the burning youth. Let us transform our grief into strength. Join me for special training. Next came Neji's voice. Hello, teacher guy. I have completed my tasks for today. Then came Tintin's resigned protest. Teacher guy, even though Xiaoli is currently hospitalized. There's no need for you to take out your frustrations on us. What is this attitude? You need to ignite your spirits. Hurry up. No one has ever walked 50 kilometers upside down. Please, no? Just then, Kakashi and Naruto appeared. Upon seeing Kakashi's arrival, Guy's gaze instantly became fervent. Kakashi, are you here to duel with me? We must determine a victor between us. With that, he assumed a fighting stance. Kakashi quickly gestured for him to stop. We'll discuss our matters later. I'm here today to ask you for a favor. Oh, what is it? Even when posing a rhetorical question, Guy radiated a vibrant sunshine-like aura. Kakashi pointed to Naruto and said, It's him. I hope you can mentor him in taijutsu. Neji felt a bit awkward upon seeing Naruto, as he was the one who had defeated him. Yet, it was Naruto who made him realize that the so-called genius he spoke of was far from it. Tintin, unfamiliar with Naruto, took the initiative to greet the two. Upon learning that Naruto was to undergo special training with Teacher Guy, Tintin leaned closer to him and whispered, Naruto, training with Teacher Guy means you'll have to wear that peculiar outfit of his. You must be cautious. Naruto seemed to recall something, just as Guy's hearty voice rang out. Ahahaha, that suits me perfectly. Before you ignite your youth, Naruto, you must don my secret weapon for practicing taijutsu. With that, Guy dashed off like a gust of wind. In mere moments, he returned with a tight-fitting, bright green outfit. Naruto, put this on. It will enhance your proficiency in taijutsu. Naruto's mouth twitched. No way. I refuse. Guy was bewildered. Why not? This is my secret weapon for strengthening taijutsu. Naruto pointed at Neji and Tintin beside him. Why aren't they wearing it? Uffed. Both of them simultaneously spat blood. Who would want to wear something so bizarre? How embarrassing. Tintin quickly stepped up to defend Naruto. Teacher Guy, Naruto isn't your student. He's just here for special training. Please don't make him wear that outfit. Save it for Xiaoli. At the mention of Xiaoli, the three fell silent, struggling to hold back tears. Xiaoli may find it hard to rise again and ignite his youth. Tintin's eyes glistened. Then Naruto, with unwavering determination, declared, Don't worry. Xiaoli will recover. I will find a way to heal him. Hearing Naruto's words, the three turned to him simultaneously. For reasons unknown, although Naruto was offering comfort, they sensed he was not joking, but rather exuded an aura of confidence that he indeed had a solution. Naruto, do you have a plan? Guy looked at him excitedly. Naruto nodded. I once heard the wise Toad Sage mention that a former teammate of his was an exceptionally skilled medical ninja. I intend to invite her back to Konoha to treat Lee's injuries. Upon hearing Naruto's words, a wave of excitement washed over the group. Tintin and Neji were unaware of Tsunade's existence. However, both Guy and Kakashi were quite familiar with the name, as she belonged to the legendary Sannin of Konoha. Figures they had always looked up to. If it were indeed the esteemed Tsunade, there was a genuine possibility she could heal Lee's wounds. Tintin, filled with enthusiasm, grasped Naruto's hand and exclaimed, Naruto, is that true? I cannot thank you enough. Even the usually aloof Neji expressed his gratitude to Naruto. After a moment of contemplation, Guy addressed Naruto, saying, Thank you, Naruto. In return for your kindness, I shall dedicate my youthful vigor to training you. With that, he cast aside his training attire, tossing his tight-fitting outfit to Kakashi. First, allow me to assess your foundational taijutsu skills, so I may determine where you should begin your training. Naruto nodded, and the group proceeded to the training grounds. Guy pointed a finger at Naruto, declaring, Now, unleash your full strength upon me, and let me test your prowess. Naruto replied, Just be careful, Guy-sensei. With that, Naruto transformed his hands into weapons, charging at Guy with a powerful punch. Good speed, but utterly lacking in form. You don't even consider my vulnerabilities, Guy remarked, raising a hand to block, aiming to seize Naruto's wrist. However, upon contact with Naruto's skin, Guy was nearly taken aback by the overwhelming force of the weaponized chakra, which sent his hand flying. With no other option, Guy swiftly evaded. Naruto, with a twist of his wrist, transitioned into a cup-holding stance, exclaiming, Ladongbin, with a jug of wine, possesses the strength of 1,000 pounds. He executed the first form of the 8 Immortals' Drunken Fist, transitioning through various stances with fluid grace. Excellent technique, Guy shouted, praising Naruto's skill. Just when he believed he had evaded Naruto's onslaught, Naruto executed a knee strike aimed at his throat. Whoa, Guy nearly exclaimed in shock. The move was exceedingly treacherous. Should it connect, it could shatter his throat, and a follow-up choke could spell disaster for him. He quickly raised both hands to block, recognizing the formidable power of Naruto's weaponized chakra. However, Naruto did not follow through with that strike but instead shifted his grip, transitioning to a downward strike aimed at Guy's chest. Guy attempted to block again, but the back and forth had slowed his movements. Recognizing his opportunity, Naruto unleashed a swift Phoenix Eye technique, landing a solid hit on Guy. Staggering, Guy nearly fell. Witnessing this, Tenten and Neji's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Naruto actually defeated Guy-sensei? Tenten gasped. No, it's simply that Guy-sensei did not fight at his full capacity, Neji asserted decisively, to which Tenten nodded in agreement. Otherwise, how could Kai have been struck by Naruto? He repeatedly reminded himself within. At that moment, seeing Kai falter, Naruto charged forward to deliver an additional attack. With swift precision, he executed a series of sword strikes. Upon witnessing Naruto's advance, Kai contemplated seizing this opportunity to turn the tides. He believed that as long as Naruto engaged in his grandiose attacks, he would find a flaw to exploit. However, little did he know that Naruto's subsequent onslaught targeted his most vulnerable positions, strikes aimed at his throat, eyes, and vital points, rendering him defenseless. These assaults were calculated to yield maximum advantage at minimal cost. Left with no choice, Kai altered his strategy. Noticing that Naruto relied predominantly on his hands, he decided to create some distance. It seemed this young lad was not particularly skilled in leg techniques. With this thought, Kai executed a swift roll and delivered a powerful kick to Naruto's attacking wrist. Following this, a barrage of kicks surged forth. Observing this, Naruto flashed a grin. Puzzled, Kai was taken aback when Naruto's next move was an unexpected elbow strike, followed by a knee thrust. Naruto lowered his stance, performing a simple yet effective rotating kick aimed directly at Kai's lower body. Kai was astonished by the sudden shift in Naruto's technique and hurriedly attempted to evade. Yet, to his surprise, Naruto dropped to the ground, continuing with a series of spinning elbow strikes aimed at Kai's abdomen. A chilling sensation coursed through Kai's legs. This boy was exceedingly cunning. He cursed under his breath, nearly resorting to unleashing the 8 gates in retaliation. Yet, how could he use such a technique against a mere child? Naruto then transitioned again, executing an upward spinning kick followed by a series of low sweeping strikes. Realizing he could not contend with this onslaught, Kai leaped into a backflip, escaping the confines of the battlefield. Astonishingly, within just a few exchanges, Kai found himself drenched in cold sweat. What style of martial arts is this, Naruto? I have never encountered anything like it. Even Kakashi regarded Naruto with curiosity. Without hesitation, Naruto replied, "This is my own creation." Your own creation? Indeed. Every time I passed by an izakaya, I often observed drunken patrons stumbling out, and I found amusement in mimicking their gait. I discovered that this manner of movement resembled combat techniques, leading me to develop this unique martial art. Kakashi and Might Guy exchanged glances, each reflecting a profound surprise. No one could have anticipated Naruto's remarkable aptitude for martial arts. Kai erupted into hearty laughter. Excellent, Naruto. You are truly a genius. This technique of yours is exceptionally intricate. However, the only flaw lies in its lack of area of effect attacks. In a multi-combat scenario, one would inevitably find themselves at a disadvantage. Naruto nodded, acknowledging Kai's astute observation. Reflecting on his previous life, he recalled that when facing multiple adversaries in drunken boxing, Uncle Long had employed various styles such as Luohan, Hungar, and free combat techniques. It was only in the final confrontation against the main antagonist that he resorted to drunken boxing. This exemplified the limitations inherent in that style. At this moment, the sound of footsteps continued to echo. Therefore, Naruto, in the upcoming training, I shall bestow upon you special knowledge to maximize your physical techniques and help you compensate for your shortcomings. While Naruto was engaged in training with Guy, 2 figures donned in cloud-patterned cloaks and hoods swaggered boldly through the main gate of Konoha village. Are you not afraid of being discovered by entering so brazenly? Remarked the taller of the 2 ominously. The shorter individual in the lead remained unfazed. Fear not, I have cast an illusion on them. They will not perceive our presence. As the duo strolled nonchalantly through Konoha, 2 individuals suddenly appeared before them, Asuma and Kurenai. They too had removed their hats, revealing themselves as the S-rank fugitives of Konoha, Itachi Uchiha, and the rogue ninja from the mist, Kisame Hoshigaki. At that moment, Naruto cast a sideways glance into the distance. He had already detected the presence of the 2 the instant they entered Konoha. Guy and Kakashi were also drawn by the commotion, and Guy instructed Tenten and Neji to remain with Naruto and not to move, before departing directly. However, Naruto did not heed the command like the others. Instead, he pursued them without hesitation. Soon, the trio arrived at the scene of the confrontation, just in time to witness Itachi using an illusion to subdue Kurenai and Asuma. "Let us go, the flies of Konoha are coming," Itachi said, preparing to turn away, but Kasame, feeling unsatisfied, spat in disdain. Little did they know, at that moment, Guy and Kakashi arrived. "Since we're here, why run?" they declared, encircling Itachi and Kisame. Naruto contemplated the unfolding scene. Indeed, the storyline of the Hokage had begun to deviate. According to the original narrative, Naruto would currently be training with Jiraiya, followed by Sasuke confronting Itachi alone, only to receive a tender but devastating touch from Itachi. Subsequently, Sasuke would seek out Naruto, and just as Jiraiya arrived, Naruto would narrowly escape disaster. Now, however, his encounter with Itachi had arrived much sooner than anticipated. Itachi cast a glance at Kakashi and Guy, then addressed Kisame, saying, "Let us make this quick and take the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki." Kisame smirked and stepped forward to face Guy. "You seem rather weak," he taunted. Kakashi unveiled his Sharingan, directing his gaze at Itachi. "That Sharingan does not belong to you. Thus, each use drains your stamina significantly." Itachi's words struck at Kakashi's vulnerability. Yet, Kakashi remained undeterred. "Though this Sharingan is not mine, it is sufficient to deal with you." Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Itachi narrowed his eyes. "Sufficient, is it?" With that, Itachi unleashed an illusion on Kakashi, who promptly collapsed. Meanwhile, the battle between Kisame and Guy had escalated into a fierce clash, both being fervent warriors. Easily caught up in the heat of combat, Itachi spoke softly, urging, "Hurry up and resolve this. I will take the Nine-Tails brat with me." No sooner had he uttered these words than a mechanical voice resonated in Naruto's mind. Ding. The host faces a choice. Option 1. Surrender and be taken away by Itachi. Outcome. Game over. You become the most tragic of travelers. Option 2. Repel Itachi. Reward. Obtain a random stand. Upon seeing the system notification, Naruto nearly exclaimed in delight. A stand? Could it be that stand? If possible, he truly wished for a platinum star. Even settling for Dio's world would suffice. Naruto felt a surge of excitement. But at that moment, Itachi was already approaching him. Swallowing hard, Naruto realized that the ensuing battle would be perilous. Without hesitation, he unleashed his full Conqueror's Haki. As the aura surged forth, Itachi furrowed his brow. He never anticipated that this Nine-Tails brat possessed such formidable presence. It seemed he was not as helpless as the legend suggested. Naruto scoffed, "There are many things you cannot fathom." With that, he armed his hands with weapon Haki and charged straight at Itachi, executing a leaf hurricane he had just learned from Guy. Itachi watched Naruto's movements with a derisive smirk. Deeming it mere child's play, he intended to seize Naruto's ankle and restrain him. However, to his astonishment, the power of weapon Haki sent him reeling backward. It is worth noting that Naruto's weapon Haki was something even Guy struggled against. As he staggered, he thought, "Oh no, this time the Nine-Tails brat is about to escape." Yet, Naruto did not seize the moment to flee. Instead, he launched a direct counterattack. Hanjongli takes a step and embraces the heart. Naruto employed the third technique of Drunken Fist once more. Though Itachi was a polymath and his physical prowess was commendable, he had never encountered such a method of attack. Coupled with Naruto's diminutive stature, each strike targeted Itachi's lower body, occasionally employing the swift foot sweep akin to Iron Crutchley's technique. Itachi found himself at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, the clash between Guy and Kisame intensified, growing ever louder. Itachi's brow knitted tighter as he swiftly moved to Kisame's side, whispering, "The Umbu ninjas from Konoha are arriving. We must retreat." With that, the two vanished. Guy, seething with rage, shouted, "Bastards! Don't run. Face me for a showdown." Naruto, meanwhile, was drenched in cold sweat. He realized that he was not yet a match for Itachi. If the battle continued, he feared he might not escape unscathed. Just then, the system's voice resounded once more. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Reward obtained. Killer Queen. Initially taken aback, Naruto then felt a twinge of disappointment. The abilities of Killer Queen were rather mediocre, with the sole notable aspect being its dust-to-dust ability. However, the skill defeated one's eat dust holds little significance in the realm of Naruto. Nonetheless, it provides a modicum of utility. Possessing a clone offers more versatility in future confrontations with adversaries. Guy and Naruto transported Kakashi to the hospital. Kakashi had succumbed completely to a state of stupor, ensnared by Itachi's genjutsu, trapped in an infinite loop, perpetually reliving the same torment. when Sasuke and Sakura received the news. Disbelief washed over them. How could our teacher, Kakashi, who was so formidable, be reduced to this state? Sasuke inquired. We encountered Itachi and a rather unremarkable individual, Guy replied. Itachi? You mean Uchiha Itachi? He confirmed. Indeed, they came to capture Naruto, but fortunately, Naruto's strength compelled Itachi to retreat, Guy recounted, reflecting on the battle. Sasuke trembled with rage. Itachi. Uchiha Itachi. Memories of the massacre flooded his mind, reminding him of the pain inflicted by that man. Guy, perceiving Sasuke's turmoil, inquired, Sasuke, are you all right? You are not yet a match for Itachi. Do not act rashly. Sasuke shook his head, urgently asking, were they truly here to capture Naruto? Where is Naruto now? Guy pondered for a moment. Just after the battle, Jiraiya arrived. Naruto should be with him, likely preparing to leave the village. No sooner had he spoken than Sasuke leaped through the window, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Recalling Guy's words, he realized that if Itachi could not subdue Naruto, perhaps he stood a chance at avenging his clan. The thought exhilarated him as he envisioned the thrill of slaying his nemesis, ignited by the suffering of the Uchiha family. He hastened his pace, swiftly inquiring about Naruto and Jiraiya's whereabouts before making his way. Ultimately, he encountered Itachi at the inn where the two were lodging. However, this time, Naruto did not fall prey to Itachi as in the original tale. The reason was clear. Itachi deemed Naruto to be a more formidable opponent than anticipated, compounded by the presence of Jiraiya as his protector. Engaging in battle within the confines of Konoha could result in unforeseen complications. Should they be surrounded by the Hmph, their fate could take a dire turn. Thus, Itachi once more bestowed upon Sasuke the attention of an elder brother, administering a thorough physical spa while also gifting him haunting memories, replaying the horrific events of the massacre day in his mind. Sasuke found himself questioning his existence. Hadn't Naruto repelled Itachi? Was Naruto's strength truly at such an elevated level? Casting Sasuke aside, Kisame remarked with amusement, Well, Itachi, you really are quite affectionate towards your brother. Itachi disregarded Kisame's teasing, calmly stating, Our plans have changed. We cannot engage within the borders of Konoha. Oh, Kisame retorted. Once Jiraiya and Naruto departed from the boundaries of Konoha, they resolved to take action, mindful that any premature move would undoubtedly attract the attention of the village's higher-ups. After deliberating on the particulars, they left Konoha behind, leaving behind a battered Sasuke. As Naruto and Jiraiya traversed the forest, Jiraiya remarked, Naruto, do you realize that you bear a striking resemblance to the fourth Hokage? Both of you possess magnificent golden hair. However, Naruto did not respond with the exuberance typical in the original narrative. Instead, he nodded thoughtfully and replied, Oh, I see. There aren't many with golden hair in Konoha. Perhaps I am his son. Jiraiya found himself momentarily speechless, pondering, aren't you indeed his son? Yet, this is a closely guarded secret within the village, not to be disclosed lightly. The order had been personally issued by Hiruzen Sarutobi years ago, with the simple aim of tempering Naruto through adversity, thereby instilling in him the will of fire to nurture him into a valuable ninja for the village. To Jiraiya's astonishment, Naruto had managed to surmise the truth. After a brief pause, Jiraiya swiftly attempted to shift the conversation. Naruto, would you like to learn a new jutsu? It seems you only know the shadow clone technique. No sooner had he spoken than a notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have discovered a choice. Choice 1. Refuse to learn the Rasengan. Reward, chakra enhancement. Choice 2. Learn the Rasengan. Reward, method to use the big ball Rasengan. Instantly, Naruto was filled with excitement. He understood that the big ball Rasengan was a signature technique of Minato Namikaze, one whose power rivaled that of a small-tailed beast's bomb. With that thought, Naruto eagerly selected option 2 and exclaimed to Jiraiya, Really? Master Jiraiya, I want to learn this new jutsu. Naruto's reaction was genuine, prompting Jiraiya to smile as they searched for a clearing. Jiraiya extended his hand, gathering chakra within. Naruto, observe, he said, effortlessly forming a Rasengan. Minato was my student, and this is his proudest technique, the Rasengan. Naruto watched intently and quickly inquired, How do I learn it? Jiraiya shook his head. Do not rush, Naruto. This technique cannot be mastered in an instant. Let me first explain the underlying principles. Your chakra is of the wind attribute, making it particularly suitable for this jutsu. You should. As Jiraiya elaborated on the principles, he produced a water balloon. Now, Naruto, use your chakra to try and burst this water balloon. Let's see if you can manage it. He handed the water balloon to Naruto, thinking that, given Naruto's innate talent, It would take at least 7 days for him to succeed. However, upon receiving the water balloon, Naruto concentrated and began to swirl his chakra in his hand. Despite this being his first attempt, aided by his focused breathing, Naruto's mastery over his body and chakra had reached an unimaginable level. He could even manipulate the trajectory of each chakra particle with precision. As soon as he grasped the water sphere, the water within began to swirl. The sphere elongated and thinned in accordance with his thoughts, taking on various shapes. Jiraiya watched Naruto, bursting into laughter. Naruto, this won't do. You must allow your chakra to spiral in different directions, only then can you. Before he could finish his sentence, the water sphere in Naruto's hand exploded with a resounding pop, splashing water onto Jiraiya's face. Is this so, Sage of the Toads? Jiraiya's mouth twitched. Truly. He was the child of Minato. Such talent was remarkable. After a moment's contemplation, Jiraiya encouraged, Naruto, give it another try. He produced 2 water spheres and handed them to Naruto. With one in each hand, Naruto caused 2 loud pops, sending water everywhere. Jiraiya's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Naruto. Naruto shrugged. It's quite simple. What shall we do next? Jiraiya felt a profound sense of defeat. He had labored here for ages in his youth, yet Naruto succeeded on his first attempt. Reluctantly, Jiraiya resorted to his trump card, retrieving a rubber ball from his pocket and presenting it to Naruto. Naruto, try this rubber ball. After accepting it, Naruto fell into deep thought. He knew he could master the spiral technique in merely a few days with his current abilities. However, what of Tsunade's wager? He still desired Tsunade's necklace. But then again, with the system at his disposal, what equipment could he not acquire in the future? What is wrong, Naruto? Jiraiya inquired, noticing Naruto's lack of response. Naruto quickly shook his head. Nothing. After this, Jiraiya placed the rubber ball in his palm, channeling chakra to spin it irregularly. The ball slightly deformed, and to Naruto's surprise, it did not burst. After a moment of contemplation, he understood. Unlike the water sphere, the rubber ball lacked a liquid medium, and its outer layer was much tougher, with greater elasticity. Thus, he realized he needed to increase both the quantity and speed of his chakra. Jiraiya, observing Naruto's furrowed brow, chuckled, Naruto, don't be too anxious. We can practice while on the road. However, no sooner had Jiraiya uttered these words than Naruto altered the rotation of his chakra and slightly increased its volume. With a loud pop, the rubber ball exploded in his palm. Jiraiya stared at Naruto, lost in thought. He began to doubt whether this was truly just the Nine-Tails brat before him. Could he possibly be the reincarnation of Minato? How could he learn the spiral technique so swiftly? Naruto, with his earnest eyes, gazed intently at Jiraiya. Sage of the Toads, is this how it is? After pondering for a moment, Jiraiya's expression shifted, feeling a sense of defeat in the presence of Naruto. Ultimately, he imparted the training method for the spiral technique to Naruto, allowing him to practice independently. However, this time, Naruto did not summon the Rasengan with his usual prodigious flair. It was not that he lacked the ability. Rather, he felt that the shock he had imparted upon Jiraiya was overwhelming, and thus he wished to grant his esteemed mentor a moment of respite. Yet, the instant Jiraiya imparted the technique to him, Naruto successfully mastered the Rasengan. In that very moment, a notification echoed within his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully learning the Rasengan. Reward, Dyu Rasengan. Upon acquiring the method for the Dyu Rasengan, Naruto was momentarily astounded. The legendary Minato Namikaze was indeed a genius. The Dyu Rasengan was essentially the fusion of 2 Rasengans compressed together. It resembled the Rasen Shuriken, but the chakra rotations of the 2 Rasengans were inverted. Thus, when the chakra was compressed to a certain extent, an explosion would unleash a power several times greater than before. With his hands tucked in his pockets, Naruto practiced compressing the Rasengan as he strolled alongside Jiraiya, gradually increasing the chakra from a mere trickle. He certainly did not wish for Jiraiya to discover that he had already mastered the Dyu Rasengan. The pair continued their walk through the forest, while at that very moment, Orochimaru was at a casino, engaging in conversation with Tsunade. He sought her assistance to heal his hands, offering to resurrect Tsunade's beloved and brother in return. Before long, Naruto and Jiraiya arrived in the city. Unlike Konoha, the environment here was entirely unfamiliar to Naruto. However, as a time traveler, he felt no particular curiosity about this new place. Jiraiya took it upon himself to enlighten Naruto about the city's culture and customs, while Naruto listened intently, albeit with a rather indifferent demeanor. They settled into an inn, where Jiraiya instructed Naruto to stay behind while he went in search of news regarding Tsunade. Once Jiraiya departed, Naruto's expression grew solemn, for he surmised that Orochimaru was indeed in this city and had likely made contact with Tsunade. He contemplated whether he should seek out Orochimaru in advance, considering that the snake-like figure was a compelling character, straddling the line between righteousness and villainy within the realm of Hokage. After much deliberation, Naruto ultimately decided against it. The narrative had already diverged from the original tale, and he feared that provoking a greater butterfly effect could lead to his untimely demise. Ultimately, it was a matter of his own insufficient strength. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, Jiraiya returned, informing Naruto that he had found Tsunade's whereabouts and was ready to take him to meet her. Soon, they arrived at a restaurant where Jiraiya ordered an extravagant spread to welcome Tsunade. As they waited, Shizen sat beside Tsunade, and Naruto assessed the formidable presence of both women before him. The confidence radiating from Tsunade, especially when she stood tall and proud, was undeniably remarkable. Although seemingly unremarkable, Shizen, with her vast experience in matters of the heart, undoubtedly donned a mask of composure. As the four took their seats, Naruto paid no heed to Tsunade and Jiraiya reminiscing about the past. He was likely more familiar with their history than they were themselves. No one could deter Naruto from his meal. In the days of the late Sarutobi Hiruzen, that old man only bestowed upon him a meager allowance each month, making even instant noodles a luxury. Thus, Naruto relished the rare opportunity for a hearty feast. Witnessing Naruto's fervent appetite, Jiraiya had no choice but to offer his own plate to Naruto, encouraging him to indulge. As Naruto devoured his meal, Jiraiya revealed the purpose of his visit. Tsunade, during our previous missions, you held the Hokage in high regard. I have come to represent the village and invite you to return as the 5th Hokage. Tsunade, taken aback by Jiraiya's words, offered a faint smile. The death of Sensei Sarutobi was indeed shocking, but I have changed since then. She did not conceal her thoughts. Orochimaru approached me earlier, seeking my assistance for his injured hand. What? Jiraiya exclaimed, surprised to learn that Orochimaru was in the vicinity. You must not agree to him. He is responsible for Sensei's demise. Tsunade continued, I did not accept his offer, even if the terms were enticing. She then turned her gaze towards Jiraiya. And as for you, what conditions have you presented? Merely requesting my return to take on the Hokage's burdens? Please, who truly desires that position? Only children incessantly clamoring to be Hokage. I might end up with a fate akin to Sensei's. At her words, a faint smirk appeared at the corner of Naruto's mouth. He sensed an opportunity. He hastily set down his utensils, standing up to address Tsunade. Hey, old lady, do not belittle the Hokage. He declared, I will become the Hokage. Upon uttering those words, Naruto felt a surge of embarrassment, akin to a certain someone who perpetually aspired to be the pirate king. However, he felt compelled to assert himself, for his persona was that of a youth who constantly proclaimed his ambition to be Hokage. At that moment, failing to speak up would raise suspicions. Tsunade regarded Naruto with a cold smile. Retract that statement? What if I don't? I challenge you to a duel. If you lose, you must return with us and accept the role of Hokage. Naruto spoke with fervor, embodying the spirit of a passionate youth. Jiraiya shook his head in resignation at Naruto's enthusiasm. Tsunade, seeing a reflection of her foolish brother in Naruto, casually replied, Very well. If you lose, you shall never utter your desire to be Hokage again. It is a promise. As her words lingered in the air, a chime echoed. New choice detected. Choose option 1. Defeat Tsunade. Task reward. Senju clan bloodline. Choose option 2. Get knocked out by Tsunade as in the original story. Task reward. Title of the most useless traveler. Receiving a system notification should typically be a source of great joy. However, this particular choice left Naruto in a quandary. First and foremost, a confrontation was inevitable. Yet, he lacked confidence in his ability to prevail, especially considering he was up against 3 opponents. Nevertheless, driven by the allure of the Senju clan bloodline, Naruto resolved to take the plunge. Option 1. He made his decision. Immediately, he and Tsunade proceeded to an open area. Jiraiya observed the two with keen interest, wondering if Naruto might surprise Tsunade. As Tsunade extended a finger towards Naruto, she declared, with just one finger, I can take you down in a minute. Initially, Naruto felt a twinge of uncertainty, but upon witnessing Tsunade's composed demeanor, an inexplicable surge of anger welled up within him. He was determined to show this seemingly youthful elder a thing or two. Now, Tsunade, you better not break the rules. With that, Naruto activated his 3-colored chakra and charged at Tsunade. The moment she heard Naruto refer to her as an old woman, Tsunade's temper flared, veins bulging on her forehead. Yet, recalling her earlier proclamation about defeating him with a single finger, she smirked, You think you can provoke me? Let me show you what I can do. With a swift jab towards the ground, the earth shattered with a resounding boom. However, Naruto seemed to anticipate Tsunade's move, deftly evading the debris. He retaliated with a punch aimed at her. Tsunade attempted to counter, her fingers poised to target his joints, but Naruto crouched low, employing the drunken fist technique. Tsunade had never encountered such unorthodox fighting style and found herself ensnared. Her martial arts relied on powerful, sweeping movements, while the drunken fist thrived on unpredictability. Trouble. Tsunade cursed under her breath, realizing she had fallen into Naruto's trap. Consequently, she swiftly altered her strategy, preparing for a direct confrontation. Naruto's observation Haki had already predicted Tsunade's intentions. However, instead of evading, he engaged her in a clash of fist against fingertip. Tsunade smirked. Good. Her immense strength could incapacitate nerve endings, and she thought Naruto's approach would leave him vulnerable to injury. Yet, upon making contact, Tsunade was taken aback. Why did Naruto's skin emanate such an intense chill? It felt like the icy aura of death, forcing her finger to retreat. A smirk graced Naruto's lips. The former Naruto had never faced formidable foes directly. Even with Itachi, their encounters had been fleeting, primarily due to his unique martial arts style that left opponents disoriented. Thus, despite his understanding of characters from the original manga, a flicker of trepidation coursed through him. Thus, this confrontation with Tsunade allowed Naruto to truly comprehend the extent of his own strength. After probing Tsunade's limits, he swiftly resolved to execute a decisive move. Seizing the opportunity presented by her momentary stumble, he closed the distance between them. During this engagement, he employed the shadow clone technique. With his real self engaging Tsunade in close combat, Tsunade's formidable strength proved ineffective against the formidable weaponized Haki, and combined with the unpredictable nature of Naruto's drunken boxing, she found herself caught off guard. Simultaneously, Naruto's clones conjured a Rasengan, launching it directly at Tsunade. Observing this, Tsunade's anger flared. "You've gone too far, kid," she exclaimed, abandoning her arrogance to transform her fingers into a fist, striking the Rasengan with tremendous force. The resulting explosion reverberated through the surrounding structures. Naruto's clones exploded in unison. He refrained from utilizing the giant Rasengan, reserving that technique for the ever-watchful Orochimaru. The shockwave from their clash nearly sent Shizen flying, yet Naruto's assault was far from complete. He harnessed his own Haki to stabilize his stance and launched another strike at Tsunade. Chao Guijiao's Immortal Toast Lock. This was a lethal move from the Drunken Eight Immortals, and the timing of its execution was impeccable, as Tsunade was already unsteady and vulnerable due to Naruto's relentless onslaught. "Don't think you can truly defeat me." The two re-engaged, but this time their battle bore no constraints, each unleashing their full might. The air crackled with their fierce energy as Shizen watched, bewildered. "Lord Jiraiya, is this really all right?" Jiraiya, scratching his head in confusion, pondered how Naruto had grown so formidable. No, he quickly corrected himself. It was not that Naruto had become stronger, but rather that he was finally unleashing his full potential. It was difficult to fathom that a mere teenager could achieve such prowess. Could this be the power of the Nine Tails? Jiraiya attributed Naruto's capabilities to the beast within him. "Minato, do you see this? Your son is a genius." Just then, a cloud of dust erupted around Naruto. What? Both Tsunade and the onlookers were taken aback by the spectacle. Naruto had mastered Earth Release as well. The swirling sands coalesced into a colossal hand, gripping Tsunade's pressure points, while Naruto's other hand clutched her throat. Tsunade gazed at Naruto, her expression a complex mixture of astonishment at his strength and admiration for her junior. A trickle of blood appeared at the corner of Naruto's mouth, a result of Tsunade's earlier blow, yet the weaponized Haki prevented any paralysis. Tsunade and Shizen rushed forward to assess their injuries. Naruto fixed his intense gaze on Tsunade and declared, "You've lost. You must return with me to succeed the Hokage." Tsunade sighed, exclaiming her exasperation with them, assuring that she would not go back on her word. As she spoke, she removed a pendant from her neck, a relic of the first Hokage, and presented it to him. Turning to leave, she was startled as Naruto collapsed at her words. "Is he all right?" someone inquired. "He is fine. He merely exhausted his chakra," Tsunade replied as she observed Naruto before glancing at Jiraiya. "You have taken on a fine disciple." Jiraiya, with a smirk, remarked, "I knew you had already decided on this Hokage when I saw Naruto betting against you." "Oh? Why is that?" Tsunade retorted. "Because you've never won a bet," he replied playfully. "Get lost," Tsunade exclaimed, raising her fist in anger, ready to strike Jiraiya. He hurriedly took Naruto and departed. Only Tsunade understood that during their battle, Naruto had unexpectedly forsaken his defense and exchanged blows with her. After landing a hit, he had shockingly spat his own blood onto himself, triggering his fear of blood. Otherwise, she could have easily handled his final attack. What a cunning little rascal he is. The following days passed in tranquility. Tsunade and Jiraiya occasionally ventured out for a drink and to reminisce. Meanwhile, Naruto immersed himself in the ceiling space, watching as the Nine-Tails trained Shukaku in its own peculiar way, finding it rather amusing. Indeed, all the tailed beasts are like pets that never grow up. Upon Naruto's arrival, the Nine-Tails cast a sidelong glance at him. "You finally decided to show up," it remarked. Naruto shrugged, explaining, "Things have been quite hectic lately, and I need to train." He then got straight to the point. "Kurama, become my ally." The Nine-Tails paused, its gaze toward Naruto filled with complexity. It then spoke with a hint of mischief. "Don't think that just because you've unlocked the bloodline of Kyuubi, you can manipulate me." Naruto shook his head. "No, Kurama. If you join forces with me and become my ally, I promise that one day in the future, I will restore your freedom." The Nine-Tails fell into contemplation, realizing that Naruto was not lying. However, it also sensed that this young boy before it was far from ordinary. With that, Naruto unreservedly unleashed the latest manifestation of his Senju bloodline. The Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan are, in essence, of the same lineage. Therefore, their bloodlines are inherently interconnected. A century ago, the Nine-Tails had already experienced the formidable prowess of Hashirama Senju, making him the most capable individual to comprehend the might of both the Senju and Uzumaki bloodlines. Naruto's intention in this moment is to convey to Kurama that he is extending a courtesy, urging him not to be ungrateful. Presently, Naruto possesses the ability to subdue the Nine-Tails through the strength of his dual heritage. However, the Nine-Tails, with its proud demeanor, requires a gentle approach. Shukaku is already cowering in a corner, trembling. After a moment of contemplation, the Nine-Tails let out a sigh. "Very well, Naruto, I am willing to collaborate with you. But our relationship will remain that of mere comrades." Naruto smirked, remarking, "Such a proud creature." He then extended his fist. "Let us enjoy this partnership." As their fists collided, the seal unexpectedly unraveled, the gates of containment bursting open with a resounding boom. In an instant, Naruto's eyes flew open, a swirling vortex of chakra manifesting around him. The fiery red chakra of the Nine-Tails surged forth from his being. He struggled to maintain control. It must be said that the chakra of a tailed beast is indeed potent and volatile. Even with his full concentration, he found it quite the endeavor to adapt. Ultimately, he managed to don a cloak of chakra, which brought him a sense of tranquility. Sighing in relief, he mused about the near catastrophe of a chakra rampage, attributing it to Kurama's overwhelming outpouring of chakra. Just as he retracted the cloak of the Nine-Tails chakra, a knock resonated at the door. Naruto approached to open it, and Shizen entered. "Naruto, I have come to apologize." Naruto furrowed his brow. Shizen recounted the tale of Tsunade's brother and lover, unveiling the truth that Tsunade had long avoided confronting. Naruto was already aware of these matters. Yet the furrow of his brow stemmed from a nagging suspicion that Tsunade would soon confront Orochimaru alone. "Shizen, how long have I been asleep?" After a moment's thought, Shizen replied, 3 days. 3 days? In the original narrative, Tsunade only confronted Orochimaru on the 7th day. However, his observation haki had been signaling him that something significant was imminent. Realizing this, Naruto unleashed his observation haki, enveloping the entire city in his perception. Soon, he detected Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Kabuto in a secluded corner, where Tsunade was preparing to heal Orochimaru's arm. Alarmed, Naruto swiftly opened the window and urged Shizen, "You must summon Fukasaku. Inform him that Granny Tsunade is in danger." Without hesitation, he vaulted out the window, racing towards Orochimaru. Shizen, momentarily taken aback, discerned that something monumental was about to unfold and hastened to follow Naruto's instructions. At this moment, Tsunade was utilizing her chakra to perform a medical ninjutsu, approaching Orochimaru's hands. Just then, Kabuto threw a kunai, preventing their contact. "What are you doing, Kabuto?" "My apologies, Lord Orochimaru, but I sensed a significant murderous intent emanating from Lady Tsunade, which does not suggest she intends to treat you." Orochimaru, desperate for healing, overlooked the ominous aura surrounding Tsunade. Tsunade, realizing her plan had faltered, Tsunade decided to drop the pretense. "The flames of Konoha burn eternal. I have uncovered its legacy, and now I shall avenge my teacher by eliminating you, traitor." Orochimaru's serpent-like vertical pupils suddenly narrowed, akin to a venomous snake poised to strike. Lord Orochimaru, Lady Tsunade has always been someone I admire. Please allow me to handle her. Orochimaru frowned, then burst into laughter. Very well. I am eager to witness this spectacle. Kabuto's hands became enveloped in chakra as he invoked the surgical knife technique. The two immediately engaged in combat. The surgical knife technique could sever the tendons of the target, while Kabuto's brute strength could incapacitate nerves. Their exchanges were equally matched. Yet as the battle progressed, it became evident that Kabuto was no match for Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin. After just a few exchanges, Kabuto was overwhelmed. As Tsunade prepared to deliver a finishing blow, Kabuto unexpectedly plunged a kunai into his own arm. Ah! Tsunade gasped, while Kabuto grinned maliciously at her. Oh dear, I never anticipated that a Sannin like you would possess such a fatal weakness as hemophobia. With a swift kick, Kabuto knocked Tsunade to the ground. Ha ha ha, Lady Tsunade. Your extraordinary strength has indeed been quite the challenge for me. He then landed a punch squarely on her face. This is what you get for striking at Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto relentlessly assaulted Tsunade, both physically and verbally mocking her. It was a shame that Tsunade, despite her status as one of the legendary Sannin, had to endure the humiliation inflicted by a youth. After a while, Kabuto decided he had toyed enough and retrieved his surgical knife. Now, I shall send you to meet your beloved. He brought the knife down, but unexpectedly, a wall of sand materialized before Tsunade. What? Tsunade stood momentarily stunned. Kabuto quickly retracted his hand. As the sand wall collapsed, Naruto's figure emerged. Finally arrived. You look rather disheveled, Granny Tsunade. Naruto observed her with keen interest. Naruto. You must leave. These two are formidable opponents, Tsunade urgently warned. Kabuto, however, wore a mischievous grin. Ah, it's my junior, Naruto. Since you've come, you might as well come along with us. I happen to need a specimen for my experiments. Both Kabuto and Orochimaru shared a penchant for bioweapons. It must be said that this was a traditional pastime of theirs. Yet, Naruto merely smirked at Kabuto. At that moment, his system chimed again. Ding. Host has encountered a choice. Choose one. Defeat Orochimaru and Kabuto. Task reward. Mastery of all chakra attributes. Choose 2. Flee immediately. Task reward. Title of Whirlwind Runner. In the past, Naruto would never have dared to confront both Orochimaru and Kabuto head-on. However, after his recent experiences, he has gained a profound understanding of his own capabilities and reached a consensus with the Nine-Tails. Now, he feels confident enough not only to face Orochimaru and Kabuto, but even to challenge Uchiha Madara in a contest of strength. Without hesitation, Naruto unleashed his three-colored haki and charged directly at Kabuto. Kabuto's impression of Naruto was still stuck in the Chunin exams phase. Initially, he did not regard Naruto as a serious threat, but the overwhelming aura emanating from Naruto caught him off guard. However, his surgical techniques were particularly effective against close combat. He struck Naruto's shoulder with a palm, capable of incapacitating an arm, while his other hand aimed at Naruto's chest to sever the tendons, rendering him breathless. Yet, to Kabuto's astonishment, Naruto's haki rendered his attacks ineffective. What? He watched in disbelief as Naruto emerged unscathed from the assault, retaliating with a single punch that sent Kabuto flying. With a cold smile, Naruto declared, Now let me show you this. He extended his hand, summoning a Rasengan that gradually transformed into a vibrant emerald hue. Giant Rasengan. With a thunderous roar, a spiraling sphere, towering over 2 men, coalesced in Naruto's grasp before being hurled towards Kabuto. If it connected, Kabuto would surely meet his demise. Just as the moment hung in the balance, Orochimaru's figure flashed in, rescuing Kabuto at the last second. Feeling a lingering dread, Kabuto patted his chest and cast a healing spell upon himself. How could this guy be so powerful? Orochimaru bit through his bandages and addressed Kabuto. It appears we must join forces. Understanding the urgency, Kabuto cut his finger, using his blood to perform a summoning technique. With a puff of smoke, a massive 2-headed serpent emerged onto the battlefield, with Kabuto and Orochimaru standing atop its heads. Witnessing this scene, Tsunade slowly rose to her feet. It seems I also must intervene. I cannot allow the younger generation to look down on me. However, Naruto shot her a disdainful glance. You should focus on your recovery. Right now, you're nothing but a burden. Tsunade was taken aback by Naruto's words, but recalling the immense power of his earlier Rasengan, she smiled. Kid, don't get yourself killed. Once I inherit the position of the 5th Hokage, you will be my successor. Naruto offered no reply, instead turning his gaze back towards Orochimaru. Uncle Snake, as a comrade of the Toad Sage, it is my honor to defeat you. Orochimaru and Kabuto exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a flicker of concern. The potency of his recent ninjutsu was immense. We cannot afford to grant him another opportunity to unleash it. Kabuto nodded in agreement. Indeed, however, he has already employed it once, and with his chakra reserves, he should be incapable of executing it a second time. With that, the two advanced towards Naruto. Kabuto leading the charge, while Orochimaru unleashed the Kusanagi behind him. The twin-headed serpent swung its tails, encircling Naruto and denying him any avenue of escape. Yet, Naruto showed no intention of evasion. Tsunade, watching anxiously from the sidelines, shouted, "Be careful." To her astonishment, a flash of red light emanated from Naruto. "Kurama," he called. A resonant voice echoed from within him. Subsequently, Naruto enveloped himself in a cloak of Nine Tails chakra. He extended his hands towards the serpent's tails, and the chakra cloak spontaneously formed into two colossal claws. Despite the serpent's slick skin and tough scales, they crumbled like tofu upon contact with the Nine Tails' might. Grasping the tails of the twin-headed serpent, Naruto wrenched them apart with tremendous force. The sound of tearing flesh echoed. What? Both Kabuto and Orochimaru were taken aback by this spectacle. Even the Nine Tails was somewhat astonished, observing the weapons of Conqueror's Haki enveloping Naruto's hands. So, this is the nature of his ability? With it, he truly is invincible. He realized that while taking down the twin-headed serpent might have been straightforward, Naruto's Conqueror's Haki would still require some time to fully manifest its power. However, the strength of this Haki was formidable. No, it's not merely the might of the Haki. It is Naruto's overwhelming strength that stands out. Tsunade had initially felt anxious for Naruto, contemplating summoning a slug to assist him. Little did she know, Naruto possessed such a trump card. "So, it is you, little Nine Tails." Orochimaru quickly recognized the peril of the situation, but the momentum of his advance could not be reversed. Naruto turned to Kabuto and Orochimaru, a cruel smile gracing his lips. While the casting of the Rasen Shuriken required time, the Rasengan did not. The chakra cloak coalesced into numerous arms, simultaneously gathering chakra, and soon, several Rasengans were formed in Naruto's grasp. Then, he calmly declared, "Uncle Snake, I invite you to taste my Rasengan." One by one, the Rasengans launched from the chakra-formed arms, hurtling towards Orochimaru. Observing this, Orochimaru could not help but smirk. Clearly, he deemed such an attack beneath his notice. In his eyes, although Naruto exhibited remarkable strength, he remained far too weak. If Jiraiya were to unleash such Rasengans, he might find them troublesome. Yet, for Naruto, they were easily dismissed. However, just as Orochimaru believed these Rasengans to be futile, a smirk crept onto Naruto's lips. Naruto was acutely aware that, given his current strength, such a level of Rasengan was insufficient to defeat Orochimaru. Thus, as he initiated his attack, he remained vigilant. Each Rasengan he crafted was imbued with the formidable power of Haki. With this enhancement, the offensive potential of the Rasengan soared to extraordinary heights. Even Orochimaru, formidable as he was, could not withstand such an assault unless he were willing to court his own demise. As those Rasengan drew ever nearer to Orochimaru and Kabuto, Naruto's anticipation grew. However, just as the Rasengan approached Orochimaru at an alarming velocity, the latter finally sensed something amiss. Something is off with this attack. Summoning technique. 1,000 snakes. Arise. The giant serpent previously summoned had been dealt with by Naruto, leaving Orochimaru no choice but to summon the 1,000 snakes for defense. Just as Naruto's Rasengan was about to collide with Orochimaru, the shadow of the 1,000 snakes appeared abruptly. In an instant, the 1,000 snakes swept its tail, sending Naruto's Haki-imbued Rasengan flying in all directions. Caught off guard by the sudden turn of events, Naruto felt a pang of astonishment. "It's the 1,000 snakes." He widened his eyes at the serpentine entity summoned by Orochimaru, a slight frown creasing his brow. Naruto was acutely aware of the strength of the 1,000 snakes, for it was the leader of the summoning snake clan, renowned for its astonishing defensive capabilities. Little brat, I must admit, you possess some skill. However, in the presence of Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, such tactics are utterly futile. Allow me to demonstrate my prowess. Orochimaru seemed intrigued by Naruto's maneuvers, preparing to personally eliminate him. As one of the Sannin, Orochimaru's strength was beyond question. If anyone could vanquish him, it would only be Tsunade or Jiraiya. At that moment, as Orochimaru readied himself to confront Naruto, another colossal figure descended from the heavens. When Naruto discerned the identity of the newcomer, his heart soared with elation. "Orochimaru, Picking on my apprentice is beneath you. Allow me to be your opponent. Jiraiya stood atop Gamabunta, casting a striking silhouette. However, the more one beheld that silhouette, the more imposing it appeared. In the next moment, Naruto leaped onto Gamabunta's head, standing alongside Jiraiya. Naruto, I witnessed your earlier attack. You did well. Now, let me handle this. Jiraiya was unwilling for Naruto to take unnecessary risks and intended to confront Orochimaru himself. Just as Jiraiya prepared to engage, Tsunade had also summoned a slug behind them. At that moment, the legendary Sannin had reunited once more, but this time, they were not comrades, they were adversaries. Jiraiya, do not forget that I am still alive. Capture Orochimaru and bring him back to the village. Tsunade had resolved her inner turmoil through recent events. At that moment, she cast a grateful glance at Naruto, her eyes brimming with appreciation. Had it not been for Naruto's selfless bravery, granting her the time to recuperate, she would likely have perished by now. Well done, Granny Tsunade. You finally gathered your strength. Yet, when it came to dealing with Orochimaru, there was no need for her or Jiraiya to intervene. She felt confident that she could handle it alone. Naruto was prepared to strike again, for he believed that involving Tsunade and Jiraiya would jeopardize their mission. The reward for their previous task was quite substantial, and Naruto was determined not to miss out on it. However, just as he was about to unleash his power, Jiraiya attempted to restrain him, clearly believing that Naruto stood no chance against Orochimaru. After all, Orochimaru was one of the legendary Sannin, renowned for his formidable prowess during the ninja wars. Even to this day, many felt a chill at the mere mention of his name, and Jiraiya was unwilling to let Naruto take such a perilous risk. Yet, unbeknownst to Jiraiya, Naruto had stealthily begun forming the Rasen Shuriken. In fact, he had not just one, but multiple Rasen Shurikens at the ready, which left Jiraiya astounded. While Jiraiya and Tsunade had drawn Orochimaru's attention, Naruto had been preparing in the background. As they conversed, Naruto had already gathered his chakra into his arm. At that instant, with a dozen Rasen Shurikens fully formed, Naruto enveloped them in his armed haki. In the next moment, under the astonished gazes of Jiraiya and Tsunade, he hurled the Rasen Shurikens into the fray. Upon witnessing this, Orochimaru's pupils constricted, and he quickly reacted, commanding, Manda, evade those attacks. With that order, Manda swiftly ascended into the sky. However, just as Manda prepared to soar upwards, Gamabunta had already positioned himself, blocking the serpent's path under Jiraiya's guidance. Reluctantly, Manda had to alter its course, but as it attempted to flee with Orochimaru and Kabuto, the slug and Tsunade immediately obstructed their escape. Caught in a pincer movement, Manda and Orochimaru found themselves at a loss. At that precise moment, Naruto's barrage of armed Rasen Shurikens descended upon Manda. Despite Manda's formidable defenses, it was unable to withstand the onslaught of so many Rasen Shurikens, especially those imbued with armed haki. Before long, Manda was grievously injured, and Orochimaru, who had been clinging to him, could not evade the attack either. Although Orochimaru had intended to retreat into Manda's body, the speed of the Rasen Shurikens proved to be superior. Aha! Uncle Snake, how does my Rasen Shuriken taste? Would you like another? Naruto exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Manda and Orochimaru wounded in the distance. In stark contrast, Orochimaru and Kabuto now found themselves in a state of disarray. With Jiraiya and Tsunade keeping a vigilant watch, Orochimaru had no choice but to retreat. Though he felt a twinge of resentment at being thwarted by a mere child, he possessed the self-awareness to recognize his predicament. Even at the height of his power, overcoming the formidable duo of the legendary Sannin would have been a daunting task. Moreover, the sudden emergence of Naruto posed an additional challenge, compelling Orochimaru to abandon his pursuits. Child, do not rejoice too soon. We shall meet again. With that ominous remark, Orochimaru decisively vanished into a cloud of smoke, accompanied by Kabuto. As they witnessed Orochimaru and Kabuto's escape, Tsunade and Jiraiya refrained from pursuing them. They understood that if cornered, Orochimaru could resort to desperate measures, capable of committing unspeakable acts. After all, he was one of the Sannin, and prolonging the confrontation could lead to dire consequences, including loss of life. Whether as former comrades or present adversaries, they wished no harm upon one another. This unbreakable bond might endure for a lifetime, reminiscent of the ties shared by Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke in the original narrative, an entanglement that is both profound and complex. Alas, how unfortunate. I had so many dumplings I wanted to share with Uncle Snake. Why did he have to flee? Such a disappointment. Naruto, witnessing Jiraiya's hasty retreat, could not help but stick out his tongue in jest. At that moment, Jiraiya approached him. tapping the top of his head. Listen, kid. Do not let your newfound confidence cloud your judgment. Orochimaru's strength is far from trivial. Although your performance has surprised me, it is wise to avoid provoking him. He is capable of anything. Jiraiya earnestly imparted his wisdom, and Naruto nodded in understanding. Deep down, Naruto recognized that he still had a long way to go in terms of strength. To avoid becoming a target for someone like Orochimaru, he knew he had to grow stronger. Just as Jiraiya was conversing with Naruto, Tsunade finally approached them, her gaze towards Naruto now imbued with complexity. His earlier display had exceeded her expectations. She could scarcely fathom how Naruto had developed such formidable prowess. After all, he had just faced one of the Sannin, Orochimaru, a figure that even seasoned jonin would find intimidating. Yet, Naruto had remained remarkably composed. Pushing his opponent to such extremes was nothing short of extraordinary. Naruto, were those techniques you employed taught to you by Jiraiya? It seems your talent is truly remarkable. Becoming Hokage is well within your grasp. Tsunade praised Naruto, while Jiraiya, listening nearby, felt a twinge of guilt. In truth, aside from imparting a few nuances about the Rasengan, he had not taught much at all. Naruto's ability to execute the Rasengan was largely due to his own exceptional insight. As for the Udama Rasengan, that had indeed surpassed Jiraiya's expectations. Would you believe me if I said I didn't teach him? As the conversation unfolded, Jiraiya expressed curiosity about Naruto's newfound mastery of the Great Rasengan. Unable to disclose that it was a reward from the system, Naruto quickly concocted a tale to deflect the inquiry. Well, during the 3 days I was unconscious, I had a dream. In the dream, I just figured it out. Naruto recounted his supposed epiphany, though even Jiraiya found it hard to believe. Nevertheless, Jiraiya chose not to press further, satisfied as long as Naruto remained on the right path. At that moment, Tsunade, seemingly recalling something, probed. Did you use the chakra of the Nine Tails? Realizing that Tsunade had discerned the source of his chakra during their battle, Naruto ceased to conceal the truth. It was evident that any further deceit would be untenable, for Naruto was merely a genin, incapable of wielding such immense chakra to perform such a technique, especially one as formidable as the Great Rasengan. Consequently, when Tsunade inquired, Naruto nodded resolutely. In my haste, fearing for your safety, I borrowed a bit of that guy's chakra, but I'm not using it anymore. His sincerity evidently pleased Tsunade, yet the thought of Naruto's chakra being derived from the Nine Tails caused her to furrow her brow. Naruto, promise me you won't recklessly use the Nine Tails chakra again. It could lead you to lose consciousness, putting you in grave danger. Tsunade, haunted by the Nine Tails' previous assault on the village, cautioned Naruto to avoid straying down a perilous path. Upon hearing her words, Naruto nodded firmly in agreement. However, unbeknownst to them, Naruto had already forged a pact with the Nine Tails. Now, they were allies, allowing Naruto to freely access its chakra without restriction. After exchanging a few more words and ensuring their surroundings were safe, the group prepared to return to Konoha. Just as they set off on their journey, a notification echoed in Naruto's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task of repelling Orochimaru. Reward: mastery of all chakra attributes. Elated by the announcement, Naruto recognized the immense value of this reward. Previously, his expertise lay only in wind and fire chakra. Now, with this newfound ability, he could effortlessly master nearly all chakra techniques. This liberation from chakra limitations meant Naruto could learn and excel in any ninjutsu, a capability not afforded to many. If memory serves, even in the original narrative, only the first and second Hokage possessed such prowess, aside from the Akatsuki clan, the progenitors of ninjutsu. Thus, could I also practice Kakashi-sensei's Chidori and Tsunade's healing techniques? This would be immensely useful. Naruto found himself muttering to himself. Although he possessed a formidable recovery ability, he still yearned to learn some healing arts. With such skills, he could tend to his comrades at any time, thereby revolutionizing the dynamics of the ninja world. It is essential to note that, according to regulations, ninjas are required to form teams of 3 during missions. A medical ninja is indispensable, but if he were to master it himself, he would be entirely free from such constraints. Contemplating this, Naruto began to pester Tsunade, requesting her to teach him the medical ninjutsu. Initially, Tsunade was reluctant, believing that Naruto simply lacked the talent. However, after Naruto's relentless persistence, she finally relented. On the journey back to Konoha, Tsunade briefly explained the principles of medical ninjutsu to Naruto. She held little hope, as the demands of medical ninjutsu are exceedingly strict, and few could master it without significant loss. Yet, She never anticipated that Naruto possessed the exceptional talent of full attribute chakra mastery granted by a system reward. With this advantage, even the most arduous medical ninjutsu became manageable. Before long, Naruto had acquired the techniques of medical ninjutsu and demonstrated them before Tsunade. Witnessing this spectacle, not only was Tsunade taken aback, but even Jiraiya was astonished. Naruto, you can't possibly be a monster, can you? How is it that you seem to wield medical ninjutsu with such ease? Wouldn't your chakra attributes be incompatible? As a legendary ninja renowned throughout the ninja world, Jiraiya found it perplexing. While others had attempted similar feats before, they invariably ended in failure. However, Naruto's performance was truly astounding. He could learn other ninjutsu while simultaneously mastering medical techniques. If word of this spread, few would likely believe it. The reasons for this disbelief are twofold. It requires a greater expenditure of mental effort, and medical ninjutsu demands significantly more chakra. Thus, Jiraiya deemed this an impossible task. Now that Naruto had accomplished it, it transcended mere talent and ventured into the realm of genius. As Jiraiya marveled in astonishment, Naruto began to offer a rather tenuous explanation. Maybe it's because of the 9 tails residing within me. My chakra seems inexhaustible. Just a slight release from the 9 tails is enough to sustain me for quite some time. Furthermore, I also carry the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan. It must be different from others. Naruto's somewhat forced explanation managed to appease both Jiraiya and Tsunade. During the remainder of their journey, Naruto adopted a more subdued demeanor to avoid drawing attention. It was only upon returning to Konoha that he breathed a sigh of relief. After arriving in the village, Naruto parted ways with Jiraiya and Tsunade, returning to his abode alone. Meanwhile, Tsunade accompanied Jiraiya to the headquarters of Konoha. The news of Tsunade assuming the role of the 5th Hokage swiftly spread throughout the village. Although Danzō was the most displeased, he had not yet made the foolish decision to voice his opposition. Thus, Tsunade seamlessly transitioned into the position of Hokage of Konoha. Since her appointment, the villagers seemed to regain a sense of purpose, as the once dreary atmosphere dissipated almost instantaneously, replaced by a hopeful longing for the future. In the hospital of Konoha, Naruto found Sasuke still lying on the sickbed. Upon his arrival, he coincidentally encountered Sakura, who was tending to Sasuke. According to the original storyline, Naruto would have felt uncomfortable in this situation. However, the current Naruto was not the same character from the original tale. He held no romantic notions towards Sakura. To him, there were numerous other girls in the Naruto universe who surpassed Sakura in charm. For instance, Hinata Hyuga, the bride proposed by Jiraiya, Shizen, and even Ino was deemed superior to Sakura. The original Naruto was a hopeless, infatuated admirer, but the current Naruto had no desire to emulate him. Observing Sakura caring for Sasuke, Naruto approached the hospital room. Cough, cough. Is Sasuke still unconscious? His sudden inquiry startled Sakura. Yet, upon recognizing Naruto, she nodded with reddened eyes. Naruto, do you think Sasuke will recover? She asked anxiously. Of course. Sasuke will be fine. I'll treat him right now, Naruto declared as he approached Sasuke's bedside, preparing to employ the medical ninjutsu that Tsunade had entrusted to him. However, just as Naruto placed his hand on Sasuke's forehead, ready to utilize the healing technique, Sakura panicked. Naruto, what are you doing? Healing is the responsibility of a medical ninja. Don't mess it up. What if you hurt Sasuke? Sakura, always more concerned for Sasuke than for Naruto, instinctively attempted to push him away. Just as she was about to intervene, a faint green light suddenly emanated from Naruto's hand. This ethereal glow was a type of chakra that Sakura had never encountered before. Stunned, she froze in place. Naruto, when did you learn this medical ninjutsu? Sakura asked, visibly taken aback. In her recollection, Naruto had always been the underachiever, a novice in all ninjutsu. While he had undoubtedly grown stronger recently, he still paled in comparison to Sasuke, who was undeniably cooler in appearance, appealing to girls. Watching Naruto silently and diligently treating Sasuke, Sakura ultimately chose to remain silent. At that moment, Tsunade, the 5th Hokage, arrived at the hospital with Shizen. Originally, she intended to treat Sasuke herself, but upon seeing that Naruto had already taken the initiative, she decisively halted at the entrance. Observing Naruto's medical ninjutsu, which had notably improved since their previous encounter, Tsunade was taken aback. It was well known that she was a highly gifted medical ninja, yet Naruto's performance was astonishingly beyond her expectations. As Tsunade observed in silence, Naruto was engaged in healing Sasuke. A hint of concern crept into Shizen's demeanor. However, at that moment, Naruto finally withdrew his hand from Sasuke's forehead. Phew, He should wake up now, he thought, gazing intently at Sasuke, hopeful that his medical ninjutsu would prove effective. Yet, after a brief interval, Sasuke remained unresponsive, prompting Naruto to shake his head in disappointment. It was then that Tsunade approached the bedside. "Grandma Tsunade, why didn't my medical ninjutsu work?" Naruto asked, bewildered upon seeing her. Tsunade, with a keen sense of care, began to explain while placing her hand on Sasuke's body, which soon radiated a gentle green light. "You have done exceptionally well. You have healed a significant portion of his injuries. Leave the rest to me." With that, Tsunade devoted herself to the task at hand. After a while, when Tsunade ceased her treatment, Sasuke gradually opened his eyes. The moment Sakura noticed Sasuke's awakening, she rushed toward him, exclaiming, "Oh my goodness, it's wonderful. Sasuke-kun, you've finally come to. It was Naruto and Lady Tsunade who saved you." She recounted the events, and upon hearing that Naruto had indeed mastered medical ninjutsu, Sasuke was left in stunned silence. Clearly, he found it difficult to accept this reality. In his eyes, Naruto had always been the underdog. In terms of talent and background, Naruto seemed to possess none of the advantages that Sasuke did. From the very beginning, he had never regarded Naruto as a threat. Yet now he found himself saved by someone he had underestimated, which was hard for him to digest. As Sasuke remained lost in thought, Naruto finally spoke up. "Oh no. Could it be that I've made him daft? Sasuke, do you still remember who I am?" Naruto waved his hand in front of Sasuke's eyes. However, Sasuke swiftly swatted Naruto's hand away. "Get lost, you idiot." His impatience stemmed not just from annoyance, but also from jealousy. It was evident that Naruto's recent growth had surpassed his expectations. Now, when Sasuke looked at Naruto, he felt an inexplicable air of mystery surrounding him, which unsettled him. Perhaps it was his pride getting the better of him, or simply a sense of discontent. "Wow, you still have the energy to be angry. It seems you're on the mend," Naruto remarked, preparing to turn away. Yet before he could take more than a few steps, Sasuke finally spoke up. "Naruto, you better wait for me. Once I'm healed, I want to challenge you to a rematch." Sasuke clearly doubted Naruto's rapid progress and wished to verify it personally. In response to Sasuke's immature display, Naruto remained unfazed. At that moment, Naruto waved goodbye to Sasuke without uttering a word and departed from the hospital room. Upon seeing that Sasuke was unharmed, Tsunade followed Naruto out as well. In the corridor, after taking only a few steps, Naruto's thoughts turned to Lee, who had also sustained injuries during the exam. Previously, during training with Guy, Naruto had promised to ensure Lee's recovery. Thus, he promptly took Tsunade by the hand and headed directly to Lee's hospital room. "Naruto, what are you doing? Tsunade-sama is our 5th Hokage. Please act appropriately," Shizune cautioned Naruto. But he refused to let go. "Oh, what does it matter? Granny Tsunade wouldn't mind. If she worries too much, she'll just get older, right, Granny Tsunade?" Naruto chuckled as he turned to look at Tsunade, but before he could catch a glimpse of her expression, her fist had already landed on his head. With a loud thud, a sizable bump instantly appeared on Naruto's forehead. "I detest being called old." After delivering the blow, Tsunade decisively entered Lee's hospital room, leaving Naruto outside, wincing in pain. "Ouch, that hurt. That old hag is truly merciless," he complained as he followed her into Lee's room. However, once Naruto reached the bedside and saw Lee leaning on his crutch, a wave of concern washed over him. Lee's injuries were quite severe. In the original story, he had nearly given up on being a ninja. Among those he admired most in his past life, Lee undoubtedly held a prominent place. To Naruto, Lee resembled an indomitable cockroach, often instilling a sense of hope in those around him. Thus, he wished for such a compatriot to avoid straying onto a dark path. Quickly, Naruto inquired about Lee's condition from Tsunade. Guy, standing nearby, was equally anxious, as Lee was one of his most cherished students. He wished for Lee's safety more than anyone else. However, just as Naruto and Guy hoped for Tsunade's healing prowess to aid Lee, she shook her head. "Perhaps it is time to give up being a ninja," Tsunade declared, her expression grave, indicating that Lee's injuries were too severe for him to continue his path as a ninja. At her words, Lee, lying on the hospital bed, could no longer contain his tears. Witnessing Lee's sorrow, Naruto felt a pang of empathy. "Granny Tsunade, aren't you the greatest medical ninja? How could you possibly not be able to help him? If you can't, then let me try." With determination, Naruto began to employ his medical ninjutsu on Lee. This time, he poured all his strength into the effort, causing his chakra to overflow throughout the room. Feeling Naruto's immense desire to heal, even Tsunade was moved. "Sigh, Naruto. Very well, I shall assist you." Tsunade's words reflected her newfound resolve, and together with Naruto, they commenced the healing process for Lee. In this instance, Naruto infused his medical ninjutsu with the power of the Uzumaki clan, merging it with the strength of the Senju clan. Soon, a vigorous reaction ensued. The once condemned Lee, who had been sentenced to death by Tsunade, now felt an intense heat coursing through his body. Even Tsunade, who had joined in the healing, sensed that something was amiss. What is happening? Why is Naruto's medical ninjutsu so extraordinary? Could it be the power of the Nine Tails? Tsunade's mind immediately leapt to the thought of the Nine Tails, but she quickly dismissed it. Clearly, Naruto's chakra was infused with elements that she could not comprehend. It was precisely these elements that rendered Naruto's medical ninjutsu remarkably unique. After a short while, as Naruto, drenched in sweat from the exertion of his healing techniques, continued his efforts, Lee finally began to show signs of recovery. In the next moment, his injured body gradually regained its mobility. Witnessing this, Guy, his teacher, could not contain his elation. Even Tsunade, who was assisting in the healing, felt a sense of wonderment. "Teacher Guy, I can feel the vibrant youth surging within me. Am I healed?" Lee exclaimed, breaking the silence. At that moment, Naruto, having exhausted his chakra, nearly succumbed to unconsciousness. Observing this, Tsunade promptly supported him and began to administer further treatment. After another brief interval, when Naruto finally opened his eyes, everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. "Naruto, it's wonderful to see you awake. Thank you. You exhausted yourself for my sake." Lee expressed his gratitude, his eyes shining with appreciation. Upon realizing that Lee had fully recovered, Naruto was overjoyed. "Ah, we're all comrades here. No need for such formality. By the way, Lee, let us spar. I wish to experience your fervent youth and vitality." Naruto jested with Lee, who now regarded him as a dear friend, not only for saving his life, but also for acknowledging his passionate spirit, which meant the most to him. "Naruto-kun, arigato," Lee exclaimed, bending deeply in a 90-degree bow, tears welling in his eyes. The sight elicited laughter from everyone in the room. As the fifth Hokage, Tsunade saw in them the hope for Konoha. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, as everyone rejoiced over Lee's recovery, Sasuke remained indifferent. Sakura had intended to express her concern for him, but he ignored her completely. Observing Sasuke's aloof demeanor, Sakura let out a sigh, feeling an inexplicable sensation. She had once held strong feelings for him, but recently, those feelings had undergone a peculiar transformation. What precisely this change was, she could not articulate. As Sasuke continued to disregard her, Sakura quietly exited the room. Upon stepping outside, she coincidentally encountered Tsunade and Naruto, who were leaving the adjacent room. Seeing them, Sakura rushed over. Lady Tsunade, I wish to," she stammered, causing both Naruto and Tsunade to look on with curiosity. Hey, Sakura, why are you so hesitant? Speak your mind. Has that brat Erjuzi been bullying you? Would you like me to teach him a lesson?" Naruto initiated the conversation upon noticing the crimson flush on Sakura's face. However, at the sound of his words, Sakura hastily shook her head. In the next moment, she quickly bowed to Tsunade before turning and dashing away, leaving her unfinished sentence hanging in the air, which left Tsunade and Naruto standing there, bewildered. What on earth is wrong with that girl? Tsunade furrowed her brows. "Well, I suppose she wanted to become your disciple. It's just a shame she didn't dare to voice it," Naruto joked, but was soon met with a punch from Tsunade that immediately left a large bump on his head. "Ouch! Can't you refrain from hitting my head every time, old lady? What if you knock me silly? I am the future of Konoha," he complained, though Tsunade had already turned to leave. At that moment, a faint smile graced Tsunade's lips, clearly indicating her fondness for the mischievous Naruto, even if she kept it unspoken. Once Tsunade departed, Naruto found himself feeling rather bored and decided to leave the hospital. "I'm so hungry. It must be time for lunch. That old hag didn't even invite me to eat. Humph. Oh well, I guess I'll head to Ichiraku Ramen," he exclaimed as he walked towards the ramen shop. Inside Ichiraku, Irika-sensei was heartily enjoying his noodles. Just as he had consumed half a bowl, Naruto finally entered. Upon spotting Irika, Naruto's face lit up. "Hey, Irika-sensei. Long time no see. Could you please get me a bowl of ramen?" Charge it to Irika-sensei's tab. He greeted enthusiastically before requesting a bowl from the owner. As the owner promptly began to prepare the noodles, Naruto plopped down beside Irika. At that moment, Irika couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Naruto, I've heard you've been making rapid progress lately. You've certainly not disappointed me. Fine, consider this a reward. It's on me," Irika declared, pulling out his wallet. However, just as Irika was about to pay, Naruto shouted once more, "Hey, uncle, make it 2 bowls of ramen. Irika-sensei is treating." At Naruto's exclamation, Iruka immediately grasped Naruto by the neck and shook him. Hey, Naruto, don't go overboard. I'm running low on funds, Iruka replied, exasperated, as it seemed that every encounter with Naruto led to him being financially drained. While Iruka continued to shake him, Naruto suddenly seized Iruka's wrist. In the next instant, Naruto's chakra erupted from within him. Witnessing Naruto's chakra forcibly suppressing him, Iruka's eyes widened in astonishment. Iruka-sensei, it appears that you are no longer my match, exclaimed Naruto, gently pushing Iruka's hand aside with ease. Witnessing this scene, Iruka was taken aback. Wow, Naruto, you have indeed made remarkable progress. It is truly wonderful. You are no longer the underachiever you once were. A look of satisfaction adorned Iruka's face. In response, Naruto promptly retrieved a book from his belongings and presented it to Iruka. Here, Iruka-sensei, this is a gift for you. As he spoke, Naruto began to devour his first bowl of ramen. Amidst his hearty meal, Iruka's curiosity piqued. What kind of book is this? He wondered, preparing to open the cover. However, Naruto's voice interrupted him. This is a book written by the Sage of the Toads. I borrowed it from him. Consider it a token of gratitude for treating me to ramen. With that, Naruto resumed his eating, but suddenly, Iruka found himself nose-bleeding. The cause of his shock was, of course, the content of the book Naruto had given him. Upon opening the cover, he discovered that the pages contained material inappropriate for children. Even Iruka could not withstand the provocative illustrations within. Ahem. Naruto, have you actually read this book? Iruka feigned composure, hastily stuffing the book into his bosom. Observing this, Naruto couldn't help but chuckle. Of course not. Only adults like your kind enjoy the Sage of the Toads books. After saying this, Naruto continued to indulge in his meal. Seeing Naruto's carefree demeanor, Iruka finally relaxed. At the Ichiraka ramen shop, Naruto quickly finished his first bowl. While awaiting his second serving, he resumed his conversation with Iruka. This time, Naruto inquired about other elemental chakra ninjutsu. Given that he had now mastered all chakra types, he felt it would be remiss not to explore other ninjutsu. Iruka was the perfect person to provide him with such information. Without hesitation, Iruka began to explain where Naruto could learn about other chakra natures. It must be said that Iruka's knowledge was impressive, as he quickly informed Naruto of where to find additional ninjutsu. However, just as Naruto contemplated how to acquire this knowledge, Iruka cautioned him, Naruto, it is not advisable for you to learn too many ninjutsu at this stage. Let your foundation solidify first. After imparting this wisdom, Iruka stood up, preparing to take his leave. Seeing this, Naruto refrained from saying more and bid him farewell before continuing his meal. Just then, Lee burst through the door, exclaiming, Naruto, Kakashi-sensei wants you to train with us this afternoon. He is going to teach you something new. Lee's excitement left Naruto somewhat bewildered. Teach me something new? Ninjutsu, perhaps? Isn't it the case that Teacher Guy cannot teach ninjutsu? Is he going to instruct me in taijutsu? Yet, given my current prowess, I shouldn't require it, right? Naruto inquired while chewing on his ramen. However, at that moment, Lee remained silent, and Naruto's growing unease was evident from Lee's expression. Thus, he began to ponder what exactly Teacher Guy intended to teach him. While Naruto was deeply immersed in thought, Lee suddenly performed a somersault and then pressed his hands against the ground, executing a handstand. Hey, Naruto-kun, stop wasting time. Let us hurry and go. Teacher Guy is already waiting for you. We must not let our youth and passion go to waste. Let us run. Lee urged Naruto, and at that moment, an image flashed into Naruto's mind, the scene of Teacher Guy battling Uchiha Madara in his past life. The mere thought of this made Naruto forget about the ramen in his bowl. No way, no way. Is Teacher Guy truly going to teach me that? Naruto exclaimed as he sprang up from his seat. At that moment, he shared Lee's excitement. If his speculation was indeed correct, it would be an incredible opportunity. With this thought, Naruto swiftly caught up with Lee, and the two made their way to the forest behind Konoha village. In the forest, Tenten and Neji had already assembled, engaged in chakra training. Meanwhile, Teacher Guy was tirelessly performing push-ups, determined not to squander a moment. Just then, two clouds of smoke rapidly approached their location. Spotting the approaching figures from a distance, Teacher Guy couldn't help but feel exhilarated. They finally arrived. Their vibrant energy instantly ignites my fighting spirit. I must do 3,000 more push-ups. Tenten, Neji, you both must join in as well. Teacher Guy commanded, but Tenten and Neji merely rolled their eyes. Soon, under Lee's guidance, Naruto arrived at the training spot. Upon seeing Naruto, Teacher Guy erupted into laughter. Indeed, I have chosen well. Naruto, Lee. I see youth and vitality in both of you. Come, let us do push-ups together, followed by a 50-kilometer run. As Teacher Guy urged Naruto to join, Naruto was taken aback. It was well known that Teacher Guy was a beast in taijutsu, rivaling even Kakashi. Although Naruto could manage it with his current chakra, he would likely be exhausted beyond measure. Contemplating this, Naruto decided to feign indifference. Teacher Guy, you didn't summon me here just to teach me this, did you? If that is the case, I might just sneak away. As he spoke, Naruto prepared to make his exit. However, before he could take more than a few steps, Teacher Guy finally called out to him. Hey Naruto, don't be hasty. Today, I intend to choose between you and Lee to impart my most formidable taijutsu, the 8 Gates. What do you think? Are you not intrigued? Let the heartbeat of passion propel you forward. Youth and fervor shall never concede defeat, exclaimed Teacher Kai as he sprinted deeper into the forest. Upon hearing these words, Naruto's excitement surged. He had indeed been correct in his speculation. Teacher Kai was going to impart the legendary 8 Gates technique. Haha, this was a monumental gain for him. Naruto's grin widened, almost splitting his face in delight. However, just as he reveled in his joy, Lee unexpectedly spoke up. Hey Naruto-kun, although you saved me, I refuse to concede. Let us race to see who reaches Teacher Kai first. Only the victor is worthy of learning his ultimate art. Youth, passion, never give up. With that, Lee dashed after Teacher Kai, leaving Naruto to smirk in response. He couldn't help but admire the boundless energy of these two. Just as Naruto prepared to give chase, a notification rang in his mind. Ding! The host is faced with a choice. Choice 1. Defeat Lee and learn the 8 Gates technique. Task reward, Demon Wind Foot. Choice 2. Abandon the contest and allow Lee to learn the 8 Gates technique. Task reward, 3 days of bad luck. Listening to the notification, Naruto rolled his eyes in exasperation. Seriously? This is a no-brainer. Even my toes know that choice 1 is the way to go. I am determined to learn the 8 Gates. After all, it is the ultimate technique of the man who nearly kicked his way to the conclusion. As a time traveler, Naruto fully understood the prowess of the 8 Gates technique. When facing Uchiha Obito, the might guy who opened the 8 Gates was even able to instill fear in him. This clearly demonstrated the formidable nature of the technique. Although opening the 8th gate would cost one's life, Naruto, equipped with a system, held no fear. He believed that as long as he continued to undertake missions, he could undoubtedly overcome these limitations. With this resolve, Naruto swiftly pursued Lee and Teacher Kai. Meanwhile, as the three seemingly maniacal individuals vanished into the distance, Neji and Tintin exhaled in relief. Let them go wild, Tintin remarked, to which Neji nodded in agreement. In the forest, Might Guy led the charge, with Lee closely following. Meanwhile, Naruto lagged behind. Noticing Naruto's delay, Teacher Kai chuckled. Haha, it appears my good disciple Lee is excelling. The 8 Gates should rightfully belong to him. Go, Lee. The finish line is just ahead. I shall wait for you there. As Teacher Kai spoke, he quickened his pace, igniting Lee's fervor even further. Time passed swiftly, and soon Teacher Kai reached the finish line he had set. Shortly thereafter, Lee appeared before him, slightly out of breath, but ultimately not disappointing his teacher. In contrast, Naruto had vanished from sight, leaving Teacher Kai feeling somewhat helpless. Alas, it seems that Naruto is destined to be estranged from the 8 Gates. Upon concluding his statement, Teacher Guy prepared to impart the secrets of the 8 Gates to Lee. However, just as Teacher Guy believed Naruto had succumbed to defeat against Lee in their competition, a voice suddenly resonated from above in the trees. Hey, Teacher Guy, I have been waiting here for quite some time, Naruto exclaimed, leaping down from the branches. Upon catching sight of Naruto, Teacher Guy's eyes widened in astonishment. Naruto? When did you ascend the tree? How could you possibly arrive before me? This is inconceivable. I, Might Guy, cannot accept this defeat. Teacher Guy was evidently unable to reconcile the fact that Naruto had outpaced him. It is worth noting that even Kakashi had seldom triumphed over Teacher Guy, their records having always been closely matched. Now, to be bested by someone as young as his own pupil, Lee, was utterly unacceptable to Teacher Guy. As Teacher Guy questioned Naruto, the latter confidently gestured towards the depths of the forest. Hee, Teacher Guy, I anticipated your disbelief, so I marked the path in advance. If you doubt me, you may accompany me to verify. As Naruto spoke, he began to venture deeper into the woods. Although reluctant, Teacher Guy followed, eager to witness the markings left by Naruto. Teacher Guy, is it truly possible that Naruto is speaking the truth? This forest only has 2 paths, and the distances on either side are far greater than what we have traversed. Naruto could not have chosen that route. Lee interjected, shaking his head in disbelief. It was apparent that even Teacher Guy could not have circumvented the forest. After all, it was vast. And to navigate around it would require at least a day's time. Clearly, Naruto lacked the luxury of time to take a detour, eliminating all impossibilities. Only the truth remained. At this moment, Lee found himself swallowing hard, his gaze towards Naruto growing fervent. Teacher Guy, possessing a deeper understanding of the situation, fell silent, lost in thought. As the three remained in contemplation, Naruto finally arrived at a grand tree deep within the forest. He then pointed to the back of the tree and declared, "Look, Teacher Guy, I left my shuriken behind the tree, inscribed with my name and the date. You may inspect it to see if I speak falsely." Stepping aside, Naruto allowed Teacher Guy to approach the back of the tree with a mix of curiosity and skepticism. Though somewhat dim, the area behind the tree soon revealed Naruto's shuriken to Teacher Guy. Beneath the shuriken were the crooked letters and date that Naruto had etched. Upon noticing that the date was merely a few minutes prior, Teacher Guy stood frozen in disbelief. How has Naruto managed to achieve this? It is truly astonishing. In such a brief span, he has surpassed both me and Lee. He has arrived at a point beyond the finish line without any forewarning. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it. At this moment, a figure unexpectedly emerged in Kai's mind, the fourth Hokage. The yellow flash, Minato Namikaze. In his view, if anyone were capable of such a feat, it would undoubtedly be him. Yet, the fourth Hokage has been deceased for a considerable time, making this occurrence seemingly impossible. Unless Naruto has mastered the Flying Thunder God technique and possesses the innate speed of the fourth Hokage. However, what he does not realize is that Naruto's achievement is entirely attributed to the power of the Nine Tails. Earlier, while Lee and Kai were still striving to run, Naruto had already tapped into the chakra of the Nine Tails. Simultaneously, as he utilized this chakra, both his armed and observation haki were activated. With these augmentations, Naruto's speed was nearly akin to flight, explaining how he arrived before them. "Haha, Kai-sensei, see? I was lying. Can you now teach me the 8 gates?" At this moment, as Kai was momentarily lost in thought, Naruto spoke once more. Hearing Naruto's voice, Kai finally regained his focus. Although he felt a tinge of frustration, he nodded in agreement. "All right. Truly, you are Naruto. Now, I shall teach you the 8 gates. Lee, you should join as well. Follow along and learn diligently." Kai was prepared to commence his explanation. However, at that moment, Naruto could not help but roll his eyes. "Come on, Kai-sensei. Is this really how you want to do this? Since you've already decided to teach us both, why create a competition? Isn't that rather redundant?" Naruto complained. But Kai suddenly broke into a wide grin. "Ha ha ha. I never said I would teach only one of you. You heard that, didn't you, Lee?" Naruto retorted. Seeing this, Kai attempted to playfully evade the issue, responding, "Ahem, did I say that? I don't recall. All right, enough of this youthful folly. Let us begin the lesson on the 8 gates. I will teach only once, so you must learn attentively." As Kai began to earnestly explain the principles of the 8 gates, Naruto, who had already possessed considerable knowledge about them from his previous life, albeit in a world devoid of chakra, quickly grasped the concepts. Within less than an hour, he had mastered the technique to open the first gate. In contrast, Lee lagged significantly behind, barely making any progress. Witnessing this, Kai could not help but sigh. "Phew, Kai-sensei, I believe I can open the second gate now." As Naruto spoke, he attempted to unlock the second gate. Seeing this, Teacher Kai looked at him with curiosity. Clearly surprised by Naruto's rapid progress and training, which even exceeded his own expectations. It is worth noting that Naruto is not like Lee, who specializes solely in taijutsu. Nevertheless, Naruto's ability to master this physical technique far surpasses that of Lee, who dedicates himself to it. This was enough to earn Naruto a newfound respect from Kai. "Very well. Allow me to be your opponent." Upon noticing Naruto had grasped the fundamentals of opening the second gate, Teacher Kai was eager to test Naruto's abilities. However, just as Kai prepared to engage, Naruto unexpectedly opened the third gate. Witnessing Naruto silently unlock the third gate left Kai in utter astonishment. Yet, the surprises did not end there. Naruto's aura continued to surge ominously. Observing this display, even Teacher Kai couldn't help but furrow his brow. "Enough, Naruto. Your body may not withstand this. Do not force yourself to open any more gates." Out of concern for Naruto's safety, Kai urged caution. He fully understood the implications of the 8 gates. While this technique is powerful, it comes at the cost of one's life. And he did not wish for Naruto to proceed any further. However, at that moment, Naruto disregarded his warnings and continued to unlock the fourth and fifth gates. Fifth gate. The door of limit opening. With the opening of the fifth gate, Naruto's aura had escalated to a terrifying level. Witnessing Naruto's ascendance, Lee was left in sheer disbelief. In contrast, Teacher Kai's expression was grave. He perceived that Naruto's reckless unlocking of the fifth gate was perilous. If he had the means to intervene, he would have stopped Naruto long ago. For now, he could only watch in silence, hoping that Naruto would refrain from pushing further. Just as Kai remained fixated on Naruto, ready to act if necessary, Naruto bellowed once more. Sixth gate. The door of view. Open. Naruto's voice, though not loud, resonated through the surrounding flora. Upon hearing his call, nearby animals scurried away, clearly sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from Naruto. Observing this scene, even Lee felt a twinge of envy. What sheer determination. Naruto, you are incredible. I must learn from you. No, I too must strive harder. After declaring this, Lee began to emulate Naruto's training. Just as Lee's words faded, a glimmer ignited in Naruto's eyes. With chakra fervently burning within him, Naruto decisively unleashed a powerful kick. Boom! With a thunderous sound, Naruto, having opened the sixth gate, propelled a massive tree before him as if it were a mere projectile, sending it soaring deep into the forest. Oh no, is he going to lose control? Teacher Kai's concern grew as he observed Naruto frantically launching attacks in his frenzy. Just as Master Kai assumed Naruto would lose consciousness, the boy suddenly leaped into the sky. I shall kick open the very heavens. Who else dares challenge me? Who else? Naruto's roars, infused with chakra, reverberated across vast distances, reaching even the village. Many frowned upon hearing his voice. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade, the fifth Hokage, had been resting when the distant commotion from the forest drew her attention. Concerned, she immediately dispatched Kakashi to investigate. Without delay, Kakashi set off with Sakura and Sasuke in tow. Upon arriving at the source of the disturbance, they were met with a startling sight. Naruto, enveloped in a swirling aura of chakra, stood opposite Might Guy, who had already activated the sixth gate of the 8 inner gates. Earlier, after Naruto's defiant outburst, he had descended into a berserk state. To subdue him, Guy had no choice but to unleash the sixth gate. Now, the two clashed violently, their blows shaking the forest. Even Kakashi, usually composed, furrowed his brow at the spectacle. Beside him, Sasuke wore an expression of disbelief, his frustration mounting as he witnessed Naruto, the so-called eternal loser, matching Guy's strength. How is this possible? Has this dead last really reached Jonin-level power? The thought gnawed at him. The pride of the elite student stung by the underdog's sudden rise. Sakura, though equally stunned, was more preoccupied with concern for Naruto. His current state was clearly unstable, and she feared the consequences if this continued. As she fretted, Kakashi made his decision. Sakura, Sasuke, take Rock Lee and retreat, now. Leave Naruto and Guy to me. At his command, the two swiftly moved to evacuate Lee. Once they were clear, Kakashi charged toward the battlefield, his Sharingan flaring to life. He couldn't afford hesitation. Both combatants were masters of taijutsu at the sixth gate, their power rivaling that of a Kage. A single misstep could prove fatal. Determined to prevent disaster, Kakashi steeled himself. Manjiki Sharingan activate. With a sharp exhale, he unleashed his ultimate technique, casting a genjutsu upon Naruto and Guy in a desperate bid to halt their rampage. Although it was impossible to completely hypnotize Kai and Naruto in their current state, at least it could slow their movements. As Naruto and Kai began to succumb to the effects of the hypnosis, Kakashi seized the opportunity to rush towards them. Lightning Cutter. As Kakashi reached Naruto, he suddenly unleashed his signature technique, the Lightning Cutter. The strike landed precisely on the back of Naruto's head, rendering him nearly unconscious, and his chakra began to dissipate. Witnessing this, Kakashi finally exhaled in relief. Hey Kai, you shouldn't need my assistance any longer. Quickly, cease your actions. Kakashi had caught the collapsing Naruto and then called out to Kai. Upon hearing Kakashi's voice, Kai gradually withdrew his chakra, regaining his composure. Cough, cough. This kid is too worrisome. I nearly had to open the seventh gate. Now rational, Kai felt a pang of regret, questioning whether teaching Naruto the 8 gates technique had been wise. However, now was not the time for such thoughts. As Kakashi swiftly carried the unconscious Naruto back towards the village. Concerned for Naruto's safety, Kai hurriedly followed. Meanwhile, in the forest, Sakura and Sasuke encountered a group of unwelcome guests, who were eyeing Sasuke with malicious intent. Who are you? This is the territory of Konoha. Leave at once if you wish to avoid death. Sasuke coldly addressed the group, but they merely laughed in response. Haha, Sasuke, have you forgotten the blood feud of your clan? What are you doing now? How do you expect to defeat Itachi Uchiha in your current state? Do you still desire vengeance? Their words struck at the core of Sasuke's eternal pain, causing him to tremble. Look at their forehead protectors. They're from the Sound Village. Followers of Orochimaru. Just as Sasuke's thoughts were clouded by their taunts, Sakura recognized the insignia on their headbands. She remembered it vividly from when Orochimaru had slain the third Hokage. Seeing those sound ninjas again filled Sakura with an inexplicable dread. Beside her, despite his fervor, Lee dared not act recklessly in the face of such foes. Additionally, they were outnumbered, as there were 4 enemies and only 3 of them, with Sasuke still distracted. Sakura. We might not stand a chance against them. What should we do? Lee sensed the precariousness of their situation and turned to Sakura for guidance. Clearly, the sudden appearance of these individuals was not a mere coincidence. If a confrontation were to ensue, the outcome was uncertain. As Sakura and Lee found themselves engulfed in worry, Sasuke clenched his fists and sprang into action without a moment's hesitation. Damn it! Do not utter that name in my presence. You worthless scum. Go to hell. At that moment, Sasuke was consumed by his hatred, and without a second thought, he charged straight into the midst of the Sound Four. Witnessing Sasuke's sudden assault, Sakura and Lee felt a sense of helplessness. Just as they prepared to assist him, Sasuke coldly admonished them, "Stay out of my way. Return to the village and summon help. I will hold them off." Although blinded by rage, Sasuke still retained a sliver of clarity. He knew he could not allow Sakura and Lee to fall into danger. Thus, he intended to send them away while he faced the Sound Four alone. However, as Sasuke urged Sakura and Lee to leave, Sakura shook her head defiantly. "No, Sasuke-kun, it's too perilous for you to stay alone. We are comrades. I will stay and fight by your side." With that, Sakura prepared to engage. Yet, before she could take a few steps forward, Sasuke's voice rang out again. Icy and resolute. "Help me? With your meager strength? Your presence would only hinder me. Without you, I could perhaps perform even better. Hurry and leave." As he spoke, a shuriken flew past, landing at Sakura's feet, forcing her to retreat. Though reluctant, Sakura ultimately chose to halt her advance. Lee, who had initially intended to join the fray, found himself compelled to depart alongside Sakura upon witnessing the scene. As the two departed, the Sound Four seemed utterly indifferent to their presence. They had no intention of pursuing them, their focus entirely locked onto Sasuke. They had come at Orochimaru's behest, specifically seeking Sasuke. Thus, apart from him, they had no desire to engage with anyone else. Originally, they had planned to infiltrate the village in search of Sasuke, so encountering him here was fortuitous for them. Is every member of the Uchiha clan this fiery? As the Sound Four fixed their gaze upon Sasuke, he unleashed a great fireball technique toward them, following a resounding explosion. He had hoped to catch them off guard. Yet, it was swiftly intercepted by the Sound Four. It must be noted that at this time, the strength of the Sound Four far surpassed Sasuke's. Thus, his attack was akin to child's play for them. I truly cannot fathom what Lord Orochimaru sees in this fellow. Is it merely because he possesses the Sharingan and hails from the Uchiha clan? With a dismissive tone, Kadamaru, the most mischievous of the Sound Four, voiced his thoughts. From his words, Sasuke sensed a profound disdain, which only fueled his fury further. He had already been troubled by Naruto surpassing him, and now his anger reached a boiling point. Soon, Sasuke launched another assault, this time even activating his Sharingan to engage in combat. However, no matter how fiercely he struggled, it appeared futile before the 4 sound ninjas. Before long, Sasuke found himself toyed with, until a significant portion of his chakra was depleted, ultimately forcing him back against a large tree. Hey, you're far too weak, aren't you? Lord Orochimaru must have made a mistake. Let us take this waste back. What a waste of time. Gatemeru taunted Sasuke once more. Yet, just as his words fell, the cursed seal on Sasuke's body began to glow. In the next moment, Sasuke seemed intent on utilizing the cursed seal to continue his attack, but before he could act, he was once again pinned to the ground. TSK, did you think you were the only one with a cursed seal? The speaker was Zikin, the strongest among the sound ninjas, a veritable monster in his own right. At that moment, a curse seal manifested on his body as well, leaving Sasuke momentarily bewildered. Foolish one. Have you forgotten what you ought to do? Staying in this place will only hinder your growth. Do you wish to pursue power? Then cast aside everything here. Follow Lord Orochimaru, like us, or you shall remain a mere waste forever. Zikin concluded his taunt with a kick to Sasuke's body. The next moment, as Sasuke attempted to retort, the sound ninjas vanished from sight. Clearly, their appearance was to provoke the hatred within Sasuke, forcing him to make a choice. At that moment, Sasuke comprehended the disparity in their strength. Every thought of Itachi's gaze ignited an uncontrollable fury within him. Coupled with Naruto's recent progress, Sasuke felt an even more desperate urge to grow stronger. No, I cannot remain in the village any longer. I must become stronger, he resolved inwardly. Then, mustering his strength, he disappeared into the darkness. Meanwhile, Sakura and Lee intended to return to the village to seek help for Sasuke. However, before they could reach the village, Sasuke caught up with them from behind. Upon seeing Sasuke, Sakura's face lit up with joy, yet Sasuke remained colder than before. Not a single word was exchanged until they returned to the village. By this time, night had fallen, and Naruto, under Tsunade's treatment, had already regained consciousness. Lying on the hospital bed, Naruto faced a barrage of scolding from Tsunade. Naruto, if you act recklessly again, I'll break your legs. With that fierce warning, Tsunade vanished down the corridor. Once she departed, Naruto chuckled sheepishly, especially delighted at having mastered the strongest taijutsu, the 8 gates. However, while Naruto lay on the hospital bed, reveling in his thoughts, he suddenly caught a glimpse of Sasuke's figure outside the window. Seeing Sasuke, Naruto couldn't help but click his tongue. In Naruto's recollection, the ensuing events should lead to Sasuke's departure from Konoha. Yet, due to his own transference, the world here had deviated from the original storyline. Naruto was uncertain about the events that lay ahead. Nevertheless, he resolved not to drastically alter the original narrative. After all, should the plot deviate too significantly, he would find it exceedingly challenging to maintain control over the situation. Despite the advantages bestowed by the system, which alleviated concerns about insurmountable troubles, he recognized that prudence was paramount until he matured. Although the system would expedite his growth considerably, it could not shield him from the formidable adversaries in this world. Take, for instance, the Akatsuki, who covet the beast within him, or the likes of Danzō and Orochimaru. Their formidable prowess was beyond Naruto's current capacity to contend with. Thus he wished to avoid any unforeseen complications until he was adequately prepared. After casting a glance at Sasuke's silhouette outside, Naruto decisively reclined, ready to indulge in a restful slumber. Meanwhile, Sakura had approached Kakashi. Did you encounter any sound ninja outside the village? They did not attack you, did they? Kakashi furrowed his brow upon hearing Sakura recount previous events. Sakura then relayed the entirety of the occurrences. Upon learning that Sasuke had faced the sound ninja alone and had managed to retreat unscathed, Kakashi's confusion deepened. To uncover the truth, he resolved to seek out Sasuke for clarification. After reporting the situation to Kakashi, Sakura made her way to Naruto's hospital room. Standing at the door, she hesitated, momentarily unsure whether to enter. Just then, Naruto's voice resonated from within the room. Is that you, Sakura? Come in. Having already sensed her presence with his observation haki, he called out decisively. Realizing she had been discovered, Sakura stepped inside. Naruto, are you alright? She asked, gazing at him and recalling the moment he had opened the 6th gate. Compared to the Naruto of that time, the current Naruto seemed like an entirely different person. Haha. Of course I'm fine. I'm completely healed. If it weren't for that old hag Tsunade preventing me from leaving, I would have returned already. As he spoke, Naruto sat up with vigor. Yet, as he prepared to showcase his robust physique, he noticed tears welling in Sakura's eyes. Despite her efforts to suppress them, a few tears slid down her cheeks. Seeing Sakura's tear-streaked face left Naruto momentarily stunned. Hey, Sakura, don't cry. Is it about Sasuke again? That guy is just hopeless. Don't worry, with me around, he'll be just fine. Naruto understood that Sakura had come seeking his assistance in persuading Sasuke. As his words settled, Sakura nodded earnestly. Naruto, thank you. Sasuke is our comrade, and I do not wish for him to stray down the wrong path. Sakura finally articulated her thoughts, and upon hearing her words, Naruto nodded slightly. Rest assured, with me around, nothing will go awry. If that fool strays from the path, I shall break his legs. Naruto confidently patted his chest, exuding even more self-assurance than the Naruto from the original tale. This newfound confidence stemmed from the myriad conveniences afforded by the system. At that moment, as Naruto conversed with Sakura, a sudden notification echoed in his mind. Ding! The host is faced with a choice. Option 1. Forge a bond of camaraderie. Task reward. Copy ninja techniques. Option 2. Disregard the bond of friendship. Task reward. Instant demise. Note: this task is a main storyline quest. Listening to the prompt in his mind, Naruto was momentarily taken aback. This time, the system even provided an annotation, compelling him to take it seriously. A bond of camaraderie? Isn't that the very essence of being a Hokage? Without the bonds between comrades, the concept of Hokage would cease to exist. It is evident what the right choice is, and do I even have a choice? Choosing option 2 would lead to my death, wouldn't it? Damn this obstructive system. I choose option 1. After cursing the system, Naruto decisively opted for the first choice. Upon making his decision, the information regarding the copying of ninja techniques surged into his mind, accompanied by the earlier reward of the Demon Wind Shuriken. Receiving such an immense influx of information at once made Naruto shudder. Copy ninja techniques? Could it rival Kakashi-sensei's Sharingan? I wonder how far I can take this. At that moment, Naruto was eager to find someone to test this newfound ability on, but regrettably, only Sakura was present. Moreover, Sakura's ninjutsu skills were currently lacking, making her an unsuitable candidate for copying. As for the other reward, the Demon Wind Shuriken, that was impressive. If memory serves, it was one of Sanji's signature techniques, also a form of physical combat. Although Naruto had already mastered the formidable Eight Gates technique and deemed the Demon Wind Shuriken beneath him, he couldn't just activate the Eight Gates against anyone, or his life would likely be forfeit. With the Demon Wind Shuriken, however, he could effectively deal with ordinary foes. With this thought, a smile crept across Naruto's face. Naruto-kun? What are you thinking? Your expression resembles that of Jiraiya-sensei, Sakura remarked, recognizing Jiraiya's notorious nature. And given Naruto's time spent with him, she couldn't help but draw a connection between the two. As Sakura gazed at Naruto with a look of disdain, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Don't get the wrong idea. I'm not thinking of anything else. I'm just hungry and want to eat at Ichiraku Ramen. With that, Naruto leapt off the bed, heading straight for the window. Sakura, I'll treat you to ramen, he called out as he jumped out first. Sakura, feeling somewhat helpless, decided to follow suit. She certainly did not wish for Naruto to be wandering about at such a late hour. It was imperative that she urged him to finish quickly and return home. As Naruto and Sakura rushed towards Ichiraku Ramen, Sasuke had already departed from his residence. When Kakashi arrived at Sasuke's home, it was evident that no one was there. Sasuke had been gone for some time, and pursuing him now would likely be futile. With this realization, Kakashi had no choice but to report the matter to Tsunade, allowing her, as the Hokage, to make the final decision. On the outskirts of the Hidden Leaf Village, Sasuke had joined forces with the Sound Four. After administering a certain drug to Sasuke, they sealed him within a large barrel. Everything seemed to proceed smoothly, without any hindrances. The Sound Four initially believed they could effortlessly bring Sasuke back to become Orochimaru's vessel. However, upon learning of this situation, Tsunade promptly summoned Shikamaru, who had just been promoted to Chunin. Kakashi would have been the ideal candidate for this task, but after reporting the situation, he had left to undertake other missions. Thus, in the absence of other available ninjas in the village, it fell upon Shikamaru to carry out the mission. Once assigned, Shikamaru quickly contacted Neji, Choji, and Kiba. After gathering the group, they prepared to locate Naruto and subsequently set out to retrieve Sasuke. However, upon arriving at Naruto's residence, they found him conspicuously absent, which caused Shikamaru great concern. Meanwhile, Naruto had recently finished his ramen meal. He had intended to engage in conversation with Uncle Ichiraku, perhaps inquiring if he was a hidden boss, but ultimately, Sakura had dragged him out and taken him home. As Naruto and Sakura were on their way back, they encountered members of the Root Organization. Thus, Naruto was taken away from Sakura's side. The Root Organization, shrouded in secrecy and managed by Danzō, swiftly brought Naruto to their clandestine headquarters. Upon entering this place, Naruto felt a sense of unease. Although he had visited once before, he had little recollection of it. It was evident that an ominous presence had been watching him closely. Had he not revealed his awakening of the Uzumaki clan's bloodline during his previous visit, escaping would have likely been impossible. Now, as Danzō summoned him to this location, Naruto was wary of what tricks the old man might be up to. Upon finally navigating the labyrinthine halls, Naruto came face to face with Danzō. However, as he lifted his gaze to Danzō, he noticed a glimmer of excitement on the elder's face, which made Naruto quite uncomfortable. "Ah, you finally arrived. I have been waiting for you for quite some time," Danzō exclaimed in the secret chamber of the Root Organization. "Waiting for me? Why would you wait for me at this hour? I'm not here to lull anyone to sleep. And what are you doing awake at such a late hour, just feeding mosquitoes?" As Naruto spoke, he comfortably settled himself into a seat. However, upon hearing Naruto's words, Danzō could not help but let out a cold snort. "Hmph. I summoned you here to fulfill my ambitions. Come, allow me to show you something." As Danzō uttered these words, he strode towards a pitch-black cabinet. Just as he was about to open the cabinet to reveal its contents to Naruto, the latter interjected once more. You want to show me something? Let me guess. It wouldn't happen to be the Sharingan, would it? Naruto was well aware that Danzō had extracted the Sharingan from the Uchiha clan. This matter was a colossal secret for anyone. At that moment, Danzō was taken aback by Naruto's revelation, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. If this information were to become public, the repercussions would be unimaginable. Thus, Danzō cast a suspicious glance at Naruto, feeling an unsettling sensation as if Naruto had seen through him. This feeling was deeply discomforting for him, a man who had always held the power of secrets over others. The tables had turned, igniting a simmering fury within Danzō. How do you know? Danzō questioned with a cold gaze. Oh, just a guess. Haha. Did I hit the nail on the head? So, your summons to me isn't also related to the Sharingan, is it? Naruto boldly continued, emboldened by the trump cards he possessed. With just the 8 gates technique alone, he felt sufficiently confident to stand firm before Danzō, not to mention his other skills, such as the recently acquired ability to replicate jutsu, his haki, and the demon wind shuriken. Any of these techniques would suffice to contend with Danzō. Moreover, even if he were unable to defeat him, he felt assured of his ability to escape. Thus, Naruto was utterly unafraid of Danzō at that moment. Hey, your guess is surprisingly accurate. Thus, I cannot allow you to leave. As Danzō spoke, he directly opened the ominous cabinet. By the faint light, Naruto quickly discerned that the cabinet contained numerous glass vials. Within these vials was a peculiar liquid, and suspended within it were several Sharingan, floating as if in a trance. Clearly, Naruto's earlier speculation was correct. Danzō had yet to transplant the Sharingan into his own arm. Gazing at the multitude of Sharingan, Naruto furrowed his brow. What's the matter? Are you scared? Danzō laughed maniacally. I just had a thought. Perhaps the Uzumaki bloodline within you can aid me. The Uzumaki clan possesses remarkable regenerative abilities, combined with the cells of the Senju clan. This would surely empower me beyond measure. At this juncture, Danzō's expression morphed into a grotesque visage, appearing exceedingly menacing. Had this occurred not long ago, Naruto might have felt trepidation. However, the current Naruto exhibited no fear whatsoever. Observing Danzō's ghastly countenance, a smirk crept upon Naruto's lips. I knew it, you old fiend harboring sinister intentions. Your impatience is rather palpable. However, if you aspire to extract the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan from my very being, you may be overly ambitious. Naruto remained remarkably composed, seemingly dismissing Danzō's words entirely, which only served to infuriate Danzō further. Is that so? Allow me to demonstrate my prowess. As Danzō spoke, he was already poised to strike at Naruto. In that moment, Naruto recalled the replication technique he had recently acquired. Clearly, this old man Danzō would serve as an excellent practice target. Thus, as Danzō initiated his assault, Naruto swiftly employed the replication ninjutsu, wind release, vacuum wave. Just as Naruto prepared to replicate Danzō's technique, Danzō decisively opened his mouth. In an instant, an immensely powerful aura erupted forth, hurtling towards Naruto with ferocity. Witnessing that formidable force slicing towards him like a razor-sharp ice blade, Naruto had no choice but to evade with all his might. Amidst his evasive maneuvers, the replication ninjutsu finally activated. Soon, the hand seals that Danzō had previously executed for his wind release were mirrored by Naruto. Consequently, Naruto began to replicate Danzō's ninjutsu seals with precision. It's merely wind release. I can do that too. In an instant, Naruto adeptly replicated Danzō's ninjutsu and decisively unleashed it against him. At that moment, two formidable energies collided in midair, producing a deafening sound that caused the ground to tremble. Witnessing this spectacle, Danzō was momentarily taken aback. It is worth noting that the wind release, vacuum wave, was a technique he had solely devised and had never imparted to anyone. Now, seeing Naruto wield the same ninjutsu left him furrowing his brow in disbelief. How could you possibly know my wind release? Danzō exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment, as if demanding an explanation from Naruto. However, Naruto could not help but chuckle at this. Danzō, how do you feel now? Do you still think I'm easy to deal with? Did you really believe I was oblivious to your thoughts? I have long seen through your intentions. So spare me the act. I shall defeat you using your most cherished technique. As Naruto spoke, he began to employ the replicated ninjutsu once more, aiming at Danzō, who, undeterred, believed Naruto was merely attempting to deceive him. Quickly, Danzō formed hand seals once again to execute his most skilled technique. I refuse to believe that you can replicate the same ninjutsu again. He thought that perhaps the wind release, vacuum wave was too rudimentary for Naruto to comprehend. Thus, he resorted to his signature move, wind release, vacuum great sphere. With a fierce shout, a colossal sphere of high-pressure wind materialized before him. As soon as the sphere emerged, the surrounding objects began to tremble, with some shattering under the sheer force, clearly showcasing its immense power. This ninjutsu resembles the Rasengan, Naruto mused. Alright, let's continue to replicate. Following Danzō's method of forming seals, Naruto unleashed the wind release, vacuum great sphere technique. In an instant, two massive spheres of high-pressure wind appeared in the room, nearly tearing it apart. Not far away, as Danzō observed Naruto successfully employing his signature technique once more, a grave expression crossed his face. Impossible. This is absolutely inconceivable. Die. Naruto. Danzō, clearly flustered, shouted and propelled the wind sphere toward Naruto. In response, Naruto mirrored his actions, and once again, the two enormous spheres collided. However, this time the explosion was far more intense, resulting in the roof of the room being blown apart. After the blast, Naruto remained steadfast in his position, while Danzō collapsed to his knees, straining to maintain his composure. Cough, cough. How could this happen? Why is this so? Danzō struggled to lift his head and gaze at Naruto, filled with countless questions yet devoid of answers. As Danzō stared at him, Naruto smiled. Well, Danzō, how does it feel to be defeated by your own ninjutsu? Do you not feel a sense of frustration? Allow me to share a secret with you. I have just refined your ninjutsu. This is precisely why you find yourself in such a dire predicament. As Naruto spoke these words, the expression of fear surfaced on Danzō's face. Clearly, he had never anticipated that Naruto could discern his ninjutsu in such a brief period. The fact that Naruto even managed to modify the technique while employing it demonstrated a level of skill that perhaps even the second Hokage could not claim. It is widely recognized that the second Hokage was the foremost master of creating ninjutsu. Nevertheless, even he required considerable time to develop new techniques. Yet, Naruto's ability to enhance ninjutsu in a short span can only be described as prodigious. Could it be that this young man, having inherited the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, has awakened such remarkable talent? Danzō fixed his gaze upon Naruto, contemplating this notion. What he did not realize, however, was that Naruto's enhancement merely involved infusing the wind release, vacuum great sphere with an aura of dominance. Furthermore, Naruto had tapped into the chakra of the Nine Tails. Without the augmentation of the Nine Tails chakra, Naruto would have been utterly incapable of defeating Danzō on his own. It is essential to understand that even with identical ninjutsu, the potency varies due to the distinct chakra unique to each individual. Danzō, having lived for so many years, was a seasoned ninja indeed. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that his power approached that of a Kage. In contrast, Naruto's true strength paled in comparison, compelling him to rely on the chakra of the Nine Tails to execute this blow. Alas, who would have thought? Truly unexpected. I, Danzō, have been bested by a mere child. Naruto, you have indeed surpassed my expectations. Perhaps I was mistaken from the very beginning. After a prolonged silence, Danzō finally shook his head. He then slowly closed his eyes, appearing to await his demise. Come now, if you wish to kill me, then do so. In that moment of closure, Danzō exuded an eerie calmness. Yet, just as he assumed Naruto would strike him down, Naruto shook his head. No, your fate does not end here. I will not take your life. However, should you harbor any ill intentions toward me in the future, I assure you I will render you powerless. With that, Naruto turned and departed from the headquarters of Root. As he watched Naruto's retreating figure, Danzō felt a tumult of emotions within him. And how could Naruto feel any differently? After all, it was Danzō who indirectly caused the demise of his parents, a grievance forever etched in Naruto's memory. Nevertheless, Naruto would not resort to killing Danzō, for such an act might precipitate a significant deviation in the storyline. Should the divergence become too pronounced, everything could spiral uncontrollably. Thus, for his own safety, Naruto resolved to spare him this time. After all, Danzō posed little threat to him. Today, I owe my success to this replicated ninjutsu. This technique is truly remarkable. It seems I must delve deeper into its principles. As Naruto departed the Root headquarters, he began to mutter to himself along the way. As Naruto strolled down the street, preparing to return home, a figure suddenly descended from the sky. Naruto, I've been searching for you for ages. How can you be here leisurely walking about? Come with me to the village entrance. We must bring Sasuke back. Upon the figure landing before him, Naruto recognized it was Shikamaru. After hearing Shikamaru's words, Naruto responded with a simple, "Oh, and followed him. Soon, they gathered all the chosen allies at the village entrance, where Shikamaru began to strategize. Just as Shikamaru completed his tactical briefing and was ready to set off, Sakura's silhouette appeared behind Naruto. "Naruto-kun, please bring Sasuke back, and take care of yourself." Seeing the slight redness in Sakura's eyes, Naruto understood her unspoken thoughts. Although he didn't harbor strong feelings for Sakura, he nodded in acknowledgement. "Don't worry, if possible. I will definitely bring back the stubborn one." Naruto's response was somewhat ambiguous. He did not give a direct promise, for he was acutely aware of the unfolding narrative. This time, it was impossible for Sasuke to return with him. Despite Naruto's current strength to bring him back, he was reluctant to do so. Firstly, such an action would alter the storyline and create uncontrollable circumstances. Secondly, it was a form of protection for Sasuke. Naruto understood Sasuke's mindset well. A rebellious soul like him would struggle to bear the presence of someone stronger. Forcing him back and making him witness Naruto's growth daily would inevitably drive him to madness. Rather than allowing him to remain in the village, consumed by jealousy, it was wiser to let him grow stronger in his own way. This approach would not only further the plot but also spare the village considerable trouble. With these thoughts in mind, Naruto finally turned and ran alongside Shikamaru and the others towards the village's outskirts. Shortly after leaving the village, the five of them quickened their pace. With Kiba and Akamaru accompanying them, tracking their target proved to be remarkably smooth. Following the trail of chakra, they soon ventured deep into the forest. "It should be just ahead," Kiba remarked, glancing at Akamaru, discerning their location from the latter's behavior. Upon hearing Kiba's words, Shikamaru reiterated the earlier strategy. However, just as Shikamaru and the others prepared to continue their pursuit, Naruto abruptly halted. "Naruto, what are you doing? Hurry up," shouted CHG, bewildered by Naruto's sudden stop. Just then, Naruto raised his hand towards them. "You all go ahead. I'll be right there." With that, Naruto dashed towards a nearby stream. Seeing this, CHG intended to chase after Naruto to call him back, but he was soon halted by Shikamaru. "CHG, don't worry about Naruto. I can sense that there are others over there. Naruto must have sensed something amiss to go there. Our current objective is Sasuke. As for Naruto, he'll have to manage on his own." After casting a glance in the direction where Naruto had vanished, Shikamaru resolutely surged forward. Meanwhile, Naruto quickly arrived at the riverbank. Although the place was deserted, he remained highly vigilant. Upon activating his observation haki earlier, Naruto had already detected two figures lurking by the water's edge. This was precisely the reason for his separation from Shikamaru and the others. Standing by the river, Naruto silently gazed at the water's surface, and after a prolonged moment, he finally spoke. "Hey, aren't you tired of hiding in the water? Oh, I forgot, you can transform into a shark. By the way, I'm craving shark fins. Could you perhaps fetch some for me?" Naruto remarked casually. Just then, the water in the river began to churn violently. As the river swelled, a towering column of water soon formed. Above the water column, a figure resembling a shark gradually emerged. "TSK, this little brat can actually sense us with precision. Could it be that he possesses sensing ninjutsu?" As the figure appeared above the water column, he addressed Naruto. By the time he finished speaking, another figure finally materialized on the great tree across the river. Seeing this second figure, Naruto instinctively heightened his guard. The reason for his increased vigilance was that the individual facing him was not an easy adversary. "Itachi Uchiha, Kisame Hashigaki, the Akatsuki organization has sent you to capture me, hasn't it? However, I regret to inform you that you shall not succeed today," Naruto declared, shrugging his shoulders in resignation. If it were anyone else, encountering two members of the Akatsuki would likely provoke a far more frantic response. Naruto's demeanor, however, surprised Itachi Uchiha. Itachi was renowned as one of the most exceptional ninjas of the Uchiha clan, possessing formidable insight. Observing Naruto's calm expression, he too began to harbor doubts. What a coincidence. "Naruto, it's quite surprising that you dared to come alone. Aren't you afraid? This is not Konoha. No one will come to your aid. Thus, capturing you would be a trivial task." As Itachi spoke, he had already prepared Kisame to take action. In his eyes, Naruto was merely a child of little consequence. Although he had sensed something unique about Naruto during their previous encounter, it did not alter Itachi's perception. Just as Kisame was slowly approaching the riverbank, poised to strike at Naruto, the latter suddenly burst into laughter. Itachi, I wager you won't be able to capture me, because if you do, no one will be able to save your brother." Naruto possessed a profound understanding of Itachi, having studied the narrative of their past lives. For Itachi, His brother Sasuke was akin to a weakness. To protect Sasuke, he had borne the weight of infamy for so long, a testament to his affection for his sibling. It was precisely this affection that became Naruto's greatest bargaining chip. Had he not been intimately familiar with Itachi, he would never have ventured forth so boldly. Although Naruto has grown considerably stronger, facing two formidable members of the Akatsuki simultaneously is no simple feat, even with Kakashi's presence. It would be exceedingly difficult to gain any advantage. At that moment, when Naruto mentioned Itachi's younger brother, Sasuke, Itachi's expression remained unchanged, yet his pupils noticeably constricted. While others might overlook this subtle shift, it was easily perceptible to Naruto, who possessed the keen observation abilities of Kenbunshika Haki. Sensing Itachi's unusual reaction only bolstered Naruto's confidence. "Hey kid, what nonsense are you spouting? You don't need Itachi to capture you. I can handle it myself. Now come along quietly." As Naruto gazed at Itachi, Kisame finally spoke up, advancing towards Naruto, ready to strike at any moment. However, just as Kisame was about to engage, Itachi called out to him. "Naruto, are you attempting to buy time? Using that useless Sasuke won't affect me." Itachi maintained his facade of calmness, yet as his words fell, Naruto erupted into laughter. "Haha, is that so? Very well, I shall surrender. But when Sasuke becomes Orochimaru's vessel, don't say I didn't warn you." At this moment, Naruto revealed Sasuke's precarious situation. Upon hearing Orochimaru's name, Itachi's brow furrowed in concern. Orochimaru had once been his teammate, and Itachi knew all too well the dark fate that awaited Sasuke should he fall into Orochimaru's clutches. The thought of Orochimaru's twisted nature and his insatiable desire for the Sharingan filled Itachi with apprehension. Nevertheless, he maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, concealing his inner turmoil even from Kisame. After a prolonged silence, as Kisame grew impatient and prepared to act, Itachi's pupils suddenly shifted. Sensing Itachi activating his Sharingan, Kisame instinctively became alert. As Itachi's teammate, Kisame was well acquainted with his tendencies. Typically, Itachi exhibited no emotional fluctuations. If he were to act out of character, it was certain that something dreadful was about to unfold. As Kisame sensed Itachi's intent to confront Naruto personally, Itachi finally sprang into action. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Naruto, gently placing a hand on his shoulder. "Huh, just like that? How anticlimactic. I was eager to test the strength of the tailed beast within this brat." Kisame's disappointment was palpable, as he had been prepared for a battle with the Nine Tails. However, just when Kisame believed Itachi had subdued Naruto and that his own involvement was unnecessary, Itachi executed a surprising maneuver. Standing before Naruto, he lowered his head slightly and decisively pushed Naruto away. Propelled by the force of the push, Naruto leaped onto a nearby tree, perched atop the branches. He exchanged a meaningful glance with Itachi before resolutely choosing to retreat. As the situation unfolded, Kisame grew increasingly anxious. He intended to rush forward and recapture Naruto. But just as he made a move, Itachi stood in his way. "What are you doing, Itachi? Are you contemplating departing from the organization like Orochimaru? If that is the case, I will have no choice but to eliminate you right here." Kisame's demeanor suddenly shifted to one of seriousness. To him, disobeying the orders of the Akatsuki leader constituted treachery. Despite his satisfaction with Itachi as a companion during their time together, he would not hesitate to deal with him if necessary. "I was eager to experience your Sharingan, Itachi." Kisame licked his lips, showing signs of excitement. Unbeknownst to him, his sword, Samahata, was already gripped tightly in his hand, its mouth agape, seemingly yearning to devour Itachi's chakra. At that moment, Itachi was fully prepared with his Sharingan. However, he refrained from employing Jinjutsu or Amaterasu against Kisame. "Kisame, I require my foolish brother's assistance to complete my Manjikyu Sharingan. Therefore, he cannot fall into Orochimaru's hands. Do you understand?" Itachi conveyed the rationale behind releasing Naruto. As Sasuke's ally, Itachi was now compelled to place his hopes in Naruto. After hearing Itachi's explanation, Kisame, though still somewhat displeased, relinquished his grip on Samahata. "You always act in ways that leave others bewildered. Very well, you can explain yourself to the leader later. By the way, was that murderous intent in your eyes directed at me, Itachi? I must admit, I am rather looking forward to our battle." At that moment, Kisame reverted to his human form, but by the time he donned his cloak adorned with red clouds, Itachi had vanished from sight. "You stand no chance against me. Had you attacked just now, you would have met your end. I am not jesting." As Itachi disappeared, his voice echoed in Kisame's ears. Kisame could not help but let out a cold chuckle. Meanwhile, after leaving Itachi and Kisame behind, Naruto activated his observation haki. With its aid, he swiftly located Shikamaru and the others. His initial departure from Shikamaru's side was motivated by a desire to avoid complicating matters during the confrontation with the Sound Ninja, fearing that Itachi and Kisame might intervene. Thus, Naruto felt compelled to meet with Itachi. Clearly, this encounter bore some fruit, as Itachi released Naruto. He entrusted Sasuke's fate to him. Naruto recalled Itachi's whispered words, "I leave my foolish brother in your care." Shaking his head, Naruto reflected on the peculiar relationship between the two brothers. In the depths of the forest, as Naruto approached, Shikamaru and the others had already sustained injuries from their battle with the four Sound Ninja. Despite Shikamaru's remarkable intellect and strategic prowess, he was still easily overwhelmed in the face of absolute power. At this moment, Shikamaru and his companions had nearly exhausted their chakra. If they continued any further, they risked being slain. Just when they were cornered into a desperate situation, Naruto finally arrived at the scene. However, despite his arrival, Shikamaru and the others felt no joy. In their eyes, Naruto's presence was inconsequential. After all, he was notoriously known as the underachiever, and although there had been whispers of his newfound strength circulating in the village, it did little to alter their perception of him. As Naruto landed before them, Shikamaru patted his shoulder and urged, "Naruto, hurry back to the village and call for reinforcements. We'll buy you some time." Shikamaru was already quite weakened, barely able to muster the strength to speak. Yet, even in his frailty, he refused to concede defeat. At that moment, the four Sound Ninja across from them suddenly burst into laughter. "TSK, another one coming to die. Haha, we must make this quick today." One of the heads behind the figure known as Zaku spoke up. Naruto was well aware of Zaku, that head belonged to his various companions. They shared a single body and possessed formidable strength, having previously caused Shikamaru and the others considerable trouble in the original story. Nevertheless, despite their prowess, Naruto regarded them with indifference. After all, he was no longer the Naruto of the original narrative with the support of the system. The Sound Ninja were mere children in comparison. Make it quick? Are you kidding? Just the four of you? You simply don't measure up. How about this? You release Sasuke, and I'll ensure you are left with intact corpses, Naruto stated earnestly, his gaze unwavering. However, his words incited the Sound Ninja to fury almost instantaneously. Zaku promptly chose to attack, charging directly at Naruto. Seeing this, Shikamaru attempted to use the shadow imitation technique to hold him back, but his injuries were too severe, and he soon collapsed to the ground. Observing this, Naruto decisively summoned a shadow clone to support him. "Don't worry, I've got this," he declared, charging towards Zaku's assault. As Naruto recklessly advanced alone, Shikamaru felt a surge of frustration. They had witnessed the Sound Ninja's strength firsthand, and he believed Naruto was no match for them. This reckless charge seemed like a death wish, risking not only Naruto's life, but also potentially squandering their chance for rescue. With that thought, Shikamaru slammed a hand against the ground. "Naruto, come back." Just as Shikamaru was engulfed in despair, Neji, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. Ever since his defeat to Naruto, he had struggled to face him. Now, seeing Naruto in danger, he felt compelled to warn him. Yet, it was evidently too late. Naruto had already come face to face with Zaku, and at that moment, Zaku's jutsu was fully prepared. In the next moment, a frenzied assault erupted nearby. In an instant, the area surrounding Naruto and his opponent was enveloped in a thick cloud of smoke. The situation within remained obscured, prompting Shikamaru to let out a resigned sigh. "Oh dear. This reckless fool. What a headache," he muttered, unable to suppress his exasperation. Just as Shikamaru feared the worst for Naruto, a tremendous explosion reverberated through the air. When Shikamaru and Neji's gazes returned to the spot where Naruto and his adversary had been, they were greeted by a large crater, with Naruto conspicuously absent, leaving only the somewhat breathless figure of his opponent. Seeing that the adversary appeared relatively unscathed, a grave expression settled on both Shikamaru and Neji's faces. "Where's Naruto? Could he possibly be dead? Who knows what that fool is up to?" Shikamaru and Neji exchanged glances of disbelief. At that moment, a figure descended from the sky. In the next instant, the stationary opponent was sent flying by a swift kick from this newcomer. Stunned, Shikamaru and Neji could only stare in astonishment. And Naruto? Where did he come from? Neji struggled to believe his own eyes. He had previously used his Byakugan to locate Naruto, yet had found nothing. The sudden appearance of Naruto left him utterly shocked, reminiscent of the time he had lost to Naruto during the Chunin exams. That guy was still alive. What on earth was happening? While Neji was momentarily dazed, Shikamaru mustered the strength to stand. He quickly observed that the opponent appeared to have sustained severe injuries. Clearly, this was the result of Naruto's actions, a fact that Shikamaru found difficult to accept. In his mind, Naruto was merely a fool, albeit one with the nine tails sealed within him, but his combat prowess had always seemed lacking. Yet here was Naruto, having defeated his opponent, an outcome that left Shikamaru incredulous. As both Shikamaru and Neji grappled with their astonishment, Naruto finally addressed the four-sound ninja once more. Hey, is this all the strength you possess? You might not be leaving today. Put down Sasuke immediately and return with me to the village to face the Elder's punishment, Naruto declared. His gaze fixed on the sound ninja, who were now visibly pale. It was well known that their strongest member was the one who had just suffered defeat. And in that moment, they realized the true extent of Naruto's capabilities. This guy is oddly formidable. In our brief skirmish, I was continuously on the defensive, one of them voiced. At that, their strongest member began explaining, and upon hearing his words, the other three furrowed their brows. It seems we have no choice but to resort to the second state of our cursed seals, one of them declared, swiftly releasing the seal upon himself. Witnessing this, the others followed suit, and as they all activated the second state of their cursed seals, the tide of battle began to shift once more. Here it comes. The techniques we just used. Naruto, be careful. In their current state, they are formidable. You must not confront them head-on. Shikamaru and Neji have suffered losses before, even now. Ino and Choji remain in a state of unconsciousness. They were injured by the second state of the Sound Four, and as Shikamaru observes the condition of the four adversaries, a sense of dread washes over him. It must be said that the curse seal devised by Orochimaru is indeed powerful, capable of significantly augmenting the strength of the Sound Four in a remarkably short time. Under such circumstances, even Naruto understands the necessity of a cautious approach. Thus, as Shikamaru's words linger in the air, Naruto resolutely instructs them to retreat to a safe zone. Just as Naruto prepares for a fierce confrontation, a sudden rustling emanates from the nearby forest. As the sound draws nearer, a figure emerges atop a tree. Hey, what are you all dawdling for? Lord Orochimaru can hardly wait. The figure slowly speaks, causing the Sound Four to tense up. At that moment, Naruto recognizes the silhouette. Kimimaro? Ah, the bloodline limit. If he is here, then our reinforcements should be arriving shortly. Upon seeing Kimimaro, Naruto recalls the events from the original storyline. When Kimimaro appears, Gaara and his companions should be nearby as well. If Naruto's predictions hold true, Kimimaro will meet his demise at Gaara's hands. Naruto, what are you talking about? We have no reinforcements. Despite the distance, Shikamaru hears Naruto's words with a look of confusion on his face. Just then, Gaara, Kankuro, and Temari descend from the sky. Upon their arrival, Shikamaru furrows his brow. What are they doing here? He mutters to himself. Of course, we're here to assist you. Gaara exclaims. Hey Naruto, how are you all doing? I'm ready to fight alongside you, to unleash my youth and passion. At the same time, Lee's voice rings out, revealing that he has arrived with Gaara's group to support Shikamaru and Naruto. Hearing Lee's words, Shikamaru finally breathes a sigh of relief. TCH. A waste of time. Kimimaro coldly observes the sudden arrivals from above, then decisively launches an attack. In an instant, numerous bone spikes erupt from the ground, hurtling towards Naruto and the others. Fortunately, everyone remains vigilant and avoids being injured by Kimimaro's ninjutsu. As Naruto and Gaara's group retreat to safety, Gaara finally addresses Naruto. Naruto, leave that guy to me. Without further ado, Gaara charges forward, his words as succinct as ever. Seeing his figure, Naruto can't help but smile. Simultaneously, the portion of Shukaku within Naruto seems to sense its counterpart's presence, but it is quickly subdued by Kurama. It must be acknowledged that Gaara and his companion's arrival indeed alleviates Naruto's burden considerably. If he were to confront Kimimaro and the Sound Four alone, it would indeed pose quite a challenge. After all, Kimimaro's bloodline limit is notoriously difficult to counter. At this moment, with Gaara diverting firepower, Naruto could focus entirely on the Sound Four. Just as Naruto was preparing to engage them, Lee suddenly approached. Hey Naruto, I'm here to help. My blood is already boiling with excitement. Lee exclaimed, eager to join the fray, his eyebrows raised high with enthusiasm. However, as Lee was about to intervene against the Sound Four, Naruto shook his head. You should take care of them. I'll handle these guys. With that, Naruto decisively charged towards the Sound Four. Seeing Naruto's approach, the Sound Four promptly set down the barrel containing Sasuke and prepared to strike as a unit. Quickly eliminate this guy. We need to report back to Lord Orochimaru. Otherwise, he will be furious. As Gitmaru spoke, he was the first to attack. Exhibiting a wildness even more intense than before in his second cursed state, he spat out threads like a spider to ensnare Naruto, forcing him into a flurry of movement. At that moment, Doi also sprang into action. Under the influence of his second cursed state, he began to play a flute. The sound of the flute triggered an illusionary technique almost instantaneously. Watch out. It's an illusion. You all retreat further. Be careful not to fall under its spell. Naruto shouted to Shikamaru and the others before activating his Busashoka Haki, fortifying his body. With the enhancement of Busashoka Haki, the flute's melody was significantly impeded. Thus, no matter the nature of the illusion, it could not affect Naruto. Realizing the illusion had little effect on Naruto, Doi resorted to summoning techniques. Following a series of summoning actions, 3 enormous demonic spirits materialized. Upon seeing these 3 colossal apparitions, Naruto frowned slightly. Alright, let's see how you fare against my demon wind leg. Empowered by Busashoka Haki, Naruto lunged towards the 3 titanic demons. In the next instant, he unleashed a kick. And the first gigantic demon was cleaved in 2 almost instantaneously by the demon wind leg. Witnessing the spectacle, not only was Doi astonished by Naruto's combat prowess, but even Lee, watching from a distance, widened his eyes in disbelief. Wow, Naruto, what technique was that? Incredible! That kick was not a ninjutsu, was it? Even more formidable than teacher guys-like techniques. So exhilarating! Lee exclaimed, his eyes brimming with admiration for Naruto. In contrast to Lee, Shikamaru was equally stunned. They had previously been pursued and battered by those 3 enormous demons, yet they had not anticipated that Naruto could dispatch one with a single kick. While Lee and Shikamaru were still reeling from shock, Naruto executed 2 more demon wind legs in quick succession. In an instant, the remaining 2 massive demons were also obliterated by Naruto. It must be said that Naruto's combat prowess has far exceeded what Doya had anticipated. What the hell? How can this guy be so strong? Doyu exclaimed in frustration. Doyu, activate the barrier ninjutsu. We'll hold him off here. Just as Doyu was filled with reluctance, Sakujin finally spoke up. In the next moment, Sakujin decisively awakened his brother, Raijin, who then began to dissolve into dust, vanishing into the air. From a distance, as Naruto observed the head behind Sakujin disappearing, he couldn't help but chuckle. Huh, this guy is truly a freak. He thinks he can turn his brother into dust and invade my body, devouring my cells? What a dream. With my armed haki, whether you can enter is still uncertain. After saying this, Naruto resolutely unleashed his Rasengan, hurling it directly towards Sakujin. One Rasengan was insufficient, so Naruto launched over a dozen, forcing Sakujin to evade repeatedly. Finally, when evasion became too late, Jirubo began to summon Earth-style ninjutsu to counter Naruto's onslaught. At that moment, Kintoki, who had inexplicably acquired a bow, shouted, "Damn it! Try my annihilation bow." With a roar, the silk from his mouth quickly formed an arrow. He then knocked the arrow on the bow, taking aim at Naruto. Watch out. Naruto-kun. As Kintoki aimed his bow and arrow at Naruto, Lee yelled a warning. Upon hearing Lee's alert, Naruto instinctively activated his observation haki. With the enhancement of his haki, Naruto almost instantaneously perceived all of Kintoki's movements. Consequently, at the very moment the arrow was released, Naruto deftly evaded it. Kintoki, undeterred by this setback, swiftly fired a barrage of arrows, all of which missed their mark. Witnessing his arrows prove ineffective against Naruto, Kintoki was filled with rage. He opened his mouth wide, unleashing a massive spiderweb that soared towards Naruto. Simultaneously, Kintoki quickly returned to his companions. No way, this guy is too strange. We must utilize the barrier ninjutsu. We can no longer delay, Kintoki declared, glancing at Doyu. As he looked at Doyu, Doyu had already activated the 4 purple flames formation, a technique originally used by Orochimaru to trap the 3rd Hokage. At this moment, Doyu employed it against Naruto, causing Shikamaru and the others to grow anxious. They had witnessed firsthand how terrifying this formation could be. Thus, as the 4 purple flames formation manifested, their faces were etched with concern. However, Naruto remained unfazed. As the 4 purple flames formation appeared, he couldn't help but smile. The 4 purple flames formation? Huh, I can do that too. As he spoke, Naruto utilized the shadow clone jutsu. With the assistance of this technique, the 4 purple flames formation ensnared the members of the Sound Ninja 4 as well. Seeing themselves trapped in their own formation, the Sound Ninja 4 were instantly thrown into a state of panic. How can this be? How does he also possess the 4 purple flames formation? This must be a trick. Damn it. What on earth is happening? At this moment, The four members of the Sound Ninja began to bicker among themselves. However, while they were embroiled in their quarrel, Naruto had already summoned the chakra of the Nine Tails from within him. The chakra manifested as an arm, which began to form a massive Rasengan around him. Sigh. Facing four adversaries, who could possibly comprehend my might, I shan't waste any more time with you. Allow me to send you on your way. With that, Naruto hurled the massive Rasengan towards the quartet trapped within the four purple flames formation. Confined by the formation, the four members of the Sound Ninja swiftly succumbed to the devastating attack, leaving no trace of their existence. Witnessing this scene, Shikamaru and the others found themselves in a state of profound disbelief. As contemporaries, they had never anticipated that Naruto had grown to such formidable heights. Previously, he had been perceived as a troublemaker with lackluster abilities. Yet now, they beheld an indescribable power emanating from him, a strength that rivaled, if not surpassed, the elite Jonin of their village. It is worth noting that many Jonin would struggle to contend with the Sound Ninja Quartet, yet here stood Naruto, single-handedly vanquishing these formidable foes, a testament to his remarkable growth. When did he ascend to such prowess? Are we lagging behind, or has he surged ahead of us? Shikamaru pondered, clearly feeling the disparity between himself and Naruto. Despite being peers, it seemed Naruto had outpaced them by several strides. Such a gap was not something that could be bridged in a short span of time. Meanwhile, Lee, upon realizing the situation, set aside his usual fervor, lost in contemplation. Perhaps he too recognized the chasm between himself and Naruto, uncertain of how to proceed. Neji, however, upon witnessing Naruto's immense strength, found a sense of relief. Previously, Naruto's victory over him during the exams had weighed heavily on his mind. To Neji, Naruto had always been a perennial underdog. Yet now, that perennial underdog had surged to the forefront. In retrospect, it seemed his earlier defeat was not without merit. I must strive harder, Naruto. I shall catch up to you. A faint smile graced Neji's lips as he resolved within himself. Having dealt with these nuisances, it was time to retrieve Sasuke. Just as Shikamaru, Lee, and Neji fell into silence, Naruto finally turned his gaze. However, when he sought the wooden barrel that had contained Sasuke, he discovered it had been shattered. Sasuke, once sealed within, was nowhere to be found. Realizing this, Naruto understood that Sasuke had likely completed the second state of the cursed seal. In the original narrative, it was precisely this second state of the cursed seal that had allowed Sasuke to escape. Yet, at this moment, Naruto felt no anxiety over the so-called second state of the cursed seal. After all, the Naruto before them was not the same as the one from the original story. It seems that this battle is unavoidable. However, it is for the best, allowing the second pillar to witness the genuine disparity between us. After murmuring to himself, Naruto turned his gaze back to Shikamaru and the others. Leave the rest to me. You should check if Gaara requires assistance. I will have a serious discussion with Sasuke. As Naruto spoke, he sprinted towards the Valley of the End. Observing Naruto charging alone to confront Sasuke, Shikamaru initially intended to halt him. Yet, upon realizing Naruto's strength had ascended to that of a Jonin, he ultimately shook his head. In his view, perhaps trusting Naruto at this moment was indeed the right choice. Should they follow, they might inadvertently become a burden. With this thought, Shikamaru, along with Lee and Neji, finally hoisted Choji and Kiba onto their backs and began to make their way in the opposite direction. Meanwhile, in the depths of the forest, the clash between Gaara and Kimimaro had escalated to a fever pitch. It must be said, the battle between the two strongest characters from the early chapters was indeed formidable. By the time Shikamaru and his companions arrived, the scene was already in disarray. Both Kimimaro and Gaara bore numerous wounds. Upon witnessing this, Lee's adrenaline surged, and he charged forward. However, at that moment, Lee was woefully inadequate, swiftly sent flying by Kimimaro. Although Shikamaru and Neji were injured, they were still capable of providing assistance. Yet, before they could intervene, Gaara called out to them, "You need not engage. This foe is mine." As he spoke, Gaara launched another attack, prompting Kimimaro to finally unsheath the bone sword from his spine. The pinnacle of their confrontation was imminent. On the other side, Naruto swiftly arrived at the Valley of the End, propelled by the chakra of the Nine Tails, his speed astonishing. Standing before the two colossal statues, he could not help but sigh. It was here that the second pillar embarked on the path of no return. This must be his destiny. Naruto leaped atop one of the statues, awaiting Sasuke's arrival. In the original story, when Naruto pursued him to this location, the second pillar was positioned atop the opposing statue. However, at this moment, it was evident that Sasuke had yet to arrive, and Naruto, unhurried, perched atop the statue's head, waiting. The Valley of the End was originally the battleground for Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. The two statues served as the symbol of reconciliation they established to conclude their conflict. Yet, Naruto understood all too well that from this day forward, peace would no longer reign here. As he gazed contemplatively at the statues, a figure at last descended onto the other statue from the distance. The figure was none other than the tardy Sasuke. At this moment, Sasuke's face and eyes had transformed, likely due to his mastery over the second state of the cursed seal. Observing Sasuke's ghastly appearance, Naruto could not help but feel a sense of resignation. Ah, it seems you are resolute in seeking Orochimaru, are you? Has hatred and jealousy truly clouded your vision? Naruto was the first to speak. But as he laid bare Sasuke's inner turmoil, Sasuke could not help but feel a surge of anger. Humph, you foolish underachiever, what do you understand? You have no right to lecture me. I advise you to mind your own business and return to Konoha. With resolute determination, Sasuke turned away, seemingly prepared to leave. However, just as Sasuke's impatience began to show, Naruto continued, I am not meddling. We are comrades, after all. I came here merely to offer you a word of caution. The choice to stay or go rests with you. At that moment, Naruto revealed the true reason Orochimaru sought Sasuke. This was something Naruto was all too familiar with from the original narrative, and by choosing to share it with Sasuke, he was effectively relinquishing the decision to him. Yet, upon hearing Naruto's words, Sasuke responded not with fury, but with a laugh. Do you think me so foolish? I am well aware of his intentions. But as long as I can grow stronger, I care not. Once I attain power, I will personally slay him. Sasuke exuded confidence, yet to Naruto, it appeared that he was merely consumed by his obsession for vengeance. Understanding that he could not persuade Sasuke to return with him and unwilling to forcibly alter the course of events, Naruto sighed and rose from the statue. Very well. Let us engage in a battle here, so you may witness the disparity between us. Perhaps this will ignite a greater motivation within you. Naruto harbored no desire for Sasuke to be led astray by hatred, for he understood that such animosity would inevitably lead to destruction. Instead, Naruto longed for Sasuke's drive for greater strength to stem from jealousy towards him. At the very least, jealousy would not engulf Sasuke as true essence as hatred would. Ultimately, whether this approach bore fruit depended solely on Sasuke's own comprehension. At that moment, Naruto had already assumed a stance, ready to engage. Observing this, Sasuke, perched atop a statue, could not help but smirk. Perennial underachiever, do you think you are the only one making progress lately? I have not been idle. I shall not be defeated by you. You will forever remain my subordinate. Sasuke clearly did not perceive himself as inferior to Naruto, especially after mastering the second state of the cursed seal, which filled him with newfound confidence. Feeling the surging power within him, Sasuke was unusually exhilarated. Naruto, you have no idea how strong I am now. This is your own folly. As he spoke, Sasuke charged towards Naruto, activating the cursed seal state instantaneously. In the next moment, enormous arms resembling wings manifested from Sasuke's body, exuding a terrifying aura that spoke volumes of their power. If this had been the original Naruto, he would have struggled to contend with such might. However, the current Naruto was a different entity entirely. He had mastered the three-colored Haki and possessed a plethora of jutsu at his disposal, with the Nine Tails also choosing to ally with him. Armed with such formidable strength, vanquishing a Sasuke in the second state of the cursed seal would be a trivial task. Thus, as Sasuke lunged at him, Naruto immediately enveloped himself in Haki. You stubborn fool. It seems your pride remains unshaken. You refuse to heed my words. Come, I shall withstand your attack as a favor. With Haki cloaking his entire being, Naruto stood his ground. Sasuke, seeing this, showed no mercy and struck with a punch aimed at Naruto's head. Witnessing Naruto neither evade nor flinch, Sasuke couldn't suppress a wicked grin. Yet, just as he believed his strike would injure Naruto, a shocking scene unfolded. As the smoke cleared, Naruto stood unscathed, as if he had not been struck at all. Faced with Naruto's unmarred form, Sasuke furrowed his brow in disbelief. How is this possible? How did you manage that? My attack was so powerful. You were unhurt? Sasuke, visibly puzzled, struggled to accept this reality. While he remained momentarily stunned, Naruto couldn't help but chuckle. What do you think now? Do you still consider me the same underachiever as before? Now it's my turn to strike. As he spoke, Naruto unleashed the Demon Wind leg towards Sasuke. Since the Demon Wind leg was not a ninjutsu, Sasuke initially dismissed it. However, just as he underestimated Naruto's kick, red flames erupted around Naruto's foot. Gazing at the flames, Sasuke's pupils constricted, instantly seized by an ominous premonition. In the next moment, he swiftly raised his arm to shield himself. Yet, as his arm barely positioned itself before him, Naruto's devastating wind kick shattered it in an instant. Overwhelmed by the agony of his severed limb, Sasuke let out a heart-wrenching scream. Fortunately, in the cursed seal state, he possessed regenerative abilities, and soon his arm was restored. Damn it! Is this taijutsu? Sasuke could hardly believe that Naruto could inflict harm upon him using solely physical techniques. Such a level of assault he could only attribute to Might Guy throughout the entirety of Konoha. The fact that Naruto had reached Guy's caliber was utterly astonishing. Huh? Taijutsu? No. This is merely an appetizer. What follows is the ultimate taijutsu, the 8 gates. However, I shall not exert my full strength. I'll only open the 5th gate to deal with you. Naruto was acutely aware that at his current prowess, activating the 5th gate was most appropriate. Should he open the 6th gate, he would lose control, thus he decisively invoked the 8 gates. Witnessing Naruto invoke the 8 gates, Sasuke dared not be negligent. He understood that this supreme taijutsu was no trivial matter. He needed to defend earnestly. Contemplating this, Sasuke even summoned the power of his Sharingan to perceive Naruto's assaults. However, he still underestimated Naruto's velocity bolstered by sheer will. As Naruto opened the 5th gate, he charged towards Sasuke without hesitation. Sasuke exerted every ounce of his strength to ward off the impending strike, yet he ultimately failed. With a tremendous impact, Sasuke was launched away by Naruto's foot, crashing into a colossal statue before coming to a halt. As he hung upon the statue, he slid down its surface like a waterfall. Observing this, Naruto conjured a Rasengan in midair, directing it towards the plummeting Sasuke. At that moment, Sasuke sensed the imminent threat drawing near and decisively unleashed Chidori. Thus, with Naruto above and Sasuke below, the two unleashed their signature jutsu almost simultaneously. In an instant, their attacks collided, causing the Valley of the End to tremble violently. It must be remarked that, as genin, the two were capable of producing a clash of such magnitude, transcending their respective power levels. Soon after the explosion, Naruto gradually descended upon the water's surface, while Sasuke was forcefully driven into the statue. Cough, cough. How could this happen? I actually lost. Sasuke, feeling the searing pain coursing through his body, uttered in disbelief. It was known that Chidori was the strongest jutsu he had mastered, yet he had been bested by Naruto. A reality he struggled to accept. Gazing at Naruto, who remained unscathed upon the water's surface, Sasuke felt an unsettling imbalance within him. Thus, he mustered the strength of his injured body to rise once more, intent on continuing the fight against Naruto. However, at that moment, Naruto resolutely employed a sealing technique, ensnaring him. Watching Naruto wield the sealing jutsu, Sasuke was taken aback. In the past, during their time in the same class, Sasuke had never witnessed Naruto employing sealing techniques. Naruto, what are you trying to do? Let me out. At this moment, fear began to creep into Sasuke's heart. He had painstakingly resolved to pursue greater strength and did not wish to be taken back. Thus, he found himself struggling against the sealing technique. However, Naruto paid him no heed, continuing to form hand seals. Ha! You stubborn fool. I told you, I will make you aware of the chasm that lies between us. Now, let us proceed. As Naruto spoke, he unleashed several techniques upon Sasuke. The Valley of the End echoed with Sasuke's anguished cries, a sound that sent chills down one's spine. Unreservedly, Naruto revealed the bulk of his ultimate cards before Sasuke, each one leaving an indelible psychological scar on him. Sasuke could scarcely believe that the Naruto before him possessed such strength, a stark contrast to what he had known before. As a former prodigy among their peers, Sasuke understood that Naruto could extinguish his life as effortlessly as one would crush an ant. This realization inflicted a profound blow to his spirit, one that surpassed the physical injuries he sustained. As Sasuke's gaze began to dim, Naruto finally ceased his onslaught. Well, what is the matter? Disappointed, are we, Sasuke? Do you feel that all your years of effort have been in vain? Do you still think of me as that perennial underachiever? Each of Naruto's words struck Sasuke like daggers, a cruel reminder of his former high status. Now, before Naruto, he found himself utterly powerless, a bitter irony that gnawed at him. Just as despair enveloped Sasuke's visage, Naruto finally lifted the sealing technique that bound him. Although Naruto had unleashed various attacks upon Sasuke, he had shown restraint. Thus, Sasuke's injuries were not severe and could be healed with minor care. Yet, at this moment, Naruto offered no such remedy. Instead, he looked at Sasuke's ashen face with irritation. TSK, Where has that aloof and proud Sasuke I once knew gone? Have you truly conceded? Surely not. Naruto continued to provoke him. At the sound of Naruto's taunts, Sasuke finally raised his gaze, locking eyes with Naruto. In his eyes, Naruto saw a glimmer of defiance and rage. Huh, yes, that's the spirit. Now you should comprehend the vast gulf between us. Well, I can't be bothered to waste any more time with you. Now you must choose. Will you return to the village with me? Or will you continue down the path you desire? Ultimately, Naruto relinquished the choice to Sasuke. At that moment, Naruto could have easily taken Sasuke back. But doing so would alter the course of their narrative. Therefore, in the interest of his own growth, Naruto decided to let Sasuke make his own decision. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Sasuke appeared momentarily stunned. He had initially believed that defeat at Naruto's hands would inevitably lead to his return to the village. If he returns to the village this time, it is likely that he will never have another opportunity. The villagers will probably regard him as a traitorous ninja, making any future entry nearly impossible. Sasuke had already prepared for the worst, but to his surprise, Naruto entrusted him with the choice. This unexpected turn of events caught Sasuke off guard, yet he soon made his resolution. Even if it costs me my life, I will not return with you. I shall become stronger. I will seek you out for a decisive battle. I will repay every ounce of humiliation I have endured today, Sasuke declared vehemently. Observing Sasuke's stubbornness, Naruto could not help but sigh. I was right. You remain the same obstinate fool. Your hatred has transformed you beyond recognition. But so be it. You have chosen your path, so tread it alone. As a comrade, I can only assist you to this extent. With that, Naruto slowly rose, casting one last glance at Sasuke before making his way into the forest. Watching Naruto's retreating figure, Sasuke found himself momentarily lost in thought, uncertain if his decision was right or wrong. At that moment, his heart was a tumult of emotions, akin to being adrift without direction. Just as Sasuke was engulfed in his reverie, Kabuto suddenly appeared behind him. TSK, I never imagined that fellow would grow to such heights. Sasuke-kun, do you not wish to surpass him? Come to Lord Orochimaru. He will grant you everything you desire. Kabuto extended his hand towards Sasuke, who chose to ignore him, rising instead to restore his indifferent demeanor. Take me to Orochimaru, Sasuke commanded, and with that, he vanished alongside Kabuto. In the forest, Naruto soon returned to Shikamaru and the others. By this time, the battle between Gaara and Kimimaro had concluded. After a brief encounter with Naruto, Gaara departed with Kankuro and Temari. As for Naruto, he was now prepared to return to the village with Shikamaru and the others. Hey, why didn't you bring Sasuke back? You're so powerful, were you not a match for him? Shikamaru inquired on their way back. In response to Shikamaru's question, Naruto refrained from revealing the truth, deeming it unimportant. Oh, Sasuke is with Orochimaru's people. They are quite formidable. I was no match for them, so I had no choice but to return. Naruto fabricated an excuse. Brushing off the inquiry, Shikamaru, upon hearing this, let out a resigned sigh. This had been his first mission since becoming a Chunin, yet it ended in failure, with CHG and Kiba sustaining serious injuries, leaving him quite displeased. He even began to question his own abilities. In Konoha, Naruto and his companions swiftly returned. After ensuring CHG and Kiba were settled, Shikamaru proceeded to the office of the 5th Hokage. In the office, after Shikamaru reported on the mission, Tsunade did not reprimand them. Nevertheless, Shikamaru still contemplated abandoning his role as a ninja. Tsunade was taken aback by his decision. However, just as Shikamaru was making this choice, Naruto burst onto the scene. Hey, Shikamaru, have you lost your mind? Do you have any idea of the brilliance of your intellect? Abandoning your ninja duties? Do you dare believe that I want to reward you with a Rasengan? Naruto was acutely aware of Shikamaru's significance during the later confrontations with Uchiha Madara. He could be regarded as the strongest brain of the Ninja Alliance. Without him, countless lives would have been lost. Contemplating this, Naruto felt compelled to dissuade Shikamaru from harboring such foolish thoughts. You fool, it was merely a failed mission. Haven't you heard that failure is the mother of success? It matters not if you stumble. What is crucial is the courage to start anew. Naruto passionately articulated his philosophy, leaving Shikamaru feeling somewhat embarrassed. Yet, he absorbed Naruto's words with remarkable swiftness. For reasons unknown, he perceived a unique quality within Naruto that others lacked. This quality made Shikamaru feel that all his efforts were worthwhile. Is this the essence of camaraderie? Shikamaru pondered within himself. Meanwhile, Tsunade approached Shikamaru and delivered a decisive punch. You insolent fool! How dare you speak of abandoning your role as a ninja? Get out. Reflect 1,000 times. In the Hokage's office. As the fifth Hokage Tsunade erupted in fury, Naruto and Shikamaru hastily fled. However, even after escaping the office, they could not evade the bumps on their heads. Glancing at the lumps inflicted by Tsunade's wrath, both Naruto and Shikamaru burst into laughter. Ouch, ouch, ouch. That old hag. She really shows no mercy. Naruto chuckled, his face contorting in pain. Just as he spoke, several books plummeted from the rooftop, nearly striking his head. Realizing the danger, Naruto and Shikamaru dared not linger any longer and dashed out of the Hokage building, fleeing towards the village. The two disheveled figures ran through much of the village before finally stopping. Naruto, thank you. I know what I must do. After catching his breath, Shikamaru finally spoke again, extending his hand with a newfound composure on his face. Seeing this, Naruto smiled and reached out to shake his hand. The two shared an unspoken understanding before turning to depart. After parting ways with Shikamaru, Naruto wandered aimlessly through the village. However, just as he was about to head home, a slender figure appeared at the intersection. The silhouette alone exuded an alluring aura. As Naruto approached, the figure swiftly ran over and seized his collar, shaking him vigorously. Naruto, where is Sasuke-kun? Why didn't he return with you? And what about that guy Shikamaru? Was he supposed to bring Sasuke-kun back? Where is Sasuke? Please tell me what has happened. The figure vigorously shook Naruto while shouting loudly. At that moment, Naruto was becoming dizzy from the shaking, his eyes rolling back. Hey, easy there. I'm about to vomit. Naruto recognized that the woman before him was Ino, a classmate of Shikamaru. Like Sakura, she was an ardent admirer of Sasuke. Not seeing Sasuke's return, she must have come to demand answers. Naruto had no desire to engage with her, so he pointed in the direction he came from, passing the blame onto Shikamaru. Shikamaru is over there. You can ask him. He asked the captain. After saying this, Naruto swiftly freed himself from Ino's grasp and dashed away. At that moment, Ino was too preoccupied to chase after Naruto and instead pursued Shikamaru's departing figure. Relieved that Ino did not follow, Naruto thought he was in the clear, but suddenly another figure appeared before him. This one wore a red outfit adorned with a pink bow, none other than Sakura. Upon seeing her, Naruto instinctively halted. Recalling Sakura's earlier plea to bring Sasuke back, he felt a pang of helplessness. Just as he was unsure how to explain to Sakura, she began to cry. Naruto, it's all my fault for being so weak. Otherwise, I could have gone with you to find Sasuke. If I were stronger, perhaps Sasuke wouldn't have left. Sakura was attributing Sasuke's departure to herself, leaving Naruto speechless. He understood that it was not anyone's fault. It was Sasuke's own inability to let go of his hatred and his overwhelming jealousy that had led to this. Even if they brought him back, it would change nothing. It would only foster more hatred within him, driving him to madness. Rather than allowing him to remain in the village and succumb to despair, it was better for him to seek some purpose. Perhaps when he grew stronger, he would be able to face his demons. In the original narrative, Naruto had been unable to accept Sasuke's sudden redemption. Yet in this world, he held a glimmer of hope. Sakura, this isn't your fault. This is Sasuke's choice. Since he has decided to leave, he must face the consequences. As his former comrades, we can only respect his decision. Naruto began to console Sakura, not feeling the same affection for her as in the original story. However, as a teammate, he wished to alleviate her sorrow. While Naruto was comforting Sakura, Jiraiya appeared atop a nearby rooftop, having arrived unnoticed. Hearing their conversation, he chuckled softly. This kid has a knack for soothing girls. Let us make him the protagonist of the next book. After muttering to himself, Jiraiya vanished from the rooftop. Time passed, and soon a day had gone by. After completing his mission, Naruto decisively returned home for a deep slumber. The following day, upon awakening, he aimlessly wandered around the village. However, when he arrived at his usual training grounds, he was taken aback. For reasons unknown, nearly all the classes had gathered there, each individual fervently engaged in their training, including the recently returned and injured CHG and Kiba. Upon Naruto's arrival, all eyes instinctively turned towards him. Hey Naruto, why are you so late? We've been waiting for you for quite some time, Lee exclaimed. It seemed that the news of Naruto's remarkable feat of single-handedly facing 4 opponents had spread among them. Inspired by Naruto's prowess, everyone was filled with determination. They were all striving to avoid dragging their comrades down and ensuring that none would stray onto a path of no return. Witnessing their spirited resolve, Naruto felt a wave of emotion. Perhaps this was the true allure of being Hokage. Each person possessed an indomitable will of fire. I truly adore these guys, Naruto thought to himself. At that moment, Kakashi appeared behind Naruto, having seemingly materialized out of nowhere. Hey, Naruto. According to intel, I heard you caused quite a ruckus at the Root headquarters. Care to share the details? Kakashi inquired about the incident when Naruto had been taken by Danzō. However, Naruto was reluctant to divulge any information. He certainly couldn't reveal that he had given that old coot Danzō a good thrashing. It was best to keep that matter under wraps for the time being, so Naruto swiftly excused himself under the pretext of training. In the Hokage's office, Jiraiya stood before Tsunade. The recent events concerning Sasuke had placed immense pressure on her. The lingering concern regarding Orochimaru weighed heavily on her mind. To gather crucial information about Orochimaru, she decided to send Jiraiya on an S-rank mission. The task was to collect all pertinent intelligence regarding Orochimaru for future contingencies. Jiraiya, sharing Tsunade's sentiments, agreed without hesitation. However, as he accepted the mission, he suggested bringing Naruto and Sakura along, since they were Sasuke's comrades and would be better suited for the task. Initially, Tsunade, as Hokage, was opposed to the idea, but ultimately relented under Jiraiya's insistence. Meanwhile, as Jiraiya took on the mission to investigate Orochimaru, Naruto had spent the entire day training with his peers. It was only in the evening that they each returned home. Given his solitary nature, Naruto headed towards the Ichiraku ramen shop after finishing his training. However, unbeknownst to him, a cautious little follower had stealthily trailed him from behind, careful not to be detected. Nevertheless, despite this, Naruto ultimately discovered her presence. In order to ascertain who was tailing him, he decisively employed the shadow clone technique, leaving one clone underground while another instantly ascended to the rooftop. From this elevated vantage point, Naruto's perspective broadened significantly, enabling him to swiftly detect the shadow that followed him. Consequently, in the next moment, Naruto prepared the Rasengan and charged towards the shadow. In his mind, he surmised that only Danzō had been coveting him throughout the village. Thus, Naruto had no intentions of holding back. If it truly was a member of Root, he wouldn't hesitate to incapacitate them. However, as Naruto surged towards the shadow with uncanny speed, he was suddenly captivated by its Byakugan. Upon glimpsing the white eyes, he hastily retracted the Rasengan. Naruto-kun, what are you doing? Just as Naruto aimed to rein in the Rasengan, he realized that it was not so easily controlled. In the next instant, he was unceremoniously propelled into the air by the swirling energy, landing in a rather undignified manner. Fortunately, a figure approached and helped him to his feet. Ouch! My head! Naruto winced, grimacing in pain. Witnessing this scene, the figure couldn't help but chuckle. As a smile graced her face, Naruto finally lifted his gaze to her. Hinata, what are you doing following me at this hour? I thought you were a foe. I almost injured you, you know? He stared at Hinata, who immediately flushed crimson at his words. Observing the rosy hue that blossomed on her cheeks, Naruto couldn't suppress a smile. In the original narrative, Hinata had harbored a long-standing crush on him and eventually wed Naruto. Seeing her bashful demeanor filled him with joy. Hinata, do you perhaps have feelings for me? If you do, you should declare it boldly. Don't keep it hidden, or it will be rather uncomfortable. He continued, Come, just ahead is Ichiraku ramen. Let me treat you to some ramen, shall I? Knowing that Hinata was destined to be his wife, he felt no need for formality. However, he momentarily overlooked Hinata's inherent shyness and introversion. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Hinata nearly buried her head in the ground. Naruto-kun, what are you saying? I merely noticed you were injured while training, so. As she spoke, Hinata retrieved a medicinal ointment from her belongings and offered it to Naruto. Yet, as she extended the medicine towards him, her face flushed deeper and her hands trembled, betraying her profound shyness. The extent of her embarrassment was palpable. However, the more Hinata blushed, the more Naruto felt compelled to tease her. In his eyes, since she was destined to be his wife, why not embrace the rights of a husband sooner rather than later? After accepting the ointment from Hinata, he couldn't help but chuckle. It seems Hinata truly cares for me. I simply cannot fathom why that fool would prefer Sakura. Naruto could not help but berate the foolish Naruto from the original story. In his heart, the current Naruto regarded Hinata Hyuga as 100 or even 1,000 times superior to Sakura. Hinata's gentle nature was the very essence that most men yearned for, an allure that nearly no man could resist. However, it was somewhat regrettable that Hinata was still rather young. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly be an exquisite beauty. Hinata, he said, I think you would look splendid with long hair. Promise me you'll grow it out, won't you? The thought of Hinata's flowing locks from the original story, which exuded such warmth, stirred something deep within Naruto. As he spoke these words, Hinata's face flushed a deeper shade of crimson. In that moment, she lost the courage to remain and swiftly turned to flee in embarrassment. Watching her retreat, blushing and shy, Naruto couldn't help but chuckle. It seems this little lady is quite easily flustered. Oh well, I'll have to deepen our bond another day. For now, I must focus on becoming stronger. I can't afford to be defenseless when the Akatsuki comes calling. After muttering to himself, he took the medicine Hinata had given him and entered Ichiraka Ramen. After a simple bowl of noodles, he decisively returned home to rest. The following morning, just as Naruto was preparing to train with his friends, Jiraiya's figure appeared at his window. Yo, Naruto, the sun's up, get moving, Jiraiya called out. And upon hearing his voice, Naruto stepped outside. Ero-senin, you've come to see me this early. Is there something on your mind? Naruto guessed the impending events, prompting his inquiry. It was undeniable that as long as the storyline remained largely intact, everything was within Naruto's control. Following the narrative, he believed he would soon grow stronger. Just as he posed his question, Jiraiya burst into laughter. Naruto, you're quite clever. Come on, we're off on an S-rank mission. We're heading to Orochimaru's lair. At this, Naruto nodded slightly and prepared to depart. Just then, the system's notification tone echoed in his mind once more. Ding. The host is faced with a choice. Choice 1. Accept the S-rank mission and achieve results. Mission reward. Impure world reincarnation. Choice 2. Reject the S-rank mission. Mission reward. Random devil fruit. As the system's prompt resonated, Naruto found himself momentarily stunned. The reason for his pause was the unexpected nature of the rewards. Gazing at the two options in his mind, Naruto hesitated. After all, both rewards seemed quite enticing, and whichever he chose, he would surely feel regret for the one he left behind. Impure world reincarnation, wow, that's a forbidden technique. Naruto was acutely aware of the peculiarities inherent in the Edo Tensei technique. Orochimaru had previously employed this forbidden jutsu to resurrect the legendary ninjas, Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju. Although the resurrection under Edo Tensei comes with certain limitations, the combat prowess it bestows is no trifling matter. At this moment, Naruto found himself envisioning the scenario of reviving the first and second Hokage. Having these two formidable protectors by my side would indeed be quite advantageous. With their presence, there would be no need to constantly worry about the Akatsuki's sinister intentions. Despite Naruto's own considerable strength, he knew he could not easily contend with the formidable members of the Akatsuki. Each of those individuals was a formidable force, and should they unleash their full power, victory would not be assured. However, with the protection of two Hokage-level ninjas, the situation would be drastically different. Even if the Akatsuki sent several members against him, he would have little to fear. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Naruto felt increasingly drawn to the prospect of Edo Tensei. Yet, when he turned his gaze towards the second reward, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Although this reward did not specify a particular devil fruit and included a random element, Naruto believed that any devil fruit possessed its unique advantages. For instance, the Pika Pika no Mi of Kizaru, the Gura Gura no Mi of Whitebeard, or the Tori Tori no Mi, model, Phoenix of Marco. Each of these fruits, if mastered, could render its user virtually invincible. The mere contemplation of such power stirred within him a sense of eagerness. Of course, there was a possibility of misfortune leading to a less desirable fruit, such as the Noro Noro no Mi, which would be a regrettable outcome. Speaking of the Noro Noro no Mi, its primary utility lay in its ability to induce a transformation, offering little else of value. Nevertheless, Naruto was confident that should he make a choice, his fortune would not be so dire. At this moment, gazing at the two options in his mind, Naruto found himself in a quandary. Considering the nature of this S-rank mission, either choice would ultimately yield similar results for him. With prior knowledge of the forthcoming events, he understood how this mission would unfold. Just as Naruto was caught in his deliberation, Sakura's voice rang out from below. Naruto-kun, let us train together. Stop sleeping in. She called up to the window, blissfully unaware that Jiraiya stood atop the adjacent rooftop. Upon hearing Sakura's voice, Naruto was instantly reminded of her tear-streaked face from earlier. As a comrade, he was loath to see Sakura weep due to Sasuke's actions. While he didn't harbor deep feelings for her, he still felt a sense of protectiveness. Moreover, he was uncertain how declining this S-rank mission might affect the overall narrative. After careful consideration, Naruto ultimately made his decision. Very well, I choose the first option. With resolve, he stepped out of his room. At that moment, Jiraiya had already approached Sakura. Hey, little lady, up so early to summon Naruto? I just called for him. By the way, are you coming with us on the S-rank mission? We are in need of one more person to investigate Orochimaru, Jiraiya exclaimed, speaking to Sakura with an air of nonchalance. Upon hearing his words, Sakura's eyes widened in disbelief. She could hardly fathom that such a significant undertaking as an S-rank mission would be so casually announced by Jiraiya. It is well known that in the world of ninjas, all tasks are shrouded in secrecy. Yet, Jiraiya seemed utterly unconcerned by this, leaving Sakura feeling perplexed. However, the prospect of investigating Orochimaru piqued her interest. "See, can I really go?" Sakura stammered, her lack of confidence evident. After all, S-rank missions are typically reserved for elite J-nin. The fact that Jiraiya, a renowned ninja, was inviting her, a mere genin, left her questioning the authenticity of the offer. Just as Sakura gazed at Jiraiya with eager anticipation, Naruto leapt down from the upper floor. "Hey, Toad Sage. We can set off now. And Sakura, come along. With the Toad Sage here, we'll be safe." Knowing that Sakura yearned to reunite with Sasuke, Naruto was determined to include her in their endeavor. With Naruto's invitation, Sakura nodded vigorously. "Yes, thank you, Naruto-kun." At that moment, excitement coursed through her, and her eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Observing this exchange, Jiraiya threw up his hands in exasperation. Hey, I'm the one who accepted the mission. You two are merely my subordinates. Shouldn't you be thanking me instead?" Jiraiya scoffed, clearly perturbed that Naruto had stolen his thunder. However, at that moment, Naruto gestured towards the direction of Ichiraka Ramen, striding forward with purpose. "Before we head out, my treat. Let's indulge in some Ichiraka Ramen, otherwise we might not have a meal later." Meanwhile, as Naruto, Jiraiya, and Sakura formed their little team to scout Orochimaru's lair, Sasuke had already encountered Orochimaru. Due to the absence of Sasuke as a vessel, Orochimaru was compelled to find another subject for his experiments, initiating a new reincarnation. This setback granted Sasuke the opportunity to grow stronger. Little did Orochimaru realize that the vessel he had nurtured would ultimately become his executioner. As Orochimaru prepared to train Sasuke, in another mysterious cave, a gathering of individuals clad in crimson cloud-patterned garments was underway. Among them were Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hoshigaki. The man leading the meeting was issuing commands to capture all tailed beasts. Thus began a hunt for the tailed beasts, with all Jinchuriki, including Naruto, becoming their targets. In Konoha village, after finishing their meal at Ichiraku, Naruto and Jiraiya promptly departed the village. Armed with credible intelligence, the trio trekked onward, swiftly reaching a town near the Land of Rice. The Land of Rice Fields serves as the lair of Orochimaru. Although it is a small nation, it houses a cadre of sound ninjas, most of whom have become subservient to Orochimaru. In pursuit of intelligence, Naruto and Jiraiya find themselves compelled to engage with the local Hmph clan. Due to the ravages of war, many from the Hmph clan have descended into banditry. Fortunately, the strength of these bandits is not formidable, sparing Naruto and his companions from significant trouble. Within a temple near the Land of Rice Fields, Naruto and Sakura await Jiraiya, who has ventured out alone to gather reconnaissance due to the complex circumstances. As they wait, a ninja appears before them, visibly injured. Sakura, noticing the state of the ninja, instinctively wishes to administer aid. However, Naruto, well-versed in the plot of the original story, becomes alert. Sakura, let me handle this. I possess medical ninjutsu," Naruto asserts as he strides towards the injured ninja. Upon reaching her, he abruptly subdues her, pinning her to the ground instead of providing medical assistance, and forcibly binds her. Sakura, witnessing this, is filled with confusion and questions Naruto's actions. "Naruto, what are you doing? Why are you hurting her?" She attempts to approach and untie the captured ninja, but Naruto blocks her path. Just then, 3 additional ninjas emerge from outside the temple, launching an assault on Naruto and Sakura, who were forced to defend themselves. However, these 3 ninjas prove to be no match for Naruto, who swiftly incapacitates them, causing them to flee. After dispatching the trio, Naruto returns to the temple, only to find Sakura being held hostage by the captured ninja. With a resigned sigh, Naruto addresses the situation. You must be Hmph, right? I understand you wish to capture us to meet Orochimaru in exchange for your brother, am I correct? How about we strike a deal? You take us to Orochimaru's hideout, and we will help you rescue your brother." Naruto's straightforward proposition leaves the ninja in a state of shock. She had not anticipated Naruto's knowledge of her plight. However, reflecting on the situation, it is plausible that the defeated assailants divulged her circumstances, prompting Hmph to reluctantly release her grip. In truth, she never intended to hold them captive. And upon Naruto revealing her identity, she kneels in desperation, Please, help me. I know you are powerful ninjas. Save my brother, Erashur. He has been captured by Orochimaru. Tears stream down her face as she pleads. Seeing Hmph in such distress, even Sakura feels a surge of sympathy. Naruto-kun, what on earth is happening? Sakura finally mustered the courage to inquire, and under her pressing questions, Naruto found himself compelled to elucidate the situation. Upon learning about the girl before her, named Wind Demon Taimu, who had been captured by Orochimaru for experimentation, Sakura could not help but draw parallels to Sasuke. The thought that Sasuke, too, had been lured by Orochimaru and could potentially become a subject of experimentation ignited a surge of anger within her. In the next moment, Sakura approached Wind Demon Taimu and helped her up from the ground. Rest assured, we shall not let Orochimaru escape unscathed. Now, will you guide us to his lair? Sakura attempted to communicate with Wind Demon Taimu, who nodded in agreement. She was acutely aware that her own strength was insufficient to rescue her brother. Thus she had no choice but to place her hope in Naruto and his companions. Just as Wind Demon Taimu consented to lead Naruto and the others to Orochimaru's hideout, Jiraiya finally returned. He brought back the same information, and after a brief discussion, the group prepared to set out. Orochimaru's lair was deeply concealed within the forest, with an entrance that led directly underground. Without a guide, Naruto and his team would have found it exceedingly difficult to locate. Fortunately, with Wind Demon Taimu leading the way, they swiftly arrived at the entrance. However, just as they were about to enter, they encountered yet another obstacle. The entrance presented 3 different paths, and none could ascertain which was the correct one. Thus, in order to discern the true entrance, Naruto and Jiraiya decided to split up. Naruto was well versed in the unfolding events, so he chose to follow closely behind Sakura from the very beginning. Upon their entry into one of the paths, they soon faced a myriad of traps. To draw out the puppet master behind the scenes, Naruto had to feign falling into a trap, subsequently trailing behind Sakura. Seeing Naruto fall into the trap, Sakura pressed on alone. Before long, a figure emerged before her, revealing itself to be one of the 3 ninjas who had fled earlier. Sakura immediately engaged in combat with the adversary, while Naruto remained hidden in the shadows. He refrained from intervening, knowing that Kabuto was lurking nearby, observing their every move. Naruto's target was Kabuto, the true menace of the situation. As for the ninja Sakura faced, Naruto was confident in her ability to handle the confrontation. The battle below raged on, with Naruto cloaked in darkness. Before long, Sakura gained the upper hand. Just as she began to dominate, a figure suddenly lunged forth, decisively attacking her. Upon witnessing this apparition, a smirk crept across Naruto's lips. Ah, Sakura, what a pleasure to see you again. The unexpected intruder was none other than Kabuto, who was now licking his lips in a most repugnant manner. Perhaps his prolonged association with Orochimaru had instilled such abhorrent habits in him. As the enigmatic Yakushi Kabuto made his appearance, Sakura was visibly shaken. She held a significant apprehension towards this individual. Observing the terror that filled Sakura's eyes, Kabuto reveled in his delight. Fear not, Sakura, he taunted. Didn't you wish to see Sasuke? Allow me to take you to him. At this moment, he extended a hand, beckoning her to approach. The mere mention of Sasuke caused Sakura to momentarily lose her composure. Concern had led to distraction, and it was evident that her thoughts were consumed by news of Sasuke. Seeing Sakura frozen in place, Kabuto smirked wickedly and lunged towards her. In the blink of an eye, his kunai was aimed directly at her chest. If it struck true, her demise would be inevitable. However, just as Kabuto intended to employ such a dastardly tactic, Naruto surged forth with remarkable speed. With a resounding crash, Naruto delivered a powerful kick to Kabuto, who had yet to even approach Sakura, sending him flying. Caught off guard by the unexpected assault, Kabuto collided violently with the wall, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, rendering him quite disheveled. Cough. Damn it. Naruto, it's you again. Kabuto recalled the previous encounter in which he had been bested by Naruto, a memory that haunted him. After all, he was supposed to be Naruto's senior. Yet he had fallen to someone he considered an underdog, a rather humiliating revelation. Ah, Kabuto-senpai, it has been a while. You remain as vulnerable as ever. Naruto chimed, noticing Kabuto's unwavering stare. At Naruto's words, Kabuto let out a disdainful huff, clearly unaccustomed to being the subject of mockery, once the one to deride others. He found the reversal of roles quite unsettling. Indeed, it has been a long time. Naruto, your progress is truly impressive, Kabuto replied with a sardonic grin. However, your journey ends here. This shall be your grave, and no one shall escape alive. Having regained his composure after Naruto's earlier kick, Kabuto approached him once more. subtly preparing to manipulate Naruto's heart with his chakra threads. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Naruto had already activated his Haki. Empowered by this ability, Kabuto's chakra threads could not close the distance to Naruto's body. TSK, Kabuto-senpai, still resorting to underhanded tactics, I see. Such behavior is unbecoming. If you wish to end my life, I suggest you do so openly, Naruto declared, executing a demonic wind kick aimed squarely at Kabuto. Initially, Kabuto intended to block the attack, but upon noticing the flames enveloping Naruto's foot, he was utterly astonished. In the next moment, Yakushi Kabuto decisively retreated, creating distance between himself and Naruto. As he withdrew, Naruto's devastating kick struck a nearby pillar, shattering it into fragments almost instantly. Witnessing this scene, Kabuto felt a shiver of apprehension. The sheer power of Naruto's taijutsu was astonishing. Naruto, you are indeed unlike any ordinary individual. I had intended to use you as my experimental subject, but it appears that will not be an easy task. Since aligning himself with Orochimaru, Kabuto had frequently employed living beings in his experiments. Countless lives had perished at his hands, and at this moment, his intrigue towards Naruto intensified. Especially with the knowledge that a Nine-Tails dwelled within Naruto, his desire grew even stronger. However, the disparity in their strengths was significant. Capturing Naruto would not prove to be a simple endeavor. Nevertheless, this did not alter Kabuto's intentions. As he coveted Naruto's body, Naruto couldn't help but smirk. Kabuto-senpai, it's not that I've improved, but rather that you have regressed. It seems you haven't trained properly under Orochimaru. How about returning to Konoha with me? I can teach you ninjutsu and taijutsu. As Naruto spoke, he activated his observation Haki, aware that Kabuto was adept at deception. While it appeared Kabuto was merely conversing, he could very well be plotting something sinister. Just as Naruto activated his observation Haki, he discerned that Kabuto's chakra threads were already controlling the previous ninja. That ninja was poised to attack Sakura. Capturing her would inevitably force Naruto's surrender. Realizing Kabuto's intentions, Naruto swiftly unleashed the Rasengan, directing it towards the chakra threads. In that instant, Kabuto's chakra lines faltered, thrown into disarray by Naruto's strike. Kabuto's expression darkened, his frustration palpable. Yet, despite his irritation, he quickly recognized his inability to overpower Naruto. Thus, he chose to abandon his assault and retreated into the shadows. Seeing Kabuto's intent to flee, Naruto and Sakura immediately pursued him. However, as they plunged into the darkness, a colossal figure suddenly emerged. The sight of the shadow startled both Naruto and Sakura. Wow, Naruto-kun. What is that monstrous creature? Sakura exclaimed in shock, and behind her, the figure of Hmph Kagaya appeared. Upon seeing the enormous shadow, Kagaya's face lit up with excitement. Brother Erasure, is that you? Clearly, she recognized the creature as her brother. However, as she spoke to the monstrous figure, it lunged towards her with ferocity. Just as the attack threatened to incapacitate Kagaya, Naruto rushed forward. Be careful, he shouted, leaping to embrace Hmph Kagaya. In the next moment, the formidable Haki was activated, successfully blocking the incoming strike. However, despite this defense, Naruto and Wind Demon Shimo were still sent flying, revealing the immense strength of the creature. Haha, Naruto, now you see my prowess, don't you? This creature is my creation. How does it feel to be subjected to such torment? As Naruto was hurled away by the monster, the voice of Kabuto suddenly echoed in the air. Clearly, he was lurking in the shadows, observing Naruto, ever ready to strike. Yet, Naruto would not concede easily. After entrusting Wind Demon Shimo to Sakura, he resolutely prepared to attack once more. This time, Naruto unleashed the Rasen Shuriken, directing it towards the monster that had transformed from Erasure. As his attack struck the creature, its body began to fracture instantly. Witnessing this, Naruto furrowed his brow. The creature had split into 3 heads. A wave of nausea washed over Naruto, particularly as the grotesque veins on the monster's body throbbed unsettlingly. Just as he remained vigilant, the creature began to divide itself into chunks of flesh once again. This time, as the pieces separated, the monster charged towards Naruto anew. However, just as it was about to reach him, Wind Demon Shimo suddenly dashed forward, positioning herself defiantly in front of Naruto. Erasure, it's me. Wake up, she cried out desperately at the creature. Upon hearing her voice, the monster paused momentarily, as if responding to her call. Yet, it soon retaliated with a ferocious punch, showing no mercy. Seizing the moment, Naruto decisively pressed a Rasengan against the creature's fist, causing its flesh to splatter in all directions. After barely fending off the attack, Naruto shielded Wind Demon Shimo behind him once more. However, she did not retreat. Instead, she called out again, Erasure, Erasure, I know you can hear me. Please, wake up. Her voice reached the creature's ears, and at last, a flicker of recognition appeared in its eyes, as if a semblance of humanity was stirring within. Sasami, is that you? The creature murmured, extending a hand to caress Wind Demon Shimo. Yet, before it could take more than a few steps, its eyes shifted once again, radiating a menacing aura. Realizing the imminent danger, Naruto no longer hesitated. Sasami, he is no longer your brother. Fear not, I will end his suffering. With that declaration, Naruto charged towards the monster, enveloped in Haki. With the Haki fully manifested, the Raisin Shuriken in his hand was ready. Upon reaching the creature, he decisively pressed the Raisin Shuriken against its chest. As it penetrated the monster's body, it was almost instantly brought crashing to the ground. Soon, the excess flesh on the creature began to shed piece by piece. Once it had completely fallen away, a familiar figure emerged before Naruto and Fengma Taimu. Brother Erasure. Fengma Taimu instantly recognized the figure lying on the ground as her brother Erasure. He had finally returned to his former self, though his breath was faint and uncertain, leaving his survival in question. As Fengma Taimu rushed forward to speak to her brother, several shurikens suddenly flew out of the darkness, targeting Naruto and Sasumu. The shurikens found their mark as Naruto, weakened from using the Rasengan, was caught off guard. Just as the shurikens were about to strike, Erasure, who lay on the ground, suddenly surged to life. In the blink of an eye, he threw himself in front of the oncoming shurikens, sacrificing himself to save his sister and Naruto. Witnessing this act of selflessness, Sasumu began to weep uncontrollably. Do not cry, Sasumu. You must live on with strength. Without me by your side, you must learn to care for yourself. Arashi's voice grew fainter until it finally faded into silence, collapsing to the ground. The sight of Arashi's sacrifice ignited a fierce anger within Naruto. In an instant, he drew his shuriken and hurled it into the darkness, imbued with his will. It swiftly struck Kabuto, who was lurking in the shadows. However, weakened as he was, Naruto was unable to deliver a fatal blow. Kabuto, racked with pain, vanished into the darkness. Just as he disappeared, Jiraiya rushed in from another passageway. Upon witnessing the chaos, he felt a surge of anxiety. Fortunately, Naruto had thwarted Kabuto's schemes, preventing a disaster. Otherwise, Jiraiya could not guarantee the safe return of Naruto and Sakura. Hey, Naruto, it seems my worries were unfounded. I am truly impressed by your growth. Jiraiya expressed his admiration for Naruto's rapid development. However, just as he praised him, the entire underground began to tremble. Sensing the disturbance, Jiraiya furrowed his brow. This is bad. Someone has triggered the explosive tags. Naruto, Sakura, we must flee. As he spoke, Jiraiya swiftly reached the two, ready to lead them to safety. But just as he arrived, Naruto dashed towards Fengma Taimu. He could not abandon her to perish in this place, so he quickly lifted Sasumu onto his back. Jiraiya smiled and nodded approvingly at this act, and in the next moment, he took Sakura and sprinted towards the exit. Naruto, follow me. Don't fall behind. Jiraiya called out, and together they fled at great speed, reaching the exit just as the entire underground collapsed behind them. Upon witnessing the entrance leading down into the complete tower, Jiraiya could not help but exhale a sigh of relief. Phew, that was close. It seems the clues may have run dry, but as long as everyone is unharmed, that is what truly matters. After speaking, Jiraiya turned his gaze towards Naruto, who was already tending to Sasuke's injuries. Not wishing to intrude, Jiraiya observed Sakura, who remained silent throughout, evidently troubled. Understanding the turmoil within Sakura's heart, Jiraiya approached her gently. Sakura, do not blame yourself. Although we did not acquire any information this time, there will be opportunities ahead. We will surely find Sasuke next time. Jiraiya attempted to console her, yet tears brimmed in Sakura's eyes. Her sorrow was not solely for Sasuke. It also stemmed from her own sense of helplessness. Recalling the perils they had faced earlier, she realized that Naruto had shouldered the burden alone while she could only watch. This feeling of impotence weighed heavily upon her, igniting a fervent desire to grow stronger and protect everyone. As Sakura wept, Naruto approached her slowly. Sakura-chan, when we return, let's train together. We can ask Tsunade Baba to be your mentor. That way, you will become even stronger. Naruto articulated the very thoughts that had been lingering in Sakura's mind. Upon hearing his words, she finally nodded vigorously in agreement. Soon after, having safely escorted Sasuke back to her village, Naruto and Jiraiya returned to Konoha. Although they had not gathered any valuable intelligence, they had nonetheless completed an S-rank mission. Consequently, Naruto received the reward bestowed by the system. Edo Tensei. At last. It is in my grasp. His excitement surged, for Edo Tensei was a formidable jutsu. If utilized wisely, it could yield numerous advantages for him. However, a daunting dilemma soon confronted Naruto. Whom should he resurrect using Edo Tensei? Momentarily at a loss, he pondered this question. With memories from his previous life, Naruto was acutely aware that the strength of those brought back to life would not be fully realized. Thus, it was imperative to choose the subjects of Edo Tensei with great care. Only then could he ensure that the resurrected individuals would not be overly weak or ineffective. If the chosen ones were merely average, it would be futile to employ such a jutsu. After some contemplation, a target emerged in Naruto's mind, the third Hokage, who had recently perished at the hands of Orochimaru. In the original narrative, the third Hokage's body had been revived by Orochimaru. It seemed that Naruto's best chance of accessing a corpse lay with him. Moreover, given the third Hokage's remarkable strength, he would be an excellent choice. Yet, Naruto still needed to conduct thorough investigations to ascertain the whereabouts of the third Hokage's remains. In the village of Konoha, life continued as usual, serene and undisturbed. After returning, Naruto chose to remain at home, refraining from venturing outside. In recent days, he has thoroughly comprehended the technique of impure world reincarnation. After grasping the principles behind this jutsu, Naruto set his sights on the corpse of the third Hokage. Through extensive inquiries, he ultimately confirmed the location of the third Hokage's remains. Thus, under the cover of a dark night, when all had succumbed to slumber, Naruto stealthily made his way into the Hall of Fame. The Hall of Fame in Konoha serves as the resting place for its heroes, where nearly every fallen hero who died for the village is interred. Sarutobi Hiruzen. The third Hokage lies at this moment within the tomb of Konoha's Hall of Fame. Upon his arrival, Naruto beheld numerous gravestones standing in tribute. Among them that of his father, Minato Namikaze. Out of respect and reverence for his father, Naruto had no intention of resurrecting him. However, to prevent Orochimaru from stealing Minato's remains, Naruto decisively placed a sealing technique upon the gravestone. After completing this task, he approached the grave of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Forgive me, third Hokage. Today, I must intrude upon your rest, Naruto declared, employing his jutsu to unearth the Hokage's coffin. Once the coffin was exhumed, Naruto began the necessary steps for the impure world reincarnation technique. Having practiced in advance, he swiftly navigated through the series of procedures. Upon concluding the process, he commenced forming the seals. As the final seal was completed, the coffin of Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly began to rise. In the next moment, it opened abruptly from within. Hiruzen emerged gradually from the coffin, and Naruto chose not to erase all of his emotions and consciousness, intending instead to converse with him. As Hiruzen stepped forth, a complex expression graced his visage. Huh? What is this? Where am I? Is this? He glanced around, and upon recognizing his familiar surroundings, a smile broke upon his face. Yet, in the next instant, as if recollecting something, his gaze swiftly turned to Naruto. Naruto, how did you end up here? Have you perished as well? Hiruzen's face was a mixture of astonishment and dismay. Clearly, he did not wish for Naruto to be harmed, having once regarded him as his own grandson. When Minato met his demise, Hiruzen had promised to care for Naruto. Yet he felt immense guilt for failing to fulfill that promise over the years. Now, confronted with Naruto, Hiruzen found himself at a loss on how to face Minato's legacy. Wait, this is not right. I should not be here. I was killed by Orochimaru and sent to that world, wasn't he? Why am I in the Hall of Fame? And Naruto, why do you possess a shadow? Hiruzen looked at Naruto with confusion, just as Naruto finally lowered his hands from the seals. Observing the current state of Hiruzen Sarutobi, Naruto felt a profound sense of relief within his heart. Clearly, his use of the Edo Tensei technique had proven successful. Hiruzen was now but a puppet under his command. Ah, third Hokage, it has been quite a while. Welcome back to Konoha, Naruto exclaimed, prompting an increasing sense of bewilderment in Hiruzen. However, this confusion did not linger long, as Hiruzen seemed to suddenly recall something. In the next moment, he gazed intently at Naruto, his face etched with astonishment. Naruto, could it be that you employed the technique to bring me back from the depths of hell? How is this possible? Wasn't that technique classified as forbidden? How could you have learned it? As the former third Hokage, Hiruzen was well acquainted with the forbidden jutsu of the hidden leaf. At that moment, he realized he had been resurrected through Edo Tensei, yet he could hardly fathom that it was Naruto who had orchestrated his revival. As Hiruzen stared at Naruto in disbelief, Naruto couldn't help but chuckle. Third Hokage, you never anticipated I would grow to this extent, did you? All of this is thanks to you. Deep down, Naruto harbored some resentment towards Hiruzen for his neglect over the years, allowing him to be bullied by others in the village. These thoughts ignited a flicker of anger within him. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Hiruzen let out a wry smile. You are not wrong. I indeed failed to look after you during these years. I always entrusted Irika to care for you. I cannot blame you for harboring such resentment. I have always regarded you as my own grandson. At this moment, Hiruzen began to express his own grievances. As Hokage, he had to maintain a distance from Naruto. Even if he wished to treat Naruto like a grandson, there were those lurking in the shadows, eager to usurp his position as Hokage. Take Danzō, for instance. That fellow was never at rest. To prevent Naruto from being embroiled in these matters, Hiruzen had no choice but to distance himself. Additionally, he feared that the Nine Tails within Naruto might once again pose a threat to the village. Thus, he opted to conceal Naruto. Yet this secret could never remain hidden from the villagers. Listening to Hiruzen's heartfelt confession, Naruto gradually lowered his guard. He seemed to comprehend Hiruzen's choices, recognizing they were made with the village's welfare in mind. After all, if Konoha were to cease to exist, he too would lose his purpose. This was the will of fire. Remarkably, Naruto harbored this same will of fire within his heart, burning brightly. This was precisely why he often expressed his desire to become Hokage. He longed to protect his village. Naruto, I am truly sorry for the hardships you have endured over the years. I failed to uphold my promise to Minato, and I feel deeply ashamed. The third Hokage spoke, gradually bending at the waist to bow respectfully before Naruto. Upon witnessing this scene, Naruto's eyes brimmed with tears as he leaped into the embrace of the third Hokage. All past grievances dissipated with that heartfelt apology. Before the tombstone of the third Hokage, Naruto and Hiruzen Sarutobi engaged in a profound conversation, finally alleviating the burdens of their hearts. However, it wasn't too long before the third Hokage inquired about Naruto's understanding of the Edo Tensei technique. Clearly, this forbidden jutsu was classified as such for a reason, given its inherent dangers. Rest assured, Grandpa Third, Naruto declared, I have mastered this jutsu completely. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to revive you so effortlessly. I now hope you can be my ally. In the future, there may be more threats against Konoha, and facing them alone will be quite daunting. Your assistance would make a tremendous difference, at the very least ensuring my safety. As Naruto spoke, he turned his gaze toward Hiruzen. The latter began to ponder earnestly. Since he had already passed, he felt that clinging to his attachments to the village was no longer necessary. Yet, given the opportunity to fight once more to protect the village, he was quite willing to remain. Moreover, now that he was no longer Hokage, being by Naruto's side would be much more convenient. This arrangement would not only allow him to fulfill his promise to Minato Namikaze, but also to repay the debt he owed to Naruto over the years. With these thoughts, Hiruzen gradually found peace. Very well. Since that is the case, I shall remain by your side. However, Naruto, promise me, unless absolutely necessary, you must never use this jutsu. You are unaware, but there are those in the village who are watching in the shadows. Hiruzen's warning naturally referred to Danzō. Little did he know that Naruto had already dealt with Danzō, and one could only imagine his reaction if he were aware. Naruto refrained from sharing this information with Hiruzen. After strengthening their bond, he decided it was prudent for the third Hokage to return to his resting place for the time being. After all, being the former Hokage was rather conspicuous. Should anyone discover him, it could lead to complications. Thus, Naruto swiftly returned Hiruzen to his coffin. Once everything was settled, Naruto quietly slipped back to his residence to rest. The night passed uneventfully, and the following morning, Naruto learned that Sakura had become Tsunade's apprentice. To encourage Sakura, he devoted an entire day to training alongside her. Throughout that day, he also learned several new medical jutsu from Tsunade, which proved immensely beneficial. As night fell and everyone returned home, Naruto found himself alone at the ramen shop. Upon seeing Uncle Irika, he couldn't help but tease him. Hey, Uncle Irika, honestly, do you possess some kind of flashy jutsu? Have you been a covert operative in Konoha all this time? While savoring his ramen, he jested. And Uncle Irika couldn't contain his laughter. After finishing his meal, Naruto initially intended to return home to rest, but soon, he found himself contemplating another destination. This location is precisely where they previously engaged in battle with the Sound Ninja 4. Thus, under the cover of night, Naruto stealthily slipped out of the village and arrived at the site of their former confrontation. There, he quickly discovered the remains of the Sound Ninja Four. Although their bodies were somewhat unrecognizable, they were entirely suitable for the reanimation jutsu. Without hesitation, Naruto proceeded to perform the reanimation jutsu on the Sound Ninja Four. In his estimation, their considerable strength would serve him well as formidable allies. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen, he was a trump card whose appearance would undoubtedly attract attention, and thus should be reserved for a more opportune moment. With these thoughts in mind, Naruto decisively formed the necessary hand seals and summoned the Sound Ninja Four. As they materialized, the four were taken aback, their expressions reflecting shock. Due to the lingering emotions and consciousness Naruto had granted them, they regarded him with a seething resentment. Just as they prepared to retaliate, Naruto seized control over them through the reanimation jutsu. What is happening? Our bodies are not responding. Damn it. What have you done, Naruto? The Sound Ninja Four demanded, bewildered. At that moment, Naruto pointed to their bodies and spoke. You are no longer alive. I have resurrected you. From now on, consider yourselves my subordinates. If you refuse, I can strip away your consciousness entirely. However, that would significantly impede your abilities. And I have no desire for useless minions by my side. After a succinct explanation, the Sound Ninja Four began to comprehend their new reality. Upon realizing that their present forms were entirely different from their previous ones, they erupted into laughter. This is fantastic. We are no longer under Orochimaru's control. I have grown weary of that sinister fellow. We are finally free. Though we may be dead, I willingly embrace this newfound freedom. Contrary to Naruto's expectations, the Sound Ninja Four exhibited no resistance. Instead, they appeared somewhat pleased. Observing their apparent resolve, Naruto felt a sense of relief wash over him. Very well. You will do as I command from now on. You may return now. With that, he promptly sealed them away. Having fully revived the Sound Ninja Four, Naruto felt a surge of confidence within him. If I encounter any members of the Akatsuki now, I should be able to handle them. He contemplated the prospect of facing them, believing that with his current strength, bolstered by the Sound Ninja Four and Sarutobi Hiruzen, he could confront the Akatsuki members. Of course, if the situation grew dire, he could always retreat. As these thoughts filled him with elation, he prepared to return to the village when suddenly, he heard several voices emanating from the nearby forest. Following the sounds, Naruto furrowed his brow. Is someone there? Are they ninjas from Konoha? As Naruto spoke, he hurried towards a nearby clearing. However, upon his arrival, he discovered a leaf ninja lying on the ground. Judging by his forehead protector, he appeared to be a jonin. But he was battered and on the brink of death. Reacting swiftly, Naruto began to administer his medical ninjutsu to the fallen warrior. Just as he was about to restore the man's health, figures emerged from the surrounding darkness. Who dares to wreak havoc in the leaf? Naruto questioned. His vigilance heightened as he eyed the newcomers. As he pressed them, they finally revealed themselves. Ugh, just a child. Let us eliminate him too. We cannot allow them to report back. The unexpected intruders seemed to dismiss Naruto entirely, which irked him. Nevertheless, despite his irritation, he refrained from acting rashly. Clearly, these individuals had come prepared, and understanding their intentions was paramount. Seizing the moment while they underestimated him, Naruto decisively began to weave hand signs. In an instant, four coffins erupted from the ground, startling the intruders. What the hell is that? A coffin? What's going on? How strange. Look, it's moving. As the intruders recoiled in surprise, Naruto leapt onto a large tree with the injured leaf ninja in tow. In the next moment, as Naruto moved his hands, the four Sound Ninja emerged from their coffins. Leave the ones below to you. Naruto called out from the treetop. Upon hearing his command, the Sound Ninja sprang into action. It was undeniable that the quartet, trained by Orochimaru, possessed remarkable strength. In no time, the intruders were dispatched by the Sound Ninja. Seeing them all defeated, Naruto retracted the Sound Ninja back. Phew, quite effective. This certainly saves me the trouble. Naruto praised the technique of impure world reincarnation. Just then, the individual he had rescued managed to open his eyes with great effort. Naruto-kun, quickly, report to Lady Tsunade. There has been a riot in the prison. The situation is spiraling out of control. We need reinforcements. After uttering these words, the man suddenly fainted. Realizing the urgency, Naruto promptly carried the injured man back to the village. Upon returning, he immediately entrusted the man to Tsunade. Just as he was about to leave, Tsunade brought up Orochimaru. Naruto, somewhat unclear about the unfolding events, decided to eavesdrop. However, due to the barrier of a door, the details were not entirely clear, yet one thing was certain, this matter was intricately linked to Orochimaru. Naturally, Naruto could not remain indifferent to anything related to Orochimaru. Without waiting for any action from Tsunade, Naruto hastened towards the prison. In his perspective, given his current strength, even an encounter with Orochimaru would not pose a significant threat. Although the third Hokage's abilities had diminished since his resurrection, he was still capable of detaining Orochimaru. Thus, Naruto swiftly arrived at the prison. Upon entering, he discovered that the facility had been overrun by a group of inmates, while the ninjas from Konoha were currently confined within. Among them were Asuma and Kurenai. Witnessing the inmates wreaking havoc, Naruto furrowed his brow. In the next moment, he decisively utilized Kenbunchika Haki to survey the entire prison. After confirming the positions of all the prisoners, he promptly employed the shadow clone technique. Simultaneously, the Sound Four were summoned to his side. Once everything was prepared, Naruto launched an assault on the inmates. These criminals were formidable, with some being jonin from other nations, compelling Naruto to approach the situation with caution. At this juncture, he even drew upon the chakra of the Nine Tails to expedite the battle using the Rasengan. With the combination of Naruto's shadow clones and the coordination of the Sound Four, the inmates were swiftly subdued. Once the riotous prisoners were contained, Naruto approached the officials, Asuma and Kurenai. Their surprise was palpable upon seeing him, as they had never anticipated that their savior would be Naruto. In their eyes, he remained the perennial underdog, incapable of even executing the shadow clone technique proficiently. Naruto, how did you end up here? You need to leave immediately. This place is perilous. Asuma assumed Naruto had sneaked in and urged him to disregard their plight. However, Naruto resolutely kicked open the cell door, imprisoning Asuma and Kurenai, and entered confidently. Rest assured, Asuma-sensei, this place is now safe. I have subdued those inmates. As he spoke, he began to heal both Asuma and Kurenai. During the healing process, Naruto learned crucial information from them. The riot had been instigated by an individual named Mizuki, who, like Sasuke, yearned for power from Orochimaru. Such a character repulsed Naruto. Therefore, after tending to Asuma and Kurenai's injuries, he promptly exited the prison. In Naruto's estimation, Mizuki would undoubtedly possess knowledge of Orochimaru's whereabouts. Capturing him would enable Naruto to ascertain Orochimaru's location, ultimately leading him to Sasuke. In truth, Naruto's concern extends beyond merely locating Sasuke. He is far more eager to find Orochimaru. That individual can be described as an unpredictable variable, and his presence often leads to numerous complications. The only way to avoid being manipulated by him is to make him a puppet under his control. The thought that he now possesses the ability of Edo Tensei fills Naruto with anticipation. He wonders what the outcome would be if he were to resurrect Orochimaru using that technique. With this thought in mind, Naruto hastens his pace. Meanwhile, as Naruto pursues Mizuki alone, Tsunade has already dispatched reinforcements to intercept him. The initial team consists of Shizen and several elite jonin, who have managed to track Mizuki's trail. However, just as they close in on him, they are halted by two formidable figures beside Mizuki, known as the Wind God and the Thunder God. In the face of such strength, Shizune and her companions find themselves outmatched. Before long, they are defeated by these two powerful adversaries. By the time Naruto arrives at the scene, Mizuki and his companions have vanished. Consequently, Naruto tends to Shizen's injuries. On the other side, Mizuki, accompanied by the Thunder God and Wind God, has taken refuge in a farmhouse, while Tsunade's reinforcements are en route. Shizen, wake up. Where did Mizuki go? After treating Shizen, Naruto finally inquires. Shizen, concerned for Naruto's safety, urges him to seek help. However, Naruto remains resolute. He believes that by the time reinforcements arrive, Mizuki will have already escaped. Thus, in a bid to prevent Mizuki from slipping away, Naruto decisively chooses to pursue him alone. Now equipped with Kenbunchika Haki, Naruto finds tracking them quite effortless. In this heightened state of awareness, he quickly uncovers some clues. Is that the attire from the Konoha prison? Those individuals must be nearby. Due to the range limitations of Kenbunchika Haki, Naruto continues to traverse various areas. After some time, he finally halts at the entrance of a farmhouse. Standing there, he senses the presence of three individuals concealed within. They must be Mizuki and his companions. To avoid alarming them, Naruto wisely summons Doya to scout ahead. However, as the Edo Tensei Doya knocks on the farmhouse door, a cacophony of rummaging sounds emerges from within. Hearing this, Naruto cannot help but rush inside. Upon entering the farmhouse, he discovers that its occupants have already fled. Fortunately, they have not escaped too far, allowing Naruto to quickly follow their trail. This pursuit leads him deep into the forest. And just as he is on the verge of catching up, the group suddenly disperses. Observing this, Naruto promptly employs the shadow clone technique to tail the fleeing figures. However, just when Naruto believed he could effortlessly track them down, those individuals unexpectedly transformed into a cloud of smoke and vanished. Naruto never anticipated that they too employed the shadow clone technique. As he witnessed the sudden disappearance of the figures before him, a frown creased Naruto's brow. Just as he thought he had lost their trail, a silhouette abruptly appeared a short distance behind him. "Ah, Naruto-kun. It's been a while. I never imagined you have progressed so much." The moment the person emerged, they greeted Naruto warmly. Instantly, Naruto focused on the individual, scrutinizing them. "What's wrong? Don't you recognize me? I am Mizuki, the one who guided you in mastering the shadow clone technique back in the day. Alas, it's a pity that you repaid my kindness with malice, causing me great suffering. Do you have any idea how I have endured these past few years?" As Mizuki spoke, a shadow of gloom fell across his face, revealing the deep-seated resentment and anger he harbored from past events. Had it not been for Naruto's defeat of him, he might not have languished in prison, shrouded in darkness, missing the prime opportunity to follow Orochimaru. The mere recollection of these thoughts ignited Mizuki's fury. Oh, I remember now. So you were that guy. Thank you for your guidance back then. Without it, I wouldn't have learned the shadow clone technique. But let's be honest, you were merely using me. Naruto replied, his impression of Mizuki still vivid. Without Mizuki's assistance, he might not have graduated at all. Of course, if luck had not favored him in mastering the shadow clone technique, Mizuki could have easily succeeded in his plans. The realization that Mizuki intended to ally himself with Orochimaru using the shadow clone technique filled Naruto with indignation. "Humph, you are the shameless one. Today, I shall demonstrate my prowess. I intend to present you to Lord Orochimaru as a gift," Mizuki exclaimed with a laugh, promptly turning to flee. Seeing this, Naruto could not let the opportunity slip away and quickly pursued him. However, as Naruto closed the distance, a sly smile crept across Mizuki's face. The two swiftly navigated through the forest, time seemingly slipping away. Just as Naruto was about to catch up to Mizuki, an expansive clearing suddenly appeared before them. Upon reaching the clearing, Mizuki abruptly halted. Naruto was puzzled, wondering if Mizuki had lost his mind by stopping in such an open area, devoid of any cover for escape. Just as he contemplated this, Mizuki clapped his hands. In an instant, two hefty figures plummeted from the sky, landing directly in front of Naruto. Caught off guard by the sudden appearance of the two hefty individuals, who promptly restrained his arms, Naruto could not help but frown. "Haha, the Thunder God and Wind God have seized your hands. You are now incapable of utilizing the shadow clone technique. Let us see how you struggle now." Shuemu's impression of Naruto seemed to linger in the past, unaware that Naruto's strength had surged remarkably since then. Thus, as he looked at Naruto with a hint of schadenfreude, Naruto decisively unleashed his armament haki. With the enhancement of this haki, Naruto's body became as unyielding as iron. "Really? Did you think that would enable you to capture me? How naive." Upon finishing his words, Naruto raised his foot and stomped down towards the feet of the Wind God and Thunder God. Bolstered by the haki, Naruto's foot immediately distorted the surface of their feet. Suddenly feeling the excruciating pain, both the Wind God and Thunder God screamed in unison. "Ah, my foot. It hurts. Help. I think I've broken it. Damn you." As they wailed and hopped around clutching their feet, Naruto couldn't help but chuckle at their comical antics. In the next moment, Naruto prudently stepped back, maintaining his distance from them. However, just when he believed he had eluded them, explosive tags unexpectedly appeared behind him. The tags detonated almost instantaneously, sending Naruto hurtling through the air. "Huh, did you truly think I would be so foolish? I certainly have a backup plan. Naruto, come along and meet Lord Orochimaru. I am certain he will be quite intrigued by the nine tails within you." As Shuemu watched Naruto being blown away, a triumphant smirk spread across his face. Yet, just as he assumed that Naruto would be injured by the explosion, Naruto adjusted his posture mid-air and charged back towards him. Empowered by haki, Naruto's speed was astonishing, leaving Shuemu with no time to react. In the next instant, Naruto delivered a decisive punch to Shuemu's abdomen. Shuemu barely had time to emit a sound before he was sent sprawling to the ground, appearing utterly disheveled. Just as Naruto prepared to follow up with another strike, the Wind God and Thunder God surged forward once more. It must be said that these two were indeed quite bothersome, to avoid being captured by them. Naruto had no choice but to retreat momentarily. Shuemu, unable to comprehend how Naruto had become so formidable, struggled to rise from the ground, his eyes alight with fervor. "Naruto, you truly are different from the others. I never imagined you could grow to this extent in such a short time. Even I find myself increasingly intrigued by you." As Shuemu spoke, he summoned the Wind God and Thunder God beside him. In the next moment, he decisively distributed a certain potion to them. Upon receiving the potion, the Wind God and Thunder God became instantly exhilarated, and without hesitation, they consumed it. Naruto, let the Wind and Thunder Gods entertain you for a while. I have some matters to attend to. We shall meet again shortly. With that, Shiemu resolutely entrusted Naruto to the Wind God and Thunder God. At this moment, having consumed the medicine administered by Mizuki, the gazes of the brothers, the God of Wind and the God of Thunder, began to shift. Observing this scene, Naruto couldn't help but furrow his brow. You brat, I shall devour you. As Naruto warily focused on Mizuki and the two divine beings, the God of Thunder suddenly erupted in fury. In the next instant, his form swelled several times in size, charging directly at Naruto. Not to be outdone, the God of Wind stomped his foot vigorously and joined the God of Thunder in lunging toward Naruto. Meanwhile, seeing that Naruto was preoccupied with the two titanic figures, Mizuki decisively fled toward the direction of Konoha village. Naruto initially intended to bypass the two hefty adversaries to pursue Mizuki, but before he could make a move, he was abruptly intercepted. At that moment, perhaps due to the effects of the medicine, both the God of Wind and the God of Thunder seemed to have augmented their strength, making it impossible for Naruto to evade them. Faced with this predicament, Naruto realized he had to neutralize these two before he could pursue Mizuki. However, it appeared that he had underestimated the challenge, as the two adversaries suddenly became remarkably formidable. Their attacks grew increasingly unpredictable, putting Naruto at risk on several occasions. Just as Naruto was becoming increasingly exasperated by their relentless pursuit, he finally heard Shikamaru's voice in the distance. Accompanying him was Iruka-sensei. Yo, Naruto, are you alright? We're here to assist you. Iruka-sensei shouted toward Naruto. Hearing Iruka's voice, Naruto felt a wave of relief wash over him. Moments ago, he had nearly resolved to employ the reanimation jutsu against the two formidable foes before him. It seemed now that such drastic measures were unnecessary. He could simply leave the matter to Shikamaru and Iruka. Quickly, Naruto leaped to a nearby tree and called out to the hurriedly approaching Shikamaru and Iruka. Shikamaru, Iruka-sensei, I leave these two to you. I must pursue Mizuki. That fellow seems to have some nefarious scheme. Without further explanation, Naruto dashed toward the direction where Mizuki had vanished. Iruka-sensei initially intended to accompany Naruto, but upon realizing the challenge posed by the two adversaries, he reconsidered his decision. Meanwhile, after escaping alone, Mizuki swiftly returned to the village. In the village, he once had a secret hideout, now long abandoned. Fortunately, it was unguarded, allowing Mizuki to arrive at his former residence and gather several belongings. These items were remnants from his past, and with them in tow, Mizuki soon halted at a cave located outside the village. Utilizing his observation haki, Naruto closely trailed Mizuki. As he entered the cave, Naruto resolutely followed suit. However, upon entering the cave, he found the scene before him shifting unexpectedly. Startled by the surreal landscape, Naruto muttered, "Oh no, it's an illusion." At this moment, Naruto had seen through Mizuki's tricks and decisively utilized his haki to establish a defense. In the next instant, Mizuki's attack almost instantaneously descended upon Naruto. Fortunately, Naruto was protected by haki, which prevented Mizuki's efforts from succeeding. How formidable! What on earth are you concealing within yourself? Mizuki realized that his assault was utterly ineffective against Naruto, and thus had no choice but to dispel the illusion. Clearly, under Naruto's defensive state, even the assistance of an illusion would prove futile. What is it that you desire? I advise you to obediently accompany me back to see Tsunade, or else I shall not hold back. Naruto, weary of engaging in further banter with Mizuki, issued an ultimatum. However, as Naruto's words fell, Mizuki coldly sneered once more. Return? How could a place like Konoha ever be worthy of a genius like me? They merely seek to constrain me with rules. They look down upon me. I have endured enough. I shall go to Lord Orochimaru, for that is my true paradise. Mizuki fervently extolled Orochimaru, evidently having become too deeply enmeshed to consider retreat. Observing this, Naruto ceased his futile dialogue and chose to confront Mizuki directly. Just as Naruto prepared to engage Mizuki, the latter suddenly consumed a crimson liquid. Upon ingesting the liquid, Mizuki's body underwent an immediate transformation. Notably, his skin soon bore the cursed seal marks reminiscent of Sasuke's. Witnessing the cursed seal, Naruto frowned. A cursed seal? You possess one of Orochimaru's cursed seals as well? No wonder you were so resolutely intent on following him. Naruto understood well that such a seal could bestow considerable augmentation, and many were drawn to Orochimaru in pursuit of this power. However, this power was not without peril. Should one lose control of the cursed seal, it could lead to dire repercussions. Contemplating these risks, Naruto urgently called out to Mizuki. Mizuki, stop. That thing is far too dangerous. Naruto attempted to dissuade Mizuki, but it was evidently too late. After consuming the crimson liquid, Mizuki's eyes transformed, and his body instantaneously altered its form. Gazing at Mizuki's somewhat terrifying physique, Naruto felt a sense of helplessness. Yet, as Naruto shook his head, Mizuki had already made the decisive choice to strike. It must be said that, bolstered by that liquid, Mizuki's strength seemed to have surged far beyond his previous capabilities. Even Naruto found himself facing a formidable challenge. This guy's speed and power have multiplied severalfold. He can even perform jutsu without hand seals, truly unexpected. Nevertheless, this was where it would end. He could not be allowed to continue his rampage. At this moment, Naruto appeared to be fully prepared to deliver a decisive blow to Mizuki. However, just then, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding! The system has detected that the host is faced with a choice. Option 1. Defeat the rampaging Mizuki. Mission reward, Great Fireball Technique. Option 2. Abandon the battle and flee immediately. Mission reward, 10 large bounties. Listening to the system's prompt, Naruto's expression changed markedly. What the heck? Is this some kind of joke? This system is far too frivolous. 10 large bounties as a reward? Ridiculous. I choose option 1. I choose option 1. In a fit of frustration, Naruto shouted at the system. After accepting the task, Naruto's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Although the reward for option 1 was not particularly enticing, it was certainly preferable to receiving 10 large bounties. Thus, in the next moment, Naruto decisively utilized the shadow clone technique, creating hundreds of clones. Mizuki, I defeated you with this very technique before. Now, let me remind you of those past memories. As Naruto spoke, he empowered each clone with a layer of armament, simultaneously beginning to form a Rasengan. However, as Naruto was forming the Rasengan, Mizuki charged towards Naruto's clones. At this moment, Mizuki was on the verge of losing control, and Naruto's clones were swiftly being overwhelmed. Observing the dwindling number of clones and realizing he could not form the Rasengan, Naruto quickly formed hand seals once more. This time, he summoned the chakra of the Nine Tails. And under its enhancement, Naruto's clones almost instantly filled the entire cave. I have plenty of clones. Continue forming the Rasengan. With Naruto's command, all the shadow clones began to gather their energy into the Rasengan. Seeing Naruto create such a multitude of clones only served to heighten Mizuki's agitation. Especially recalling that he had been defeated by this very technique before, Mizuki's fury surged. Consequently, his body began to transform once again, even sprouting enormous wings. Witnessing this transformation, Naruto was reminded of Sasuke's cursed seal abilities. Naruto, die! I will kill you. As Mizuki's body underwent yet another transformation, he roared at Naruto in anger. Just as Mizuki was preparing to unleash a more ferocious assault, Naruto's clones had readied dozens of Rasengans. The power of these Rasengans was formidable. Soon, with a single command from Naruto, a barrage of Rasengans descended from above, crashing down upon Mizuki. Mizuki barely had time to react before being struck by Naruto's Rasengan. As he felt the overwhelming force of the Rasengan, Mizuki's expression contorted in anguish. In the next instant, his transformed body crumbled under the impact of the Rasengan, and he was swiftly brought to the ground by Naruto. Despite the deep reluctance in his heart, at that moment, Mizuki found himself utterly powerless to retaliate. As he reached the brink of defeat, his body began to contort. It was evident that his mastery over the cursed seal was rudimentary at best, and his enhancement through drugs rendered it even more unreliable. Observing Mizuki on the ground, Naruto couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Just then, Shikamaru and Irika-sensei finally arrived. Initially, they had intended to assist Naruto, but upon seeing that he had already dealt with Mizuki, they felt a touch of helplessness. Hey Naruto, you never wait for us. We don't even get a chance to show off. Shikamaru lamented, shaking his head in resignation. Upon witnessing this, Naruto couldn't help but smile. Thus, after resolving the situation with Mizuki, the group returned to the village together. After reporting to Tsunade, they all dispersed. Once outside Tsunade's office, Naruto sought a secluded spot to train alone. Having received the rewards from the system, he was eager to test the Great Fireball technique. This was a jutsu that Sasuke prided himself on, and Naruto was curious to see how well he could perform it. In a remote forest, Naruto formed hand seals, and in the next instant, he unleashed a massive fireball from his mouth. As the fireball expanded, the surrounding trees were instantly reduced to ashes. Witnessing this spectacle, Naruto nodded in approval. Wow, being proficient in all chakra natures really pays off. This great fireball technique is completely unrestricted. Clearly, Naruto was quite pleased with the power of the jutsu. However, he remained unaware that even Sasuke had taken several months to master this technique. Now, Naruto had succeeded in just one day, a talent that was simply enviable. Soon after mastering the great fireball technique, Naruto returned to the village. Everything resumed its usual tranquility. However, just as Naruto planned to utilize this time to learn several more elemental jutsu, Shino's team received a new mission. This new task was indeed related to Sasuke. As Shino and his team were tasked with searching for the micro-insect, Naruto-kun, come with us. Hinata invited him upon spotting Naruto. Yet, Naruto seemed disinterested, despite Hinata's invitation. He felt it would be a waste of time. However, just as he was about to decline, a system notification resonated in his mind. Ding. Host is faced with a choice. Choice 1. Accept Hinata's request and search for the micro-insect. Task reward. Byakugan ability. Choice 2. Decline Hinata's invitation. Task reward. Micro-insect. As the notification echoed in his mind, Naruto's expression turned pale with disbelief. Clearly, he had not anticipated such rewards from the system. Micro-insect? Is this some kind of joke? Wait, Byakugan ability? What the heck? Is this system out of its mind? For a moment, Naruto found himself in a quandary. He truly yearned to possess the Byakugan, for its potential in later developments was indeed formidable. As for the SH-10 bug, it was precisely what Shino required. All he had to do was decline Hinata's invitation to obtain it. Faced with these two choices, Naruto momentarily stood frozen in place. Naruto-kun, have you made your decision? Just as he was grappling with his dilemma, Hinata inquired once more. Upon hearing her voice, Naruto finally regained his composure. I choose one. After much deliberation, Naruto finally made his decision. Comparatively, he found the abilities of the Byakugan more enticing. Although he now possessed the observation haki, which could rival the Byakugan, the later stages of the Byakugan were unmatched by the observation haki. As for the microscopic insect, since it could be located, it would be a better use of the system's rewards than squandering them. With these thoughts in mind, Naruto nodded toward Hinata. All right, I will accompany you to find the microscopic insect. He resolutely agreed, and after confirming with Hinata, everyone returned to prepare for their departure the following day. As for any preparations, Naruto had none to make, so he promptly fell asleep upon returning home. He slept soundly until midnight when he awoke. I've missed dinner. I'm so hungry. Lying in bed, he tossed and turned, unable to sleep, and with no food at home, he decided to venture out in search of something to eat. However, at that hour, there was nowhere in the village still open for business. As he wandered through the streets, he found himself standing before the row of gravestones. Gazing at those tombstones, a wave of loneliness washed over him. To alleviate his melancholy, Naruto employed the Edo Tensei technique to summon the third Hokage. Since Naruto lacked control over the third Hokage's consciousness, he was effectively free. Noticing Naruto's gloomy demeanor, the third Hokage began to console him. Naruto, you don't seem quite well. What troubles you? He sat beside Naruto, who then opened up about his concerns regarding Orochimaru, acknowledging him as an unstable element. It seemed that Orochimaru had begun to covet Naruto's body, which filled him with apprehension. In Naruto's eyes, Orochimaru possessed formidable skills in ninjutsu creation. Who knew what powerful techniques he might conjure that could catch him off guard? When Naruto mentioned Orochimaru's name, a flicker of anger crossed the third Hokage's face. Humph, that Orochimaru. He truly brings shame to me. How could I have such a disciple? I wish I could deal with him myself. It was evident that the third Hokage harbored lingering regrets about merely having taken Orochimaru's hands. As the third Hokage's irritation grew, Naruto shared Orochimaru's recent activities with him. Upon learning that Orochimaru had developed a reincarnation technique, the third Hokage's expression shifted dramatically. If Orochimaru could reincarnate, it meant he could still wield ninjutsu, posing a significant threat to Konoha. Moreover, it was a potential risk not only to Konoha but also to Sasuke and Naruto. As these thoughts filled his mind, the third Hokage became increasingly concerned about the safety of Naruto and Sasuke. No, we absolutely cannot allow Orochimaru to continue his reckless rampage. Suddenly, the third Hokage rose to his feet and turned his gaze toward Naruto. Naruto, have you awakened the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan? I can sense its presence within you. The third Hokage gazed at Naruto and spoke, to which Naruto, no longer concealing the truth, nodded slightly. Indeed, I have inherited the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan. Additionally, I possess the bloodline of the Senju clan. What is it, Grandpa Third? Naruto was puzzled by the third Hokage's inquiry, and as he contemplated this, the third Hokage couldn't help but chuckle. Ha ha ha, that's splendid. Now, shall I teach you the most powerful sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan? This proclamation instantly piqued Naruto's interest. Although he had awakened the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, he had only been able to employ some conventional sealing techniques. The formidable sealing arts of the Uzumaki clan were entirely foreign to him, likely due to the dwindling number of its members, resulting in many techniques being lost to time. Just as Naruto's curiosity blossomed, the third Hokage decisively recounted the sealing technique used to subdue Orochimaru. Grandpa Third, are you referring to the Reaper Death Seal? But that technique isn't particularly powerful, is it? Otherwise, how could you only seal Orochimaru's hands? Naruto clearly held little regard for the sealing technique spoken of by the third Hokage. To him, it seemed even less formidable than the 8-trigram seal. However, at that moment, the third Hokage tapped Naruto's head. You little rascal, what do you know? The Reaper Death Seal was indeed created by the Uzumaki clan. And since I am not of their bloodline, I could not wield its true power. But you are different. The Uzumaki blood flows through your veins. You can unleash this technique to its fullest potential. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage began to narrate the legends surrounding the Reaper Death Seal. It was only after listening to the third Hokage's explanation that Naruto came to realize the truth. The third Hokage had not been able to maximize the technique's effectiveness due to his lack of Uzumaki blood, which is why he had only managed to seal Orochimaru's hands, failing to completely bind his soul. According to the third Hokage's description, if a member of the Uzumaki clan were to execute this sealing technique, even the Nine Tails would tremble in fear. One can only imagine the sheer terror this ninjutsu embodies. Now, I have decided to pass this technique on to you. What do you say, Naruto? Do you wish to learn from me? As Naruto absorbed the weight of the third Hokage's words, the third Hokage spoke again. His gaze upon Naruto was gentle, akin to that of a grandfather regarding his beloved grandson. However, his intentions extended beyond merely imparting a single technique to Naruto. At this moment, he yearned to share everything he possessed. In the third Hokage's eyes, Naruto's future was destined for unparalleled brilliance, and he sought to add vibrant hues to that future. In addition to the Reaper Death Seal, I am prepared to bestow upon you the entirety of my knowledge. Therefore, Naruto, be ready to embrace what is to come. As he spoke, the third Hokage began to elucidate the intricacies of the Reaper Death Seal. At this moment, Naruto listened intently, clearly aware that such opportunities are rare. It is worth noting that the third Hokage is an exceptionally unique individual, possessing extensive knowledge of various ninjutsu. Furthermore, Naruto, endowed with the mastery of all elemental chakra, found himself perfectly aligned with this teaching. Thus, in the ensuing time, the third Hokage not only entrusted the dead demon-consuming seal to Naruto, but also imparted numerous new ninjutsu techniques to him, each formidable enough to arm Naruto to the teeth. Naturally, due to Naruto's insufficient chakra training at present, the effectiveness of these techniques was somewhat diminished. Naruto, focus on enhancing your chakra training. One day, you will surpass my existence. Before long, a night had passed, and Naruto hardly rested, persistently practicing the ninjutsu taught by the third Hokage. It was not until early the next morning, as the time approached for his rendezvous with Hinata and the others, that he finally paused. At the village entrance, upon Naruto's arrival, Hinata and her companions had been waiting for quite some time. Naruto-kun, you finally made it. We were beginning to think you wouldn't show up. As Hinata spoke, she suddenly extended her hand, offering him a rice ball, her face flushed with a rosy hue. Having gone without food since the previous night, Naruto eagerly lunged for the rice ball as soon as he saw it. Arigato, Hina. Gratefully accepting the rice ball, he devoured it voraciously. Nearby, Kiba and Shino exchanged exasperated glances at his behavior. Before long, the four of them ventured into the forest outside the village, heading towards the habitat of the micro-fragrance bugs. However, due to the distance and Naruto's lack of rest the previous day, he repeatedly collided with trees along the way, emerging battered and bruised by the time they reached the micro-fragrance bugs territory. This is the place where the micro-fragrance bugs appear. However, it's getting a bit late. Let us set up camp here for the night. The micro-fragrance bugs only come out during the day. Shino, being well-versed in the habits of the micro-fragrance bugs, suggested they rest before searching. Noticing this, Naruto, too exhausted to bother with setting up a tent, simply collapsed onto the grass and fell fast asleep. In a flurry, Hinata rushed to cover Naruto with a blanket to shield him from the cold. Soon, the group managed to pitch their tents and settle down for the night. However, as they prepared to rest, shadows suddenly emerged from the darkness nearby, their predatory gazes fixed on Naruto and his companions, clearly harboring ill intentions. Due to their exhaustion from the day's journey, Naruto and his friends remained oblivious to the lurking figures. Fortunately, the night passed without incident, and by the following morning, the group was rejuvenated and ready for action. Their next task was to locate the micro-fragrance bugs. After Shino shared a picture with everyone, they dispersed to search. However, the micro-fragrance bugs bore an uncanny resemblance to rhinoceros beetles, leading Naruto to mistakenly identify several. As Naruto and his companions embarked on their respective missions, the individuals who had been watching them with predatory intent finally sprang into action. In the forest, Hinata was diligently searching for the elusive fragrance bug. But soon a swarm of bees appeared behind her. Without hesitation, the bees launched a barrage of wax at Hinata, swiftly rendering her immobile. She intended to call out to Naruto and the others for help, but before she could utter a word, her mouth was sealed by the sticky substance. "Oh, the ninjas of Konoha are truly feeble," remarked a woman, who, along with her companions, had also come in search of the fragrance bugs. They had been here for several days with no success, but with Naruto's group arriving, they saw an opportunity to exploit them as free labor. Meanwhile, Hinata struggled desperately, but the wax appeared to be specially crafted, making it impossible for her to break free. Just as Hinata worried about Naruto and Shino, he unexpectedly appeared before her. In an instant, Naruto decisively intervened, snatching Hinata back from the woman-esque grasp. With a spiral sphere already in hand, he promptly removed all the wax binding Hinata. Witnessing her hard-won captive being rescued, the woman furrowed her brow in frustration. "Curse that little brat! How did you uncover our hiding?" she inquired, her curiosity piqued. As Naruto had seen through their concealment. "Actually, I spotted you yesterday. I just couldn't be bothered to deal with you," Naruto replied nonchalantly. "But now that you've dared to lay hands on my companion, I can no longer overlook it." Upon arriving, Naruto had employed his observation haki to survey the surroundings, allowing him to detect the woman and her two accomplices from the outset. However, as they remained hidden in the shadows, he chose to ignore them until they made their move. Realizing that she could no longer use Hinata as leverage, the woman sneered. "Do you think you can escape us just because you've rescued her? We'll take you both down and then have your companions retrieve the fragrance bugs in exchange." As she spoke, she exchanged glances with her two allies, and they simultaneously launched their attack. Without hesitation, Naruto charged forward to intercept all three of them. "Hinata, go find Shino and the others. I can handle this," he declared, unyielding in the face of his adversaries. Hinata, however, was concerned for Naruto's safety. "But, Naruto-kun, won't it be dangerous for you to face them alone?" "Don't worry, I'm fine. I still have to marry you. So there's no way I'd let anything happen to me here." As Naruto deftly deflected the attacks from his assailants, he continued to speak. "Huh? What did you say, Naruto-kun?" Hinata, blushing, was compelled to retreat upon seeing Naruto's determination. Once Hinata had distanced herself, Naruto boldly engaged his opponents. "Hmph, little brat, your evasive maneuvers were commendable. But is that all you can do? We of the Yuzu clan do not engage in battle with the weak." At this moment, the woman revealed her identity, prompting Naruto to chuckle. To his surprise, they were members of the Yuzu clan, akin to Shino's lineage. This clan was also adept at manipulating insects. Yet they had evidently chosen the wrong adversary. Having recently mastered the great fireball technique, Naruto knew that fire was the insect's greatest fear. Consequently, he unleashed his fire-based ninjutsu against the trio before him. Undoubtedly, the potency of fire ninjutsu proved effective, and the three from the Yuzu clan were swiftly forced back. They could scarcely fathom that Naruto would pose such a formidable challenge. As they appeared to contemplate retreat, Naruto decisively employed a sealing technique. In an instant, the trio was ensnared by his seals. It was then that Shino and his companions finally arrived. Upon seeing Naruto unharmed, Hinata breathed a sigh of relief. Earlier, while Naruto was embroiled in battle, she had feared for his safety. In her urgency, she had resorted to using her Byakugan to locate Shino and Kiba, hastening her way to their aid. Now, witnessing Naruto's safety, the trio rushed to his side. "What about those ruffians?" Shino inquired, while he scanned their surroundings. Remaining ever vigilant against potential threats, Naruto pointed towards the distance where the sealed foes lay. "I have sealed them. They appear to be from the Yuzu clan. You should be aware of them." Naruto revealed their identity to Shino, who nodded upon hearing the name. Long ago, during the Great Ninja Wars, the Yuzu clan had aligned with the Land of Earth, while Shino's family had stood with the Land of Fire's Konoha. The two clans had once clashed, with Shino's family emerging victorious, leaving the Yuzu clan diminished in numbers. Reflecting on these events, Shino couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy. Clearly, choosing the right faction was of utmost importance. At that moment, Naruto resolutely released the captives. Upon seeing them, Shino addressed the members of the Yuza clan. Your numbers are dwindling. I advise against opposing Konoha. You are now defeated by Naruto. If you agree to assist us in locating the Mikazuki bug, we shall spare you. As Shino spoke, he glanced at the Yuza clan members, who nodded slightly. However, their gaze remained fixed on Naruto, evidently astonished by his remarkable strength. Unbeknownst to them, despite Naruto being merely a genin, his abilities had already surpassed those of many jonin. Even within the confines of Konoha, Naruto now finds it increasingly difficult to identify worthy opponents. He is acutely aware that if he were to master all the jutsu imparted to him by the third Hokage, his strength would undoubtedly amplify. It is noteworthy that the third Hokage is renowned for being the longest-serving Hokage in history. His unparalleled prowess lies in his mastery over a multitude of elemental jutsu. In the entire village, no one possesses a deeper understanding of ninjutsu than he does, reaching a level of expertise that is virtually unattainable for others. It is said that the third Hokage can proficiently utilize over 1,000 different techniques, which is why he is often referred to as the ninja professor. The mere thought of soon being able to command such an extensive repertoire of jutsu fills Naruto with excitement. Thus, in the ensuing days, with the assistance of the free labor provided by the members of the Uzumaki clan, Naruto found himself with ample leisure time. During this period, he devoted himself to learning ninjutsu from the third Hokage, a rigorous endeavor that lasted over a week. It wasn't until Shino and his companions located the micromoth that they prepared to return home. As for the three members of the Uzumaki clan, they were ultimately released by Naruto and his team. Despite their apparent reluctance, they had no means to resist in the presence of Naruto, and thus could only watch helplessly as the micromoth fell into their hands. Upon returning to the village with the micromoth, Naruto ceased to concern himself with subsequent matters. After bidding farewell to Shino and the others, he retreated to a secluded spot to continue his training. Under the individualized guidance of the third Hokage, whose stature rivals that of a Hokage, Naruto's progress was conspicuously evident. As he learned an increasing number of jutsu, he grew ever more formidable. In fact, he began to develop a fondness for the seemingly endless training. Although it could be monotonous, each time he mastered a new technique, a wave of exhilaration would wash over him. You have nearly mastered the fire-style jutsu, Naruto. Next, I shall teach you earth-style ninjutsu. While earth techniques are primarily defensive, they can be rather complex to practice. You must study diligently. The third Hokage expressed his satisfaction upon witnessing Naruto's adeptness with fire-style jutsu. Just as he was about to continue his instruction, Naruto, fatigued, interjected, "I can't go on anymore, Grandpa Third. Let me take a break. I'm off to grab a bowl of ramen." With that, Naruto dashed away from the training area and bolted into the ramen shop. After indulging in several bowls of ramen, he left feeling thoroughly satisfied. However, just as he was preparing to return to his training, Kakashi appeared within Naruto's line of sight. "Hey, Naruto, where have you been hiding lately? Have you been slacking off somewhere?" Kakashi exclaimed, playfully pinning Naruto's head down as he inquired. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto swiftly employed a jutsu to escape Kakashi's grasp. Kakashi, taken aback, had not anticipated Naruto's ability to execute such an evasion technique. "Oh, it seems your prowess has indeed enhanced," Kakashi remarked, leading the way toward the Hokage's building where Tsunade awaited. Naruto, seeing this, had no choice but to follow suit. "What could that old hag want with me? Surely she isn't assigning me yet another mission. But I'm swamped, Kakashi-sensei. Could you perhaps convey my predicament to her?" Recently, Naruto had declined numerous missions in his pursuit of mastering jutsu under the third Hokage's guidance. Had Tsunade not been unable to locate him, she might have already given him a thorough reprimanding. Kakashi, however, resolutely declined Naruto's request. "You should address the fifth Hokage directly. If I fail to bring you back this time, she will truly become enraged," Kakashi urged, and soon they arrived before the Hokage's tower, where a considerable gathering had amassed. Tsunade among them. "Naruto, you little rascal, where have you been these past few days? You had better provide a reasonable explanation," Tsunade bellowed upon spotting Naruto. Embarrassed, Naruto chuckled awkwardly. "Haha, well, you see, old lady, I've been training, of course. Truly, I'm not lying. I have grown considerably stronger." He dared not approach too closely, fearing a fist might come crashing down upon his head. As Naruto spoke of his training, Tsunade scoffed derisively. "Oh, training? Then let me witness the fruits of your labor. And Sakura, you two shall engage in battle against Kakashi." I wish to see the results of your efforts. With that, she turned to Sakura, who stood resolutely beside Naruto, confidence radiating from her. Yes, Lady Tsunade, she affirmed, positioning herself alongside Naruto, while Kakashi chuckled at the scene. Ah, how nostalgic. The last time we had such an assessment. There were 4 of us. Kakashi mused, retrieving a bell, which reminded Naruto and Sakura of their time training together under Kakashi's tutelage. When the trio was first assigned to his team, they required considerable time to synchronize. Many tales unfolded during that period. Yet now, they found it difficult to reunite. As Sasuke had departed for Orochimaru's domain. Sigh, I wonder how that stubborn one is faring now, Naruto lamented, a sigh escaping his lips. At that moment, Sakura interjected, Naruto, focus on the task at hand. Let's face Kakashi-sensei's challenge head-on. With sleeves rolled up, she gazed at Kakashi with unwavering confidence. Kakashi smiled in response and commenced the bell test. Long ago, when Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke first participated in such an assessment, they had been notably inept. Their abilities paled in comparison to Kakashi's. Yet this time, the outcome was uncertain, for both Naruto and Sakura had undergone significant growth, ascending to new heights in their prowess. Come on, let me witness the extent of your progress, Kakashi proclaimed as he jingled the bell in his hand. At that moment, Naruto had already made his move. Shadow Clone Jutsu, he exclaimed, instantly conjuring countless replicas of himself. Upon seeing the clones, Kakashi couldn't help but chuckle. Naruto, still relying on that age-old ninjutsu? With such tactics, you cannot hope to defeat me. Kakashi provoked Naruto, yet in the next instant, a sudden gust of wind swept past him from behind. Sensing an unusual disturbance, Kakashi swiftly evaded. Just as he dodged, a massive Rasengan hurtled towards him. Witnessing the Rasengan explode in midair, Kakashi furrowed his brow. It must be said that Naruto's diversionary tactic was nearly effective. Had it not been for his extensive combat experience, he could have been in real trouble. Well done, Naruto. You've even grasped the essence of strategy. I am quite pleased. Kakashi gave Naruto a thumbs up. However, as Kakashi spoke, Naruto unleashed his second jutsu, to everyone's astonishment. It was the Great Fireball technique, once Sasuke's specialty. Naruto's execution of such a technique was indeed surprising. Naruto, how did you learn that? Sakura, recalling Sasuke's prowess with the technique, asked with curiosity. Oh, I just observed how Sasuke used it frequently and figured it out myself. Now, let us keep going. Sakura, you distract Kakashi-sensei while I grab the bell. Naruto provided instructions without further elaboration. Upon hearing Naruto's command, Sakura nodded resolutely. In the ensuing moments, every time Naruto employed a ninjutsu, he orchestrated a corresponding strategy. Sakura, following Naruto's lead, pressed on relentlessly until they forced Kakashi to activate his Sharingan. As he witnessed Naruto's increasingly fierce assaults, even Kakashi felt the pressure mounting. These two little ones have grown beyond my expectations. Especially Naruto. His strength has become quite extraordinary. Yet, I can't shake the feeling that he is still holding back. Kakashi deftly countered Naruto and Sakura's onslaught while keenly observing their movements. Not far away, Tsunade watched with a look of astonishment, clearly taken aback by Naruto's growth. It was hard to believe that when she first met him, he could barely contend with Kabuto. Now, he had managed to force Kakashi to reveal his Sharingan, a remarkable transformation indeed. Moreover, Tsunade was particularly impressed by Naruto's leadership and strategic foresight. Previously, Naruto charged recklessly into battle, with little regard for tactics. However, the Naruto of today demonstrated an understanding of strategy, thrilling Tsunade. In her view, he was now fully capable of becoming the leader of a mission squad, a position that had previously been reserved for Shikamaru. Shikamaru's reliance lies in his exceptional intelligence and strategy, and at this moment, Naruto is increasingly resembling Shikamaru. Water release, water bullet, body flicker technique, combined ninja art, earth dragon fire flow. In the midst of Tsunade's astonishment, Naruto unleashed a magnificent series of attacks directly upon Kakashi. Witnessing this scene, both Kakashi and Tsunade were momentarily taken aback. Ah, this series of assaults reminds me of someone. The image of the third Hokage emerged vividly in Kakashi's mind. Naruto's previous flurry of attacks mirrored the techniques of the third Hokage. Kakashi was perplexed as to where Naruto had acquired such skills, but this display was undoubtedly breathtaking. Beside them, Tsunade's face was also etched with surprise. The third Hokage had been her mentor, and she was intimately familiar with his techniques. At that moment, seeing Naruto's silhouette, she felt as though she was witnessing her teacher, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and her heart was tumultuous. Not far away. As Naruto executed a seamless series of ninjutsu, Sakura gaped in astonishment. She had believed that her training would allow her to stand shoulder to shoulder with Naruto. However, upon witnessing his performance, she felt a profound distance between them. Once the underachiever of their class, Naruto had now transformed into a prodigious ninja. This realization left Sakura both shocked and envious. It seems Naruto-kun is working harder than I am. What reason do I have to remain stagnant? Determined, Sakura resolved to push herself further. While each of them harbored their own thoughts, Tsunade finally spoke again to the trio. Cease your actions. There is no need to continue. Naruto and Sakura are now fully capable of handling more challenging tasks. Kakashi's team, assemble in my office. With that, Tsunade entered the building, and Naruto and Sakura followed Kakashi inside. Upon their arrival at Tsunade's office, a message from the Land of Wind appeared before them. Seeing the correspondence from the Land of Wind, Naruto furrowed his brow. The Akatsuki has attacked the Land of Wind? What has become of Gaara? Naruto was particularly concerned about Gaara, as he still harbored a fragment of Shukaku within him. If Gaara were to fall into peril, it would also mean that Shukaku might be at risk of being captured by the Akatsuki. While Naruto worried for Gaara, Tsunade decisively issued a command. I hereby order Kakashi's team to swiftly proceed to the Land of Wind on a mission. The objective is to rescue the Kazekage, Gaara. Tsunade's voice resonated in the office, and Naruto felt a surge of anticipation. After all, they were to confront the Akatsuki, presenting a new challenge. In the Hokage's office, Kakashi's team promptly accepted this rather formidable mission. Of course, in addition to Naruto and his companions, other teams would also join the endeavor. Just as Naruto and his companions were preparing to embark towards the Land of Wind for assistance, an alarm resounded throughout the Hidden Leaf village. The sound of the alarm caused even Tsunade to furrow her brow in concern. What was happening? What chaos had erupted outside? Tsunade inquired of her assistant, Shizen, who hurriedly delivered a report. Lady Tsunade, while patrolling, villagers discovered a significant number of explosive tags in various locations. The sheer quantity of these tags is sufficient to obliterate the entire Hidden Leaf. Shizen reported, her expression grave. Upon hearing this alarming news, Tsunade's fury ignited. She slammed her fist onto the table, overturning it. This display startled even Naruto, who instinctively retreated to a corner. He was acutely aware that if this elder lady lost her temper, anyone in her vicinity would inevitably face her wrath. Her formidable strength was capable of reducing someone to mere pulp, and Naruto had no desire to become her punching bag. How outrageous! Who dares act with such impunity in the Hidden Leaf? Kakashi's team swiftly ascertained the situation. The mission to assist the Land of Wind will commence only after the crisis in the Hidden Leaf is resolved, Tsunade commanded. Upon receiving her orders, Kakashi promptly took Naruto and Sakura and exited the office. The entire village had fallen into a state of tension, with ninjas occasionally soaring overhead. Observing this, Naruto activated his observation haki, scanning the village for explosive tags. The observation haki seems unable to detect the explosive tags. Naruto shook his head in disappointment, realizing that this ability lacked such functionality. However, he soon remembered the Byakugan he had obtained from a prior mission. In the next moment, Naruto decisively activated the Byakugan. As he did so, his eyes transformed, reminiscent of the Hyuga clan's unique ocular prowess. Even Sakura was taken aback by Naruto's Byakugan. Naruto-kun, what happened to your eyes? She exclaimed in surprise, for the Byakugan was a trait exclusive to the Hyuga clan and could not be possessed by others. Yet, Naruto's Byakugan was undeniably real, leaving Sakura puzzled. Nevertheless, Naruto had no time to explain. Utilizing the Byakugan, he swiftly pinpointed the remaining locations of the explosive tags. Sakura, I have identified the positions of the explosive tags. You must prepare to defuse them immediately, Naruto directed her, and Sakura nodded in agreement. Just as Naruto and Sakura were readying themselves to neutralize the explosive tags, Hinata and Shino arrived on the scene. The sight of Naruto wielding the Byakugan astonished everyone. However, due to the urgency of the situation, no one wasted time. Follow my lead. Everyone, act swiftly, Naruto instructed after a thorough investigation, promptly outlining all the locations of the explosive tags. The group quickly dispersed to carry out their tasks. Meanwhile, Tsunade had finally uncovered the full extent of the situation. It turns out that all these discovered explosive tags originated from the Land of Mountains. However, the war between the Land of Mountains and Konoha had ended many years ago. Though the conflict concluded with the Land of Mountains' defeat, No one anticipated that the explosive tags left behind would only be uncovered now. As Tsunade pondered how to resolve this matter, another report arrived. Lady Tsunade, Naruto has located all the explosive tags. He's currently organizing teams to dismantle them one by one. Shizen delivered the news, leaving Tsunade visibly astonished. How did he manage that? Tsunade was clearly taken aback. Locating such a vast number of explosive tags was no simple feat. Even mobilizing every shinobi in the village might not have guaranteed success. Yet Naruto had accomplished it effortlessly. A fact that left her struggling to comprehend. Rumors suggest Naruto used an ability resembling the Byakugan. The specifics remain unclear, but it was undoubtedly the Byakugan. Shizen continued. At the mention of the Byakugan, Tsunade's brow furrowed. She knew Naruto's lineage inside out. He was neither a member of the Hyuga clan, nor did he possess their bloodline. The Byakugan should have been impossible for him unless, like Kakashi with the Sharingan, he had undergone an implant. Yet such a procedure was unthinkable in Konoha. Given the Hyuga clan's strict guardianship over their Kekkei Genkai, even as Hokage, she would never permit it. Lost in thought, Tsunade grew increasingly uneasy. Once the explosive tags are cleared, summon Naruto immediately. She ordered, her concern mounting. If word of this reached the Hyuga clan, complications were inevitable. While Tsunade fretted over Naruto, the village's explosive tags were swiftly being uncovered and neutralized, thanks to his precise detection. The looming threat over Konoha was swiftly dismantled. Just as the villagers sighed in relief, Naruto was escorted to Tsunade's office. Studying his now normal eyes, she regarded him with keen curiosity. Naruto, what exactly happened with your Byakugan? She pressed. Naruto, of course, had no intention of revealing the truth. Huh? Byakugan? What are you talking about, Granny? I don't have any Byakugan. He deflected. I found those explosive tags using a sensory ninjutsu I invented. I just rolled my eyes up to mimic the Hyuga. Thought it'd look cool. Why no? Don't get the wrong idea. Tsunade listened skeptically but lacked evidence to refute his claims. Invented ninjutsu? Don't mess around, brat. That's dangerous. She warned. Her mind flashing to Orochimaru, whose obsession with forbidden techniques had led to his downfall. The last thing she wanted was for Naruto to follow that path. Relax, Granny. I'm nothing like Orochimaru. Naruto coughed dismissively. Now, may I take my leave? Everyone is waiting for my departure to the Land of Wind. Upon uttering these words, Naruto prepared to set off. However, just as he was about to leave, Tsunade unexpectedly approached him and extended her hand. Naruto initially thought Tsunade intended to strike him, but in the next moment, she placed her hand atop his head. Naruto, as you embark on your mission to the Land of Wind, exercise caution. Do not act impulsively. I will be here awaiting your return. Tsunade's heartfelt words filled Naruto with emotion. Don't worry, old hag. I will return alive. And try not to get too angry, otherwise you'll age faster. Get lost. Tsunade replied, her expression darkening. The Land of Wind, a nation established amidst a vast desert, is not affluent. Yet, under the leadership of the Kazekage, its people have resiliently persevered. Following the departure of the third Kazekage, Gaara ascended as the new leader. Due to Gaara's unique circumstances, he was regarded as a mere weapon of destruction from a young age. Few could empathize with Gaara, but fortunately he was accompanied by his childhood friends, Temari and Kankuro, who continuously sheltered this tormented child unable to find solace. However, since the return of Konoha, Gaara seems to have undergone a transformation. He is no longer as aloof as before and has begun to engage with others. Witnessing this change, Temari and Kankuro felt immense relief. This transformation was largely instigated by Naruto. Without him, Gaara might still be ensnared in his isolated world. Temari and Kankuro initially believed that such tranquil days would continue indefinitely. Yet, this serenity was soon shattered by the arrival of two members from the Akatsuki organization. Just a few days prior, an individual named Deidara from the Akatsuki attacked Sunagakure. He successfully overpowered Gaara and abducted him from the village. The strength of the adversary proved overwhelming, and the ninjas of Sunagakure were no match for him. Consequently, to rescue their Kazekage, Sunagakure sent a distress signal to their ally, Konoha. Upon receiving this plea for assistance, Tsunade promptly dispatched Naruto's team to aid Sunagakure. However, as Naruto's group set forth towards the village, Sunagakure found itself divided into two factions. Clearly, as former adversaries, many were reluctant to see Konoha's members enter the Land of Wind. They believed that although Konoha was now an ally, each side harbored its own secrets. No one wished for their secrets to be exposed, as a resurgence of conflict would yield devastating consequences. Naturally, dissenting voices existed alongside those in favor of cooperation. For Konoha's strength was undeniably formidable. While Sunagakure was not without its own prowess, it lacked a sufficient number of powerful ninjas. Otherwise, Gaara would not have been captured. At this juncture, as the debate raged on, the Kazekage of Sunagakure summoned Chiyo and Chiyo's grandson, urging them to come forth. Upon learning that Sunagakure sought assistance from Konoha, Chiyo expressed her disapproval. However, since the message has already been dispatched, all that remains is to await the arrival of the inhabitants of Konohagakure. Meanwhile, Naruto's team swiftly departed from the Leaf Village, making their way to the Sand Village in the Land of Wind. As a friend of Gaara, Naruto was deeply concerned for his well-being. Aware of the significance of the tailed beasts, he was particularly anxious about Gaara falling into the clutches of the Akatsuki organization. Although Naruto had previously sealed a portion of Shukaku, the One-Tail, within himself during their earlier battle, Gaara's true essence still resided within his own body. Should it fall into the hands of Akatsuki, the consequences would be dire. Contemplating this, Naruto hastened his pace. At that very moment, in a secluded corner of Konoha, Danzō furrowed his brow. As the leader of the Root organization, he held a wealth of information regarding the Akatsuki. Upon learning of the Kazekage's capture and Naruto's impending rescue mission, a wave of concern washed over him. It was evident that the Akatsuki's target was the tailed beasts. If Naruto reached the Sand Village, he would effectively be beyond the control of Konoha. Should the Akatsuki succeed in seizing him, the ramifications would be unthinkable. Talking to himself, Danzō's expression grew grave. The possibility of Naruto being captured by the Akatsuki made him increasingly restless. While Naruto's Nine Tails was indeed a formidable threat, it was undeniably the village's trump card. In many regions, tailed beasts were concealed as weapons, only to be revealed in dire circumstances. Naruto was Konoha's powerful weapon. Danzō was resolute in preventing him from falling into the hands of others. Despite having been bested by Naruto before and recognizing his formidable nature, he decided to intervene and prevent Naruto from leaving the village. In the forest outside Konoha, Naruto and his companions were navigating swiftly amongst the towering trees. Suddenly, a kunai was hurled towards Naruto. Sensing its approach, he deftly deflected it, landing firmly on a sturdy branch. "Who is there?" Naruto called out sharply, scanning the vicinity. At that moment, Kakashi and Sakura also halted, alertly surveying their surroundings. Just as Kakashi's team prepared for combat, Danzō emerged from behind a large tree. Upon seeing him, both Naruto and Kakashi exchanged wary glances. "Danzō, what do you intend to do?" Kakashi, as the team leader, was the first to voice his inquiry. Although Danzō held a significant position within Konoha, there was no time for deference now. As Kakashi confronted him, Danzō's gaze shifted to Naruto, who was equally taken aback by Danzō's unexpected appearance. He had previously warned Danzō to refrain from provoking him, and it seemed that his warning had fallen on deaf ears. "Kakashi, you should comprehend the significance of the Nine Tails to the village. The Akatsuki organization is on the hunt for tailed beasts, and Naruto cannot leave the village." Danzō does not mince words, directly articulating his intentions. Upon hearing Danzō's thoughts, Kakashi is momentarily at a loss for how to respond. It is evident that Danzō speaks the truth. Naruto has always been regarded as a mere weapon. If the Akatsuki is indeed pursuing the tailed beasts, Naruto would inevitably become a target, much like Gaara. Allowing Naruto to depart from Konoha under such circumstances is indisputably unwise. However, while Kakashi remains silent, Naruto suddenly speaks up. "Whether I can leave the village is a matter I will decide for myself. There is no need for your concern. Now, step aside immediately, or you shall not be spared my warning." Naruto threatens Danzō. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Danzō is taken aback, haunted by the memory of his previous defeat at Naruto's hands, which still lingers in his mind. Yet, despite his apprehension, the safety of the village takes precedence for Danzō. Having made his choice, Danzō does not come empty-handed. He is now prepared to engage Naruto in battle once more. Danzō's confidence stems from his recent breakthroughs in the transplantation of the Sharingan. To ensure Naruto remains, Danzō is even willing to resort to methods prohibited by the village. As Danzō prepares for combat, Naruto can hardly contain his impatience. "All right, Naruto, if you wish to leave today, you shall do so over my dead body," Danzō declares, gesturing for his subordinates to attack Naruto and his companions. As Danzō's men advance, a notification sound echoes in Naruto's mind. Ding. Host is faced with a choice. Option 1. Defeat Danzō and rescue Gaara. Mission reward: Supreme Illusion Technique. Option 2. Obey Danzō and return to Konoha. Mission reward. Secrets of the Sharingan. Stunned by the mission prompts, Naruto pauses. Supreme illusion technique. Secrets of the Sharingan. What an underwhelming reward. Come on, I'm facing Danzō here. Couldn't I be offered something better? Clearly dissatisfied with the rewards, Naruto ultimately opts for the first mission. To him, rescuing Gaara is an unshakable duty as a friend. The allure of the second mission's reward holds little appeal for Naruto. Having made his decision, Naruto prepares to strike decisively. However, just as he readies himself, Danzō has already targeted him. Danzō relentlessly unleashes wind release techniques against Naruto. In the past, Naruto might have attempted to evade, but now, he sees no need. Having learned numerous jutsu from the third Hokage, Naruto retaliates with vigor. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosive sounds echoed, causing even Danzō to be taken aback by Naruto's techniques. Clearly, he had not anticipated Naruto's rapid progress, which was evidently more formidable than their last encounter. It seemed that he would indeed have to resort to that technique. After voicing his thoughts, Danzō decisively retreated, prompting Naruto to pursue him without hesitation. Naruto, be cautious of traps, Kakashi warned as he observed Naruto chasing after Danzō. However, Naruto paid no heed. In his eyes, Danzō could hardly pose a significant threat. Having bested him before, he was confident he could do so again. Soon, Naruto followed Danzō to an open area where, to his surprise, Danzō abruptly halted, causing Naruto to furrow his brows. Danzō, I warned you before. Do not provoke me again. It appears my words have fallen on deaf ears. If that is the case, I shall show you no mercy today. Naruto was unwilling to squander time, preparing to unleash a decisive blow against Danzō. Just as he was ready to employ his most potent jutsu, Danzō slowly revealed his arm. As Danzō unwound the bandages, Naruto frowned. Had this man truly transplanted a Sharingan? He was utterly unprepared for the realization that Danzō had completed his sinister experiment. At that moment, Danzō chuckled. Heh. Losing to you last time only intensified my yearning for power. Thus, I hastened the completion of my experiment. Now, I shall employ my newly acquired ultimate jutsu to eliminate you. As Danzō spoke, he removed the last of the bandages, revealing only one Sharingan on his arm. In Naruto's memory, Danzō had possessed more than one Sharingan. It appeared that, despite hastening his progress, he had been somewhat hasty, resulting in the presence of just a single eye. While Naruto was momentarily taken aback, Danzō swiftly began forming seals. With each gesture, the Sharingan on his arm began to stir. Realizing the potency of Danzō's jutsu, Naruto quickly infused his chakra with determination and charged towards him. He was all too aware of how formidable Danzō's technique could be, and he was determined to prevent its manifestation. However, just as Naruto closed the distance and prepared to interrupt Danzō's jutsu, Danzō called out, Izanagi, activate. With a chilling command, the Sharingan on his arm began to spin rapidly. In an instant, all of Naruto's attacks against Danzō became futile. Witnessing his efforts rendered utterly ineffective, a wave of despair washed over Naruto. Damn it. He has successfully invoked that technique. Izanagi, a jutsu capable of nullifying all others. Naruto understood all too well that once this technique was activated, Danzō would enjoy a brief period of invulnerability. No harm could affect him in any way. Thus, at this moment, regardless of the jutsu Naruto employed, he was incapable of inflicting damage upon Danzō. However, within this fleeting minute, Danzō was at liberty to launch his own assaults on Naruto. Should he sustain any injuries, the consequences would be dire. It must be acknowledged that the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan possesses an extraordinarily formidable technique, arguably one of the most fearsome in existence. In the original narrative, Danzō wielded a staggering 10 Sharingan. When activated simultaneously, he enjoyed an invincible state for a full 10 minutes. Though this duration may seem brief, it can prove fatal in the heat of battle. Fortunately, Danzō had only transplanted one Sharingan for the moment, thus rendering his invincible state limited to a mere minute. Contemplating this, Naruto decisively opted to retreat. Since he could not inflict harm on Danzō at present, it was prudent to avoid confrontation. If he could merely evade for this minute, it would suffice. However, Danzō would not permit Naruto to escape so easily. As Naruto retreated, Danzō unleashed a relentless barrage of jutsu directed at him. Watching the gust of wind approach, Naruto furrowed his brow. Kurama, lend me your power. Though enveloped in an aura of confidence, Naruto found himself unable to withstand Danzō's unceasing attacks and thus summoned the chakra of the Nine Tails. Recently, he had been engrossed in training, resulting in limited interactions with Kurama. At the invocation of his name, the Nine Tails finally stirred within Naruto's sealed space. "Huh, Naruto. Have you finally remembered me? I thought you had forgotten that I still reside within you." Kurama responded with a hint of irritation. Nevertheless, despite his displeasure, he bestowed his chakra upon Naruto. Empowered by the Nine-Tails chakra, Naruto's speed surged almost instantaneously, rendering Danzō's attacks ineffective and causing him to falter momentarily. Naruto was acutely aware that if he could endure this 1 minute, then Danzō would pose no further threat. At this moment, bolstered by the chakra of the Nine-Tails, Naruto resolved to employ a strategy of sheer numbers to wear down Danzō. Swiftly, he summoned countless shadow clones, each infused with formidable energy and astonishing speed, leaving Danzō momentarily at a loss. As one clone after another was vanquished, the period of Danzō's invincibility drew to a close. Seemingly unwilling to concede, Danzō unleashed his most potent sealing technique in an attempt to bind Naruto. However, Naruto's mastery of sealing techniques was no less than Danzō's, especially after the guidance from the third Hokage, which had propelled his skills to new heights. Consequently, as Danzō initiated his sealing technique, Naruto decisively countered it. Ultimately, when the time of his Izanagi elapsed, Danzō realized he had been ensnared within a seal. "Danzō, remain there in your seal. Once I rescue Gaara, we shall have a thorough discussion regarding the Sharingan." Having previously witnessed Danzō's invincible state, Naruto had developed an interest in Izanagi. Yet, with the imperative to rescue Gaara, he resolved to temporarily confine Danzō. Once this was accomplished, Naruto proceeded to rendezvous with Kakashi and Sakura. Meanwhile, Kakashi and Sakura had successfully dealt with Danzō's subordinates. Just as Kakashi began to worry that Naruto might not be a match for Danzō, Naruto suddenly appeared before him. "Naruto, are you all right?" "That guy, Danzō." Kakashi intended to inquire about the situation, as he believed Naruto could not possibly contend with Danzō. However, before Kakashi could voice his question, Naruto swiftly dashed into the distance. "Danzō has hidden himself. There is no time. We must hasten to rescue Gaara," Naruto urged, prompting Kakashi to momentarily forego his inquiries. On another front, as Naruto and his companions raced towards Sunagakure, Kankuro had already pursued them. As Gaara's closest friend and brother, Kankuro had always protected him. Upon learning that Gaara had been abducted, Kankuro immediately set off from Sunagakure. Yet, during his pursuit, he encountered his most formidable adversary, Sasori of the Red Sand. Kankuro was certainly aware of Sasori's reputation. However, that was before Sasori had joined the Akatsuki. Now, facing Sasori, Kankuro unleashed all his skills. Nevertheless, Sasori's strength was beyond the capacity of any single individual to match. As a member of the Akatsuki, each of them possessed formidable abilities, renowned for his puppet techniques. Sasori's expertise mirrored Kankuro's own. Thus, to ascertain whose puppet mastery was superior, Kankuro boldly chose to engage Sasori in battle. In this battle, Kankuro nearly exhausted all of his puppets. However, before the formidable Sasori of the Red Sand, Kankuro was consistently at a disadvantage, ultimately succumbing to poison and falling into unconsciousness. When Naruto's team arrived near Sunagakure, they fortuitously discovered the unconscious Kankuro. As a medical ninja, Sakura was the first to administer treatment to him. Yet the potency of Sasori's poison left her somewhat helpless. Fortunately, Naruto was present, whose medical ninjutsu surpassed Sakura's. "I can temporarily suppress the poison within him," he declared. "However, to eradicate it completely, we will require a plethora of medicinal herbs. Let us take him back to Sunagakure. Perhaps there is still hope for his recovery." After briefly attending to Kankuro, Naruto hastened towards Sunagakure with him in tow. Since Gaara had been abducted, the atmosphere in Sunagakure had grown increasingly tense and somber. The higher-ups were at a loss, and even Chiyo could offer no viable solutions. At that moment, all hopes rested upon Kankuro, as the villagers longed for news regarding Gaara's fate. However, when Kankuro was finally brought back, it was a surprise to everyone that Naruto had carried him. Upon entering Sunagakure, the ninja Maki promptly escorted Naruto and his companions to the headquarters. Inside, with an abundance of necessary medicinal herbs at their disposal, Naruto and Sakura collaborated to save Kankuro. After considerable effort, they succeeded in reviving him. The first thing Kankuro did upon awakening was to disclose Gaara's whereabouts. Furthermore, he had torn a piece of fabric from Sasori. Upon seeing the fragment, Kakashi immediately summoned his Nikin, commencing a search for Gaara. In the ensuing hours, all Naruto and Kakashi could do was wait. Without the Ninkin's tracking information, they dared not act recklessly. Meanwhile, within the Akatsuki's base, Gaara was enduring the excruciating process of having the tailed beast extracted from him. Lying on the ground before the colossal outer path golem, Gaara was subjected to the Jinjutsu, Hmph, a technique that utilized the chakra from the golem to seal the tailed beast within its body. Gaara appeared to be in immense pain. Yet the surrounding Akatsuki members remained chillingly indifferent. Back in Konoha, after Naruto's team had set off to aid Tsunade, Tsunade deliberated extensively before deciding to dispatch additional personnel. After all, the Nine-Tails residing within Naruto was a closely guarded secret of the village, and she was determined to prevent any misfortune from befalling him. It seemed evident that the Akatsuki's objective was the tailed beasts, and Naruto could very well become their next target. To ensure Naruto remained under the radar, Tsunade sent Guy and his team to provide support. At this juncture, Naruto and Kakashi temporarily settled in Tsunade. As dawn broke, the Nikin finally returned with information pertaining to Gaara. Thus, Kakashi's team promptly assembled, ready to embark on a mission to rescue Gaara. Due to various circumstances, only Chiyo accompanied them from Tsunade. However, it was evident that Chiyo harbored a deep mistrust towards the shinobi of Konoha. Shortly after departing from Tsunade, they swiftly made their way toward the Akatsuki's hidden stronghold. Meanwhile, as Naruto and his companions set forth, the Akatsuki sensed an anomaly. To thwart Naruto and his allies from disrupting the sealing of the Nine-Tails, Kisame was dispatched to confront Guy and his team. Conversely, the Akatsuki hoped for Naruto to arrive at their location, as it would provide an opportunity to capture him and extract the Nine-Tails from his body. Naturally, prior to the completion of the sealing, the arrival of Naruto and Kakashi would only spell disaster. Thus, Itachi Uchiha made his appearance, intending to delay Naruto and his companions. Upon encountering Itachi once more on their path, Naruto and Kakashi couldn't help but furrow their brows. The Itachi of now was no longer the same as before. He had awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan. With this newfound power, Itachi's strength had significantly increased. The Izanagi previously utilized by Danzō was indeed a formidable technique of the Sharingan. Yet it paled in comparison to Itachi's prowess. Itachi excelled in the use of Tsukuyami, a particularly troublesome genjutsu. Once ensnared in Tsukuyami, it was nearly impossible to extricate oneself from its grasp. Additionally, Itachi possessed several other fearsome techniques, such as Izanami and Susanoo, all of which could spell certain doom for anyone. Even Kakashi might find himself at a disadvantage. Naruto-kun, we meet again. Itachi greeted Naruto upon their reunion. The last time they crossed paths in Konoha, he had intended to capture Naruto alongside Kisame, but ultimately abandoned the pursuit for Sasuke's sake. It was from that moment that he had revealed his true feelings to Naruto. As a traveler from another world, Naruto was well aware of Itachi's identity. Thus, upon this reunion, he felt little trepidation. Even if Itachi were to strike, Naruto had his own means of counteraction. Once again, I couldn't bring Sasuke back. My apologies. Naruto addressed Itachi. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Itachi remained unperturbed. Yet, Naruto understood that Itachi must have been concerned for Sasuke all along, albeit unable to express it openly. Just as Naruto was engaging Itachi in conversation, Chiyo finally spoke up. Is this brat the infamous rogue ninja? He certainly appears to be quite formidable. Unbeknownst to Chiyo, she was unaware of Itachi's true intentions, and she had already readied herself for combat. In her eyes, if Itachi intended to obstruct them, a confrontation was inevitable. However, just as Chiyo prepared to strike, Itachi spoke once more. You have already fallen into my genjutsu. Do not struggle. As soon as Itachi Uchiha spoke, Naruto and his companions were instantly taken aback. They quickly began to scan their surroundings, eager to discern the truth. However, no matter how intently they observed, they could detect no alterations, which caused their brows to furrow in concern. It is Tsukuyami. Kakashi was the first to voice his thoughts. Possessing a modicum of knowledge regarding the Sharingan, particularly Itachi's Tsukuyami technique was extraordinarily fearsome. Once ensnared by Tsukuyami, it was entirely plausible to be led astray by Itachi. At that moment, both Kakashi and Granny Chiyo began to feel a sense of trepidation. Clearly, if Itachi's words held any truth, their fates were sealed. However, amidst Kakashi and Granny Chiyo's worries, Naruto chuckled. Well, Itachi, you are not the only one versed in genjutsu. I can wield it as well. Naruto laughed while gesturing for Itachi to observe the surroundings. At that moment, Itachi merely cast a glance, his brow furrowing in confusion. How could this be? No one has ever managed to ensnare me in a genjutsu. My eyes can see through everything. Itachi Uchiha found it difficult to accept this revelation. As the Uchiha clan's Sharingan was indeed formidable, the fact that Naruto could ensnare Itachi in a genjutsu piqued curiosity. Naruto, what are you saying? His Sharingan can perceive genjutsu. Moreover, Aren't you supposed to be ignorant of such techniques? Kakashi inquired, bewildered, for he believed Naruto had no comprehension of Genjutsu. Noticing Kakashi's puzzled expression, Naruto couldn't help but smile. Upon encountering Itachi, Naruto had already held back a card. Kakashi-sensei, fear not, I would never jest with my life. If he wishes to confine us, he too cannot escape. As Naruto spoke, he directed his gaze towards Itachi. At that moment, Itachi indeed attempted to dispel his own Genjutsu with the Sharingan. Yet, after several attempts, he found no success, leading to his growing perplexity. How on earth did you accomplish this? After struggling for a while, Itachi finally conceded defeat. Nevertheless, he remained unsatisfied and continued to press for answers. However, what Naruto would never disclose was that he had initially activated the copy technique. Under the influence of the copy technique, any jutsu Itachi employed would be effortlessly replicated and cast upon himself. This was the reason Itachi, upon invoking Tsukuyomi, inadvertently found himself ensnared within it as well. Furthermore, while utilizing the copy technique, Naruto simultaneously enacted a cyclic operation. Consequently, Itachi was effectively trapped in an infinite Tsukuyomi. Unless he could first dispel Tsukuyomi, he would be unable to extricate himself from its grasp. It is undeniable that Naruto's mastery of the copy technique was truly remarkable. At this moment, Itachi found himself utterly bewildered by Naruto's maneuvering. One could only wonder if Itachi's Sharingan could replicate such a technique. At this moment, Naruto began to speculate. And just as he employed the technique of replication against Itachi, the latter chose to concede. In the next instant, he dispelled Tsukuyomi, liberating Naruto and his companions from its grasp. Once they regained their senses from the illusion, Naruto couldn't help but exhale in relief. However, before they could catch their breath, Uchiha Itachi launched a second assault. This time, Itachi's actions were even more astonishing. He summoned Susanoo. The sight of the complete form of Susanoo left even Kakashi and Chiyo feeling unnerved. Yet, while Kakashi and Chiyo pondered their strategy, Naruto's body began to undergo a transformation. Soon, Naruto too manifested Susanoo, albeit in a weaker state compared to Itachi's. How is this possible? Naruto, how did you accomplish this? This technique can only be wielded by those with the Sharingan. Uchiha Itachi's shock intensified. At that moment, Naruto clearly lacked the Sharingan, yet he still activated Susanoo. Such an occurrence was utterly inconceivable to both Itachi and Kakashi. Naruto, of course, had no intention of elaborating on the matter, as this replication technique was a reward from the system. Initially, Naruto believed he could only imitate ordinary jutsu, but it now appeared that this technique surpassed Kakashi's replication by a significant margin. Remarkably, this replication could even emulate bloodline limits, which filled Naruto with astonishment. As Itachi beheld Naruto's Susanoo, he was utterly baffled. However, he quickly initiated his own offensive, eager to test the authenticity of Naruto's Susanoo. In his mind, since Naruto had previously employed Genjutsu against him, perhaps this was merely another illusion. As Itachi's Susanoo suddenly attacked, Naruto decisively enveloped Kakashi and the others within his own Susanoo. Kakashi-sensei, Sakura, and Granny, you need not intervene. I'll handle him. Stay within the confines of Susanoo. After issuing his warning, Naruto boldly engaged in battle with Itachi. It must be said that the clash of two Susanoos was a rarity, even in the annals of Konoha's history. As he controlled Susanoo, Kakashi was filled with awe. Beside him, Sakura covered her mouth with her hand, momentarily struggling to accept the reality. They had initially thought Naruto had progressed only slightly, but it was now clear that he had far exceeded their expectations. With a resounding boom, the battle between the two Susanoos nearly shattered the ground beneath them. Just as Naruto retaliated with his Susanoo, Itachi finally realized that Naruto's technique was not an illusion. Evidently, Naruto's Susanoo was genuinely real, albeit possessing an unusually sinister quality. Thanks to the Sharingan, Itachi could see through everything. He had scrutinized Naruto's form countless times and began to suspect that this Susanoo did not originate from ocular prowess. The Susanoo of this individual appears to manifest like water without roots, emerging out of thin air. What on earth is happening? At this moment, Uchiha Itachi found himself completely reevaluating his understanding. In stark contrast, Naruto brimmed with confidence. To Naruto, the mere ability to replicate jutsu meant he could grow stronger in the face of adversity. Regardless of his opponent's might, Naruto believed he could retaliate in kind. Thus, any adversary would inevitably fall to his jutsu. However, just as Naruto thought he could truly contend with Uchiha Itachi through the replication of jutsu, an unexpected shift occurred within his chakra. It turned out that the chakra consumption for this replication jutsu was staggering beyond belief. Merely replicating a Susanoo had nearly drained Naruto's chakra reserves. This was also the reason why Naruto's Susanoo was weaker than Itachi's, despite the previous battle being evenly matched. Naruto always felt a lingering sense of strain. Oh, I see. At this rate of consumption, I can only manage a few more moves. At that moment, Naruto realized the drawbacks of the replication jutsu, prompting him to furrow his brow. Meanwhile, Itachi seemed to have noticed this as well. After all, the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan is not to be trifled with. As Naruto frowned, Uchiha Itachi had already discerned this fact. Swiftly, his Sharingan pierced through Naruto's form. And in the next moment, Uchiha Itachi spoke. It seems your chakra won't hold out for long. If that's the case, I shall finish you with a single blow. As he spoke, Itachi prepared to wield the Susanoo for another strike. This time, Itachi's Susanoo had drawn its weapon, ready to unleash its most formidable attack. Seeing that his opponent appeared intent on eliminating him entirely, Naruto felt a wave of concern wash over him. However, almost immediately, Kurama, the Nine-Tails within Naruto, let out a disdainful huff. Humph. Naruto, you lack the chakra to sustain such jutsu. Use mine instead. I'd prefer not to be implicated should you perish. This marked the first time Kurama had proactively offered his chakra to Naruto. Upon hearing this, Naruto finally conceived a plan. It is known that in the original narrative, the chakra of the Nine-Tails can merge with the Susanoo, significantly amplifying its power. Contemplating this, Naruto made a bold decision to envelop the Susanoo within the cloak of the Nine-Tails. By doing so, he could gain an even greater enhancement. Very well. Let us give it a try. With a fierce exclamation, Naruto decisively summoned the chakra of the Nine-Tails to form a protective layer around himself. Once enveloped in the Nine-Tails cloak, the Susanoo descended upon him once more. This series of maneuvers left Kakashi and Chiyo in stunned silence. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi, poised to attack, furrowed his brow in disbelief. Clearly, none had anticipated that Naruto would employ a combination of jutsu at such a critical moment. To wield combined ninjutsu is no trifling matter. A single misstep may result in dire repercussions. However, Naruto now audaciously employs the chakra of the Nine-Tails in conjunction with Susanoo, an extraordinary display of power. In the next moment, as the cloak of Nine-Tails chakra envelopes Susanoo, Naruto decisively launches an attack. Uchiha Itachi, witnessing this, steels himself to engage in battle. Yet, bolstered by the chakra of the Nine-Tails, Naruto's Susanoo appears almost monstrous, capable of severing a significant portion of Itachi's Susanoo with but a single strike. Fortunately, Itachi, with his formidable chakra, swiftly restores his Susanoo. Nevertheless, even after its restoration, it is once again shattered by Naruto's Nine-Tails-infused Susanoo. This relentless exchange continues until Itachi's chakra wanes, compelling him to retreat. The boundless chakra of the Nine-Tails proves to be an insurmountable force. Itachi, known for his calm demeanor, has now personally felt the weight of Naruto's strength. Should the battle persist, it would likely yield no favorable outcome. After careful consideration, Itachi opts for withdrawal. Meanwhile, within the Akatsuki's headquarters, the formation of the Phantom Dragon's 9 seals is nearing completion. Standing atop a massive stone, a figure observes the clash between Naruto and Itachi. Ah, the Nine-Tails boy seems rather formidable. I am keen to engage him personally. This figure is none other than Nagato, the 6 Paths of Pain. Initially, he had hoped for Itachi to capture Naruto, but it appears to be a far more arduous task than anticipated. The boy's strength deviates greatly from what the intelligence suggested. As Nagato speaks, the figure of Jay-Z materializes beside him. Upon hearing Jay-Z's words, Nagato nods slightly. It seems the plan requires modification. A retreat is in order. Konoha appears to have ample reinforcements, allowing the Nine-Tails boy to frolic for a few more days. With that, Nagato and Jay-Z gradually vanish from their location. After their departure, Sasori and Deidara take charge of the cleanup. Within the Akatsuki's headquarters, once the Phantom Dragon's 9 seals are completed, each member disappears in succession. Meanwhile, Itachi, engaged in battle with Naruto, also begins to fade away. It turns out that this version of Uchiha Itachi was merely a clone, aimed solely at hindering Naruto and his allies. Naruto-kun, you are strong. We shall meet again. As Itachi disappears, his voice resonates in Naruto's ears. In that moment, Naruto reflects. Realizing that Itachi had only sent a clone, had his true self been present, the power of Susanoo might have been even greater. Although Naruto currently possesses the ability to replicate ninjutsu, allowing him to contend with Itachi, there remains a considerable gap between them. Had it not been for the timely replenishment of the Nine-Tails chakra, Naruto might have found himself in grave danger. despite knowing that Itachi would not genuinely seek his demise. He cannot ignore the potential threat posed by the Akatsuki. Upon contemplating these matters, Naruto could not help but clench his fists. It seems that he must continue to grow stronger. Otherwise, he would be utterly incapable of confronting the aberrations of the Akatsuki organization, particularly that Six Paths Pain, whose power far surpasses that of Itachi. Resolutely, Naruto made up his mind, and at that moment, Kakashi's ninja dog arrived with a report. Teacher Guy had already repelled the clone of Hoshigaki Kisame and successfully reached the Akatsuki's headquarters. However, the place was now deserted, leaving only an entrance. Teacher Guy and his team were attempting to enter through that opening. But what of Gaara? How was he? Upon hearing the ninja dog's report, Naruto inquired about Gaara's condition. The ninja dog, with a hint of despair, shook its head. Gaara has been taken by Deidara. His fate is currently unknown. This was all the information the ninja dog could provide. At this juncture, Naruto and his companions were faced with two choices. The first was to rendezvous with Teacher Guy and investigate the Akatsuki's headquarters. The second was to pursue Deidara and bring Gaara back. Without much deliberation, Naruto chose the latter. In his view, even if they reached the Akatsuki's headquarters, they would not stand a chance against the foes there. Gaara's safety was of paramount importance. Though in the original narrative, Gaara perished after the extraction of the tailed beast, Naruto would not allow such a fate to befall him. Quickly deciding, Naruto and his group set off in pursuit of Deidara and Sasori of the Red Sand, thanks to Kakashi's ninja dog leading the way. They soon discovered traces of the two. However, it wasn't long before Sasori and Deidara began to separate their paths. By the time Naruto and his team caught up, Sasori had already been waiting for quite some time. "Ah, it's been a while. Granny Chiyo." Sasori blocked their path, greeting Granny Chiyo first. At that moment, Chiyo could not suppress her excitement. It is worth noting that this Sasori is her own grandson. Once, he was a formidable force in Sunagakure, only to be slain by Kakashi's father during battle. Yet, encountering him here proved that he was still alive. With a surge of emotion, Granny Chiyo addressed Sasori. "Sasori, why have you joined the Akatsuki and betrayed Sunagakure? It is not too late to turn back. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Seemingly eager to persuade Sasori, Granny Chiyo attempted to sway him, but he was now resolute in his allegiance to the Akatsuki, having completely forsaken his past affections. "Granny, this guy seems to be stalling for time. We must not be deceived." As Granny Chiyo spoke with Sasori, Kakashi discerned his intentions and cautioned her. Upon hearing Kakashi's warning, Granny Chiyo waved her hand. "You all go ahead. This is a matter between my grandson and me, and we shall handle it ourselves. You must retrieve Gaara. I implore you." At this moment, Chiyo entrusted Gaara to Naruto and his companions. However, at that instant, Sakura resolutely chose to remain behind. She could not bear to see Chiyo face the scorpion of the Red Sand alone. Naruto and Kakashi did not oppose Sakura's decision. Soon, after exchanging a few words with them, Naruto and Kakashi resumed their pursuit. Since Deidara was adept at ninjutsu that allowed him to fly, Naruto and Kakashi encountered difficulties in their chase. Nevertheless, Naruto was not inclined to abandon the pursuit. After all, Gaara was his friend, and he could not stand idly by. Despite Kakashi's repeated attempts to persuade him, Naruto remained steadfast in his resolve. "Damn it, that guy is flying up there, and we can't catch up." Naruto thought anxiously as he trailed Deidara from a distance. Both Naruto and Kakashi lacked any flight-related ninjutsu, which was indeed a considerable disadvantage. However, an image suddenly flashed in Naruto's mind, a scene from the original story where Hashirama Senju employed a particular technique against Madara Uchiha. Eureka! Perhaps the technique could succeed. Naruto abruptly halted and began to channel the Senju bloodline within him. As the essence of the Senju clan awakened, he decisively utilized would release. In that moment, the ground erupted as if a great forest had suddenly sprouted, and towering trees formed a long, unbroken path, directly pursuing Deidara. Seeing this spectacle, Kakashi was momentarily stunned. This is the first Hokage's ninjutsu. How did Naruto learn it? Kakashi was perplexed, for such techniques were not easily mastered by just anyone. Yet, recalling the incomprehensible ninjutsu Naruto had previously wielded, such as Susanoo, he sighed in resignation. Naruto was shrouded in too many mysteries at this moment, and it was evidently not the time to delve into them. As Naruto created a heavenly pathway with would release, Kakashi quickly grasped Naruto's intentions. "Kakashi-sensei now," Naruto shouted. And Kakashi, in the midst of speaking, raced along the pathway soaring towards the sky. With the enhancement of the Nine-Tails chakra, Naruto's speed in conjuring towering trees rivaled Deidara's flight. Before long, Kakashi caught up with Deidara along the path, and even Deidara was taken aback. Kakashi Hitaki? The copy ninja of Konoha? How delightful to see you here. Deidara's encounter with Kakashi ignited a spark of battle within him. Just as Deidara came to a halt, Naruto ascended the trees fashioned by would release and confronted him. Hand over Gaara. Otherwise, you shall perish here. Naruto's voice was icy as he faced Deidara. The appearance of Naruto thrilled Deidara, as he knew Naruto was a target sought by Itachi and Kisame. However, their failure to capture him only fueled Deidara's desire to seize his quarry. Ultimately, Deidara's decision to join the Akatsuki stemmed from his defeat at the hands of Itachi, with his ultimate ambition being to vanquish him. Now, if he could capture their quarry, perhaps he could prove his superiority over Itachi. With this thought, Deidara's tongue flicked across his lips. The Nine-Tails brat. How delightful. He has come right to me. I shall not hold back. At this moment, Deidara had already set his sights on Naruto, poised to strike. However, just as Deidara locked onto Naruto, Kakashi suddenly intervened, positioning himself in front of Naruto. Kakashi had observed during his approach that Naruto had expended a considerable amount of chakra. Although he had the Nine-Tails chakra as a supplement, Naruto was already fatigued. Moreover, the wooden pathway he had created had pushed Naruto to the brink of exhaustion. Thus, to prevent Deidara from taking advantage of Naruto's vulnerability, Kakashi resolved to confront him personally. Your opponent is me. Defeat me before you think of him. As Kakashi spoke, Raikiri was prepared, and in the next moment, he charged forward. As Kakashi rushed towards him, Deidara hurled his explosive clay. Upon reaching Kakashi, the clay detonated, generating a powerful shockwave. The force of the blast sent Naruto reeling backward, while Kakashi vanished amidst the explosion. Concerned for Kakashi's safety, Naruto was taken aback when Kakashi reappeared behind Deidara. Raikiri. Without hesitation, Kakashi aimed a decisive strike at Deidara's neck. As the Raikiri successfully struck Deidara, Kakashi exhaled in relief. However, just as he believed he had landed a critical blow, Deidara's body suddenly expanded and then exploded. Boom! The sound of the explosion echoed through the sky. Once the smoke cleared, Kakashi realized that Deidara had vanished. Yet, he quickly sensed Deidara's presence and instinctively turned to Naruto. Naruto, be careful, Kakashi warned. At that moment, Deidara had crept up behind Naruto, pressing a clay bomb against him. Should Naruto be injured by the explosion, he would likely lose consciousness instantly. However, just as Deidara wore a triumphant smile, believing his ambush had succeeded, Naruto unexpectedly seized Deidara's hand. With his protective aura, Naruto was unafraid of Deidara's explosive clay. In that moment, Naruto's objective was to restrain Deidara, preventing any chance of escape. Feeling Naruto's grip tightening around his wrist, Deidara furrowed his brow. Have you lost your mind? It's about to explode. Deidara knew that his own clay could harm him, and he began to feel anxious. However, just as he struggled to slip away, Naruto swiftly formed hand seals. For symbol seal, determined, Naruto unleashed the sealing technique, intending to contain Deidara. At that moment, Deidara abruptly severed his own arm, akin to a gecko shedding its tail in a desperate bid for survival. Witnessing this scene, Naruto couldn't help but furrow his brow, astonished that Deidara was capable of such an act. In no time, Deidara managed to escape from Naruto's vicinity. However, just as he believed he could evade capture, Kakashi revealed his Sharingan. Kamui. Kakashi unleashed the power of his Sharingan, and under its influence, Deidara's remaining arm was drawn into another dimension. Realizing that his entire being was about to be consumed, Deidara finally begged for mercy. It was only when Deidara pleaded that Kakashi ceased his assault. Seizing this opportunity, Naruto promptly sealed Deidara away completely. After accomplishing this, Naruto and Kakashi descended to the ground below where they found Gaara. Unfortunately, Gaara had already lost his vitality, and Shukaku had departed from his body. At that moment, Gaara was devoid of his absolute defense, and Naruto felt a sense of helplessness upon witnessing Gaara's diminished strength. Just then, the Shukaku clone within Naruto seemed to sense something, crying out incessantly. Meanwhile, as Naruto and Kakashi subdued Deidara, Sakura and Chiyo found themselves embroiled in a fierce battle. It must be said that the strength of Sasori of the Red Sand was formidable. His ability to manipulate thousands of puppets surpassed that of his predecessors. Had he remained a ninja of Sunagakure, he would undoubtedly have bolstered the village's combat prowess significantly. Alas, he had now wholly succumbed to the Akatsuki. Chiyo, with a heavy heart, had no choice but to confront him. Sasori, even if it costs me my life today, I will bring you back to the right path. Chiyo's combat prowess remained formidable, yet it paled in comparison to Sasori's puppet techniques. and soon she and Sakura found themselves on the defensive, with Chiyo even succumbing to Sasori's lethal poison. Just as Sakura and Chiyo faced peril, Naruto and Kakashi's figures suddenly descended from above. Naruto, well acquainted with the original narrative, rushed to provide support, while Sakura had triumphed over Sasori in the original story. It had come at a grave cost. Thus, determined to prevent any harm to Sakura, Naruto acted swiftly, hurling a massive Rasengan towards Sasori. Caught off guard, Sasori was sent flying. Subsequently, Naruto unleashed the chakra of the Nine Tails, launching a relentless barrage of attacks, even employing Gai-sensei's 8 Gates technique. Despite Sasori's strength, he could not withstand the onslaught from Naruto. In no time, all of Sasori's cherished puppets were shattered by Naruto's might. In the final moments, Naruto delivered a decisive punch, piercing through the puppet that Sasori used to conceal himself. With that, Sasori's life came to a definitive end. Witnessing her grandson's demise left Chiyo with an overwhelming sense of sorrow. However, this was not the moment for her sorrow, for Gaara's condition was far more dire. At the moment Naruto and Kakashi arrived, Chiyo and Sakura had already laid eyes upon Gaara's lifeless body. The two of them immediately commenced their efforts to heal him. Yet, with the tailed beast no longer present, Gaara's chances of revival were utterly extinguished. Gazing at Gaara's corpse, Chiyo could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety. It was crucial to understand that should Gaara perish, the hidden sand village and the land of wind would undoubtedly plunge into chaos, a scenario she could not bear to witness. As Naruto and his companions transported Gaara back, a profound sadness enveloped them, particularly affecting Temari and Kankuro, who found it unbearable to accept Gaara's demise. The hidden sand village was shrouded in an atmosphere of oppressive anger, even though the news had not yet disseminated. Several high-ranking officials had begun to express their concerns for the future of the Land of Wind. Amidst their worries, Naruto made a pivotal decision. In a vacant room, Naruto sat upon a mat, swiftly entering the ceiling space. Within that ethereal realm, Kurama lay languidly, appearing quite bored. Upon noticing Naruto's arrival, Kurama merely cast a fleeting glance before resuming his slumber. At that moment, Naruto approached Shukaku, who appeared despondent, clearly aware of the situation. Shukaku, your essence has been forcibly extracted from Gaara's body by the Akatsuki. But fret not. For now, your essence remains unharmed. I have come to discuss another matter. Naruto stated directly, eschewing any preamble. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Shukaku lifted his head. I can sense it. My essence seems to be trapped. What am I to do now? Shukaku lamented, tears welling up as he resembled a distressed child. Observing Shukaku's state, Naruto instinctively reached out, gently patting his head. Your previous Jinchuriki has perished due to the extraction of the tailed beast. However, I possess a method to save him. Do you wish for him to live again? Naruto continued the conversation with Shukaku. When Naruto mentioned Gaara, Shukaku suddenly raised his head. That brat? Even though he is quite bothersome, we have coexisted for so long. If he were to die, I would feel even more sorrow. Shukaku exclaimed, his cries growing louder. Yet, at that moment, Naruto spoke once more. If I have a way to bring him back, would you be willing to assist? Naruto gazed earnestly at Shukaku, who, upon hearing this, ceased his weeping. It was evident that he too cared deeply for Gaara's well-being. Soon, Shukaku nodded ever so slightly, looking intently at Naruto. What is your plan? Do you require my assistance? No problem. As long as it allows that brat to live, I will help you. Shukaku expressed his willingness to support Naruto wholeheartedly. Upon receiving Shukaku's response, Naruto finally broke into a satisfied smile. Very well, I shall prepare to return you to Gaara. With your presence restored within him, he shall revert to his former self. As for your true form, I will undoubtedly assist you in reclaiming it in due time. At this juncture, Shukaku's spirits were undeniably lifted. Meanwhile, the Nine Tails, observing their exchange, could not suppress a disdainful huff. Humph. You better not end up like that brat from Shukaku's clan. I certainly don't wish for the day when I have to rescue you. Although the Nine Tails' words were somewhat harsh, Naruto comprehended their underlying meaning. After all, the relationship between a Jinchuriki and a tailed beast is symbiotic. Should the Jinchuriki perish, the tailed beast would likely face peril as well. Furthermore, they were oblivious to what the Akatsuki organization intended to do with them. Rather than entrust their fates to the Akatsuki, it was far better to place their faith in Naruto. Haha, Kurama, fret not. I have no intention of dying. Now, I must take my leave for a while. Shukaku, I will release you shortly. After briefly conveying his instructions, Naruto exited the ceiling space. As he departed, Shukaku turned to the Nine Tails and remarked, Hey, Kurama. This kid is actually quite commendable, loyal, and righteous. You needn't be so harsh with him. Shukaku began to admonish the Nine Tails, who, in turn, bared his fangs, startling Shukaku considerably. Over the past few days, he had endured quite a bit of instruction from the Nine Tails. The thought of soon returning to Gaara's body filled Shukaku with anticipation. In the main hall of Tsunagekyu's headquarters, the gathered individuals gazed sorrowfully at Gaara's lifeless form. Sakura and Chiyo, both medical ninjas, found themselves at an impasse. Yet, amidst the atmosphere of despair, Chiyo appeared to have made a resolute decision. She slowly approached Gaara's side and placed her hand upon him. Tsunagakure cannot remain leaderless. I shall use my life to restore Lord Kazekage. At this moment, Chiyo prepared to employ the reanimation jutsu, sacrificing her life to revive Gaara. However, just as she was about to act, Naruto strode in from outside. Chiyo, leave Gaara to me. You all step outside. I will return to you a lively Gaara shortly. Naruto surveyed the crowd, but their faces were marked with skepticism. They clearly doubted his capabilities. Just as uncertainty hung in the air, Chiyo spoke up. Everyone, please exit. As an esteemed elder of Tsunagakure, her words carried weight. Consequently, the crowd complied with her directive and departed. Once they were alone, Chiyo was about to speak when Naruto interrupted her. Grandma, I understand your intentions, but exchanging your life for Gaara's is unjust to you. I possess another method, one that may yet allow him to live. As Naruto approached Gaara, he too placed his hand upon him. Upon witnessing the scene, Chiyoba's face was filled with bewilderment. Although she had previously encountered Naruto's medical ninjutsu, she found it hard to believe he could achieve such a feat. Just as confusion washed over her, Naruto resolutely summoned Shukaku. The moment Shukaku appeared, even Chiyoba was utterly astonished. It was well known that she had confirmed the extraction of the tailed beast from Gaara's body, which was the very reason for Gaara's impending demise. Yet, the resurgence of Shukaku left Chiyoba in a state of shock. Rest assured, Granny, this is merely a clone of Shukaku. When Gaara traveled to Konoha, I sealed a clone of Shukaku within me. Now is the perfect opportunity to restore Shukaku to its rightful place, enabling Gaara to be revived. Furthermore, this will also allow him to retain Shukaku. This is a boon for both Tsunagakure and Konoha. Naruto expressed his hope that there would be no rift between the two villages. The restoration of Shukaku's clone was a gesture of great sincerity, despite being just a clone. It could serve as a formidable asset if utilized wisely. Other villages would never consider relinquishing such power. Seeing Naruto's earnestness, Chiyoba finally set aside her suspicions regarding Konoha. It seems the future of the shinobi world rests in your hands, young ones. In the room, Naruto and Chiyoba exchanged brief explanations before releasing the sealed Shukaku. Upon seeing Gaara, Shukaku's face lit up with excitement. However, at that moment, Gaara was lifeless, prompting Naruto to forcibly reintroduce Shukaku into Gaara's body. Once Shukaku was sealed back within Gaara, its chakra surged throughout his form. Under the influence of Shukaku's chakra, Gaara began to respond. As the chakra coursed through his veins, Gaara gradually awakened. At the sight of Gaara regaining consciousness, Chiyoba finally breathed a sigh of relief. No one understood the needs of Tsunagakure better than she did. The news of Gaara's death would spell disaster for the village, leading not only to internal strife and power struggles, but also attracting the attention of neighboring villages, which would create a genuine threat. With Gaara alive, no one would dare to act recklessly, and this peace was a gift brought by Naruto. As Chiyoba gazed at Naruto, a gentle smile graced her face. Reflecting on the past, when she first emerged from retirement and learned of Tsunagakure's request for assistance from Konoha, she had felt a deep dissatisfaction. After all, in her era, Konoha and Tsunagakure were sworn enemies. Countless relatives of hers had perished on the battlefield during the conflicts between the two villages. Such enmity made it impossible for her to accept aid from Konoha. However, witnessing Naruto's willingness to set aside all prejudices and return Shukaku to Gaara made her realize that in her years of seclusion, the world had welcomed a new vitality. This fresh blood was destined to usher in a different future for the world. Reflecting on these thoughts, Chiyo's heart gradually found tranquility, and the animosities of the past dissipated in that moment. Where am I? Gaara slowly opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. As he finally comprehended the environment, he sat up. I recall. I seem to have perished. How did I end up here? Naruto? Granny Chiyo? Gaara gazed at Naruto and Chiyo with a perplexed expression. At this moment, his mind was dominated by the memories of his recent defeat at Deidara's hands. Aside from hunger, there was only the Outer Path's demonic statue. Though he remained uncertain of what had transpired, he recalled it vividly. During that time, he had endured immense anguish. a suffering he never wished to experience again in his lifetime. Naruto, could it be that you too have perished? After a moment of silence, Gaara shared his fragmented thoughts. However, Naruto placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and gently patted him. Gaara, you are not dead. This is the hidden sand village. Naruto recounted all that had transpired. And upon realizing that he had been resurrected by Naruto, Gaara's expression shifted. In that instant, he was at a loss, uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow, and he found himself incapable of expressing either. Wait, Shukaku, what of Shukaku? At that moment, Gaara thought of the sand spirit, Shukaku. Although he had long resented Shukaku for transforming him into a monster in the village, upon discovering its loss, he felt an inexplicable void within. Yet, just as Gaara appeared despondent, Shukaku's voice echoed in his mind. Hey, kid, aren't you a bit useless? You couldn't even preserve my essence. So weak. You truly bring shame to the Jinchuriki. Look at the kid beside you. He far surpasses you. With your current state, I too will lose face, henceforth. I shall train you. Shukaku's voice reverberated in Gaara's mind, leaving him momentarily astonished. Shukaku, you are not. Gaara's expression was one of disbelief. And as he processed this revelation, Chiyo unveiled the truth. Upon learning that all of this was orchestrated by Naruto, Gaara was once more profoundly moved by him. Indeed, Naruto had become his sole friend thus far, one who consistently offered him trust. Thank you so much. Gaara slowly descended and solemnly extended his hand toward Naruto. Seeing this, Naruto could not help but smile, then reached out to clasp Gaara's hand. In this moment, they bore witness to not merely friendship but also the mutual trust between their two villages. If the peace between their villages had previously relied solely on treaties, now it was founded on trust. Such trust could inspire sacrifices for one another, showcasing its immense value. Shukaku, fear not, I will surely grow stronger. As Gaara shook hands with Naruto, he made a solemn promise to the Shukaku within him. Upon hearing Gaara's words, Shukaku haughtily snorted before gradually fading away. Outside the room, an air of impatience enveloped the gathering as they awaited developments. Just as their concern for what might transpire within reached a crescendo, the door gradually creaked open. The first to emerge was none other than Gaara, and the sight of him elicited expressions of astonishment from the crowd. Clearly, no one had anticipated Gaara's miraculous survival. Amidst the collective shock, Naruto and Chiyo soon followed, prompting a flurry of inquiries from the onlookers. However, unbeknownst to them, Naruto and Chiyo had already struck a pact to keep this matter under wraps. They deemed it imperative for the safety of the village that this information remain concealed. With resolute determination, Chiyo positioned herself alongside Gaara and proclaimed, "From this day forth, I shall wholeheartedly support Gaara, our esteemed Kazekage, as a venerable elder of Sunagakure." Her status surpassed even that of the Kazekage, and her declaration left no room for doubt. Consequently, the villagers of Sunagakure swiftly relinquished any hesitation and chose to obey. Thus, the crisis that had beset Sunagakure was finally averted. As tranquility returned to the village, Naruto and his companions prepared to depart. Just as they were about to leave Sunagakure, Gaara, in his Kazekage attire, presented a momentous gift. At the village entrance, he stood before Naruto and declared, "Naruto-kun, here lies a treaty. From this moment on, Sunagakure shall coexist in eternal peace with Konoha. I hope you will convey our intentions to Lord Hokage. Should Konoha require assistance in the future, Sunagakure will undoubtedly lend its full support." With that, Gaara handed Naruto a box containing the treaty. Naruto, recognizing the weight of the moment, nodded solemnly in acknowledgement before accepting the offering. "Rest assured, I will deliver it without fail, until we meet again." With that, Naruto and his companions set forth on their journey back to Konoha. On the road home, the group remained vigilant, mindful of the recent events in Sunagakure. After all, Naruto was a Jinchuriki, and it appeared that the Akatsuki had long been fixated on him. Consequently, for Naruto's safety, he was positioned at the center of their formation throughout the journey. Only when they neared the borders of Konoha did they finally allow themselves to relax. "It seems the Akatsuki did not follow us. I suspect their jutsu for extracting tailed beasts has certain limitations." Kakashi, initially apprehensive about the Akatsuki targeting Naruto's beast once more, felt a wave of relief wash over him. Nevertheless, he remained cautious. Moreover, Kakashi had already resolved to have a thorough discussion with the Hokage regarding Naruto upon their return. To Kakashi, the Naruto he knew seemed utterly transformed, displaying strength far beyond what he had witnessed before. Each recollection of Naruto confronting the Akatsuki's Itachi and Deidara filled Kakashi with a lingering sense of trepidation. Particularly notable are Naruto's utilization of Susanoo and Tsukuyomi, as well as the first Hokage's techniques employed during his pursuit of Deidara. Such abilities are exceedingly formidable, even within the confines of the village, leaving Kakashi utterly perplexed as to how Naruto acquired them. At this moment, Naruto remained blissfully unaware of Kakashi's contemplations. As they approached Konoha, Naruto's foremost desire was undoubtedly to savor the ramen from Uncle Ichiraku. During his time away, he had not indulged in a proper meal, and the scarcity of food in Sunagakure had left him ravenous. Thus, upon entering Konoha, Naruto swiftly made his escape. Kakashi-sensei, I shall forego visiting Lord Hokage. Hey, Sakura, would you care for some ramen? It's on me. With that, Naruto darted towards the direction of Ichiraku ramen, inciting a strong urge in Sakura to deliver a punch to him. As for Kakashi, he chose not to impede Naruto's exuberance, knowing that with the presence of guardians in Konoha, there would be little cause for concern. In the Hokage's office, Kakashi soon found himself before the fifth Hokage, Tsunade. Presenting her with the peace agreement from Sunagakure, Tsunade's face lit up with joy. Indeed, this marked her greatest achievement since assuming the role of Hokage. It is worth noting that the prospect of lasting peace among ninja villages had previously seemed a mere fantasy. In a world defined by relentless conflict, the yearning for peace had grown overwhelming. However, the realization of such peace is no simple task. Throughout history, Hokages have strived for it with little success. Although they had merely established a permanent peace agreement with Sunagakure, it represented a significant stride forward. Well done, Kakashi. I shall ensure that Shizen rewards you. Tsunade then inquired. By the way, where is that rascal Naruto? Why has he come to see me? After securing the peace agreement, Tsunade's thoughts turned to Naruto. In her view, it was imperative that Naruto remain unharmed. Without his efforts, this peace would not have been possible. However, upon Tsunade's mention of Naruto, a serious expression crossed Kakashi's face. What is wrong, Kakashi? Has something happened to Naruto? Tsunade, noticing Kakashi's demeanor, pressed him for answers. Kakashi had intended to discuss Naruto with Tsunade, and he soon recounted the recent events. Yet, when he spoke of Naruto's peculiar mastery of certain jutsu, Tsunade's face reflected profound astonishment. What did you say? Naruto is capable of utilizing Sharingan techniques? How is that even possible? She exclaimed. I recall that during the village crisis, someone reported that he had used Byakugan as well. What on earth is going on? Tsunade was equally baffled by Naruto's unusual abilities. In her understanding, both of these ocular techniques necessitated the presence of the Sharingan and Byakugan, which Naruto, lacking the corresponding bloodline, seemingly could not wield. What left Tsunade even more astounded was Naruto's ability to employ the first Hokage's jutsu. It is essential to recognize that the first Hokage is indeed Tsunade's grandfather. Since his passing, no one has successfully utilized his jutsu, leading to the conclusion that many of his techniques are now lost to time. However, during this recent mission, Naruto astonishingly employed one of these long-forgotten jutsu, which is nothing short of perplexing. Naruto's behavior has been notably unusual of late. Upon reflection, it seems this change coincided with his encounter with Danzō. Kakashi expressed his observations, and upon hearing Danzō's name, Tsunade couldn't help but furrow her brow. As the fifth Hokage, she is acutely aware of Danzō's ambitions concerning the village. She fears that Naruto might be drawn into Danzō's schemes. Consequently, Tsunade swiftly issued a directive for Naruto to be isolated and scrutinized. Lady Hokage, do you think this might be excessive? Kakashi was taken aback by Tsunade's order. However, upon further contemplation, he recognized its necessity. After all, Naruto is a unique entity within the village, and failing to understand his actions could lead to dire consequences. At the same time that Tsunade issued her investigation command regarding Naruto, Danzō's expression darkened at the headquarters of the Root organization. Previously, when Naruto departed from the village, Danzō attempted to intervene but was ultimately sealed away by Naruto. Fortunately, Danzō had arranged for an escape route, allowing him to free himself from the seal after Naruto's departure. Now, upon learning that Naruto had returned to the village, Danzō began to stir with renewed ambition. In the forest behind the Hokage rock of Konohagakure, Danzō and several members of the Root organization landed on a massive stone. At that moment, a colossal serpent suddenly emerged within Danzō's line of sight. Upon seeing the serpent, Danzō waved his hand, prompting his subordinates to vanish instantly. Once they had departed, the serpent opened its mouth, and in the next instant, Kabuto leaped out from within. TSK, Danzō, I wonder what business you have summoned me for. You wouldn't be thinking of capturing me and bringing me back to the village, would you? Kabuto maintained a vigilant demeanor, perceiving Danzō as an extremely perilous individual. Had it not been for Orochimaru instructing him to observe Danzō's machinations, he would never have shown up here. From a distance, Danzō let out a derisive snort upon seeing Kabuto. Huh, capture you? You think yourself worthy? Perhaps I would consider it for Orochimaru, but for a minor character like you, I shall pass. Danzō's disdain for Kabuto was palpable, viewing him merely as a traitorous pawn unworthy of his direct involvement. Kabuto, typically proud, felt a sting of indignation at Danzō's condescension. However, being a clever individual, he recognized that he was no match for Danzō at present and chose to feign submission. Yet, within his heart, he had already cursed Danzō countless times. Old fool. Once I learn all of Orochimaru's true teachings, I shall certainly make you the subject of my experiments. In the depths of his mind, Yukushi Kabuto contemplated. Yet his exterior remained adorned with a smile. Could Lord Danzō have summoned me for a quarrel? If it were merely to bicker, I would certainly decline the engagement. Kabuto harbored no desire to linger, for this was the territory of Konoha. Should he be detected by the patrolling shinobi, he would find himself in quite a predicament. Just as he contemplated retreat, Danzō erupted into a cold chuckle. My men have already secured this area. No one will come. As Danzō spoke, he cast a glance at Kabuto, and at that moment, a foreboding sensation enveloped Kabuto. However, just when Kabuto assumed he was ensnared by Danzō, the latter turned his gaze towards the village. The reason I summoned you is to convey a message to Orochimaru. I wish to collaborate with him. Is he not also intrigued by Naruto? Together, we can extract Naruto from the village. In the end, we shall both achieve our aims. Though Orochimaru may harbor doubts regarding my sincerity, yet, once this opportunity is lost, it may never arise again. At this juncture, Danzō unabashedly divulged his intentions regarding Orochimaru, leaving Kabuto utterly astonished. It is essential to recognize that Danzō epitomized the most obstinate faction within the village. To safeguard the village's security, Danzō would not hesitate to sacrifice anyone. By any means necessary, he would uphold his vow of protection. Yet, this very individual sought to act against Naruto, a notion that seemed utterly irrational. After all, Naruto was a formidable asset to the village, known throughout the ninja world as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. The audacity of Danzō to target such a significant weapon was simply astonishing. Just as Kabuto wrestled with suspicions regarding Danzō's motives, Danzō spoke once more. Orochimaru may choose not to collaborate with me, but I am determined to seize Naruto. Moreover, I have other allies. Whether he joins us is entirely his decision. Now, you may leave. With that, Danzō vanished without a trace, leaving Kabuto momentarily stunned. Yet soon, he grasped the implications of Danzō's intentions and hurriedly reported back to Orochimaru. As Danzō schemed to ally with Orochimaru against Naruto, Naruto had just emerged from a ramen shop. Having abstained from ramen for quite some time, he indulged in 5 or 6 bowls. Strolling down the streets of Konoha, his stomach full, Naruto felt an overwhelming sense of contentment. However, just as he was about to return home for a well-deserved slumber, the village's shinobi began to mobilize. Kakashi, bearing the orders of the Hokage, rushed towards Naruto's location accompanied by several comrades. Just as Naruto rounded a corner, nearing his home, Kakashi and the others suddenly appeared before him. Wow, Kakashi-sensei, you startled me. What brings you here to my doorstep? Is there a new mission? That old hag really knows how to work us, and I've only just returned. Naruto felt a surge of irritation. After all, they had just returned from Sunagakure and had scarcely a moment to rest. As he grumbled about Tsunade, Kakashi let out a resigned sigh. At least the Naruto he knew had not changed in essence. However, recalling the jutsu Naruto had employed, Kakashi approached him and grasped his neck firmly. Let us go. The Hokage has summoned us. As he spoke, he leapt into the air, hoisting Naruto as though he were a mere chick. Hey, Kakashi-sensei, what is the meaning of this? Put me down. Naruto protested, struggling. But it was but a brief moment before he found himself in an interrogation room within the Hmph headquarters. Seated across from him was the 5th Hokage, Tsunade. At the sight of her, Naruto could not help but shout, Old heck, what on earth is going on? Why have you brought me here? This is, if I'm not mistaken, the Hmph, right? A sense of foreboding washed over him. The Hmph was no ordinary place. As Naruto confronted Tsunade, she approached him and delivered a swift punch to his head. Naruto, what secrets are you hiding? You must reveal them today. This is an examination, and you are to take it seriously. Tsunade clarified briefly, leaving Naruto momentarily stunned. Examination? What is wrong with me? Old heck, what do you mean? It was evident that Naruto struggled to comprehend the necessity of this scrutiny. As Naruto wore a puzzled expression, Tsunade finally broached the subject of the jutsu he had previously utilized. Why are you wielding the jutsu of the Uchiha clan? And that be a Kugan earlier. How could an ordinary person possibly use such techniques? What is going on, Naruto? You must not conceal anything. Do you understand? Tsunade's face was etched with seriousness, compelling Naruto to adopt a more solemn demeanor. Deep down, Naruto had anticipated this confrontation. It was merely a matter of time. If he failed to devise a satisfactory explanation, he could foresee considerable trouble ahead. However, he could not divulge the existence of the system to her, leaving him in a quandary. To be frank, Naruto had not yet devised a credible explanation for these matters. The previous excuses were untenable. No legacy from the third Hokage could account for the Uchiha clan's jutsu, nor could the techniques of the Senju clan be wielded by just anyone. Resolving these issues seemed a monumental challenge. Just as Naruto grappled with his dilemma, Kakashi unexpectedly mentioned Danzō. Upon hearing that name, an idea sparked within Naruto. He was well aware that Danzō had secretly been researching the Uchiha clan's Sharingan and had previously transplanted one onto himself, all while possessing cells from the Senju clan. With these thoughts in mind, Naruto seized upon a notion. Ahem, fine, I'll speak. Tsunade, these jutsu are techniques I learned from Danzō. The old man Danzō has hidden many such things in his base. Naruto's blame can be regarded as perfectly cast aside, for who could fathom Danzō's enigmatic nature? Regarding the root organization, no one possesses clear insights, and thus, upon hearing Naruto's words, Tsunade furrowed her brow. As the fifth Hokage, Tsunade is only privy to the overt aspects of Konoha. When it comes to Danzō and his root organization, as well as the Umbu, there are many matters in which Tsunade finds herself unable to intervene. Even the information pertaining to these areas remains opaque, much to her chagrin. She had contemplated discussing matters with Danzō, yet the obstinacy of that old man is not something just anyone can endure. After several failed attempts at dialogue, Tsunade grew disinclined to concern herself with the affairs of the root organization. Now, upon hearing Naruto's statement, a hint of danger wafted into her awareness. Is it possible that Danzō is clandestinely researching these ninjutsu? How audacious of him, not fearing repercussions from the Hyuga clan. Tsunade clearly disapproves of Danzō's actions, yet she concurrently accepts Naruto's viewpoint. In her estimation, Naruto indeed lacks alternative avenues to access these forbidden techniques. Although there exists a designated area within the village for storing such jutsu, many of them are not easily mastered. After careful consideration, Tsunade reluctantly acquiesced to Naruto's assertions. Consequently, her scrutiny of Naruto came to a halt. However, Danzō and his root organization now became the source of her concern. What on earth is Danzō up to? It appears necessary to investigate. Tsunade detests being kept in the dark, so she promptly announced an inquiry into Danzō's activities. Meanwhile, after being replicated, Naruto finally exhaled a sigh of relief. It seems that when employing powerful ninjutsu in the future, he must engage in some form of disguise. Otherwise, should his true nature be exposed, it could lead to dire consequences. The previous mission seemingly rewarded him with formidable genjutsu. This could indeed come in handy. In Naruto's mind, if any battle were to ensue again, it would be prudent to ensnare those around him in illusion beforehand. Once entrapped in genjutsu, they would be oblivious to his use of forbidden techniques. In this manner, he could not only avert considerable trouble but also immerse himself fully in combat, an exquisite balance of advantage. Thus, after a brief time, upon his release, Naruto returned to his residence and indulged in a splendid slumber. He slept soundly until the following day, awakening near noon. Just as Naruto prepared to venture out in search of sustenance, an alarming influx of unidentified ninjas suddenly appeared on the outskirts of Konoha. Upon discovering these enigmatic figures, the village swiftly entered a state of alert. Why are there so few people on the streets today? The thoroughfares seemed deserted. As Naruto strolled through the vacant streets, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Just then, a shuriken hurtled toward him. Without warning, Naruto found himself under a covert attack, prompting him to furrow his brow. In the next instant, he casually launched a kunai that intercepted the shuriken flying towards him. Who dares? Naruto questioned, his vigilance directing his gaze towards the trajectory of the shuriken. At that moment, an individual adorned with a root organization mask appeared before him. Instantly, Naruto's thoughts turned to Danzō. Hadn't he sealed that fiend away? As memories of their previous battle flooded back, Naruto realized that the seal seemed to have been lifted. Clearly, Danzō had managed to escape and was still intent on harassing him. The mere thought of that persistent old man ignited a surge of anger within Naruto. Although he had been forced to shoulder the blame just yesterday, he felt compelled to confront Danzō once more. With determination, he set off in pursuit of the masked root member. As Naruto charged forward, the root member fled towards the outskirts of Konoha. Noticing this, Naruto followed him outside the village, only to be startled by a series of explosive sounds erupting around Konoha. The explosions were intense and widespread, provoking a sense of foreboding within him. As the ninjas of Konoha began to mobilize to investigate the cause, Naruto contemplated joining them. However, before he could depart, the root member once again hurled a shuriken, clearly intent on preventing his escape. Naruto frowned, realizing that this individual was deliberately trying to lure him away. Could it be that Danzō had devised another scheme? After a brief moment of contemplation, Naruto decided it would be prudent to return to the village. As he prepared to turn back, the masked figure suddenly spoke. "Ah, Naruto-kun, don't be in such a hurry to leave. We have some old memories to share. By the way, aren't you curious about Sasuke's whereabouts? I can tell you he is just ahead." As the figure spoke, he removed his mask, revealing himself to be Kabuto. Upon recognizing him, Naruto's expression soured immediately. "What are you doing here? Wait, if you're here, then Orochimaru must be as well. So, you've come for me, have you? Very well, I shall meet Orochimaru head-on." At this moment, Naruto no longer feared Orochimaru. With the skills he had acquired, he felt confident enough to contend with him. Besides, if worst came to worst, there were numerous ways to escape. Thus, when Kabuto beckoned him, Naruto resolutely followed. "If I can subdue Danzō, then you will be no challenge. Just wait, Orochimaru," he thought to himself as he hastily made his way towards the nearby forest. Within the confines of Konoha, a cacophony of explosions began to erupt. As chaos ensued both inside and outside the village, Tsunade found herself compelled to take command personally. Yet, an unsettling feeling gnawed at her, as if these sudden assaults bore an ulterior motive. The exact nature of this objective eluded her for the time being. Conduct a thorough investigation of all potential threats within the village. Furthermore, apart from the ninjas on guard duty, everyone else must promptly head outside to provide support. Tsunade issued her orders, and at that moment, Sakura, Lee, Kiba, and Shikamaru all gathered together. However, it was then that Hinata noticed the conspicuous absence of Naruto. "Where is Naruto-kun? Why hasn't he come?" she murmured softly, her words quickly capturing Sakura's attention. "Oh no, that fool Naruto wouldn't he have gone off to assist alone? Would he? He is always so reckless. When I see him, I'll give him a piece of my mind." Sakura clenched her fists in frustration. At the mention of Naruto's name, Tsunade's expression shifted dramatically, just as she was preparing to dispatch reinforcements to the ninjas outside the village. She realized that Naruto was not among them. This realization filled her with a foreboding sense of dread. After sending everyone off, she decisively summoned Kakashi and Might Guy. "Kakashi. Guy, you two are responsible for locating Naruto and ensuring his safety. He must not leave the village premises, understood?" Tsunade expressed her concern for Naruto's well-being. And upon hearing her words, Kakashi and Guy immediately sprang into action. However, unbeknownst to them, Naruto had already exited the village alongside Kabuto, several miles north of Konoha. In a desolate clearing, Kabuto finally halted. Sensing the sudden stillness, Naruto activated his observation haki. As he scanned the surroundings, he discerned several concealed figures lurking in the shadows. Among them was the unmistakable silhouette of Orochimaru, but what took Naruto by surprise was the presence of Danzō. "I never anticipated that you two would join forces. It makes sense. On your own, you wouldn't stand a chance against me, so this was the only option left," Naruto declared sharply as he pinpointed the locations of Orochimaru and Danzō. Upon realizing they had been detected, Orochimaru and Danzō revealed themselves, exchanging glances before positioning themselves to launch a coordinated ambush. "Naruto-kun, it's good to see you again. This time, I wish to experience your prowess firsthand," Orochimaru began, his tone suggesting that he considered Naruto himself to be insignificant. Instead, he viewed the Nine Tails residing within Naruto as the true formidable force. Conversely, Danzō held a different perspective. Having clashed with Naruto twice before, each time finding himself bested by Naruto's sheer strength. It is difficult to imagine the extent of Naruto's strength should he truly unleash the power of the Nine Tails. "Orochimaru, I am unaware of the benefits that Danzō has bestowed upon you, but since you are here today, you might as well remain." "Perfectly. I can capture you and present you to Tsunade, that old hack. Let her deal with you." Naruto exhibited not an ounce of fear, and as he spoke, Danzō coughed discreetly behind him. "Ahem, Orochimaru, do not underestimate him. This kid has grown to a terrifying extent. His inherent strength is likely beyond your capacity to withstand. Do not waste any time. The village will inevitably discover our feigned distraction." As Danzō spoke, he was the first to take action. Suddenly, a gust of wind released from him, surging directly towards Naruto. Sensing Danzō's assault from behind, Naruto resolutely formed hand seals. In the next moment, a massive fireball technique erupted from his mouth, colliding violently with Danzō's wind technique. Upon their encounter, the fireball expanded exponentially, enveloping Danzō in an immense blaze. "Damn it!" Danzō cursed upon witnessing this, promptly employing earth techniques for defense. As Danzō drew Naruto's attention, Orochimaru initiated his own assault. Ninjutsu, Shadow Serpent Technique. With a chilling command, a large serpent swiftly emerged from his body, charging towards Naruto, ensnaring him tightly. In that instant, Naruto was caught unawares, his hands bound and rendered immobile. Just as he prepared to forcefully extricate himself from the serpent's grasp, Orochimaru invoked the serpent's mouth binding. In a flash, Naruto was swallowed by the serpent's maw. Evidently, Orochimaru intended to ensnare Naruto with this jutsu. However, just as Orochimaru believed he had successfully captured Naruto, he was astounded when Naruto burst forth from the serpent's mouth unscathed. Observing Naruto's intact state, Orochimaru furrowed his brow. "It seems my tricks have proven ineffective against you. Indeed, you have grown stronger. Your progress surpasses that of Sasuke." Mentioning Sasuke's name elicited a smile from Naruto. "Orochimaru, I can actually share a secret with you. You will undoubtedly meet your demise at Sasuke's hands. So you are merely nurturing a future threat. Of course, I realize you will not heed this warning, for your arrogance blinds you to the truth, believing you can manipulate everything." Naruto declared Orochimaru's eventual fate, yet Orochimaru remained unperturbed. At that moment, he slowly withdrew a long sword from his mouth, preparing for another attack. While Danzō finally regained his composure, ready to continue his assault, the two had once again coalesced into a pincer maneuver, leaving Naruto seemingly no opportunity to escape. "Orochimaru, I have stated before, we must conclude this swiftly. Do not prolong it." Danzō slowly unfurled his arms, revealing multiple Sharingan eyes embedded upon them. The sight of those Sharingan caused Naruto to frown in response. Clearly, Danzō must have accelerated his movements with the intention of capturing Naruto. As Danzō prepared to unleash his most formidable jutsu, Orochimaru ceased his idle chatter. "Ninjutsu, Eight-Headed Serpent Technique." With a chilling cry, Orochimaru's form began to transform. In an instant, he morphed from a single individual into a colossal white serpent with 8 heads, prompting Naruto to react swiftly. An S-rank jutsu. "Orochimaru, it seems you're serious now. Very well. Let me test the strength of your 8-headed serpent technique." At that moment, Naruto enveloped himself in his Conqueror's Haki while forming hand seals. In the next instant, he decisively employed the 4-symbol seal to counter the 8-headed serpent technique. To Naruto, Orochimaru's jutsu could only be countered with sealing techniques. After all, the 8-headed serpent was overwhelmingly powerful, and it needed to be sealed away. Just as Naruto was preparing to seal Orochimaru, Danzō had already activated Izanagi behind him. Suddenly, Danzō charged forward, ready to launch an assault on Naruto. However, before he could close the distance, Naruto had already summoned his shadow clones, preparing to unleash the tailed beast bomb. In Naruto's eyes, Danzō posed no real threat. A man who had lost to him twice was futilely struggling. Although Danzō could activate Izanagi multiple times, such techniques were easily countered by Naruto. At that moment, countless Naruto clones surrounded Danzō, preventing him from reaching the real Naruto. Meanwhile, Naruto's 4-symbol seal had ensnared the 8-headed serpent. Despite Orochimaru's formidable abilities, the 8-headed serpent found itself in dire straits under the pressure of Naruto's seal. It must be said that the joint effort of Danzō and Orochimaru to capture Naruto was far from smooth. Initially, Orochimaru believed that teaming up with Danzō would allow them to easily subdue Naruto. Capturing Naruto would undoubtedly elevate his research and perhaps even grant him the 9 tails. Yet, upon confronting Naruto, he realized he was being suppressed. Even with the use of an S-rank jutsu, it proved ineffective, causing Orochimaru to furrow his brow in frustration. On the other side, Danzō was similarly beleaguered by Naruto's clones, which were clearly not ordinary shadows. Each of Naruto's clones was imbued with Haki, rendering Danzō incapable of eradicating them entirely. Observing Danzō and Orochimaru struggling under his dominance, Naruto couldn't help but chuckle. Huh, you didn't really think capturing me would be easy, did you? Orochimaru, surrender now. Naruto attempted to make Orochimaru recognize the gravity of the situation, but just then, Orochimaru decisively retracted the eight-headed serpent. In the next instant, he formed hand seals again, and two coffins burst forth from the ground. Recognizing the sudden emergence of the coffins, Naruto understood that two formidable figures were about to arrive. Edo-tensei, I can do that too. Naruto quickly formed his own hand seals, and soon, a coffin emerged from the earth. When Naruto employed the Edo-tensei technique, Orochimaru was taken aback, clearly surprised that Naruto would utilize such a jutsu. It is essential to recognize that this is a forbidden technique of the Hidden Leaf Village, one that Orochimaru learned in secrecy. Naruto, you too can perform the reanimation jutsu? How is this possible? However, your reanimation may not stand a chance against mine. Allow me to introduce these two figures. Arise, first Hokage and second Hokage. Orochimaru commanded the two coffins, which immediately opened. In the next moment, the first and second Hokage emerged, exuding a formidable presence that instantly locked onto Naruto. Yet, at that moment, Naruto, undeterred, opened his own coffin for the reanimation. Did you think you were the only one capable of summoning Hokages? Come forth, third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Naruto called out the name of the third Hokage, unencumbered by any restrictions. Without such constraints, the third's strength was nearly at its peak. Conversely, the two Hokages summoned by Orochimaru were somewhat diminished, as he dared not fully unleash their emotional attachments. Upon witnessing Naruto's summoning of the third Hokage, Orochimaru was reminded of past events, particularly the moment when the third sealed his arm, a memory that lingered ominously in his mind. Orochimaru, this time, I shall seal you completely. The third Hokage's rage was palpable upon seeing Orochimaru, clearly still haunted by previous encounters. Sensei, I never expected to meet again in such a manner. It seems an inevitable battle awaits us today. Orochimaru, feeling a profound trepidation towards Hiruzen Sarutobi, opted to let the two Hokages engage in combat, while he turned his predatory gaze back to Naruto. However, this time, he did not act alone. He chose to employ a summoning technique. Naruto assumed he was about to summon the myriad snakes, but as Orochimaru's summoning technique touched the ground, a familiar figure materialized in Naruto's line of sight. How did this person end up here? After directing the third Hokage to confront the reanimated first and second Hokage, Naruto realized that Orochimaru was not summoning snakes. Just then, the individual leading the summoned entity began to laugh. It seems both of you are in quite the predicament. Naturally, this little brat will be a challenge. The nine tails, of course, shall be mine. The figure wore a grin, seemingly dismissive of both Orochimaru and Danzō. Kisame Hashigaki, I never anticipated you would ally with them. It appears the Akatsuki is truly determined to capture me. So, where is your partner, Itachi Uchiha? Naruto addressed Kisame, gradually piecing together the situation. It was only at this moment that he recognized that Orochimaru was not using a summoning technique, but rather a transmission-type ninjutsu. At this moment, confronted by these three formidable foes, even the village's elite shinobi would likely find themselves at a disadvantage. Moreover, each of these individuals possesses remarkable combat prowess, causing a wave of anxiety to swell within Naruto. While he might have had a fighting chance against the first two, the addition of the fearsome Jinchuriki, Kisame Hashigaki, complicates matters significantly. In truth, I could capture you without their assistance. However, I simply wish to avoid wasting time, Kisame declared. It appears Itachi has other missions, so you likely won't see him. But fear not, once I escort you back, you will have the chance to meet him. Come now, little Nine Tails, won't you accompany me? Kisame licked his lips, excitement coursing through him at the prospect of claiming the Nine Tails. Yet, just as he prepared to strike at Naruto, two figures descended before him. Behold, the Azure Beast has arrived. Kisame Hashigaki, allow me to be your opponent. Our battle remains undecided. The voice belonged to Might Guy, the Azure Beast of Konoha, who shares a remarkable rapport with Kisame. In their previous encounters, neither had fought at full strength, which left Guy with a tinge of regret. As Guy greeted Kisame, Kakashi also stepped forward. Orochimaru, if you wish to make a move on Naruto, you must first contend with me. As he spoke, Kakashi readied a shuriken, prepared for action. The sight of Kakashi and Guy brought warmth to Naruto's heart. This is the essence of camaraderie. Initially contemplating an escape, Naruto felt greatly relieved with the support of Kakashi and Guy by his side. Yet, instead of retreating upon seeing the unexpected reinforcements, Kisame grew even more exhilarated. Haha. My Samahata longs for battle. Perfect. Today shall be a day of carnage. At this moment, Kisame shed his shirt, revealing his formidable muscles. Simultaneously, Orochimaru and Danzō stood beside him, clearly ready to engage together. Danzō, are you preparing to betray the village? Just as the three allied, a voice echoed from behind them. Upon hearing it, Danzō furrowed his brow. Tsunade, you too have arrived. It seems today we must eliminate you. Danzō had not anticipated that their ploy would be so easily unraveled. Initially, he and Orochimaru had devised a plan to lure the village's strongest away, allowing them to capture Naruto. However, it was now evident that their scheme had been thoroughly exposed. To avoid being branded as rogue shinobi, he resolved to eliminate Tsunade. Quickly, Danzō turned to Orochimaru and Kisame, declaring, we cannot afford to delay any longer. If we linger, more will come. Let us strike decisively, seize Naruto, and depart from this place. As he spoke, Danzō was the first to launch an attack, prompting Kisame and Orochimaru to act without hesitation. As the three adversaries sought to conclude their conflict swiftly, Naruto and his companions resolutely chose to engage. Humph. For against three, you stand no chance. With a cold remark, Tsunade addressed the opposing trio. In a swift response, Tsunade and Kakashi decided to strike. Meanwhile, Naruto, now emboldened by the presence of his allies, launched his offensive without hesitation. Initially, he had contemplated exerting his utmost effort, but with assistance at hand, he felt less compelled to exhaust himself. However, as Naruto and his companions battled against Orochimaru and Kisame, a shadowy figure gradually manifested in the sky. TSK, it appears today's plan is destined for failure. Alas, this Nine-Tails brat proves to be quite elusive. Fortunately, all is proceeding smoothly elsewhere. Were it not for the need to prepare for the illusory Dragon Nine Seals, I would relish the opportunity to engage this Nine-Tails in a duel. With that, the figure abruptly vanished. On the battlefield below, a fierce confrontation was imminent, punctuated by the sounds of explosions. The ground soon bore numerous craters, a testament to the ferocity of the clash. Naruto deftly maneuvered between Kisame and Orochimaru, unleashing formidable attacks. Yet, these assaults appeared ineffectual against Kisame, highlighting the formidable prowess of this tailless beast. Water style, water prison technique. Kisame unleashed an attack upon the trio. In an instant, Naruto and his companions found themselves ensnared within a vast expanse of water. In this aquatic domain, Kisame thrived, his attacks intensifying with alarming ferocity. Water style, great shark bomb technique. Kisame, in a frenzy, unleashed a relentless barrage. Although Kakashi and Guy proved formidable, bolstered by Tsunade's support, they soon found themselves outmatched. This is untenable. Within this water, we are no match for him. We must escape. Tsunade discerned that Kisame's strength stemmed from this aquatic realm, which severely hampered the others, necessitating a retreat. Just as Tsunade urged Kakashi and Naruto to flee the water prison conjured by Kisame, the latter launched another assault, transforming into a ferocious shark. This fellow's output is astonishing. Truly, he is a tailless beast. Kakashi mused, while Guy remained unfazed. Humph, he may be a tailless beast, but I am still the azure beast of Konoha. Leave him to me. I shall handle him while you confront Orochimaru and Danzō. Guy interjected, positioning himself against Kisame. Kakashi intended to refute Guy's strategy, but Tsunade quickly nodded in agreement. Let Guy handle it. He possesses the strength to resolve this. We shall confront Orochimaru and Danzō. With that, Tsunade led Naruto and Kakashi in their escape from Kisame's watery domain. After departing from the water's edge, Tsunade and Kakashi promptly fixed their sights on Danzō and Orochimaru. However, at that moment, Naruto seemed to sense something amiss. Something's not right. That guy Danzō is merely a clone. Where has his true self gone? As Naruto realized that Danzō was not his true form, he furrowed his brow. In the next instant, he activated his observation haki to scan the surroundings once more. TSK, attempting to flee. After a thorough investigation, Naruto indeed discovered Danzō's true self, who was currently retreating in the direction of the village. Not revealing his intentions, Naruto discreetly utilized Shadow Clone Jutsu to follow suit. Meanwhile, within the village, vigilance remained high. Yet Danzō was able to traverse freely. No one was aware that this assault had been orchestrated by Danzō himself. As he advanced, Danzō soon returned to his root headquarters. Phew. It seems that even an alliance with them cannot contend with that Nine-Tails brat. Now that Tsunade has caught wind of my plans, he cannot be left alive. As Danzō spoke, he decisively summoned his root subordinates. At this moment, his objective was to instigate a coup d'etat. Before Tsunade's return, he aimed to seize control of Konoha. Once he held the reins of power, he would possess authority over Tsunade. Just as Danzō instructed his subordinates to commence a purge of Konoha's upper echelons. Naruto made a bold entrance. Danzō, your aspirations are rather grand. As long as I am here today, none of you shall lay a hand on the village. As Naruto spoke, he employed sealing techniques to envelop the entirety of the headquarters in a barrier. Once the sealing was complete, he decisively unleashed a newly acquired illusion technique. In an instant, all of Danzō's subordinates fell victim to the genjutsu. Witnessing his men being obliterated in such fashion, Danzō's composure faltered. Damn it! Is this guy a monster? How can he grow stronger with each encounter? At this moment, fear began to seep into Danzō's heart. Danzō, I wonder if you have ever heard the phrase, 3 strikes and you're out? This is the 3rd time you have fallen into my grasp. This time, I shall not let you escape. Initially, Naruto had hesitated to kill Danzō, fearing it might disrupt the narrative. However, it had become evident that this leader had to be eliminated. Even if it would alter the course of events, Naruto was unwilling to allow such a menace to persist. Who knows what grand schemes he might concoct in the future, even aligning himself with the Akatsuki. This demonstrated that he possessed no moral boundaries. As Naruto's murderous intent became palpable, Danzō truly felt the grip of terror. Naruto, why must you oppose me? How about this? I shall relinquish the position of Hokage to you. In the future, all of Root will be under your command. I can assist you in becoming Hokage, or even the leader of an alliance. Danzō attempted to sway Naruto, but at this point, Naruto was disinclined to engage in further dialogue. Swiftly, he opted to take action. And given that Danzō had already been defeated twice, he could hardly withstand Naruto's formidable strength. In scarcely a few minutes, Danzō met his demise at Naruto's hands. At the headquarters, gazing upon Danzō's lifeless form, Naruto found himself lost in contemplation. From Naruto's perspective, it seemed rather wasteful for Danzō to perish in such a manner. Thus, he swiftly conceived the idea of employing the reanimation jutsu to exert control over Danzō. By doing so, Naruto could not only dominate Danzō but potentially seize control of the entire Root organization as well. The thought ignited a sense of anticipation within him. Although the Root had seldom surfaced within Konoha, Naruto was acutely aware of the organization's significance. With its aid, he could amass further intelligence regarding the Akatsuki organization, alleviating the need for passive engagement as experienced that day. To fully grasp the movements of the Akatsuki, it seemed that reliance on the Root was imperative. At that moment, Naruto initiated the reanimation jutsu upon Danzō. As the technique took effect, Danzō gradually opened his eyes. The instant he beheld Naruto, he instinctively took a few steps back. You are dead. Your body and soul are now under my command. It would be prudent for you to harbor no ulterior motives, lest I suppress your emotions without hesitation. Naruto articulated his current state of reanimation to Danzō, who, upon hearing these words, let out a long sigh. As the most formidable behind-the-scenes figure in Konoha, he never envisioned himself reduced to such a state. While Danzō sighed in resignation, Naruto shook his head. Had I known it would come to this, I would have acted differently. I have already afforded you an opportunity. Now, it is time for you to dutifully assist me in managing the Root organization. From this day forward, the mission of the Root is to diligently gather intelligence on the Akatsuki. I demand to know all their movements. Naruto was well aware of the Akatsuki's existence and their clear objectives. However, their actions remained shrouded in mystery, a matter that could only be unraveled through the intelligence network of the Root organization. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Danzō nodded slightly, resembling a loyal servant. Observing Danzō, Naruto felt a flicker of concern regarding potential alterations to the narrative. Yet, recognizing that such matters were beyond his control, he swiftly dismissed these thoughts. Thus, after thoroughly subjugating the Root organization, Naruto returned to the battlefield outside the village. When he arrived at the site of the incursion led by Kisame Hoshigaki and Orochimaru, the battle had escalated to a fever pitch. The esteemed Might Guy, known as the Azure Beast of Konoha, had even unleashed the 8 gates. Under the suppression of this formidable technique, Kisame found himself at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, Orochimaru was battered and bruised by Tsunade and Kakashi, appearing unable to endure much longer. Just as Naruto made his entrance, Danzō's clone dissipated entirely. Noticing the loss of combat power on their side, Orochimaru contemplated retreat. It seems today as plans are destined for failure. I shall not waste any more time with you. Until next time. Orochimaru, in a moment of utter resolve, summoned forth the myriad serpents. As the multitude of snakes emerged, he leapt onto their backs, vanishing into the ethereal void above. In the aftermath of Orochimaru's hasty retreat, Kisame Hoshigaki, unable to contain his ire, erupted in furious exclamations. These two scoundrels are utterly unreliable. It is my partner Itachi who remains steadfast. Well, since they have departed, I shall take my leave as well. This is tedious. Aware that capturing Naruto was no longer feasible, Kisame resolved to withdraw. Nevertheless, as he prepared to leave, he cast a lingering glance at Naruto. You are my quarry. I shall capture you in due time. Kisame's words echoed in Naruto's ears, though he remained unfazed. You'd better possess the skill to do so. I await your return. Next time, your opponent shall be me, and I shall utterly vanquish you, tailless beast, Naruto retorted. And upon hearing this, Kisame was filled with exhilaration. Until we meet again. With that final proclamation, Kisame vanished, utilizing his water techniques. Once the adversaries had retreated, Tsunade finally exhaled in relief. In her view, further delays could lead to an opportunistic strike from other ninja villages, exacerbating their plight. Phew, it's finally over. Naruto, return to the village with me at once. And Kakashi, you must relay my orders to the Umbu, execute the eradication plan against Danzō's root. Tsunade was resolute in her desire to eliminate the existence of the root organization. However, just as she prepared to act against it, Naruto hastily interjected. Wait a moment. Old lady, I just sent a shadow clone back to check. The one who appeared was not Danzō. That was a mere illusion conjured by Orochimaru. Their intention is to incite discord among us. We must not fall for their ruse. At this juncture, Naruto aimed to deflect blame onto Orochimaru, seeking to preserve the root organization. Given that the organization had now effectively become his private entity, and Danzō had been reduced to a mere puppet of Edo Tensei, disbanding it was unnecessary. Conversely, retaining them could yield valuable intelligence. Why not seize the opportunity? Upon hearing Naruto's words, Tsunade furrowed her brow. Damn Orochimaru. Yet, the root organization must indeed be scrutinized. As Hokage, she could not permit any organization that posed a threat to the village to persist. Although Naruto had shifted the blame onto Orochimaru, she remained distrustful of the root organization. However, she refrained from further discussing its eradication, granting Naruto precious time. In his estimation, a mere reformation of the root organization would suffice to legitimize its existence. After all, the reins of power had now fallen into his hands. It would be a simple matter. He envisioned Danzō pledging his loyalty directly, thereby eliminating any barriers. Contemplating this, a subtle smile graced Naruto's lips. In the aftermath of the crisis, the village hidden in the leaves finally returned to a state of tranquility. During this period, Naruto delved deeply into his understanding of the root organization. To his astonishment, he discovered that Root had amassed an astonishing array of jutsu, nearly encompassing the techniques of all major ninja villages. It appeared that they had not been idle over the years. Upon gaining insight into Root's operations, Naruto was truly taken aback. Clearly, the actions of Danzō throughout the years were nothing short of bewildering. As he examined the jutsu and intelligence collected by Root regarding the various ninja villages, Naruto felt a surge of excitement. With such resources at his disposal, he no longer had to worry about mastering jutsu. Consequently, in the days that followed, Naruto nearly sequestered himself within the headquarters of Root. He diligently studied the techniques from each village, rapidly enhancing his own strength. Meanwhile, as Naruto's powers grew, the Akatsuki organization made its move once again. The village hidden in the leaves remained, as ever, peaceful and serene. Upon emerging from Root, Naruto basked in the warmth of the long-missed sun, feeling invigorated. Gazing at the sunlit village, he wished that time could stand still. With such splendid weather, he thought to himself, why not indulge in a bowl of ramen? Strolling through the streets, he made his way to the Ichiraka ramen shop, which was bustling with patrons at the lunchtime hour. As he entered, he unexpectedly encountered his longtime friends Kiba and Shino, along with the bashful Hinata, who blushed at the sight of him. Hey, everyone, it's been a while. Naruto greeted the trio, and Kiba and Shino raised their hands in acknowledgement. Naruto, it's been ages. We hardly see you around the village lately. Have you been hiding away and slacking off? Kiba, the most exuberant of the three, remarked, while Shino focused intently on his meal and Hinata shyly averted her gaze. In a spontaneous moment, Naruto plopped down beside Hinata, fully aware that she would one day be his wife. Satisfied with this thought, he decided to tease her. Hey, Hinata, why is your face so red? Could it be that you're shy because you saw me? Naruto playfully exposed Hinata's feelings. causing her embarrassment to deepen. And no, Naruto-kun, please don't say such things. It's just that the ramen is too hot. Hinata stammered, still unable to meet his eyes. Naruto chuckled at her flustered state and leaned closer, his face mere inches from hers. Really? Is it not because your heart races at the sight of me? Come on. Hinata, you should express your feelings loudly. Bottling them up can lead to unrequited love. Naruto continued his playful banter, and upon hearing his words, Hinata nearly choked on her noodles. After swallowing with great difficulty, she dared not look at him, her face resembling a ripe apple. I am done eating. Please. Enjoy your meal. Hinata exclaimed hurriedly, avoiding eye contact as she swiftly left the table. As Naruto gazed at Hinata's somewhat flustered figure, he could not help but burst into laughter. He was genuinely astonished that this girl was even shyer than her portrayal in the original narrative. While Naruto jested with Hinata, Kiba, who was nearby, also chimed in. Hey Naruto, you've left the poor girl utterly embarrassed. That's rather unkind of you. Having finished his meal, Kiba stood up, preparing to take his leave. Shino, noticing this, followed suit, but as he reached the doorway, he couldn't resist glancing back at Naruto. Naruto-kun, you must also harbor feelings for Hinata, right? Then I want to contest it. With that, Shino departed, leaving Naruto in a state of disbelief. He had never anticipated that this fellow would also hold affections for Hinata. Ahem, Shino, Hinata is mine. Keep your distance from her. Naruto called out toward the entrance before turning back to enjoy his ramen. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Tsunade was perusing through reports. Has the surveillance team detected any anomalies concerning Danzō? She inquired of Ino. Ino shook her head, her expression one of confusion. No irregularities have been noted. According to previous reports, Danzō indeed has ties to Orochimaru. However, he seems to have remained at the root headquarters lately. Additionally, Naruto-kun is also stationed there. It's perplexing why he would associate himself with Danzō. The more Ino spoke, the more puzzled she became, as she regarded Danzō as a highly perilous individual. What did you say? Naruto is mingling with Danzō? Has he lost his mind? Tsunade exclaimed. Go fetch Naruto for me. I need to have a serious talk with him. Tsunade was not keen on the idea of Naruto associating with Danzō, fearing that he might be exploited by him. However, unbeknownst to her, Danzō had become a mere shadow of his former self. Under Naruto's control through Edo Tensei, Danzō was akin to a puppet on strings. In fact, the entire Root organization was now under Naruto's directive. Under his governance, the Root organization had undergone a complete transformation, which explained their newfound tranquility. Back at the ramen shop, as Naruto relished his meal, Ino appeared behind him. Shortly thereafter, he was brought before Tsunade. Upon seeing Naruto, Tsunade immediately delivered a punch to his head. Ouch, that hurts. Granny, why are you hitting me? Is this what you called me here for? Naruto complained. But Tsunade paid no heed to his grievances. Naruto, who allowed you to associate with the Root organization? Do you not understand how dangerous Danzō is? I command you to sever all ties with them immediately. Tsunade was deeply concerned that Naruto might be misled by Danzō and commit some grievous error. Thus, for Naruto's safety and that of the village, she felt compelled to take such measures. However, as Tsunade instructed Naruto to distance himself from the Root organization, he simply shook his head. Granny, I shall not be led by Danzō like a puppet. Rest assured. By the way, my recent association with them is merely to ascertain the intelligence regarding the Root organization. Furthermore, I have successfully persuaded Danzō to abandon his aspirations of becoming Hokage. He has acquiesced. Henceforth, the Root organization shall exclusively serve the village, with no ulterior motives. In an effort to dispel Tsunade's suspicions regarding the Root organization, Naruto intends to bring them into the light. However, Tsunade remains somewhat skeptical of Naruto's assertions. In her eyes, that old fox Danzō is not so benevolent. Naruto, you fool. Can you truly trust Danzō's words? In any case, you are forbidden from further dealings with him. Now, you are to continue investigating Orochimaru. Sakura has acquired information from Sasori. As Tsunade spoke, she entrusted the mission details to Naruto. Upon noticing that Captain Yamato was listed on the task roster, Naruto immediately thought of another individual. Ahem, old hack. With Kakashi-sensei absent, our team is lacking in numbers. How about this? To demonstrate the transformation of the Root organization, I propose we include a member from the Root into our team. What do you think? As Naruto glanced at Tsunade, she hesitated momentarily. Clearly, if the Root organization could be more exposed to public scrutiny, it would be easier to monitor them. Contemplating this, Tsunade ultimately nodded. Very well. However, I shall not trust them so easily. You shall handle this matter. Later, you will meet with Yamato first, synchronize your efforts, and then set off. Upon exiting Tsunade's office, Naruto's first task was to head to the headquarters of the Root Organization. In Naruto's view, the value of the Root Organization to Konoha could rival that of the Umbu. Therefore, he aspired to transform the Root Organization into a formidable force for Konoha through his own efforts. Before that, gaining Tsunade's trust was paramount. Otherwise, all would be in vain. Soon, upon returning to the headquarters of the Root Organization, Naruto sought out Danzō immediately. At this moment, although Naruto had not suppressed Danzō's emotions with the reanimation jutsu, he remained under Naruto's influence. Upon seeing Naruto, Danzō slightly inclined his body, exhibiting a demeanor of utmost respect. Danzō, I am aware that the Root Organization has trained numerous assassins over the years. Henceforth, I desire that all these assassins become assets to Konoha. You do not oppose this, do you? Naruto spoke while observing Danzō, who nodded slightly in response. Of course, the entire Root Organization is now at your disposal, including myself. Henceforth, all decisions regarding the Root Organization shall be yours to make, and those I have trained are all present here. As Danzō spoke, he clapped his hands, and forthwith, numerous ninjas appeared from all directions, uniformly kneeling before Naruto. Gazing upon the ninjas of the Root Organization before him, Naruto began to search among them. Yet, despite his thorough search, he did not find the individual he had envisioned in his mind. Thus, Naruto had no choice but to turn to Danzō once more, inquiring, "Is this everyone from the Root Organization? I recall there should be someone named Sai as well. Where is he?" Naruto fixed his gaze upon Danzō, who at that moment finally remembered the emotionless machine. Upon hearing that Naruto was searching for him, Danzō led Naruto to the dungeons of the Root Organization. The dungeon was shrouded in an eerie gloom, with dim lighting casting shadows all around. As Naruto followed Danzō to a cell at the farthest corner, he was taken aback to find a solitary figure inside. There he is. This individual, known as Sai, exhibited none of the emotions one would expect from a human being. I intend to utilize him as a tool for death. Danzō articulated his purpose for Sai's training. However, Naruto felt a deep aversion towards Danzō's intentions. During his readings of the original work, he had always found Sai to be a pitiable character. Not only was he unable to express his emotions, but he was also condemned to a life of subservience. Such an existence was hardly better than that of livestock. It was not out of a sense of benevolence that Naruto felt this way, but rather a conviction that beings devoid of emotion should never have been brought into existence. Such a soulless machine was even inferior to the puppets of Sasori. No more training individuals like this, Naruto declared. I wish for the members of the Root Organization to live under the sun, just like the other ninjas in the village. Also, lift the restrictions placed upon him. I intend to take him out on missions. Naruto cast a glance at Sai, who was curled up in the corner, his expression void of any feeling, and then addressed Danzō. Observing this, Danzō respectfully released Sai. From now on, you will follow Lord Naruto. His orders are my orders. Absolute obedience is required. Danzō reminded as he freed Sai. At this moment, Sai merely nodded, remaining expressionless, not wishing to linger on the matter. Naruto led him directly to the meeting place with Captain Yamato. Captain Yamato and Sakura had been waiting for some time. When Naruto arrived with Sai, both Yamato and Sakura instinctively turned their attention to Sai. Is he one of the Root Organization members? Captain Yamato inquired, clearly intrigued by the village's most enigmatic faction. His name is Sai. He will be our companion from now on, Naruto announced to Captain Yamato. Following Naruto's introduction, Captain Yamato proceeded to introduce himself. Today marks our first meeting. However, I have already reviewed your profiles. From this point onward, we will be members of the same team. I look forward to a fruitful collaboration, Sakura, Captain Yamato said, extending a hand. In response, Naruto and Sakura immediately bumped fists with him. Sai, however, stood by like a statue, offering no response. Observing this, Naruto spoke to Sai. Sai, you no longer need to wait for orders to act. Do as you wish. Do you understand my meaning? Naruto gently patted Sai's shoulder, and at that moment, a flicker of emotion finally crossed Sai's expression. Soon, after everyone introduced themselves, Naruto and Yamato began to harmonize with each other. This process primarily involved familiarizing themselves with each other's ninjutsu, which would facilitate their cooperation during missions. When Yamato employed the first Hokage's ninjutsu, Sakura's eyes widened in astonishment. Incredible! Captain Yamato can actually use the first Hokage's ninjutsu. Sakura clearly did not expect anyone to wield such a technique. However, while Sakura was marveling, Naruto decisively unleashed the ninjutsu he had used in pursuit of Deidara, which was even more formidable than Yamato's. Both techniques stemmed from the legacy of the first Hokage, leaving Yamato equally astonished. Your ninjutsu seems to surpass mine. Would you be willing to teach me? Yamato nearly transformed into a fanboy in that instant, which left Naruto feeling somewhat embarrassed. Yet, the most impressive display came from Sai, who utilized his artwork to execute ninjutsu, evoking Naruto's envy. Sai, your ninjutsu is quite elegant, Naruto praised. However, upon receiving Naruto's compliment, Sai merely nodded, offering no further reaction. Observing Sai's continued demeanor resembling that of an emotionless machine, Naruto couldn't help but shake his head. All right, everyone is now acquainted. We can set off. This time, our destination is the rendezvous point between Sasori and Kabuto. Once we capture Kabuto, we can locate Orochimaru and bring Sasuke back. Captain Yamato outlined the mission's details. Upon hearing the words about bringing Sasuke back, Sakura immediately felt invigorated. In contrast, Naruto remained unfazed. He believed that if retrieving Sasuke were so simple, there would be no need for a Hokage. Nevertheless, despite his omniscient perspective, Naruto followed Captain Yamato and the others as they set out. Their next target was the Tenchi Bridge. Upon arriving, Captain Yamato used ninjutsu to disguise himself as Sasori. While Yamato waited at the bridge, Kabuto's figure finally emerged. From a distance, Naruto, Sakura, and Sai prepared to strike. However, just as they got ready, Kabuto initiated an attack on Captain Yamato. Observing Kabuto's aggressive move, Naruto, Sakura, and Sai immediately charged forward. Naruto was acutely aware that Kabuto's control over the Akatsuki Sasori had long been severed by Orochimaru. Now, he was merely putting on a show. As Naruto and his companions arrived, Kabuto's lips curled into a cold smile. Ah, it's Naruto-kun. Long time no see. I didn't expect to meet you again. We truly are fated. Upon seeing Naruto, Kabuto shifted all his attention toward him. Since aligning himself with Orochimaru, Kabuto had obtained the latter's true teachings and was now intensely intrigued by Naruto and the Nine Tails, almost eager to capture Naruto as a specimen for experimentation. However, when it comes to Naruto's prowess, Kabuto is acutely aware of his limitations. He is far from foolish enough to believe he could best Naruto. Especially considering even Orochimaru is no match for him, Kabuto understands that he must not overestimate his own abilities. As Kabuto exchanges greetings with Naruto, Sakura, filled with anxiety, urgently interjects, Kabuto, where have you hidden Sasuke? Return him to us at once. Sakura has been preoccupied with thoughts of Sasuke, eager to interrogate Kabuto thoroughly. Yet, at that moment, Kabuto decisively chooses to retreat, clearly unwilling to engage in a confrontation with Naruto and the others. Just as Kabuto prepares to flee, Naruto activates his observation haki, quickly pinpointing a figure lurking in the shadows not far away. Without hesitation, Naruto charges toward the concealed presence. Orochimaru, now that you've arrived, why hide in the shadows? Upon reaching the figure, Naruto unleashes a devastating wind-style kick. The force of this attack is not to be underestimated, even by Orochimaru. Swiftly, Orochimaru employs the body replacement technique, disappearing from his original spot, only to reappear alongside Kabuto. Ah, Naruto, I must admit, I never anticipated you would grow this formidable. It seems I have underestimated you, Orochimaru remarks, his gaze towards Naruto markedly altered. At this moment, Orochimaru is acutely aware of the gap between their strengths. Recalling the previous encounter when he and Danzō could not defeat Naruto, Orochimaru grows increasingly cautious. To him, acquiring Sasuke's body is paramount. With it, he believes he could potentially triumph over Naruto. As Orochimaru warily observes Naruto, the latter summons his shadow clones. In an instant, without giving Orochimaru and Kabuto a chance to react, a barrage of Rasengan is hurled towards them. It is undeniable that after his extensive training within the Root organization, Naruto can now vanquish Orochimaru with mere ninjutsu. Sensing the shift in Naruto's power, Orochimaru finds the situation increasingly precarious. He has no desire to linger, for a confrontation could very well lead to his demise at Naruto's hands. Determined not to lose his life here, he swiftly escapes with Kabuto. However, Naruto is not one to allow them to flee unchallenged. In no time, he summons the chakra cloak of the Nine Tails and pursues them with astonishing speed. As Naruto relentlessly closes in, Orochimaru sees no choice but to halt and face him. Naruto, it seems you are intent on capturing me. In that case, allow me to demonstrate my newly developed jutsu. As he speaks, Orochimaru begins forming hand seals. With the completion of his seals, several invisible walls materialize beside Naruto, abruptly confining him within. Once Naruto is ensnared, Orochimaru decisively releases toxins into the walls that trap him. As the purple toxin infiltrated the space occupied by Naruto, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. I am enveloped in the protective barrier of armament Haki and bolstered by the chakra of the Nine Tails. This toxin is of no consequence to me. As Naruto spoke, he unleashed a powerful punch. In the next instant, Orochimaru's newly developed sealing technique was shattered almost instantaneously by Naruto's might. Witnessing this scene, even the perverse Orochimaru exclaimed that Naruto was indeed a monster. It is noteworthy that Orochimaru's prowess is comparable to that of a Kage-level ninja. Yet, the strength of a Kage-level ninja pales in comparison to the current Naruto, which is utterly absurd. At that moment, as an ominous premonition crept over Orochimaru, Naruto couldn't help but chuckle. Alright, now it's my turn. As Naruto spoke, he began to experiment with the ninjutsu he had learned from the Root organization. These techniques had remained untested since Naruto's acquisition of them, and Orochimaru was the perfect target. Just as Naruto unleashed the ninjutsu acquired from the Root onto Orochimaru, Kabuto decisively fled the scene. Back in Orochimaru's lair, upon his return, Kabuto immediately sought out Sasuke. Upon encountering Sasuke's icy gaze, Kabuto divulged Naruto's current whereabouts. Sasuke-kun, don't you wish to ascertain just how powerful Naruto has become? Then head to the Tenchi Bridge. Naruto-kun is there. After delivering this message, Kabuto looked at Sasuke, who finally raised his head. In the next moment, he vanished from sight, evidently unable to contain his inner turmoil at the mention of Naruto. In truth, his departure had stemmed from jealousy over Naruto's surpassing strength. Now, with Orochimaru's assistance, he had finally attained formidable power. Thus, he was eager to discover who among them was truly the strongest. As Kabuto relayed this information to Sasuke and he rushed to the battlefield, on the other side, Naruto was relentlessly overpowering Orochimaru. One must admit, the ninjutsu Naruto currently wielded, when harmonized, was more than even Orochimaru could withstand. Cough. Damn it. How can this be? This guy's ninjutsu is inexhaustible and so expertly executed. As Orochimaru was once again sent flying, he reflected on the absurdity of the situation. Just a short while ago, Naruto's strength had been entirely dismissed by Orochimaru. Yet, in this brief span, Naruto had grown to such an extent that it left Orochimaru feeling profoundly unsettled. For years, Orochimaru had devoted considerable effort to the development of ninjutsu in his quest for power. He had once believed himself to be formidable, but it was now evident that this was not the case. Faced with Naruto's relentless onslaught, Orochimaru could only evade, utterly beleaguered. Just as Naruto entered a frenzied mode of mercilessly assaulting Orochimaru, Sasuke finally arrived at the battlefield. Observing Naruto's transformation from a distance, Sasuke felt an increasing thrill. Naruto, is it? Let me test whether you are stronger, or if I shall prevail. As Sasuke spoke, he drew the long blade from his waist and charged into the fray between Naruto and Orochimaru. At this moment, Naruto was not exerting his full strength. He was merely testing his various ninjutsu. Such trials had already rendered Orochimaru unable to cope, forcing him to evade at every turn. It was evident how taxing it was for Orochimaru to face Naruto. As Orochimaru desperately dodged wave after wave of Naruto's onslaught, Sasuke finally swung the Kusanagi sword toward Naruto. Bang! In the next instant, when Sasuke's sword struck Naruto, he almost instantaneously transformed into smoke. A shadow clone? How could this be possible? Witnessing that what Sasuke had struck was merely a shadow clone, even Orochimaru was taken aback. It was known that Naruto's earlier clone had given him considerable trouble. Now realizing that it was merely a clone, Orochimaru's frustration deepened. This guy can be so powerful with just a clone. What kind of monster is he? Could this all be attributed to the power of the Nine Tails? The only explanation Orochimaru could muster was that Naruto was harnessing the Nine Tails' strength. Just as both Orochimaru and Sasuke were engulfed in confusion, Naruto's true form finally appeared. Sasuke, long time no see. Upon his emergence, Naruto immediately fixed his gaze on Sasuke, who had grown significantly since their last encounter. However, upon seeing the expression in Sasuke's eyes, Naruto remained thoroughly displeased. That infuriating look in your eyes has not changed at all, Naruto continued, prompting a dismissive snort from Sasuke. Humph. Naruto, I am no longer the person I once was. Today, let me show you the gap between us. To Sasuke, his time with Orochimaru had not been idle. He had learned nearly all of Orochimaru's techniques. In fact, Sasuke had come to regard Orochimaru as inconsequential. Were it not for Orochimaru's remaining usefulness, he would have already slain him. Orochimaru, oblivious to Sasuke's thoughts, felt a sigh of relief as Sasuke shielded him from Naruto's attack. Sasuke, I leave this to you. With that, Orochimaru decisively utilized ninjutsu to escape. Observing Orochimaru's retreat, Naruto made no attempt to pursue him. To Naruto, Orochimaru was hardly worth his time. He could easily deal with him at any moment. However, Sasuke's current demeanor, brimming with arrogance, piqued Naruto's interest. It was known that during their time in the same class, Naruto had been subjected to much mockery from this very individual. Now, seeing Sasuke eager to challenge him once more, Naruto felt a surge of anticipation. Although he had already taught Sasuke a lesson the last time they met. That was a long time ago, and Sasuke clearly believed he had grown stronger. Now, Naruto aimed to make Sasuke reacquaint himself with the disparity between them. Disparity? Sasuke, are you perhaps a bit too confident? Oh, indeed there is a gap, but it is the gap between you and me, not the other way around. Today, I shall demonstrate that one can grow stronger without resorting to misguided paths. Naruto was poised to teach Sasuke a lesson once more. However, at that moment, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! The host is faced with a choice. Option 1. Defeat Sasuke and make him understand the disparity. Task reward, 1 devil fruit. Option 2. Flee the battlefield and concede defeat. Task reward, 1 rotten egg. Upon hearing the system's voice, Naruto couldn't help but feel exasperated. Is there truly any need for a choice? Of course, the first option. I'm not a fool. Cursing the system under his breath, Naruto resolutely fixed his gaze upon Sasuke. At that moment, Sasuke had activated his Sharingan, appearing significantly more formidable than before. What Sasuke did not realize was that when facing Itachi Uchiha, Naruto had already encountered such a Sharingan. In fact, Itachi's Sharingan surpassed Sasuke's in strength. Nevertheless, even then, Itachi failed to gain any advantage over Naruto, let alone the current Sasuke. Thus, as Sasuke unleashed his Sharingan, Naruto initiated the 8 gates. Sasuke, from this moment on, I shall defeat you with taijutsu and show you what true strength is. Naruto resolved firmly, for he believed that utilizing ninjutsu would present no challenge. Taijutsu, however, would provide him with the opportunity to truly engage. Recently, Naruto had also learned various taijutsu techniques from the Root organization. These techniques had coalesced into a comprehensive system within Naruto's mind. As Naruto decided to confront Sasuke with taijutsu, Sasuke felt a surge of indignation. In the next instant, Sasuke activated the Cursed Seal's power, black markings swiftly engulfing his body. Bolstered by the Cursed Seal, Sasuke's attack speed escalated dramatically. Hmph! Always the perennial underdog, merely boasting. Taijutsu? You can't genuinely believe that taijutsu could possibly defeat me. Sasuke charged toward Naruto, one hand wielding a blade aimed at him, while the other, unbeknownst to Naruto, had readied the Chidori, poised to strike. However, just as Sasuke anticipated that his attack would be swift enough to overcome Naruto, Naruto simply smiled. Under the influence of the 8 gates, Sasuke's speed appeared to Naruto as though it were in slow motion. At that moment, as Sasuke thrust the Chidori toward him, Naruto decisively employed his armament haki. With the enhancement of armament haki, combined with the might of the 8 gates, Naruto effortlessly kicked Sasuke's Chidori aside. In the next instant, Naruto infused his fist with haki and delivered a powerful blow to Sasuke's abdomen. Caught off guard by Naruto's strike, Sasuke immediately experienced a sharp pain in his stomach, rendering him unable to stand. Fortunately, with the Kusanagi sword in hand, he managed to brace himself. Yet, despite this, beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. How is this possible? With just a single punch, I find myself in such a disheveled state? What kind of martial art is this? Sasuke clearly struggles to comprehend the terrifying magnitude of Naruto's physical prowess. It is essential to note that even the most formidable martial artist among ninjas pales in comparison to Might Guy. Yet, at this moment, Naruto presents an impression to Sasuke that he surpasses Guy 100-fold. This vast disparity causes Sasuke, who was originally brimming with confidence and believed he could triumph over Naruto, to waver in his conviction. As sweat beads on Sasuke's forehead from Naruto's physical assault, Naruto cannot help but chuckle. So how does it feel? Are you beginning to realize the chasm that lies between us? You shall never prevail over me, Sasuke. Naruto had always been unable to tolerate Sasuke's contemptuous attitude, believing that everyone besides himself was worthless. Now, relying solely on taijutsu, he had thoroughly bewildered Sasuke, who was drenched in sweat from the exertion. Sasuke had initially thought that following Orochimaru would lead to a swift enhancement of his powers, an elevation that Naruto would struggle to achieve in his lifetime. However, it soon became apparent that he had overestimated his own capabilities. Despite his remarkable talent and the advantages of his Uchiha lineage and Sharingan, he was still no match for Naruto. The more Sasuke contemplated, the more resentment brewed within him, prompting him to once again wield the Kusanagi sword and launch an attack against Naruto. However, by this point, Sasuke had completely lost his composure. Naruto effortlessly evaded his strikes with a few swift movements. It was as if Naruto were toying with him, further twisting Sasuke's psyche. "Sasuke, please stop. Come back with us. I beg you." Just as Sasuke was fervently assaulting Naruto, Sakura rushed onto the scene. Throughout it all, she had hoped for Sasuke's return to the village. Yet, Sasuke paid no heed to her pleas. In fact, after his assault on Naruto was deftly dodged, he redirected his attack towards Sakura, who had come to intervene. As his strike descended, just before it could reach Sakura, Naruto decisively intervened. With a gentle flick, Naruto sent Sasuke's Kusanagi sword flying. Overwhelmed by pain in his arm, Sasuke let out a furious roar towards Naruto. "Why? How can this be? If I can't even defeat you, a perennial underachiever, how am I supposed to confront that man? How will I exact my revenge?" At that moment, Sasuke's thoughts turned to Itachi Uchiha, yet he remained unaware that Naruto had already clashed with Itachi several times. And in those encounters, Itachi had never gained the upper hand against him. Observing the increasingly deranged Sasuke, Naruto felt a surge of anger. It was clear that all Sasuke harbored now was hatred. He had become utterly devoid of purpose. Naruto was tempted to slap some sense into him. Yet he knew such actions would be futile. Thus, he resolved to shift his approach. Perhaps allowing Sasuke to embrace his darkness would lead him to comprehend the value of what truly mattered. Revenge? With your pitiful strength, you dare to dream of vengeance? You are unworthy. Moreover, Itachi's prowess far surpasses yours. You should just give up. Naruto deliberately provoked Sasuke's psyche, which only served to exacerbate Sasuke's imbalance. In the next moment, Sasuke summoned a summoning technique, conjuring a massive serpent that instantly engulfed him. Just like that, Sasuke vanished without a trace. Watching Sasuke being taken away by the serpent, Naruto's gaze flickered slightly. Meanwhile, Sakura remained adamant in her refusal to let Sasuke go, though her strength was utterly insufficient to prevent it. "Naruto, you must stop him. Bring him back." At this moment, Sakura pleaded with Naruto, yet he forcefully pushed her away. "Sakura, for heaven's sake, wake up. What good will it do for him to return to the village in this state? Upon returning, he could only be a lamenting, ineffectual individual. It would be better for him to seek his own answers." After Naruto spoke, he prepared to depart, when suddenly the voice of Sasuke resonated through the sky. "Naruto, we shall meet again one day. By then, I will certainly surpass you." Sasuke's voice gradually faded into the air. "All right, I shall await that day." Naruto knew that even if given a millennium, Sasuke could never surpass him. In the original narrative, perhaps he could achieve extraordinary feats, but in this realm, Naruto was the one endowed with exceptional abilities. The fleeting encounter at the Heavenly Bridge had thoroughly made Sasuke aware of the chasm between him and Naruto. Once Sasuke and Orochimaru departed, Sakura fell into silence. Captain Yamato had initially led the squad to confront Orochimaru, but it seemed that such measures were no longer necessary. Consequently, the four of them swiftly returned to the Hidden Leaf Village. Upon his return, Naruto's mindset had also transformed. His foremost concern now lay with the Akatsuki organization. This group posed the greatest threat to him, far surpassing that of Orochimaru. Currently, Orochimaru was no longer his rival. Rather, it was the Akatsuki that could potentially hunt him down once more. Although Naruto had grown immensely powerful, he still needed to exercise utmost caution against those affiliated with the Akatsuki. Not to mention the presence of Pain, whose Rinnegan presented a formidable challenge. He knew he must continuously strive for greater strength. The future not only entailed dealings with the Akatsuki but also facing Uchiha Bido. After returning to the Hidden Leaf Village, Naruto resumed his training. During this period, he also took advantage of the Root organization to further gather intelligence regarding the Akatsuki. Days passed in this manner. And after yet another day of training, he finally recalled the reward from the system. I almost forgot to examine what kind of devil fruit it was. Upon returning home, Naruto took out the devil fruit. Gazing at it, he found himself wavering. His hesitation stemmed from the utter lack of information regarding the fruit. Thus, he had no inkling of the powers it might bestow. To uncover the fruit's abilities, he would have to consume it. Resolving himself, Naruto bit down and swallowed the devil fruit whole. At that moment, as he ingested the fruit, a surge of electricity coursed through his body. Feeling as though he had been jolted, Naruto shivered. Hiss. That sensation just now. Could it be that this is the rumble fruit? At this thought, an individual named Enel flickered into Naruto's mind. In the remnants of his past memories, Enel was indeed the possessor of the rumble fruit. Although Enel had not fully realized the fruit's potential, he had demonstrated considerable prowess. With this realization, a smile crept onto Naruto's lips. Well then, let us test its power. Given that Naruto had already mastered the 3 forms of Haki, wielding the powers of the rumble fruit would come naturally to him. In the next moment, Naruto decisively activated his observation Haki, subsequently locking onto the Hokage building. A thunderous crash echoed as lightning struck the rooftop of the Hokage building. In the aftermath of the strike, the lightning rod atop the building collapsed almost instantaneously. Witnessing this spectacle, Naruto couldn't help but grin. However, within the Hokage building, the sudden thunder startled everyone, particularly Tsunade, who promptly ascended to the rooftop as an attack on the village had commenced. Tsunade probably never anticipated that the thunder was conjured by me. As Naruto spoke, he unleashed several more bolts of lightning at designated spots throughout the village. The destructive force was astonishing, prompting a swift response from the village's ninjas. After conducting a brief assessment of the lightning fruit's capabilities, Naruto decided against further chaos. He did not wish for anyone to discover his involvement. If it became known that he was responsible for the disturbances, Tsunade would undoubtedly be furious. To Naruto, while the lightning fruit may not be the most formidable of devil fruits, it sufficed for the time being. As for the potential to utilize other fruits later, that remained contingent upon the system. With a new ability acquired, Naruto contentedly reclined on his bed and fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, due to the earlier incidents involving the bolts of lightning, Tsunade was dispatching ninjas throughout the village to address the chaos. As the ninjas mobilized to assist in repairs at the sites where the lightning had struck, several figures appeared in the graveyard. At that moment, the graveyard was devoid of any guarding ninjas, providing an opportunity for certain individuals. Quickly locate the 4th Hokage's grave. Lord Orochimaru requires the 4th's body, commanded the leader among the figures. Upon hearing this, the others immediately sprang into action. Soon, they discovered the grave of the 4th Hokage within the village cemetery. Just as they were about to commence digging, an imposing seal above the grave obstructed their efforts. This seal had been left behind when Naruto employed the reanimation jutsu to revive the 3rd Hokage. At that moment, the seal was safeguarding the 4th Hokage's grave from intruders. Noticing the seal, the figures at the grave frowned. However, they quickly positioned themselves at the corners of the seal and began to dismantle it. This seal appears formidable, yet it pales in comparison to Lord Orochimaru. One of them urged, "Hurry, we have little time." The group collaborated to dismantle the seal, and under their relentless assault, it was soon breached. As the seal shattered, they swiftly unearthed the 4th Hokage's grave. Within lay the remains of the 4th Hokage, which they hastily extracted. In the next moment, seizing the opportunity while remaining undetected, the group departed from Konoha with the 4th Hokage's body in tow. As the few individuals stealthily absconded with the remains of the 4th Hokage, Naruto abruptly sensed the disruption of the seal he had left behind. What was happening? Awakened from his slumber, he felt an unsettling anomaly regarding the seal and hastily dashed out of the door. However, upon traversing through numerous streets and finally reaching his destination, he discovered that the 4th Hokage's grave had been unearthed. Observing the absence of the 4th's remains, Naruto furrowed his brow in dismay. In that moment of bewilderment, the village's ninja began to arrive, including Tsunade, who was compelled by the gravity of the situation to assess it personally. How audacious! Who would dare to desecrate the remains of the 4th Hokage? Investigate this immediately. We must recover the 4th's body. This is outrageous. I will not let these fiends escape retribution. As Tsunade spoke, she struck a nearby pillar with a fist, causing it to collapse, startling everyone into retreat. It must be said, when Tsunade was enraged, she was terrifying beyond measure. While Tsunade ordered a thorough investigation, Naruto gradually made his way towards the outskirts of the village. As he walked, he spoke, "Tsunade, allow me to handle this. I will bring my father's remains back." At that moment, Naruto had already deduced the identity of the mastermind behind this heinous act. The only person besides himself capable of utilizing the forbidden jutsu of Edo Tensei was Orochimaru. Clearly, Orochimaru sought to augment his power by targeting the remains of Minato Namikaze. Yet, he seemed oblivious to Naruto's deep-seated feelings for his father. In that instant, Naruto yearned to confront Orochimaru, believing that only through such an encounter could he find solace. Naruto, you cannot venture outside the village alone. You know that the Akatsuki has been eyeing you closely. Come back. Tsunade was resolute in preventing Naruto from seeking the fourth Hokage's remains alone. However, just as she prepared to pull him back, an overwhelming surge of chakra erupted from Naruto. The palpable fury within his chakra caused even Tsunade to momentarily freeze. In a flash, Naruto vanished from the sight of the onlookers. As he pursued the culprits alone beyond the village, Tsunade finally regained her composure. No, I cannot allow Naruto to face danger alone. Yamato, Sai, Sakura, Hinata. Follow him. We cannot let anything happen to Naruto, understood? At this moment, many ninjas in the village were away, leaving Tsunade with no choice but to send those without missions to accompany Naruto. Responding swiftly to Tsunade's command, Yamato and the others formed a small team and set off in the direction Naruto had vanished. Outside the village, Naruto relied on the lingering traces of chakra from the fourth Hokage's remains to swiftly locate the direction of the culprits. He harnessed the chakra within his body, rushing towards the location where the individuals had disappeared. Just as Naruto pursued those who had stolen Minato's remains, the group arrived at one of Orochimaru's secret hideouts. In such a lair, Orochimaru could not fathom how many there might be. At that moment, within the lair, a few individuals encountered the envoy dispatched by Orochimaru to rendezvous with them. Ah, quite impressive. You have indeed brought back what Lord Orochimaru desired. It seems that Lord Orochimaru's creation of you has proven somewhat beneficial. With the anticipation of Konoha's pursuit looming, they instructed, now, go and intercept them. The envoy was none other than Kabuto Yakushi. Without hesitation, Kabuto hoisted the corpse of the fourth Hokage and vanished deep into the lair. Once Kabuto departed, the remaining individuals exited the lair, heading towards the direction from which Naruto was approaching. In the forest, Naruto's speed reached its zenith. In a short span, he discovered the soil that had fallen from the fourth Hokage's corpse in a clearing. Just as Naruto was poised to continue his pursuit, several shadowy figures suddenly materialized on the surrounding trees. Upon their arrival, they immediately locked onto Naruto. Who are you? Naruto's observation haki was perpetually activated, and as the figures drew near, he quickly discerned their presence. He then turned his gaze towards them. Ah, here to finish you off. Boy, are you prepared to descend into hell? As the shadowy figures spoke, they finally leaped down from the trees. Illuminated by the faint moonlight, Naruto was at last able to discern their identities. Sharingan? Are you members of the Uchiha clan? Naruto was genuinely taken aback to discover that these individuals were all members of the Uchiha clan, as he discerned that each of them possessed the iconic three-tomo Sharingan. A frown creased his brow. In Naruto's recollection, not every Uchiha was endowed with the three-tomo Sharingan. Only those capable of unlocking the Mangekyou Sharingan bore such an ocular power, a mark of formidable strength even within the illustrious history of the Uchiha clan. Yet, the perplexing sight of all these individuals wielding the three-tomo Sharingan left Naruto bewildered. However, it did not take long for Naruto to notice peculiarities among them. They bore an uncanny resemblance to one another, not typical of Uchiha members, and aside from their Sharingan, their appearances were grotesque. It seemed as if their bodies were stitched together, with conspicuous scars marring their forms. While Naruto wrestled with confusion regarding the individuals before him, one of them launched a direct assault. Faced with this aggression, Naruto had no choice but to engage in combat. To his astonishment, the adversaries exhibited remarkable combat prowess, far surpassing his initial expectations. Their incessant use of the Great Fireball technique left Naruto overwhelmed. What was happening? Did they wield ninjutsu without the need for hand seals? The speed of their attacks was astonishing. Naruto had never anticipated such swift action from these individuals. Ordinarily, the use of ninjutsu necessitated hand seals. Yet these foes seemed to circumvent that requirement entirely. This bizarre tactic was something Naruto had never encountered before. As he narrowly evaded their attacks, he soon realized that their three-tomo Sharingan was somehow assisting them. The Sharingan spun continuously in their eyes. With each rotation, they unleashed formidable ninjutsu aimed at him. Fortunately, Naruto possessed the ability of Kenbunshika Haki, enabling him to foresee their strikes, thus avoiding harm. Ha! Kid, is dodging all you can do? It seems the ninjas of Konoha are not so impressive after all. One of the assailants taunted upon noticing that their attacks had failed to inflict any damage. As his words lingered in the air, another adversary leapt into the air, proclaiming, I will cast an illusion. Trap him. Then you can dispose of him. As this individual initiated a Jinjutsu attack using his Sharingan, the others quickly joined in, encircling Naruto. Just as the airborne assailant prepared to unleash the illusion, Naruto raised a hand, summoning a bolt of lightning that struck with ferocity. The thunderclap was far more powerful than anything he had previously attempted in the village. And in an instant, it brought the airborne foe crashing down. Naruto's strike was merciless, nearly piercing through the individual's body. Yet, despite this, the adversary remarkably rose to his feet almost immediately after hitting the ground. At the moment he stood up, the wounds on his body began to heal rapidly. Their bodies can actually regenerate. Could it be that they are all corpses? Corpses resurrected through the impure world reincarnation? Naruto was acutely aware that only those who had undergone the impure world reincarnation possessed such astonishing regenerative abilities. Typically, only sage techniques could severely injure those brought back from the dead. However, at that moment, Naruto was utterly ignorant of sage techniques. Just as he was grappling with the situation, Yamato and Sakura finally arrived. Upon their arrival, they immediately coordinated their efforts and locked on to a few of the enemies. Naruto, we're here to help you. Are you alright, Naruto-kun? Sakura and Hinata spoke almost in unison, to which Naruto responded with a slight nod. I'm fine. But these guys are quite peculiar. Be careful. Their Sharingan is formidable, as Naruto warned Sakura and the others. Yamato and the others were taken aback upon learning that these individuals possessed the three-tomo Sharingan. It is well known that only the Uchiha clan possessed the Sharingan. Yet the Uchiha clan had long been extinct. The only known survivors were Sasuke and Itachi Uchiha. Aside from these two, it seemed there were no others with the Sharingan, let alone those with the three-tomo variant. Hadn't these foes already been eradicated by Itachi? Captain Yamato wore a look of shock, fully aware of how troublesome the Uchiha clan could be. Just then, Naruto voiced his suspicion. They must have been created by Orochimaru. I exchanged a few blows with them, and they exhibit an incredibly strong recovery ability. Therefore, the only way to deal with them is through sealing techniques. Naruto proposed a strategy to counter these adversaries. But the others were soon confronted with a dilemma. After all, among those present, it seemed only Naruto and Captain Yamato were adept at sealing techniques. As for Sakura, Hinata, and Sai, they had no understanding of sealing ninjutsu whatsoever. How about this? We'll hold off the others, and Naruto, you, and Captain Yamato will handle the sealing. Sakura pondered for a moment before finally devising a plan. Upon hearing her words, Hinata and Sai instantly readied themselves for battle. It's the only option, but you must be cautious. They are quite powerful. In truth, if Naruto were alone, he might have found it easier to resolve the situation. However, with Sakura and the others present, he was reluctant to use many of his ninjutsu indiscriminately. Thus, he had no choice but to follow Sakura's plan. Quickly, Sakura and Hinata engaged their respective opponents, leaving the remaining foe for Naruto and Captain Yamato. At that moment, Captain Yamato immediately employed wood release, causing countless vines to erupt from the ground. As soon as the vines emerged, they lunged towards one of the three-tomo Sharingan wielders. In the next instant, just as the adversary attempted to escape, Captain Yamato ensnared him with a swift binding technique. Naruto, now's your chance. Seal him. Captain Yamato, having taken control of one of them, immediately called out. Upon witnessing this, Naruto wasted no time and unleashed the 8-trigram sealing technique. However, just as Naruto believed he could effortlessly seal the opponent, he was taken aback as the adversary suddenly vanished from sight. Even the vines of Captain Yamato seemed incapable of restraining the foe, leaving both Naruto and Captain Yamato in a state of perplexity. How could this be? Captain Yamato furrowed his brow. No, it seems they are sharing their ocular power. We must subdue them all and seal them together. As Naruto spoke, he swiftly employed the technique of multiple shadow clones. Each clone was imbued with the prowess of Conqueror's Haki and charged toward the assailants. Naruto intended to employ a strategy of overwhelming numbers to confront these reanimated foes. However, just as he charged forward with his multiple shadow clones, he was taken aback to discover that his adversaries had also utilized shadow clones. In an instant, the surroundings were filled with over 100 individuals bearing the three-tomo Sharingan, all sharing the same ocular power. Faced with such opponents, even Naruto found himself at a loss. Although his personal strength was formidable, confronting these reanimated beings left him feeling somewhat powerless. Naruto, allow me to assist you. I will use wood release to immobilize their legs. Then you can restrain them with your clones. As Naruto struggled against the clones, Captain Yamato finally made his move. This time, he unleashed the full potential of his wood release, swiftly ensnaring the legs of the enemies. Observing this, Naruto decisively commanded his clones to charge forward. Sakura and the others also joined in, striving to locate the original bodies. However, when they finally pinpointed a few originals, the trio of Sharingan once again dissolved into a cloud of ash. Being reanimated corpses, they quickly reformed elsewhere. Witnessing this, Yamato and his team grew increasingly exasperated. This is untenable. At this rate, we cannot seal them. Sakura voiced her concerns, while Hinata stood beside her, utterly exhausted. Clearly, their efforts seemed futile. As the group became wearied, Naruto's patience waned. He realized that if this continued, there was a strong possibility that Minato's corpse would fall into Orochimaru's grasp for reanimation. The mere thought of his father's body being controlled by Orochimaru ignited a sense of urgency within Naruto. No, we must stop them. With that, Naruto surged forward once more, this time disregarding all caution and directly employing the powers of the Thunder Fruit. In an instant, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking the reanimated foes. To his astonishment, as the thunderous force impacted them, the enemies experienced a brief pause. Seizing upon this fleeting opportunity, Naruto suddenly grasped the implication. It appeared that the power of lightning could impede their regenerative capabilities. Captain Yamato, do you possess the ability to use lightning release? Naruto inquired, his eyes fixed on Yamato, who was still reeling from the earlier display of the Thunder Fruit's might. Upon hearing Naruto's question, he quickly regained his composure. I do have some knowledge of lightning release. What is it? At that moment, Naruto pointed towards the adversaries and articulated, it seems they have no defense against lightning. In other words, lightning can induce a temporary paralysis effect on them. If we can unleash sufficient lightning upon them, perhaps we can keep them in a state of perpetual incapacitation. After Naruto's revelation, Yamato and the others immediately comprehended the significance of this newfound strategy. Regrettably, among the few present, it seemed that only Naruto possessed the ability to wield lightning release and had the powers of the Thunder Fruit. The others were completely ignorant of lightning release, rendering them unable to offer any assistance. Faced with this predicament, Naruto resolved to confront the adversaries on his own. Thus, it was up to me to induce a momentary paralysis in them. Then, you shall proceed with the sealing. Sai, you can seal them, right? Since arriving here. Sai had remained rather inconspicuous. Upon Naruto calling out to him, he merely nodded. Very well, coordinate with Captain Yamato to seal them, Sakura and Hinata. Retreat to a safe distance. I am about to unleash my ultimate technique. As Naruto spoke, he leaped into the air. In that moment, with his hands slightly outstretched, he appeared to float like a deity. The next instant, he decisively summoned the power of the Thunder Fruit, directing it toward the reanimated foes. At that moment, Sakura and the others witnessed a spectacle they had never encountered before. Countless bolts of lightning cascaded from the heavens, each one as thick as a colossal tree, utterly awe-inspiring. Come, experience the might of my Thunder Fruit. As the lightning descended, Naruto pointed again, and the bolts seemed to possess a life of their own, striking down upon the foes with ferocity. In the blink of an eye, deep craters formed in the ground where the lightning struck, ensnaring the reanimated adversaries, rendering them immobile. Now is the time. Captain Yamato, seal them. Sai, take action. Seeing the foes trapped in the craters, Naruto directed Captain Yamato. Captain Yamato and Sai immediately sprang into action. In no time, under their coordinated efforts, the reanimated adversaries were sealed one after another. It was only when the last foe was sealed that Naruto retracted his Thunder Fruit powers. Yet even after he did, Sakura and the others remained incredulous. Was that lightning truly conjured by you, Naruto? How terrifying. Indeed. How did you manage that? I recall that even lightning release cannot produce such colossal bolts. Both Sakura and Hinata expressed their bewilderment, yet were filled with admiration for Naruto. After all, such a technique would likely be unmatched even within the entirety of the Hidden Leaf Village. Not even the second Hokage, renowned for his mastery of ninjutsu, could achieve such a feat. As Sakura and Hinata gazed at Naruto with admiration, Captain Yamato interjected. If I am not mistaken, those thunderclaps last night were indeed your doing. Naruto, I wonder how Lady Tsunade will react upon learning this. Yamato looked at Naruto, who immediately broke into a sweat. Haha. Captain Yamato will keep it a secret from me, right? Well then, let us hurry and retrieve my father's body. Naruto chuckled, then swiftly made his way toward Orochimaru's lair in the distance. Behind him, Captain Yamato shook his head in resignation, and then immediately urged Sakura and the others to follow. Inside Orochimaru's lair, Kabuto was placing the corpse of Minato Namikaze upon a stone platform. Once he had positioned the body, Orochimaru finally emerged from the shadows. Minato Namikaze. The fourth Hokage, the legendary Yellow Flash. With him, my combat prowess will be greatly enhanced. Perhaps then, I shall no longer need to worry about that Naruto. At this moment, Orochimaru felt a surge of excitement. The thought of augmenting his strength made him eager to commence the reanimation jutsu. However, just as Orochimaru was preparing for the ritual, Naruto's voice echoed from outside. Orochimaru, come out here. Naruto's voice echoed throughout the long corridor, prompting Orochimaru to furrow his brow. No one understood better than Orochimaru that Naruto had grown immensely powerful. Even he felt helpless in the face of it. If Naruto were to discover his location, the ritual of reincarnation would undoubtedly be thwarted. Contemplating this, Orochimaru exchanged a knowing glance with Kabuto, who immediately grasped the implication and turned to exit the secret chamber. In the corridor, Naruto continued his search through each individual chamber. Observing the various rooms on either side, he deduced that they were all experimental labs utilized by Orochimaru. At that moment, he was deeply concerned that the fourth Hokage's body might be resurrected by Orochimaru through the forbidden technique. The fourth Hokage possessed sealing techniques, and if Orochimaru set his sights on him, the situation could become dire. In the original narrative, the fourth Hokage only returned during the climactic battle against Uchiha Madara. By then, Orochimaru was on a path to redemption, but the current Orochimaru was a far more ruthless figure. The Orochimaru Naruto faced now was a cold-blooded character. And should he acquire formidable power, Naruto would undoubtedly become his next subject of experimentation. After all, Naruto had consistently displayed remarkable strength in their previous encounters. Individuals like Orochimaru were particularly drawn to exceptional bodies, such as those of Naruto and Sasuke. While Sasuke remained in his presence, Orochimaru had yet to seize his body. But it was only a matter of time. As for Naruto, should he fall into Orochimaru's clutches, it was likely that the Nine Tails would be extracted from him. At that point, Orochimaru's actions would be anything but surprising. Resolving to prevent Orochimaru from resurrecting the fourth Hokage, Naruto pressed on through the chambers. Meanwhile, Kabuto was covertly taking action behind the scenes. To ensure the success of Orochimaru's reincarnation ritual, Kabuto began to unveil one of Orochimaru's creations. "Ah, Naruto. You may have gained the upper hand on previous occasions, but this time, I shall make you pay," Kabuto proclaimed as he ingested one of Orochimaru's concoctions. Upon consuming the potion, Kabuto's pupils dilated instantaneously, and his body began to tremble violently, presenting a terrifying spectacle. After what felt like an eternity of shuddering, Kabuto's physique expanded dramatically, and a surge of power coursed through him. Orochimaru's elixirs are truly remarkable. I am now brimming with strength, Kabuto declared, vanishing from sight. Indeed, Orochimaru, as one of the most notorious figures in the world of shinobi, was engaged in intricate research. In the original storyline, he even succeeded in cloning an army of Uchiha clan members. Furthermore, in later developments of the narrative, he devised mechanical suits capable of launching attacks akin to ninjutsu. Fortunately, Orochimaru had not pursued that line of research at present, yet even so, the substances he provided to Kabuto were formidable in their own right. At this moment, Kabuto, having consumed Orochimaru's potion, experienced a tremendous surge in both speed and strength, amplified to an astonishing degree. If previously Kabuto was merely above the average level of a nin, now, bolstered by the effects of the drug, his prowess surpassed that of many nin. However, such strength was insufficient to contend with Naruto, prompting Kabuto to unleash other monstrosities cultivated by Orochimaru. Over the years, Orochimaru had scoured various ninja villages, capturing many individuals with bloodline limits for research within his lair. Once these subjects lost their research value, they were transformed into weapons by Orochimaru. Kabuto now intended to utilize these beings, alongside himself, to impede Naruto's progress. As Naruto neared the end of the dark corridor, Kabuto finally emerged from the shadows. His tongue had morphed into that of a serpent, reminiscent of the sage transformation from the original narrative. "Hiss, Naruto, we meet again. Lord Orochimaru has commanded me to halt you. It is time to settle our scores." Kabuto's serpentine tongue flicked menacingly, presenting a terrifying visage. Had Naruto not been seasoned in combat, he might have been taken aback. Observing Kabuto from a distance, Naruto furrowed his brow. TSK. You've resorted to this grotesque form just to defeat me? It appears you are quite obsessive, but I have no time for your games. Quickly, tell me where Orochimaru is, and the location of the fourth Hokage's body." Naruto, disinterested in engaging with Kabuto's madness, was far more concerned about the fourth's body. If it were to be reanimated, time would be of the essence. Kabuto, incensed by Naruto's disdain, retorted, "Humph. You still refuse to acknowledge me. I have exerted myself so diligently. Why does everyone treat me as if I am invisible? Today, I shall demonstrate my might." With that declaration, Kabuto abruptly vanished from sight. In the next instant, as Naruto frowned, Kabuto had already positioned himself behind him. Fortunately, Naruto's Konbunshiku Haki enabled him to evade Kabuto's incoming punch just in time. However, despite his evasive maneuver, Kabuto managed to graze Naruto's face, having capitalized on the speed of his assault before Naruto could activate his Busashoku Haki. "You annoying pest. I can't be bothered with you." Naruto, unwilling to squander time, resolved to swiftly dispatch Kabuto. Just as he prepared to strike, Yamato and the others slowly emerged behind him. "Naruto-kun, we are here to assist you," Sakura called out, with Hinata and Sai already entering battle mode behind her. Upon his arrival, Yamato immediately utilized would release against Kabuto. At this moment, Yakushi Kabuto found himself completely ensnared by the vines conjured by Yamato, resembling a mummy. "Naruto, leave this to us. You must hurry to find the body of the fourth Hokage." Captain Yamato, having subdued Yakushi Kabuto who had already ingested the drug, waved his hand at Naruto. Although Naruto felt a twinge of concern that Captain Yamato and his team might not be able to contend with the now somewhat twisted Yakushi Kabuto, he resolved to press onward. In his estimation, even if Captain Yamato and the others could not manage the current predicament posed by Yakushi Kabuto, they should be capable of holding him at bay. After casting a final glance at his companions, Naruto sprinted deeper into the hidden chamber. However, just as he distanced himself from Yakushi Kabuto, another figure emerged from the depths of the darkness. Upon encountering a shadowy figure in the darkness, Naruto found himself compelled to exercise caution. He was unwilling to fall into Orochimaru's trap again and squander more precious time. However, just as he was poised to strike at the figure in the distance, white spikes suddenly erupted from beneath his feet. These white protrusions burst forth from the ground like bamboo shoots, catching Naruto off guard. Fortunately, he had activated his armed color haki from the outset, preventing any injury. Nevertheless, he was still taken aback by the sudden appearance of these white spikes. Upon closer inspection, he realized with a gasp that they appeared to be made of human bones. The sight of so many skeletal spikes emerging from the ground to attack was truly chilling. As Naruto clung to the ceiling with his chakra, his head hanging downward, he heard footsteps approaching once more. Following the sound, he quickly spotted a white-haired youth in his line of sight. As Naruto recognized the boy's features, a name flashed through his mind. Kimimaro? Hadn't he been dealt with by Gaara long ago? Was this yet another of Orochimaru's reanimations? Just as Naruto concluded that the figure was Kimimaro, more individuals began to emerge from behind him. As Naruto squinted in the dim light, his expression shifted to one of shock. How could there be so many Kimimaros? Were they multiple shadow clones? Upon closer inspection, he noticed that behind Kimimaro stood what resembled a legion. The uniformity of their appearances led Naruto to initially consider the possibility of shadow clones. However, it was evident from their gazes that these were not mere copies. Orochimaru truly possessed an uncanny knack for both technology and ruthless tactics. Creating such a legion of Kimimaro was indicative of a strategy aimed at overwhelming through sheer numbers. Naruto was acutely aware of Kimimaro's prowess. Being the last surviving member of the Kagaya clan and its unique bone manipulation Kekkai Genkai, the fate of Kimimaro had indeed been tragic. Yet, at that moment, Naruto had no time for sympathy, for he observed the skeletal legion beginning to release bone spikes from their bodies. These spikes twisted in the air, coalescing into a massive bone sword. As the sword took shape, the assembled Kimimaros began to perform hand seals in perfect unison. Upon completing their incantations, the colossal bone sword lunged toward Naruto with astonishing speed. Reacting swiftly, Naruto dodged repeatedly, but the gigantic blade moved with remarkable velocity. Moreover, it emanated an eerie chakra that seemed to suppress his own. Unbeknownst to Naruto, this was a toxin developed by Orochimaru long ago, specifically engineered to suppress other chakra. With this toxin, once struck, the chakra within the body becomes utterly ineffective. For a ninja, this effectively renders them incapacitated. Damn it, how could Orochimaru devise such insidious techniques? As Naruto pondered the capabilities of the Kenjutsu, corpse bone path before him, he couldn't help but frown. Just as Naruto was engulfed in despair, the ranks of the Kenjutsu, corpse bone path continued to swell. At this moment, the entire corridor was teeming with the undead. Progressing forward seemed utterly impossible. And witnessing this scene, Naruto finally felt a surge of anger. How infuriating! Since you refuse to let me pass, then I shall incinerate you. Fire Style, Fireball Jutsu. Naruto formed hand seals, and the Fireball Jutsu was unleashed in an instant. However, the flames produced seemed to have little effect, though the Kenjutsu, Corpse Bone path was scorched. Their bloodline limit remained remarkably resilient. In the corridor, after the fireball's wrath subsided, rows of stark white bones emerged, devoid of flesh. These bones were now more conducive to reassembly. In no time, the Kenjutsu, Corpse Bone path gathered all the bones together. In the next moment, a colossal serpent made entirely of human bones loomed menacingly at Naruto, poised to strike. This won't do. I cannot afford to waste any more time. As Naruto found himself obstructed by the Kenjutsu, Corpse Bone path, anxiety surged within him. After a moment of contemplation, he decisively resorted to his signature technique, the Shadow Clone Jutsu. As the shadow clones manifested, Naruto infused each one with his formidable will. Having completed this, he commanded all the clones to commence the formation of the Rasengan. As the Rasengan gradually took shape, Naruto employed the powers of the Rumble Fruit, launching himself forward with a thunderous strike. Thus, with a cascade of assaults, the Kenjutsu, Corpse Bone path soon succumbed to a brief paralysis. Now is the time. Rasengan! As he spoke, Naruto hurled numerous Rasengan toward the Kenjutsu, Corpse Bone path. At that moment, the undead finally retaliated. The bones instantly transformed into a formidable bone shield, forcefully blocking Naruto's Rasengan. However, while the Kenjutsu, Corpse Bone path struggled against the Rasengan, one of Naruto's clones had already slipped past. It turned out that all previous attacks were merely a ruse devised by Naruto. The intention was to allow one of his clones to escape. In Naruto's view, as long as one clone could breach their defenses, he could then switch places with it. This strategy proved effective, and soon he made his escape. After evading the Kenjutsu, Corpse Bone path, Naruto finally discovered Orochimaru's hidden chamber at the deepest recess of the lair. At this moment, Orochimaru was performing the final steps of the Edo Tensei in front of the fourth Hokage. As he witnessed the imminent success of his forbidden technique, a smile crept across Orochimaru's face. However, just as he reveled in his triumph, Naruto's clone successfully summoned his true self. In the next instant, Naruto unleashed his formidable might and the 8 gates, delivering a powerful kick aimed directly at Orochimaru's head. Orochimaru, you scoundrel, prepare to meet your end. Naruto channeled all his pent-up fury into that single strike. Should Naruto's kick connect, even someone as formidable as Orochimaru would likely meet his demise. Sensing the approaching attack, Orochimaru inexplicably vanished from his position. Naruto's strike met only air, and by the time he landed, Orochimaru had already ascended a nearby pillar. At that moment, Orochimaru's body was as supple as that of a serpent, coated in a revolting sheen of mucus. Naruto, you have thwarted my plans once again. It seems I should have eliminated you when you were still weak. Orochimaru expressed regret, but it was now too late. The current Naruto was stronger than Orochimaru, and he was more than capable of facing him head-on. Conversely, after several encounters with Naruto, Orochimaru grew increasingly wary of his opponent. Ah, regretting your decisions now, are we? Naruto taunted. In truth, I have been holding back. I merely wish to prolong your existence, for you still hold some utility for me. Otherwise, you would have long since found yourself in the grave. Naruto had refrained from harboring murderous intent towards Orochimaru out of fear of altering the narrative too drastically. If Orochimaru were to perish, the story would be affected, spiraling everything into chaos. Naruto's ascent was predicated upon his understanding of the plot, which had allowed him to develop gradually. Thus, he remained cautious in his approach. However, at this juncture, Naruto was less concerned about the potential changes to the storyline. With the assistance of the system, he had matured significantly and possessed sufficient strength to contend with most adversaries. Naturally, this did not include the Akatsuki, particularly due to the presence of the formidable Uchiha Madara, whose combat prowess was unparalleled. Haha, you truly are audacious. Did you really believe I feared you? Do not be so naive, Orochimaru declared, beginning to weave hand seals. Observing Orochimaru preparing to unleash some dreadful technique, Naruto activated his 3-colored aura at once. Simultaneously, the chakra cloak of the 9 tails materialized around him. Aware that he must exercise utmost caution against a cunning ninja like Orochimaru, Naruto held nothing back. Just as Naruto readied himself completely, 2 coffins appeared on the ground beside him. As the lids creaked open, the first and second Hokage were summoned forth. This time, Orochimaru has exhibited greater cunning than before, skillfully navigating the emotions that could constrain the 2 Hokage. In a decisive moment, he compelled them to confront Naruto. Observing this, Naruto furrowed his brow. Despite having attained considerable strength comparable to that of a Jonin, he found himself at a distinct disadvantage against these two legendary figures of the ninja world, both formidable adversaries in their own right. Thus, in order to counter them, Naruto resorted to the reanimation jutsu to summon the third Hokage. Upon seeing the first and second Hokage, the third let out a heavy sigh. Alas, Naruto, you overestimate my capabilities. If these two were unrestrained, their prowess would far surpass mine. The third Hokage felt a sense of helplessness, while across from him, the first and second Hokage displayed evident reluctance. Yet, despite their hesitations to engage with an acquaintance, they had no alternative. Hiruzen, apologies, but we must take action against you, the first Hokage declared, as the second Hokage endeavored to dispel the reanimation jutsu. After several unsuccessful attempts, he ultimately resigned. Save your efforts. Naruto and the third Hokage are yours to handle. I have far more pressing matters at hand. Orochimaru advanced towards the body of the fourth Hokage. Observing this, Naruto attempted to intervene, but was halted by the second Hokage. Young man, though I do not know you, your achievements thus far are commendable. However, you must tread carefully. The ninjutsu of the second Hokage is flawless. The second Hokage, a prodigy in his own right, launched an assault against Naruto. Meanwhile, the first and third Hokage engaged in their own fierce confrontation, causing the entire chamber to descend into chaos. To maintain the integrity of his reanimation jutsu, Orochimaru decisively sealed himself and the fourth Hokage within a barrier. Witnessing this, Naruto felt a surge of anxiety. Focus, young one. Water release. Water dragon bullet. Just as Naruto was consumed by worry, the second Hokage's attack descended abruptly, catching him off guard and sending him hurtling away. Fortunately, his protective aura and chakra cloak mitigated his injuries, though pain coursed through his body. This cannot continue. I must find a way to thwart Orochimaru. Aware that he was outmatched by the second Hokage, Naruto was compelled to reassess his strategy. Even the Nine Tails, long dormant within him, was summoned to the fore. Young one, the second Hokage is no trivial foe. In my current state, victory is unattainable. The Nine Tails, constrained within its seal, recognized that even in tandem with Naruto, they stood little chance against the second Hokage. Naruto, understanding the gravity of the situation, realized there were no better alternatives available. He could only endeavor to stall for time. On the other side, Orochimaru had already placed a talisman within the body of the fourth Hokage. Subsequently, once he completed the hand seals, the reanimation jutsu would be officially fulfilled. Should the reanimation jutsu come to fruition, the fourth Hokage would be entirely under Orochimaru's control. At that juncture, Naruto would likely find himself devoid of any chance of victory. Contemplating this, a sense of urgency washed over Naruto. Just as he was engulfed in anxiety, a voice from the system echoed in his mind. Ding. The host is faced with a choice. Option 1. Defeat the second Hokage. Reward. Explosive tag of mutual activation. Option 2. Abandon resistance. Reward. Golden horn and silver horn. Upon hearing the prompt, Naruto's heart skipped a beat. What is going on? This time, the system's reward seemed rather unusual. Why is the reward for surrendering seemingly superior to that of continuing the fight? Does the system recognize my inability to defeat the second Hokage and is deliberately offering me a reprieve? What trickery is this? Naruto felt a tinge of bewilderment. Clearly, this round of rewards exceeded his expectations. The explosive tag of mutual activation was indeed a formidable ninjutsu of the second Hokage, quite impressive. Yet, when compared to the latter option, it paled significantly. The Golden Horn and Silver Horn, the lifelong adversaries of the second Hokage. Speaking of the Golden Horn and Silver Horn, these two were renowned elites from the land of Lightning's Cloud Village. In the past, they had been a great nightmare for the second Hokage, who ultimately met his demise at their hands. In the original narrative, these two were resurrected by Uchiha Madara to substitute for the Nine Tails. Their ability to replace the Nine Tails stemmed from their consumption of its flesh and blood, which granted them its chakra. Moreover, each possessed unique weapons of immense lethality. They also bore the bloodline of the Sage of Six Paths, rendering them exceptionally significant figures. At this moment, Naruto yearned to acquire these two entities, as only they could thwart the second Hokage. With such thoughts in mind, he resolutely selected the second option in his mind. Upon making his choice, the reward was instantly granted. The corpses of the Golden Horn and Silver Horn, reanimation. In an instant, Naruto summoned the Golden Horn and Silver Horn through the reanimation jutsu. Due to his unfamiliarity with these two, he was cautious and left only a fragment of his emotions to control them, as Naruto summoned the Golden Horn and Silver Horn. The second Hokage's eyes widened in disbelief. Huh? Where are we? How did we end up here? Who knows what is happening? Wait, isn't that the second Hokage? That defeated foe? Didn't we eliminate him? How is he still alive? No, we died, didn't we? How are we revived? The Golden Horn and Silver Horn appeared with expressions of confusion. At that moment, the second Hokage could not help but feel a surge of anger. Clearly, his demise at the hands of these two, due to his own carelessness, was the greatest humiliation of his life. At this moment, he yearned to engage in a spirited contest with the two individuals before him. Observing the second Hokage captivated by the allure of the Gold and Silver brothers, Naruto couldn't help but stifle a chuckle. Hey, Gold and Silver, the second Hokage is all yours. You are my summoned creatures, so make sure to perform admirably. Naruto directed the Gold and Silver brothers. However, upon hearing his words, they rolled their eyes in disdain. You little brat, who do you think you are to command us? Just watch, and I'll make you regret it. As Gold spoke, he prepared to strike, but soon realized he was utterly incapable of harming Naruto. Silver, witnessing this, let out a sigh and remarked, Sigh, can't you see we are bound by the impure world reincarnation? How embarrassing. We fell victim to the second Hokage's jutsu. Never mind. Since we can't resist, we might as well have some fun with the second Hokage. Gold, rallying Silver, charged towards the second Hokage. With the second Hokage no longer able to influence him, Naruto finally breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, the first Hokage was entangled with the third Hokage, and neither seemed likely to gain the upper hand. Seizing this opportunity, Naruto decisively shattered Orochimaru's barrier and surged forward. At that moment, Orochimaru was still forming hand seals. But Naruto would not permit him to manipulate the fourth Hokage. It's merely impure world reincarnation. I can do that too. Naruto knew that interrupting Orochimaru's process would result in the fourth's body disintegrating. Thus, he resolved to compete with Orochimaru using the same jutsu. After all, both could utilize impure world reincarnation. It merely depended on who could establish a connection with the fourth Hokage first. As they spoke, Naruto began forming his seals, evidently faster than Orochimaru. When both had completed their seals, the fourth Hokage's spirit began to be pulled by both of them. Fourth Hokage, come to me. Become my puppet. Orochimaru summoned the fourth Hokage. Just as Orochimaru attempted to forge a contract with the fourth's body, Naruto intervened. Dad, it's me. I'm Naruto. Come to me. Do not go to Orochimaru. In that moment, Naruto sought to awaken the fourth Hokage through their familial bond. As Naruto's voice reached the fourth Hokage's soul, he finally turned his head. Naruto, is it really you? You've grown so much. It seems you are developing just as I hoped. Your mother, Kushina, would be overjoyed to know. The fourth Hokage smiled warmly, his eyes brimming with paternal affection as he gazed at Naruto. However, just as the fourth Hokage was about to draw near to Naruto, a force from the opposite side began to tug at him. Fourth Hokage, come to me. I am your true master. Orochimaru, having first inscribed a seal within the fourth's body, held a degree of control over him. Despite Naruto's earnest efforts to establish a connection with the fourth Hokage through the power of the impure world reincarnation, he faced far greater challenges than Orochimaru. Just as Naruto watched helplessly as the fourth began to lean towards Orochimaru, the voice of the Nine Tails resonated within him. It was revealed that when the fourth sealed the Nine Tails years ago, he had only sealed half of it. The other half had remained within his own body. At that moment, with the emergence of the Nine Tails chakra, a resonance was created within the fourth. Soon, two formidable streams of Nine Tails chakra began to tug at one another. Well done, Kurama. Keep it up. Seeing the Nine Tails assisting in bringing back the fourth, Naruto felt a surge of joy. However, drawing the fourth to his side proved to be no simple task, and it was an immensely chakra-draining endeavor. Before long, Naruto sensed his chakra beginning to wane. Orochimaru was in a similar predicament, yet Naruto, bolstered by the Nine Tails, remained resilient. This won't do. If this continues, my chakra will run out. A thought struck him. I'll try using my mother's bloodline. He recalled the Uzumaki clan's lineage. In a swift motion, Naruto bit his finger, letting his blood fall upon the chakra. As his blood touched the chakra, the fourth responded immediately. In the blink of an eye, the fourth broke free from Orochimaru's hold and rushed towards Naruto. Seeing this, Naruto decisively completed the impure world reincarnation technique at the last moment. As the technique concluded, the fourth Hokage's corporeal form dissipated. Did it work? Father, come forth. Naruto attempted to summon the fourth Hokage through the impure world reincarnation, although he had initially hesitated. He felt compelled to do so to prevent the fourth from falling into Orochimaru's hands. With a firm command from Naruto, the fourth's coffin slowly emerged from the ground. Witnessing this scene, Orochimaru was nearly driven to the brink of fury. He could hardly believe that all his efforts had merely served to tailor a wedding dress for Naruto. Orochimaru had originally intended to seize control of the fourth Hokage, planning to strike against Naruto, thereby acquiring the nine tails within him and delivering a devastating blow to the Hidden Leaf village. Yet now, it seemed all his ambitions had turned to dust, inciting his wrath. Where am I? As Orochimaru's expression darkened, the fourth Hokage slowly emerged from the coffin. After surveying his surroundings, his gaze finally settled on Naruto. The fourth had a profound impression of Naruto's face, and tears welled in his eyes. Naruto would not suppress any emotions within the fourth, for he knew the fourth would never direct hostility towards him. It was akin to the third Hokage, under the influence of the impure world reincarnation. They retained a greater semblance of humanity. This preservation of humanity was a testament to their strength. Naruto, is that you? The fourth Hokage was filled with excitement, and Naruto nodded at him in acknowledgement. The father and son had never anticipated meeting under such circumstances. Just as the fourth was about to reminisce, Naruto's attention shifted to Orochimaru lurking behind him. It was evident that dealing with Orochimaru was of utmost importance. Thus, Naruto prompted the fourth, who was renowned as the Yellow Flash of Konoha. In response to Naruto's cue, the fourth vanished from his spot in an instant. When he reappeared, he stood behind Orochimaru, a kunai pressed firmly against the latter's throat. Truly, he was the Yellow Flash of Konoha. Such speed was unmatched, even by me. Orochimaru marveled at the kunai's pressure against his throat. However, just as Naruto believed the fourth had captured Orochimaru, the latter transformed instantly into smoke. Cursed. Another substitution technique? Naruto discerned Orochimaru's ruse, and in the next moment, Orochimaru materialized in the shadows at a distance. Humph. Since I have lost the fourth's body, there is no point in lingering here. Naruto, we shall meet again. After evading the fourth, Orochimaru promptly chose to retreat. He recognized that Naruto now had the support of both the third Hokage and the fourth, rendering any attempt to gain the upper hand futile. Remaining would only invite suffering. Thus, Orochimaru decisively fled, and as he did, the first and second Hokages vanished completely. Seeing this, Naruto had no choice but to recall the third and the brothers, Kin and Jin. However, he did not allow the fourth to leave. Having finally reunited, Naruto naturally wished to catch up with his father. Naruto, it appears your strength has grown considerably. You can even wield such forbidden techniques now, but do not let the will of fire of Konoha down. The fourth Hokage expressed his regret at not being able to witness Naruto grow into adulthood. His heart felt a tinge of guilt, but the thought of being able to remain by Naruto's side in the future brought him solace. After a heartfelt reunion filled with nostalgia, Naruto eventually took his leave. Upon stepping outside, he found Sakura and the others had concluded their battle with Kabuto. It must be said, Kabuto, enhanced by his medications, had become exceptionally formidable. Fortunately, in the end, Orochimaru was defeated, forcing Kabuto to retreat alongside him. Naruto, are you all right? Captain Yamato inquired upon seeing Naruto. Naruto shook his head slightly, indicating he was unharmed. That's wonderful, Naruto-kun, Hinata whispered softly. At that moment, it was clear that everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Although they had not captured Orochimaru and Kabuto, the lack of losses made this outcome the best possible scenario. As for the fourth's body, Naruto refrained from disclosing that he had used the impure world reincarnation technique. It was not yet the time to reveal his capability to wield such a technique, so it was better to keep it under wraps. In a swift turn of events, under the circumstances of everyone being untroubled, Captain Yamato finally returned to the village accompanied by a few comrades. Naturally, the task of reporting was left to Yamato, while Naruto and his friends each made their way home. Once Naruto arrived at his residence, he found himself no longer feeling solitary. The fourth Hokage could be summoned by Naruto at any moment to keep him company, thus somewhat compensating for the years of familial absence that Naruto had endured. Within the confines of the room, the fourth Hokage gazed fondly at Naruto's living space, a smile creeping upon his face. If only your mother could witness the life you lead now, he mused, a hint of melancholy shadowing his expression. Alas, her physical presence is no longer with us. Otherwise, our family could be reunited. The fourth Hokage felt a pang of disappointment. Yet at that moment, Naruto's laughter broke through. Dad, your presence alone brings me immense joy. As for Mom, she lives on in our hearts, doesn't she? Naruto comforted the fourth Hokage, who then chuckled heartily in response. As time flowed by, several days passed. And with the fourth Hokage's companionship, Naruto found solace from his loneliness. Although the fourth Hokage had been reincarnated through impure resurrection, as long as Naruto did not suppress him, he possessed his own emotions. Each time Naruto returned home, he was greeted by his father's presence, enveloping him in a sense of happiness. However, this elation was fleeting, as Naruto soon received a new mission. Inside the Hokage office, Tsunade scrutinized the intelligence reports on her desk, her brow furrowed with concern. Lady Tsunade, recently, the temples surrounding Konoha have been repeatedly vandalized. Our forces are suffering significant losses, and we suspect the Akatsuki organization is behind these attacks. Shizen reported the intelligence they had gathered. Upon hearing the name Akatsuki, Tsunade slammed her hand onto the table. Them again! They truly are a persistent menace. I wonder how Jiraiya is faring. I hope he can uncover the secrets of the Akatsuki. Call Naruto and his team, Tsunade commanded, preparing to dispatch Naruto's squad to investigate the assaults on the temples. However, just as she was about to assign the mission to Naruto's team, Yamato informed her of Naruto's condition. It turned out that during a previous mission, Yamato had noticed Naruto's chakra seemed somewhat unstable. Therefore, Yamato believed it would be prudent for Naruto not to participate in this task. After careful consideration, Tsunade ultimately decided to entrust the investigation of the temple attacks to Shikamaru and Asuma for the sake of Naruto's safety. As for Naruto, Tsunade instructed him to focus on learning chakra control under Yamato's guidance. When it comes to chakra control, Yamato was indeed an exemplary teacher. After all, he had perfectly mastered the cells of the first Hokage, a feat few could achieve. Orochimaru had previously sought to transplant the first Hokage's cells but abandoned the endeavor due to an inability to control them, underscoring Yamato's exceptional prowess in chakra management. In the training grounds of Konoha village, Naruto was diligently honing his chakra under Yamato's instruction. Previously, Naruto had not been aware of any issues with his chakra. However, after receiving guidance from Yamato, he began to grasp certain nuances that he had overlooked. Particularly when utilizing the spiral sphere, the chakra exhibits remarkable transformations. It is precisely due to these changes that Naruto swiftly comprehended the fundamental reasons behind the nature of chakra transformation. Mastering such intricacies of chakra is no small feat. Even the fourth Hokage failed to grasp it. At this moment, however, Naruto, through persistent practice, gradually unveiled its mysteries, a remarkable achievement that even the fourth Hokage found gratifying. Each time Naruto returned home after his training, the fourth Hokage felt immense joy to have such a son. Naruto, once you master the fluctuations of chakra, it will greatly aid your future endeavors and sage techniques. By the way, you still haven't learned my signature ninjutsu, have you? Come. I shall impart it to you. The fourth Hokage intended to teach Naruto his Flying Thunder God technique. Upon hearing this news, Naruto was instantly invigorated. It's worth noting that the fourth Hokage was renowned as the fastest and most elusive ninja in the Hidden Leaf Village. The name of the Flying Thunder God was legendary across various ninja villages. In the past, the other villages held the fourth Hokage in considerable esteem due to his remarkable speed. One misstep could lead to demise at the hands of this legendary leaf lightning. As the son of the fourth Hokage, Naruto had never had the chance to learn it due to his father's untimely death. Now that the fourth Hokage had been resurrected through the reanimation jutsu, an opportunity had finally arisen. In the days that followed, aside from training chakra control with Captain Yamato outside, Naruto dedicated his time at home to learning his father's signature ninjutsu. It must be said that Naruto's capacity for learning astounded the fourth Hokage. Even with new ninjutsu, after just a few demonstrations, Naruto could master it with remarkable proficiency. Within a mere week, Naruto had become proficient in the fourth Hokage's signature Flying Thunder God technique. Witnessing his son's extraordinary prowess, the fourth Hokage beamed with paternal pride. Meanwhile, as tranquility reigned in the village, outside its borders, Asuma and Shikamaru were investigating. After thorough inquiry, they had uncovered the identities of those who had attacked the temple. The garments worn by the assailants bore the insignia of the Akatsuki. Asuma, having previously encountered Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hoshigaki in the Hidden Leaf, recognized them immediately. Upon realizing they were members of the Akatsuki, Shikamaru felt a pang of concern. The Akatsuki's reputation was indeed formidable, instilling fear in many ninja villages. It seemed a fierce battle loomed ahead. Shikamaru, remember, if anything goes awry, Do not concern yourself with me. Return to the village with the information, understand? Asuma, wishing to protect his beloved disciple, cautioned Shikamaru. However, Shikamaru could never be a coward. Though he verbally acquiesced, he had no intention of abandoning his mentor. Shortly after their exchange, Asuma's team finally made their presence known. At that moment, the Akatsuki Kakuzu and Hyden officially engaged in combat with the Hidden Leaf. In this fierce battle, Asuma exerted all his strength. Initially, he believed he could capture Hyden and Kakuzu to investigate the Akatsuki organization. However, it became evident that Asuma and his team had underestimated the prowess of Hyden and Kakuzu, particularly Hyden, who seemed impervious to any attempts by Asuma and Shikamaru to vanquish him, instilling a sense of dread within them. Humph, you think you can kill me, Konoha's little brats? How naive. Hyden sneered at Shikamaru. While Shikamaru was embroiled in a bitter struggle with Hyden, Asuma's battle with Kakuzu had escalated to a critical level. Yet, Asuma found himself at a disadvantage against Kakuzu, suffering numerous injuries from his relentless assaults. Humph, I have no time to waste on you. I will finish you now, Kakuzu declared, seemingly losing interest, and launched a fatal strike at Asuma. Unable to evade Kakuzu's onslaught, Asuma soon collapsed in a pool of his own blood. Witnessing his mentor, Sarutobi Asuma, lying lifeless before him, Shikamaru was consumed by sorrow. By the time Choji and Ino arrived to assist, Sarutobi Asuma had completely succumbed to death. All three, being Asuma's disciples, were heartbroken. After shedding tears, they were compelled to deliver the tragic news back to the village. Upon learning of Sarutobi Asuma's demise, even Tsunade was engulfed in grief. However, her greater concern lay with the Akatsuki's intentions towards the village. Meanwhile, Asuma's beloved, Kurenai Yuhi, was devastated upon hearing of his death. Shikamaru isolated himself, unable to forgive his own weakness and incompetence. Naruto, who had been diligently training, began to worry about Fukasaku upon receiving the news of Asuma's passing. While Naruto was well-versed in the unfolding events, he fervently hoped for Fukasaku's safety. However, he had yet to confront the true strength of the Akatsuki, especially with recent reports indicating the capture of the Two Tails. Now, the Akatsuki possessed both Shukaku and the Two Tails, alongside pain, rendering their might unfathomable. I must continue to grow stronger. They will inevitably strike at Konoha. Realizing this truth, Naruto embarked on an intense training regimen. Despite his considerable strength, he yearned to become even more formidable. To Naruto, only by attaining sufficient power could he alter the course of the original narrative, saving the dying Fukasaku, Jiraiya, for instance, or destroying the Akatsuki before they could collect the remaining tailed beasts. As Naruto persisted in his training, Hyden and Kakuzu had completed the extraction of the Two Tails. They were now poised to set their sights once again on Konoha, with Naruto as their primary target, just as Hyden and Kakuzu resumed their nefarious plans. Several survivors arrived in the village, one of whom was a man named Sora, having narrowly escaped the destruction of the temple. The appearance of this individual, known as Kuu, caught Naruto's attention. In the original narrative, this character, much like Naruto, possessed the chakra of the Nine Tails and nearly brought destruction to Konoha, compelling Naruto to take a special interest in him. The village of Konoha remained as tranquil as ever. After observing that Kuu exhibited no unusual behavior, Naruto proceeded to seek out Kakashi. Now back in action, Naruto was eager to engage in a sparring session with him. At the back mountain, Naruto arrived promptly, where Sakura had been waiting for quite some time. Hey, Naruto-kun, where have you been? Kakashi-sensei and I have been waiting for you forever, Sakura complained, nearly ready to pummel Naruto. It must be noted that since Sakura began training under Tsunade, her demeanor had increasingly mirrored her teacher's, coupled with her extraordinary strength. This often left Naruto speechless, as he would occasionally receive a punch. Come on, Sakura, could you be a bit more ladylike? Always yelling at the top of your lungs. Not a trace of gentleness. You're not even as refined as Hinata. Naruto rolled his eyes, but in the next moment, he was swiftly knocked to the ground by Sakura's punch. Observing their playful banter, Kakashi couldn't help but chuckle. This moment also stirred memories of the days when Sasuke was still present, a time that was indeed somewhat nostalgic. Hey, Kakashi-sensei, during your absence, I've grown considerably stronger. Come on, let us spar, and I'll show you the results of my latest training. After breaking free from Sakura, Naruto finally addressed Kakashi. Kakashi appeared as relaxed as ever, seemingly disinterested. However, when he witnessed Naruto conjuring an exceptionally pure chakra, coalescing into a Rasengan, his eyes widened in surprise. Well done. You've done remarkably well. To perceive the nature and changes of chakra with such precision, and your Rasengan has significantly improved. Kakashi immediately recognized that the Rasengan Naruto created now possessed far greater power than before. If the prior Rasengan left merely a large crater, the current one had the capability to amplify its impact tenfold or more. This was the result of Naruto's training with Yamato. As Kakashi praised Naruto, the latter swelled with pride. It is worth mentioning that Naruto's growth had been accelerated thanks to the support of the system. Nevertheless, Naruto became aware of a critical issue. In the course of his development, he had overlooked numerous details. For instance, many ninjutsu techniques could be significantly more potent if greater attention was paid to the finer points. During this time, he had been addressing his previous oversights. And with Yamato's guidance, the results were markedly evident. Kakashi-sensei, how about you take a hit from me? As Naruto spoke, he prepared to launch the Rasengan towards Kakashi. Just then, Kakashi unexpectedly extended his hand from behind. At that moment, a Rasengan began to swirl in the palm of Kakashi's hand. As Naruto gazed at Kakashi's Rasengan alongside his own, his eyes widened in astonishment. Kakashi-sensei, when did you stealthily master the Rasengan? This is inconceivable. Naruto had never anticipated that Kakashi possessed this technique, and to his utter amazement, Kakashi executed the Rasengan with a single hand. Such prowess was beyond Naruto's imagination, considering the immense chakra control it demanded. Just as Naruto was reeling from his surprise, Kakashi clenched his hand, causing the Rasengan to vanish into his palm. Witnessing this spectacle left Naruto in awe. If it were him, he would have to launch the Rasengan to create it, as retracting it was simply out of the question. Yet Kakashi could effortlessly achieve this feat, starkly highlighting the gap between Naruto and his mentor. Continue to practice, Naruto. You have indeed made progress in your chakra control, but you still have a long way to go. Kakashi imparted his insights to Naruto once more. Thus, another day of fruitful training passed, and it was only as the sun dipped below the horizon that Naruto returned home. However, just as Naruto was preparing to dine, the boy named Kuo, who had been brought back from the temple, suddenly went berserk. In no time, a child clad in a fox demon cloak appeared above Konoha, launching a frenzied assault. The sound of explosions echoed throughout the village, prompting ninjas to spring into action to thwart the attack. Yet, upon realizing that their adversary was adorned in a fox demon cloak, many felt a surge of fear. Even Tsunade received the alarming news, which filled her with concern. What did you say? Naruto has gone berserk? Impossible. Isn't the Nine-Tail sealed within him? The message she received indicated that Naruto had lost control and was attacking the village, with the distinguishing factor being the fox demon cloak. However, the villagers could hardly be blamed for their misunderstanding, as the Nine-Tails resided solely within Naruto's body. No one else could possess the fox demon cloak. At that moment, as the village was under siege, Naruto swiftly departed from home. Upon arriving at the site of the chaos, he beheld Kuo rampaging under the influence of the fox demon cloak. Hmph, how dare such a wretch utilize my chakra? What a disgrace! Exclaimed the Nine-Tails, sensing Naruto's chakra. After hearing the Nine-Tails' words, Naruto felt a twinge of exasperation. Sigh, with him causing such havoc, many villagers will likely think it's me wreaking destruction. I must put a stop to this. As he spoke, he prepared to intervene, but Kuo, bolstered by the fox demon cloak, moved with astonishing speed. At that moment, Naruto, lacking the Nine-Tails chakra, found it impossible to keep pace, just as he felt utterly helpless. A solution struck him, the Flying Thunder God technique. Having marked every location in the village during his recent practice, Naruto decisively activated the technique and began to move. Upon the activation of the Flying Thunder God technique, Naruto's speed indeed surpassed that of the boy clad in the guise of the demon fox. In the span of mere breaths, he swiftly caught up to the rampaging youth. Hey, stop right there! Naruto shouted decisively after closing the distance. In the next moment, he promptly employed the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. This particular sealing art was specifically designed to counter the Nine-Tails, and before long, the boy was subdued. At that juncture, Tsunade arrived with her team. Upon witnessing Naruto engaged in combat with the boy, she finally grasped the full situation. Naruto, are you alright? Tsunade inquired. Tsunade Baba, I'm fine. I've already restrained this guy. Now I need to extract the Nine-Tails chakra from him. Please keep an eye on the surroundings and ensure no one interrupts me. After giving Tsunade a few instructions, Naruto began the process of absorbing the chakra from the boy, as this portion of chakra inherently belonged to the Nine-Tails. It was not long before Naruto successfully reclaimed it. Once he had extracted the Nine-Tails chakra, Tsunade sent her men to escort the boy away for confinement. The crisis was finally averted, yet another dilemma emerged. Observing the disarray in the Hidden Leaf village, Tsunade couldn't help but frown. Although Naruto had subdued the boy who was causing chaos with the Nine Tails chakra, Tsunade found herself at a loss in explaining the situation to the villagers. In their perception, only Naruto could possibly possess the guise of the demon fox. Consequently, all blame was naturally directed towards him. Even though Tsunade could clarify that it was all a misunderstanding, doing so would only cause harm to the boy. The boy had certain ties to the village, complicating matters for the Hokage. Sensing Tsunade's predicament, Naruto resolutely chose to shoulder the burden of blame. It's all right, Tsunade Baba. Just say it was my fault. I'm used to it by now. If anything, I'll help fix everything. Since childhood, Naruto had endured disdain due to the Nine Tails residing within him, and he had grown accustomed to it. On the other hand, the boy's background was rather tragic, and since he would need to live in the village henceforth, Naruto wished to spare him from the same fate he had experienced. Thus, he willingly accepted the blame, granting the boy a chance at a better future. Besides, it was unlikely that the boy would cause further trouble, as the chakra of the demon fox had been reclaimed. With these thoughts in mind, Tsunade ultimately acquiesced to Naruto's suggestion. Of course, to gain the villagers' forgiveness. Tsunade undertook considerable effort. In the end, the incident concluded with Naruto taking the blame and assisting in the repair of the village's damaged structures. In the following days, Naruto was conscripted as a laborer. Given the extensive repairs needed throughout the village, he found himself nearly exhausted. However, just when Naruto felt utterly spent, he suddenly recalled his Flying Thunder God technique. Of course, how foolish of me not to use it, he exclaimed, promptly affixing seals to a large pile of timber. Once the talismans were affixed, Naruto performed a simple series of hand seals, causing the timber to shift in unison with him. It was presumed that he had marked the village beforehand, thus the materials were quickly transported. Observing Naruto's peculiar method of delivering the supplies, many discerned the shadow of the fourth Hokage within him. A multitude of ninjas soon gathered to witness this spectacle, which promptly captured Tsunade's attention. What? Naruto has mastered the Flying Thunder God technique? How on earth did he achieve that? Tsunade, well versed in the jutsu of the fourth Hokage, understood that it had been developed by the second Hokage. However, since the passing of the fourth, no one in Konoha had been able to learn this technique for quite some time. Thus, upon discovering Naruto's proficiency in this jutsu, Tsunade was taken aback. Likewise, many ninjas who had interacted with the fourth were equally astonished. Every time they beheld Naruto, they were reminded of the fourth's sacrifice to save the village. Consequently, empathy swelled among them, especially since Naruto was the son of the fourth. They quickly rallied to assist Naruto in repairing the damaged structures. Despite bearing the brunt of the blame and feeling utterly exhausted, Naruto was profoundly moved to see that everyone still remembered the fourth. Upon returning home that night, he eagerly shared this news with the reincarnated fourth Hokage. Upon hearing it, the fourth was overwhelmed with tears of joy, his face radiating pride. Konoha remains the same as ever. Everyone has stayed true to themselves. This is why I love this village. The fourth proudly addressed Naruto. Seeing the pride in his father's gaze, Naruto felt that enduring the burden of blame was worthwhile. Days passed, and the village's restoration was nearly complete. Just as Naruto found himself at leisure once again, intelligence regarding Hyuga and Kakashi arrived on Tsunade's desk. Upon learning of their reappearance, she shattered the table in her fury. This time, they must pay the price for Asuma Sarutobi's vengeance. Tsunade quickly summoned Shikamaru and Kakashi, who was temporarily without a mission. Upon realizing the opportunity to avenge his mentor, Shikamaru became even more cautious. Is Naruto joining this mission? Kakashi inquired as they prepared to depart. Tsunade nodded slightly. Despite the fact that the Akatsuki had been keeping a close watch on Naruto, she intended to include him. Having witnessed Naruto's growth, Tsunade believed he possessed the strength to overcome any obstacle. Moreover, she valued the importance of growth through real combat over conventional training. Following Tsunade's orders, Kakashi promptly gathered Naruto and Sakura. After a brief meeting, the group set off towards the location of Hyuga and Kakashi, adhering to Shikamaru's strategy. Outside the village, Hyuga and Kakashi were en route to Konoha, intent on capturing Naruto to claim glory for themselves. As the two approached Konoha, Naruto and his companions had already arrived. Their first encounter was with Kakashi, whose intelligence was largely unknown to them. Kakashi, perceiving the threat posed by such a formidable adversary, chose to take action himself. In Kakashi's view, it was prudent to confront such a dangerous individual, especially considering that Naruto and his friends were still young and vulnerable. And the recent death of Asuma served as a stark reminder of the opponent's capabilities. In an open area on the outskirts, Kakashi arrived first, and Kakuzu immediately recognized him. "The copy ninja, Kakashi Hitaki. How delightful to encounter you," Kakuzu exclaimed, excitement gleaming in his eyes. He had heard of Kakashi's reputation, particularly regarding his Sharingan, which thrilled him. Although he had previously been unable to engage with Itachi Uchiha within the Akatsuki, he now saw a perfect opportunity to experience the power of the Sharingan firsthand. "Come, Kakashi. Taste my secret technique, the Earth Grudge Fear." Kakuzu launched his attack almost instantaneously, and as he unleashed his jutsu, Kakashi furrowed his brow. Kakuzu's form transformed into a terrifying visage, with countless dark threads extending from his body, forming tendrils that surged toward Kakashi. Observing this, Kakashi swiftly employed Raikiri, attempting to sever the black threads. However, these threads appeared almost sentient, evading his strikes and ensnaring him unexpectedly, proving to be quite troublesome. Lightning Release. Thousand Birds. Kakashi invoked his signature technique, directing it at Kakuzu. Yet, at that moment, Kakuzu countered with a similar jutsu. "Lightning Release, I can wield that too," he declared, unleashing an array of powerful techniques that left Kakashi momentarily astonished. Typically, a ninja's mastery of jutsu is aligned with their chakra nature. But Kakuzu's ability to proficiently command various elemental techniques broadened Kakashi's understanding. Historically, the only individual capable of employing such a diverse range of jutsu was the third Hokage. However, unlike the third Hokage, who achieved his versatility through diligent training, Kakuzu had acquired his powers through the transplantation of different hearts. The disparity between their methods was stark. Kakuzu's approach seemed far more ruthless. Kakashi, unaware of Kakuzu's unique abilities, found himself increasingly challenged as he witnessed the latter's adeptness with numerous techniques. "Ah, Kakashi, I have reserved your heart for myself. Become a part of my being." After engaging in battle for a while, Kakuzu finally spoke again. His gaze fixed hungrily on Kakashi's heart, convinced that such a powerful ninja's heart could not be squandered. However, Kakashi is not easily trifled with at this moment. He had activated his Sharingan. Gazing into Kakashi's eye, Kakuzu's excitement grew exponentially. He had long desired a confrontation with Itachi, yet the opportunity had eluded him until now. Now, he could use Kakashi as a practice target to unveil the secrets of the Sharingan. Kakuzu licked his lips and launched another attack at Kakashi. Countless dark tendrils surged forth. Yet Kakashi, bolstered by the Sharingan, effortlessly evaded them. This adversary was exceedingly perplexing. Kakashi found himself at a loss regarding how to counter Kakuzu's relentless onslaught. Just as Kakashi was compelled to retreat repeatedly under the pressure of Kakuzu, Naruto and his companions finally arrived at the battlefield. "Kakashi-sensei, are you all right?" "Hey, senpai. It looks like the battle is quite fierce." Sakura and Sai stood vigilantly beside Kakashi, ready for any eventuality. Naruto positioned himself at the forefront, and upon sighting Kakuzu, a smile broke on his face. Clearly, Kakuzu was the perfect target for Naruto to hone his skills. Recently, Naruto had acquired numerous new jutsu and had been lamenting the lack of a sparring partner. "Kakashi-sensei, leave this guy to me. You all go support Shikamaru. He has already located that troublesome character, Hyden." Naruto recognized the difficulty posed by Hyden, who seemed nearly indestructible, although Shikamaru had managed to defeat him in the original narrative. Hyden was not so easily vanquished. Hearing Naruto's words, Kakashi was reluctant to comply. Having already clashed with Kakuzu, he was acutely aware of the threat he posed. In Kakashi's estimation, Naruto was far from a match for Kakuzu, and thus he refused to abandon his post. Nonetheless, support was indeed required for Shikamaru, and ultimately, Kakashi permitted Sai and Sakura to assist him. Kakashi chose to remain, joining forces with Naruto to confront Kakuzu. At this juncture, Kakuzu had shifted his focus onto Naruto, clearly identifying him as his target. "So, you are the Nine-Tails brat? TSK, I was just pondering how to infiltrate Konoha to find you, and here you are, presenting yourself. This certainly saves me a great deal of trouble. Now, I shall eliminate you and take you back." As Kakuzu spoke, the dark tendrils launched towards Naruto. Observing this, Kakashi swiftly cautioned Naruto. However, Naruto had a better understanding of Kakuzu than Kakashi did, rendering the attack seemingly ineffective in his eyes. Just as Kakuzu prepared to strike Naruto, another figure leapt down from the trees. In the next instant, this figure deftly employed wood release to counter Kakuzu's grasping appendages. "Yamato, you've arrived as well." Kakashi recognized the individual as Yamato. With his presence, Kakashi felt considerably more at ease. However, as Kakashi and Yamato positioned themselves in front of Naruto, the latter had already begun to act. At that moment, Naruto raised one hand, and suddenly, the Rasengan materialized in his palm. As the spiraling sphere emerged, Naruto adeptly manipulated the chakra within him, resulting in a transformation of the wind release technique. Naruto, can he truly command the nature of chakra with such finesse? Kakashi, upon catching sight of Naruto, was taken aback by his prowess. Just as Kakashi was engulfed in astonishment, Naruto suddenly unleashed his newly crafted ninjutsu from his hand. Wind release. Spiraling shuriken. This was the name Naruto had bestowed upon his innovative technique. In essence, the wind release spiraling sphere bore resemblance to the Great Ball spiraling sphere. At the moment Naruto executed his ninjutsu, Yamato joined in to support him. Countless vines swiftly ensnared Kakuzu, rendering him immobile. Meanwhile, Kakashi activated his Sharingan's Kamui to contend with Kakuzu. Observing that Kakuzu was entangled by both Yamato and Kakashi, Naruto's wind-release spiraling shuriken struck true, catching Kakuzu off guard and shattering one of his hearts. With the heart's destruction, Kakuzu spiraled into a frenzy. You destroyed one of my hearts. I will kill you. Kakuzu seemed to be on the verge of a rampage. Witnessing this, Naruto couldn't help but chuckle. Huh, do you think having multiple hearts grants you additional lives? Let me silence you once and for all. As Naruto spoke, he began forming hand seals, and upon completion, he vanished from sight. In the next moment, he reappeared directly before Kakuzu. Kakuzu barely had time to register Naruto's face before he disappeared once more. Flying Thunder God, is it? Kakuzu recognized the ninjutsu Naruto employed. A figure from his memory surfacing. Yet before he could utter the name of the fourth Hokage, Naruto had already adorned Kakuzu with explosive tags. One must admit, the Flying Thunder God technique was unexpectedly effective, leaving Kakuzu on the precipice of imminent explosion. But this was merely the beginning. Naruto's offensive was at full throttle. After ensnaring Kakuzu with explosive tags, Naruto activated the 8 gates, opening the 6th gate, a display of might that even Kakashi found daunting. Hop boy, do you think this will be enough to defeat me? Kakuzu, taken aback by Naruto's formidable strength, remained unperturbed. In an instant, Kakuzu wrapped the black threads around himself, forming a protective shield, seemingly prepared to withstand Naruto's assault. Naruto, undeterred, charged at Kakuzu with a barrage of kicks, contorting Kakuzu's form before finally relenting. However, at that very moment, lightning crackled in Naruto's hands. The power of the Thunder Fruit descended upon Kakuzu, causing the black threads to shatter into fragments. Now's the time. Perish. With a chilling command, Naruto detonated the explosive tags. Countless tags erupted simultaneously, and even the mightiest of ninjas could scarcely endure such an onslaught. As the flames roared before them, both Kakashi and Yamato could not help but marvel at the spectacle. Previously, Kakashi found himself in a rather challenging predicament when confronting Kaku. However, to his astonishment, such a formidable opponent was ultimately vanquished by Naruto. It must be acknowledged that Naruto's recent training has proven to be remarkably effective. Meanwhile, Yamato, standing beside him, raised his thumb in admiration towards Naruto. Although their partnership had been brief, Yamato had already come to regard Naruto as both a friend and a prodigy. Yet, just as Kakashi and Yamato felt a sense of relief at Naruto's splendid performance, Naruto furrowed his brow. This fellow is still alive. At that moment, Naruto activated his Kenbunchika Haki, swiftly detecting Kaku amidst the explosion. Initially, he had assumed that Kaku would perish from the blast, but it now appeared he had underestimated him. My attacks were consistently aimed at his multiple hearts. This is perplexing. Naruto found himself in a state of confusion, for he was acutely aware of Kaku's weaknesses. Thus, his earlier assaults had been meticulously directed at those very hearts. Yet, it seemed Kaku harbored additional secrets. Otherwise, he could not have survived until now. TSK, I never anticipated that the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails would possess such strength. I have indeed underestimated you. It appears that I must now take this seriously. The explosion finally subsided after a brief moment, and Kaku's voice echoed once more. Upon hearing Kaku's voice, Kakashi and Yamato felt a renewed tension. However, amidst their shock, Naruto spoke up. Kakashi-sensei, Captain Yamato, please refrain from intervening. Leave this guy to me. At this moment, Naruto was invigorated by Kaku's challenge and wished to engage without interruption. Upon exchanging glances, Kakashi and Yamato ultimately acquiesced to Naruto's request. Although the situation appeared perilous, they chose to place their trust in him. Consequently, the two retreated a short distance, standing guard nearby. Witnessing Kakashi and Yamato step back, Naruto's fervor surged once more. Relying on his multiple lives to act so arrogantly. Kaku, I am well aware of your weaknesses. Naruto boldly articulated his understanding of Kaku, who was taken aback by Naruto's words. TSK, I never expected you to have studied me. However, that was in the past. I am now stronger than ever. As Kaku spoke, he slowly revealed several faces from amidst the black lines. These faces bore numerous scars, evidently inflicted by Naruto's attacks. Recognizing that those faces concealed Kaku's hearts, Naruto realized that they had been specially treated, remaining unshattered. This was the reason he had survived the explosion. It seems I have no choice but to employ a combined ninjutsu. With the realization that conventional ninjutsu could not breach Kaku's hearts, Naruto finally contemplated using a compound technique. Yet, just as he prepared to unleash this advanced jutsu, Kaku initiated the assault. You little brat with the 9 tails. Allow me to showcase my true prowess. Combined ninja technique. Fiery peaks and chaotic waves. With a chilling shout from Kakuzu, several faces on his body simultaneously opened their mouths. In the next moment, a multitude of fireballs surged forth from those mouths, hurtling directly towards Naruto. As the fireballs drew ever nearer, Naruto quickly realized that these were no ordinary projectiles. Were they a ninjutsu formed by the combination of wind release and fire release? To think this fellow possessed such a skill. Nevertheless, my own combined ninjutsu is not to be underestimated. Recognizing that his opponent had unveiled a powerful technique, Naruto decided to reveal his own capabilities. During his training, he had been developing a similar combined ninjutsu, and now it was the perfect opportunity to employ it, filling him with excitement. Since you have employed a combination of wind and fire, I shall counter with a fusion of water and earth. Ever since he had been resurrected through the reanimation jutsu of the third Hokage, Naruto had inherited the will of the third Hokage and mastered all of his techniques. Thus, he was prepared to confront Kakuzu with a ninjutsu that embodies the principles of mutual restraint. In the next moment, Naruto raised his hand to form the necessary seals, and the ground began to swell. With the surge of energy from the earth, a massive splash of water erupted from beneath. As it ascended towards the heavens, the water suddenly mingled with the soil, and in that fleeting instant of their amalgamation, the resulting substance was as fearsome as molten lava. Combined ninja technique. Heavenly Flames Annihilation. Naruto had given his combined technique a rather flamboyant name. Although his proclamation sounded a bit juvenile, it did not diminish the potency of the ninjutsu. As Kakuzu's combined technique approached, Naruto's own technique finally collided with it. At the moment of impact, even the very fabric of space seemed to distort. Nearby, Kakashi and Captain Yamato could not help but widen their eyes at the spectacle of their ninjutsu clash. The power of this combined ninjutsu is 100 times greater than that of ordinary techniques. When did Naruto develop such skills? Kakashi, as Naruto's teacher, had never imparted these techniques to him. Observing Naruto unleash such formidable ninjutsu, Kakashi could only marvel. Unbeknownst to Kakashi, however, was the fact that Naruto had not only received guidance from the third Hokage, but also had the fourth Hokage by his side. With 2 such experienced Hokage serving as his mentors, Naruto's abilities were unparalleled. As the 2 combined techniques met, the outcome was swiftly determined. Since Naruto wielded 2 chakra attributes that countered Kakuzu's, the latter's attack was soon reduced to nothingness. By the time Kakuzu realized what had transpired, Naruto's combined ninjutsu had already struck him. Feeling the pain radiating through his body, Kakuzu finally recognized that his heart was shattering into pieces. In the final moments before his heart disintegrated, Kakuzu collapsed to the ground. This time, he could not substitute his heart for death as he had before. Gazing at Kakuzu's lifeless form, Naruto could not help but chuckle. This composite ninjutsu proves to be remarkably effective. It seems that further development is indeed warranted. As Naruto spoke, he had already arrived beside Kakashi and Yamato. Once the trio was assembled, they set off towards the location of Hyuga. However, before departing, Naruto utilized his shadow clone to bring back Kakuzu's corpse. In Naruto's perspective, it would be a pity not to utilize his body for the Edo Tensei. Considering that Kakuzu was a formidable force in battle, and having him at their disposal would be advantageous. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shikamaru and his team were embroiled in a fierce struggle against Hyuga. Initially, Shikamaru, leveraging his exceptional intellect, had managed to ensnare Hyuga completely. Yet, Hyuga's cursed ninjutsu was exceedingly peculiar. No matter how many times they attacked, he seemed impervious to death. Observing Hyuga's smug expression, Shikamaru and Sakura were engulfed in dread. It must be noted that only extraordinary individuals could vanquish Asuma. At that moment, Hyuga, brimming with pride, regarded Shikamaru with admiration. TSK. To force me into such a predicament, you are quite impressive, kid. It seems I can no longer afford to waste time with you. As he spoke, Hyden began inscribing strange circular symbols beneath his feet. With the completion of those symbols, he resumed his cursed ritual. The intricacies of this vexing curse left Shikamaru and his companions in dismay. Be careful, this guy's ninjutsu can return damage. So do not attack him while he is within the circle. Shikamaru cautioned Sakura and Sai, having discerned Hyden's patterns through their skirmish. However, despite understanding his tactics, they found themselves unable to counteract them, a realization that incited frustration. Ha ha ha, although you've seen through my ninjutsu, you are still powerless against me. How does it feel to be so helpless? Hyden had already established his formation, leaving Shikamaru no choice but to watch from a distance, uncertain of how to proceed. At that moment, not far off, Naruto and Kakashi finally appeared. Upon noticing Naruto's arrival, Hyden furrowed his brow. Kakuzu couldn't possibly be dead already. That guy has multiple hearts, each one is alive. How could he perish so swiftly? Hyden felt no sorrow for Kakuzu. Despite their partnership, there was no emotional bond. While Hyden speculated on Kakuzu's fate, Naruto and his companions came to a halt beside Shikamaru. Well, you took your time. Has your side been resolved? Shikamaru informed Naruto and Kakashi of Hyden's troublesome nature. As long as he stands within that circle, we cannot kill him. Despite acquiring intelligence about Hyden's abilities, they remained without a solution. At that moment, they found themselves at a standstill, while Hyden brandished his scythe, poised to strike. Should they be struck by Hyden's weapon? The consequences would be dire. Hyden possesses the ability to bind himself to the body of an injured individual through their blood, thereby transferring any harm inflicted upon himself back to the other party. Such a ninjutsu proves exceedingly difficult to counter. However, as the others pondered how to deal with Hyden, Naruto swiftly devised a plan. If they could not kill him, then they should ensure he could not kill them either. As he spoke, Naruto approached Hyden, forming hand seals. Soon, a cursed formation manifested beneath his feet. Observing this, Hyden was perplexed. What? How could you possibly understand my ninjutsu? He had never anticipated that Naruto would utilize a technique identical to his own. Yet, despite witnessing Naruto's use of the same technique, Hyden did not believe that Naruto could truly employ it. Consequently, Hyden attempted to bind himself to Naruto. In swift succession, he drew a weapon and inflicted a wound upon himself. However, as Hyden injured himself, Naruto also immediately felt the impact. Witnessing Naruto bleed, Hyden erupted into laughter. Yet, just as he thought he had the upper hand, Naruto promptly returned the damage back to Hyden. Before Hyden could fully relish his amusement, he found himself reeling from the pain. It turned out that the damage returned by this ninjutsu could escalate due to the disparity in chakra levels. While Hyden had indeed inflicted harm upon Naruto, Naruto had employed the very same technique, and his chakra was significantly superior to Hyden's, particularly the chakra of the Nine Tails, which was not something anyone could withstand. Consequently, Hyden was now in excruciating pain, beads of sweat forming on his brow. How could this be? Why has the damage returned to me increased? Hyden gaped at Naruto, who, in turn, was disinterested in engaging in further dialogue. Now it seems we cannot harm each other. Reveal all your tricks. Naruto possessed the power to replicate ninjutsu, meaning that whatever technique Hyden employed could be mirrored by Naruto. Thus, no matter how formidable Hyden was, he swiftly lost his advantage against Naruto. Observing Naruto's application of the same technique against Hyden, the others felt a renewed sense of camaraderie and joy. At that moment, Naruto exchanged a knowing glance with Shikamaru, who promptly understood the unspoken command and prepared to act at any moment. Seeing that his curse had failed to provide an advantage, Hyden resolved to switch to another ninjutsu. Just as he was about to change his technique, the formation on the ground vanished, and Shikamaru decisively executed the shadow mimic technique. In an instant, Hyden found himself ensnared by Shikamaru's control. Realizing Hyden had lost his ability to move, Naruto seized the opportunity. Launching a wind release, Raisen Shuriken directly at his foe, Hyden was caught off guard and fell to the ground, unable to react in time. Due to Hyden's immortal nature, Naruto immediately employed the most formidable technique, the impure world reincarnation. Under the influence of this jutsu, Hyden's soul was swiftly sealed away. Only at this juncture did Hyden's fate reach its irrevocable conclusion. As for his corporeal form, Naruto collected it as a matter of course. For such immense combat prowess should not be squandered. At last, he is vanquished. Asuma-sensei, you may now rest in peace. Shikamaru gazed up at the sky, reflecting on the defeat of Hyden. Kakashi, standing nearby, gently patted his shoulder. Let us return. The Hokage awaits our good news. With that, the group swiftly vanished into the forest. Upon their return to the village, Kakashi and Captain Yamato meticulously reported the details of their mission. Meanwhile, Naruto and Shikamaru approached Asuma's grave, deeply mourning their beloved mentor. Rest in peace, Asuma-sensei. The will of fire shall endure eternally. We shall carry your spirit forth in our lives. This is our ninja way. The group stood in reverence at Asuma's tomb, while not far off. Yui Kurenai watched with tear-filled eyes. In the village, children frolicked in the streets, their laughter resonating, creating an atmosphere of tranquility. After paying his respects to Asuma, Naruto had intended to indulge in a bowl of ramen. However, he suddenly succumbed to exhaustion and collapsed onto the ground. Fortunately, Hinata happened to pass by and promptly lifted Naruto from the ground, hastening towards the Konoha hospital. Naruto-kun, please hold on. Hinata, filled with concern for Naruto's well-being, quickened her pace. Upon their arrival at the hospital, Sakura rushed forward. Hinata, what happened to him? He seemed fine just a moment ago. Let me examine him. Sakura carefully placed Naruto onto the hospital bed. After a thorough examination, she discovered that Naruto's hands bore severe injuries, seemingly inflicted by a high-caliber jutsu. Word of Naruto's condition swiftly reached Tsunade, who resolved to personally investigate the cause of his injuries. Upon assessing Naruto's wounds, Tsunade quickly deduced that the damage stemmed from Naruto's new technique, the wind release, Raisen Shuriken. This jutsu necessitated an exquisite control of chakra, a skill which Naruto evidently had yet to master. Although Naruto had grown remarkably powerful, he still had much to learn in terms of chakra manipulation. Consequently, Tsunade imposed a ban on Naruto from utilizing similar advanced techniques. When Naruto finally regained consciousness and learned that his new jutsu had been classified as forbidden, he felt quite disheartened. Nevertheless, despite Tsunade's prohibition, Naruto was resolute in his refusal to abandon his aspirations. In the hospital, as Naruto lay on the bed, he began to contemplate his situation after everyone had departed. Just then, a whistle echoed from outside the window. Instinctively, Naruto turned his gaze toward the source of the sound. At this moment, Jiraiya was hanging outside, making faces at Naruto. Ah, Frostfrog Sage, you're back. That's wonderful. I have something to consult you about. As Naruto spoke, he leaped off the sickbed and flung open the window, jumping out. Before long, Naruto and Jiraiya found themselves atop the Hokage rock. Cough, cough. I've heard that you've developed some impressive ninjutsu on your own, truly worthy of being my disciple. Haha. But remember, when developing ninjutsu, do not emulate Orochimaru. Just the thought of Orochimaru caused Jiraiya some distress. It was Orochimaru's obsession with developing ninjutsu that led him astray. And Jiraiya certainly did not wish for Naruto to follow that path. Of course not. By the way, Tsunade has classified my ninjutsu as forbidden. Sigh. I can't use it in front of others anymore. Naruto lamented. However, at that moment, a Rasengan materialized in his hand. It seemed Naruto intended to showcase his skills before Jiraiya. Yet, just as he was demonstrating the advanced ninjutsu, the Rasengan suddenly spiraled out of control. Fortunately, Jiraiya was right beside him and swiftly crushed the Rasengan. Phew, that was close. We are on Hokage Rock. Naruto, don't act recklessly. Such a dangerous technique could obliterate the entire Hokage Rock. If that happens, I might also face Tsunade's wrath. Jiraiya gently rapped Naruto on the head. At this, Naruto chuckled sheepishly. Was that your self-created ninjutsu? It seems your mastery over chakra still needs refinement. Luckily, I've been in the village these past few days. I shall teach you. With that, Jiraiya jumped down from Hokage Rock, prompting Naruto to hurriedly follow. In the Hokage office, as Naruto and Jiraiya prepared for training, new intelligence arrived. This time, it pertained once again to Orochimaru. After contemplating the information, Tsunade summoned Kakashi. Kakashi, we have news about Orochimaru. Take a team to carry out the mission. This time, there is no need to bring Naruto. Let him train diligently with Jiraiya. Following Tsunade's orders, Kakashi vanished from the spot. In a distant forest far from Konoha, a figure was darting about, appearing quite anxious. Meanwhile, in a nearby lake, a small boat floated toward the center of the water. Hey Gyuiki, quickly take this pill. After you consume it, I will lead you to Honglien. On the boat, Yakushi Kabuto was conversing with a child. Upon hearing Kabuto's words, the child obediently took the pill and swallowed it. However, as Gyuiki ingested the pill, his body began to convulse in agony. The pain coursing through him caused a transformation in Gyuiki's gaze. Excellent, just like that. Come forth, Three Tails. Become a formidable ally to Lord Orochimaru. At this moment, Kabuto Yakushi paid no heed to the child's suffering. Instead, he was filled with exhilaration. His intent was clear, to force the tailed beast residing within the child before him out. Indeed, this child, known as Gyukimaru, was a Jinchuriki, much like Naruto. After witnessing Naruto's remarkable growth, Orochimaru grew increasingly fascinated with the tailed beasts. Thus, having finally obtained the Jinchuriki of the three tails, he was eager to harness such power. However, all his previous efforts seemed fruitless. This time, they were even prepared to resort to extreme measures, forcibly extracting the three tails. This method could very well lead to the complete demise of the Jinchuriki, yet Kabuto and Orochimaru remained undeterred. In the forest, a figure that had been racing through the trees finally reached the lakeshore. Observing the agonized Gyukimaru aboard a small boat, this figure unhesitatingly employed the crystal release technique. Instantly, the lake's surface shimmered as if adorned with countless ice crystals, and the small boat came to a halt under the influence of the technique. "Kabuto, release Gyukimaru, or I shall take your life," shouted a figure from the shore as they charged forward. Faced with the approaching adversary, Kabuto felt a pang of frustration. "Honglian, do you dare defy Lord Orochimaru's orders? I shall report this to him." Kabuto was clearly displeased that his plan had been interrupted. However, he was no match for Honglian, and soon he was forced out of the small boat by the crystal release. At that moment, Honglian arrived beside the vessel and immediately lifted Gyukimaru into his arms. Witnessing the child's torment, Honglian's heart ached immensely. Meanwhile, in Konoha, Kakashi's team had set out towards the area where Gyukimaru was located. Although they were uncertain of Orochimaru's intentions, Kakashi and his companions resolved to investigate the matter thoroughly and confront Orochimaru in the process. Back in the village, while Kakashi's squad undertook their mission, Naruto was diligently honing his skills. After painstakingly developing a powerful jutsu, he was determined not to relent. Additionally, not only Jiraiya, but Naruto also called upon the third and fourth Hokage during his evening training sessions. With the guidance of these two legendary ninjas, Naruto experienced rapid progress. What might have taken months to master in chakra control was accomplished by Naruto in mere days. Witnessing Naruto's astonishing advancement, even Jiraiya was left in awe. "Naruto, at this rate, you might soon surpass my strength," Jiraiya remarked. "By the way, you still haven't learned the summoning technique, have you?" As he spoke, Jiraiya began to sketch the summoning seal on the ground, and suddenly, Gamabunta appeared. Seeing Gamabunta, Naruto couldn't help but greet him enthusiastically. "Hey, Boss Toad, long time no see," Naruto exclaimed. Kid, you've grown quite a bit," Gamabunta remarked, reflecting on how much Naruto had matured since their last encounter. "Come on, Naruto. I shall teach you the summoning technique." Upon concluding his words, Jiraiya urged Naruto to leap onto the head of the toad, Fukusaku. Without hesitation, Naruto complied and jumped aboard. Jiraiya then proceeded to impart the principles and seals of the summoning technique to Naruto, who, upon grasping the instructions, began his initial attempt. "Come forth, great toad," he exclaimed. Yet as soon as the words escaped his lips, the technique utterly failed to manifest. Witnessing this, Jiraiya could not help but roll his eyes. The great toad beside them let out a scornful huff, muttering a derisive fool. Undeterred, Naruto quickly resolved to try once more. Recalling the words of the third Hokage, he soon grasped the essence of the technique. "Once more, come forth," he declared, swiftly forming the hand seals and inscribing the characters almost seamlessly. As Naruto pressed his hands to the ground, a cloud of smoke erupted. Observing the smoke, Jiraiya felt a flicker of hope. At last, success. It appears this boy is not so dim-witted after all. Let us see whom he has summoned. He awaited the dissipating fog with curiosity, but when it finally cleared, he was taken aback. Naruto was perched atop a monkey, which brandished a large stick. "Ah, Naruto, how did you summon him?" "This is the third Hokage's summoning beast. The king of monkeys, Enma. How on earth did you manage that?" Jiraiya was utterly astonished, never having anticipated that Naruto could summon such a temperamental creature, one that even the third Hokage sometimes struggled to contain. Amidst Jiraiya's bewilderment, Naruto sheepishly chuckled. He had intended to summon the toads of Mount Myaboku, yet had mistakenly recited the summoning incantation for the third Hokage. Now, squatting atop Enma's head, Naruto awkwardly laughed. It seems I made an error. How do I send him back, Jiraiya-sensei?" Aware of Enma's notorious temperament, Naruto hoped fervently for the monkey to return. However, before he could finish his plea, Enma swung his stick menacingly towards him. "How dare you disturb my rest? Was it you, brat?" The king of monkeys' ire was directed squarely at Naruto. In the next moment, he reached out, pinching Naruto with a grip that resembled a baseball bat, seemingly intent on sending him flying. Fortunately, Jiraiya swiftly called upon Fukasaku to intervene. Fukasaku stepped in, using his sword to block Enma's strike, thereby rescuing Naruto. In a flash, Naruto employed the body replacement technique to escape from Enma's grasp. Enma, please show some mercy. Naruto made a mistake. Could you return, pretty please? Jiraiya attempted to reason with the king of monkeys, but Enma's volatile temper was not inclined to listen. Despite the presence of the formidable Toad Wenta, the Monkey King erupted in a fit of rage and launched an attack. Jiraiya, this fellow is far too troublesome. I shall no longer partake in this skirmish. If it comes to blows, I shall certainly emerge wounded. You handle this yourselves. Observing the Monkey King's fury, Toad Wenta vanished back to Mount Myaboku. Jiraiya and Naruto were left utterly astonished. Toad Wenta, do not abandon us. Jiraiya, equally reluctant to engage with the Monkey King, who possessed an arsenal of the third Hokage's jutsu, felt a wave of trepidation wash over him, as thoughts of his mentor brought back many memories of being schooled. After a brief moment of contemplation, he took swift action, making a hasty retreat. Naruto, I have matters to attend to. Manage your summoning technique on your own. As Jiraiya fled towards the village, Naruto could only express his frustration. At that moment, the Monkey King had set his sights on Naruto, swinging down a mighty blow. Fortunately, Naruto managed to evade it just in time, escaping injury. With the Monkey King on the verge of a berserk rampage, uncontrollable by anyone, Naruto resorted to summoning the third Hokage. Upon his arrival, the Monkey King finally shifted his focus to him. It had been a long time since the Monkey King had seen the third Hokage, and nostalgia washed over him. Tempering his fury, Monkey Sage, it has been quite some time. How have you been? I never expected to see you again. The third Hokage greeted the Monkey King, who squatted before him, reminiscing about old times. Seeing this, Naruto sighed in relief, and soon after, the third Hokage called him over. Monkey Sage, I entrust this young man to your care. You must forge a good relationship with him. He is the future of our village and the continuation of my ninja way. The third Hokage conveyed his profound message. Though the Monkey King was initially reluctant, he eventually nodded in acquiescence. Very well, for your sake. I shall become this boy's summoning beast. With the Monkey King's agreement, the third Hokage nodded in satisfaction, seizing the opportunity while the third Hokage was present. Naruto solidified his contract with the Monkey King. I look forward to your guidance, Monkey Sage. From Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto extended his fist toward the Monkey King, who, albeit reluctantly, tapped his fist against Naruto's. Thus, the summoning technique was fully realized, and the third Hokage faded away with a sense of contentment. At Hokage Rock, Jiraiya eagerly gazed in the direction of Naruto and the Monkey King. He had anticipated a fierce battle between them, yet it had not transpired. Just as curiosity piqued, Naruto appeared behind Jiraiya. Toad Sage, you are quite lacking in loyalty. You abandoned me and fled. As punishment, I decree that you must treat me to ramen. 10 bowls. Naruto declared suddenly, startling Jiraiya. As he turned around and beheld Naruto unscathed, Jiraiya could not help but gasp in astonishment. How is it that you were not brutally beaten by the Monkey King? This is perplexing. I am well aware of that fellow's temper. Our teacher often had him pummel us. The mere recollection of the days spent training under the third Hokage filled Jiraiya with trepidation, particularly at the thought of the Monkey King's fearsome visage. Just then, as Jiraiya looked at Naruto with concern, Naruto casually waved his hand. No need to worry. I have reached an understanding with that guy. He will henceforth be my summoning beast. With that declaration, Naruto began to stride towards the cliffside of Hokage Rock, prompting Jiraiya to hastily follow suit. Meanwhile, outside the village, Team Kakashi was finally nearing the lakeside. Upon their arrival, they discovered Kabuto engaged in a heated argument with Honglian. The details of their dispute remained unclear to Kakashi and his team for the moment. Kakashi-sensei, should I intervene? Sakura inquired, her ire rising at the sight of Kabuto, who had persistently allied himself with Orochimaru. The thought of Sasuke's departure, which Kabuto had significantly influenced, only fueled her anger. Yet, just as Sakura was poised to act, Kakashi called her to halt. Hold on. Let us observe what tricks they are up to. At that moment, Kakashi instructed the group to conceal themselves and quietly monitor Kabuto and his associates. Meanwhile, by the lakeside, Honglian had lifted Waikamaru, preparing to take him away. However, Kabuto quickly ordered his men to intercept her. You cannot go anywhere. What Lord Orochimaru desires is never beyond his reach. Immediately compel that boy to summon the Three Tails. Otherwise, I shall reveal your secret to him. If he learns that it was you who committed that act, you will undoubtedly lose him. As Kabuto spoke, his trademark sinister smile crept upon his face. Confronted by Kabuto's malevolent grin, Honglian found herself momentarily frozen. She understood all too well that if Whykameru discovered the truth about his parents' demise at her hands, the consequences would be dire. Initially, when ordered by Orochimaru to eliminate Whykameru's family, Honglian had not contemplated the ramifications. However, as time passed and her bond with Whykameru deepened, he had come to embody a child of her own. Now, she could not bear the thought of any harm befalling him. Yet, Orochimaru and Kabuto would not spare Whykameru, for they viewed him merely as a vessel for the Three Tails. Humph. Kabuto, you are sorely mistaken. Whykameru is not the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails. He is utterly incapable of summoning it. After a moment of silence, Honglian finally spoke again. This time, she unveiled the truth that had long been buried in her heart. It turned out that her fear of Orochimaru and Kabuto turning Whykameru into a test subject had led her to falsely claim he was a Jinchuriki. With that identity, Orochimaru would naturally be hesitant to treat Whykameru so lightly as a mere experiment. This was, in fact, a mere deception crafted by Honglian to protect Yugue Wan, her intention solely to shield him. However, she had not anticipated that Orochimaru would set his sights on the power of the tailed beasts. Consequently, Yugue Wan became a target for their exploitation. Initially, my declaration that he was a Jinchuriki was solely for the child's protection. Therefore, I beseech you to spare this child. He is truly pitiable. Honglian implored as she gazed at the dazed Yugue Wan in her arms. Upon hearing her words, Yakushi Kabuto merely chuckled, rather than expressing anger. Do you think Lord Orochimaru and I are fools? We have long been aware of the truth. It was merely that we lacked a proper method to handle the tailed beast at that time. Thus, we allowed him to live. We have thoroughly investigated. This child shares a master-servant relationship with the Three Tails. He possesses the ability to control it, and that is precisely the power we seek. Yakushi Kabuto's excitement grew with each word, his eyes gleaming with desire. Witnessing his nearly frenzied gaze, Honglian felt an increasing dread. Yet, she was also apprehensive that Yakushi Kabuto might reveal the secret of having slain Yugue Wan's parents, compelling her to ultimately relent. In the next moment, Yakushi Kabuto seized Yugue Wan once more, dragging him to the center of the lake. Although Yugue Wan remained unconscious, Yakushi Kabuto had already begun to place a helmet upon his head, designed specifically to awaken a certain ability within him. However, there was a grave risk that the activation of this ability could result in Yugue Wan's immediate demise. Yet Yakushi Kabuto was indifferent to the child's fate. He solely desired the emergence of the Three Tails. In his view, once the Three Tails appeared, capturing it would be a certainty. He planned to return it to Lord Orochimaru for research, which would undoubtedly enhance Orochimaru's power. Just as Yakushi Kabuto awaited the outcome with unrestrained excitement, the lake's center began to stir. Indeed, the Three Tails lay submerged beneath the water, and Yugue Wan could indeed summon it to the surface. Watching the ripples dance across the water, Yakushi Kabuto could not help but lick his lips in anticipation. However, just as he believed success was imminent, Kakashi and his comrades finally arrived at the lake's edge. Act now, Kakashi commanded, prompting Sakura and the others to spring into action. The sudden appearance of Kakashi and the others caused Yakushi Kabuto to furrow his brow in concern. As he pondered his next move, Honglian resolutely decided to intervene. Clearly, she had made up her mind. Even if it meant betraying Orochimaru, she would rescue Yugue Wan. Yakushi Kabuto had not anticipated her sudden assault to reclaim Yugue Wan. While he intended to pursue them, Kakashi and his team had already ensnared him. Soon, a fierce battle erupted between the two sides, with Honglian making her escape with Yugue Wan. To prevent their flight, Yakushi Kabuto dispatched an individual named Lin to pursue them. Meanwhile, on Kakashi's side, Sai had taken to the skies, observing Honglian's movements. In the village, Naruto indulged in a hearty bowl of ramen prepared by Jiraiya, relishing every bite. However, shortly after his meal, he was summoned to the Hokage's office by Tsunade. Naruto, I am assigning you to assist Kakashi and Yamado. Their situation appears to be quite complex. Upon receiving Tsunade's orders, Naruto promptly set off to provide support. Although there was a lack of detailed information, it was evident that Kakashi and his team were facing significant challenges. Notably, alongside Kakashi was Captain Yamado, accompanied by Kiba and Hinata. The assembly of these two teams suggested a formidable adversary, prompting Naruto to quicken his pace towards their location. Meanwhile, Honglian had swiftly led Yugamaru away from the scene. Unbeknownst to Honglian, he was being pursued by the enigmatic Kabuto's men. In the skies above, Sai perched upon a giant bird, surveying the unfolding events. Soon, as Honglian and Yugamaru ventured deeper into the forest, Yugimaro finally regained consciousness, lying in Honglian's embrace. He smiled brightly. "Honglian, it's wonderful that you've come to rescue me," he exclaimed. Upon hearing Yugimaru's voice, Honglian halted, filled with joy at his well-being. She desperately wished to prevent Yugimaru from falling into the hands of Orochimaru and yearned to escape with him immediately. However, at that moment, Kabuto's agents finally caught up with Honglian. Just as she prepared to confront them, she realized that the pursuer was none other than her subordinate, Lin. "Lady Honglian, do not worry. I am here to assist you. I know a hidden path that can help us evade their pursuit," Lin declared, leading the way ahead. Yet, just as they were about to proceed, Sai had already signaled for reinforcements. Soon, Hinata and the others arrived on the scene, prompting Honglian to hand Yugimaru over to Lin. "Take Yugimaru to a safe place and wait for me. I will join you shortly," Honglian instructed before vanishing from sight. As Honglian departed, Lin hurriedly fled with Yugimaru. On the other side, Hinata and Kiba had also arrived, but upon their arrival, they found no trace of anyone. Even Sai lost sight of Honglian's trail, leaving the trio puzzled. Just as they gathered to continue their pursuit, the atmosphere around them shifted dramatically. "What is happening? I feel a suffocating sensation." Kiba suddenly sensed something amiss and alerted the others. At that moment, Hinata activated her Byakugan to investigate. However, upon doing so, she was taken aback. The air surrounding them began to crystallize at a visible rate. As the pink crystals spread, a sense of panic enveloped Hinata and her companions. Crystal release. Emerald Crystal Maze Technique. As Hinata and her companions found themselves in a state of disarray, the voice of Honglian suddenly resonated. In the next moment, an intricate crystal jutsu maze was swiftly conjured, ensnaring Hinata and her friends within its confines. When this crystalline labyrinth took form, even Hinata's Byakugan proved ineffective. It must be acknowledged that this crystal jutsu was indeed formidable. Is this a maze crafted from crystal? Yara, witnessing their entrapment, endeavored to shatter the crystalline barriers. However, it was apparent that his expectations were overly simplistic. The hardness of these pink crystals far exceeded his imagination. After several attempts to break through, the trio found themselves in a state of utter helplessness. "This jutsu sounds familiar. I believe I've heard Lord Hokage mention it. It must be the legendary bloodline limit, crystal release. I can't believe it actually exists." Hinata articulated her understanding of this technique, noting that it was nearly impossible to breach from within. To dismantle it, one must have the caster revoke the spell. Surrounded by the pink crystals, the three were left feeling quite lost. Outside the crystal release maze, Honglian, having successfully trapped her pursuers, departed without hesitation. Yet, as she resumed her pursuit of Lin and Yugiman, she realized they had veered off course. At that moment, Yugiman was being led away by Lin in a different direction. Observing this, Honglian quickened her pace and soon caught up to them. "Lin, stop. You're going the wrong way." Honglian assumed Lin was merely flustered and had taken a wrong turn, so she called out to him. However, at that very instant, Lin seized the opportunity to return Yugiman to Honglian and decisively struck. No one anticipated that Lin was actually a subordinate of Yakushi Kabuto. With a swift motion, he wounded Honglian and promptly snatched Yugiman away. "Lin, you scoundrel." Honglian, now injured, found her breath uneven. Meanwhile, Lin turned away and raced towards the lakeside. In a matter of moments, he had rejoined Yakushi Kabuto. On another front, Naruto had arrived in the vicinity where Kakashi and his team were located. By chance, he passed by the crystal release maze that ensnared Hinata and her companions. As Naruto attempted to dismantle the labyrinth to rescue them, he quickly discovered it was an impossible task. "Naruto-kun, the only way to break it is to find the caster and have them dispel it." Hinata, wishing to spare Naruto further exertion, relayed the method of liberation. Upon hearing this, Naruto resolutely activated his observation haki and began searching through the forest. In a short while, he indeed located Honglian nearby. Without delay, Naruto appeared before Honglian, who had just finished tending to her wounds. Upon seeing Naruto, she decisively unleashed her crystal release technique. Crystal release. Crystal shuriken. Honglian hurled a multitude of shurikens, targeting Naruto's vital points. However, Naruto was not one to be easily harmed by such a technique. He swiftly retaliated. Rasengan. Naruto launched the Rasengan, forcing Honglian to evade at every turn. As Naruto's ninjutsu proved formidable, Honglian finally adopted a serious demeanor. Crystal release. Crystal pentagonal road. With a cold command from Honglian, countless crystals erupted from the ground, seemingly possessing a will of their own as they surged toward Naruto. Should these crystals strike him, Naruto could be pierced through in an instant. To avert harm, he resolutely enveloped himself in armament haki while simultaneously unleashing a massive Rasengan. Upon contact, the crystals were shattered immediately. However, as Naruto landed, Honlin employed another crystal release technique. Crystal release. Crystal pentagonal prison. This time, her jutsu conjured a three-dimensional pentagonal prism that swiftly encased Naruto, rendering him immobile. Once the crystal is shattered, your life will come to an end. No matter who you are, do not blame me. Observing Naruto trapped within her crystal prison, Honlin approached slowly. Yet, just as she prepared to shatter the prism and conclude Naruto's life, an unexpected turn of events transpired. In an instant, Naruto within the crystal prison morphed into wood, causing Honlin to furrow her brows. Her crystal release was instantaneous, nearly impossible to evade. Yet, unbeknownst to her, Naruto had substituted himself with a wooden clone at the moment she cast the prism. What she did not realize was that Naruto had employed the Flying Thunder God technique to escape. Upon his arrival, he had already marked the area. Thus, within this vicinity, Naruto could teleport at will. Therefore, even though Honlin's crystal release was swift, it could not contain the brilliance of Naruto's instantaneous teleportation. Your crystal release is indeed impressive. However, it seems ineffective against me. Release my friend immediately. Otherwise, I shall not hold back. Naruto pressed forward, demanding Honlin release her captive, yet she remained unyielding. In the next moment, she prepared to employ her crystal release against him once more, but a scream echoed from the center of the lake. Upon hearing the cry, Honlin instantly recognized it belonged to Hyuga Neji. Worry for Hyuga Neji's safety surged within her. I have no time to waste with you. Crystal release. Emerald crystal clone technique. Honlin swiftly executed the clone technique, leaving a clone to confront Naruto while her true self hastened toward the lakeside. Seeing Honlin attempting to flee, Naruto pursued her relentlessly. A few clones wished to impede me. He too summoned his own clones to engage with hers. At the center of the lake, as Hyuga Neji was brought back once more, Yakushi Kabuto continued to execute his plans. This time, due to the effects of the drugs and helmet, Hyuga Neji finally began to summon the Three Tails. However, despite the response from the Three Tails, Hyuga Neji remained in a state of distress. Continue. Do not stop. I can feel the presence of the Three Tails. At this moment, the apothecary Do was brimming with excitement, standing aside as success seemed imminent. However, Honlin had already caught up. As she stood at the water's edge, Apothecary Do resolutely commanded his subordinates to conjure a thick mist over the lake's surface. Almost instantaneously, the entire expanse of water was engulfed in a shroud of white vapor. Nonetheless, undeterred by the potential peril, Honlin charged forward, intent on rescuing Hyuga Neji. Meanwhile, Naruto, who trailed behind Honlin, felt the sudden stirrings of the Nine Tails within him as they approached the lake. Is that fellow? The Nine Tails' voice echoed within Naruto. Upon hearing this, Naruto furrowed his brow, sensing a formidable presence gradually rising from the depths. This aura was strikingly reminiscent of the tailed beasts he had encountered before. Kyubi, do you sense it too? You should be familiar with that entity below. Naruto attempted to seek clarification from the Nine Tails. At that moment, the waters of the lake began to whirl violently. The next instant, a creature with three tails erupted from the surface. Upon witnessing this apparition, Apothecary Do could not suppress a manic grin. Yet, he had underestimated the power of the Three Tails. Upon encountering humans, the beast immediately went into a frenzy. In no time, Apothecary Do and his companions found themselves under attack, prompting them to retreat swiftly to avoid harm. However, in their hasty withdrawal, they inadvertently left Hyuga Neji in the center of the lake. Faced with the imminent danger to Hyuga Neji, Honlin bravely surged forward. Just as she was about to reach Hyuga Neji, the Three Tails' tail lashed out abruptly, sending her flying. Nevertheless, Honlin remained undaunted, resolutely charging back towards the Three Tails. At this juncture, Naruto finally entered the lake. As he drew nearer, he could feel the escalating fury of the Three Tails. Kyubi, I may need your assistance shortly. Naruto recognized that confronting the Three Tails with his current abilities would be quite arduous. Thus, he was preparing to collaborate with the Nine Tails. However, the Nine Tails seemed disinterested in the Three Tails, placing Naruto in a challenging predicament. On the other side, Honlin was solely focused on protecting Hyuga Neji, yet the Three Tails persistently thwarted her attempts to approach. Fortunately, Hyuga Neji finally regained consciousness, prompting him to command the Three Tails to cease its assault temporarily. It appeared that Hyuga Neji possessed a unique ability over the Three Tails, a revelation that astonished Apothecary Do. Yet, he did not desire the Three Tails to remain tranquil. He needed it to unleash its fury. Apothecary Do understood that the tail beasts were at their strongest when in a state of rage. Therefore, he was poised to provoke Hyuga Neji further, urging him to incite the Three Tails into a complete rampage. However, with Honglian present, she would never allow Apothecary Do to act recklessly. Thus, as Apothecary Do attempted to approach, Honglian decisively chose to intervene. As the confrontation between Kabuto and Honglian unfolded, Naruto made his appearance at the center of the lake. He was taken aback to witness Orochimaru's ability to manipulate the Three Tails. However, Naruto could distinctly sense that Orochimaru was not a Jinchuriki. His curiosity about Orochimaru's control over the tailed beast piqued, prompting him to approach and engage in conversation. Surprisingly, Orochimaru did not exhibit any hostility towards Naruto. Instead, there was a sense of familiarity in their interaction. "Do you have a big guy inside you too?" Orochimaru seemed to perceive the presence of the Nine Tails within Naruto's body. In response, Naruto nodded slightly. It must be exhausting dealing with such a formidable creature. Orochimaru seemed to empathize with Naruto's sentiments. At that moment, Naruto began to attempt a dialogue with Orochimaru regarding tailed beasts. Meanwhile, Kakashi and his team regrouped at the lake's edge. Kakashi swiftly utilized a jutsu to disperse the mist covering the lake, revealing the situation to all present. Upon seeing Kakashi, both Kabuto and Honglian grew increasingly anxious. Kabuto was particularly concerned that the Leaf Village would thwart his plans, while Honglian feared that they might take Orochimaru back to the village. She was unwilling to see Orochimaru become a subject for experimentation, prompting her to reconsider her objectives. "Is that a tailed beast?" As the scenery of the lake gradually came into focus, Kakashi furrowed his brow. Acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, given the involvement of a tailed beast, a matter of significant importance. On the surface of the lake, Kakashi and his companions deliberated on how to confront the tailed beast. Just then, the Leaf Stealth team arrived to assist Kakashi, and they too laid eyes on the Three Tails. Consequently, the team prepared to execute the Hokage's orders to seal the Three Tails in that location. However, before the stealth team could coordinate with Kakashi, the Three Tails became increasingly agitated. Orochimaru appeared to be losing control over the beast, resulting in anyone who approached being subjected to violent attacks. Witnessing the Three Tails unleash its tailed beast bombs, even Naruto felt the situation becoming dire. "This cannot continue. It must be stopped." As he spoke, Naruto created countless shadow clones and charged forward. Yet, regardless of how many Razengans he produced, they seemed ineffective against the formidable Three Tails. This creature is a colossal, resilient shell of the Three Tails. How could you possibly harm it? Fool. Imbecile. Attack its eyes. Just as Naruto's efforts yielded no results, the voice of the Nine Tails resonated within him. Upon hearing the Nine Tails' advice, Naruto finally grasped the strategy. He swiftly aimed for the Three Tails' eyes and launched another assault. Rasengan. At that moment, Naruto formed a Rasengan and decisively hurled it toward the Three Tails' eye. The beast, caught off guard by Naruto's attack, soon felt the impact, causing it to roar in pain and fury. In the next instant, the Three Tails lunged directly at Naruto. As the Three Tails lunged towards Naruto, not far away, Honglian suddenly rushed forward. Her motivation for this haste was to protect Hyuga, who was situated not far behind Naruto at that moment. Upon Honglian's arrival, she pushed Hyuga away just as both she and Naruto were simultaneously engulfed by the Three Tails. After swallowing both Naruto and Honglian, the Three Tails finally plunged towards the lake's depths. With the disappearance of the Three Tails, the villagers of Konoha quickly gathered together. As they surveyed their surroundings and noticed Naruto's absence, a wave of concern swept over them. Soon, they also spotted the fallen Hyuga and decided to take him back first. Meanwhile, Kakashi was directing Yamato and others to search for Naruto. In a temporary shelter conjured by Yamato's ninjutsu, Kakashi and his companions settled Hyuga comfortably. They then engaged in discussions regarding the sealing of the Three Tails. As ninjas of Konoha, they possessed a profound understanding of the tailed beasts and the catastrophic consequences of their misuse. Thus, Shizune had brought her team specifically to prepare for the sealing of the Three Tails. However, before proceeding with the sealing, the priority was to locate Naruto. Both tasks needed to be carried out simultaneously without delay. After resting for a night, they would commence the sealing the following day. Shizune ultimately made the decision, and soon everyone settled down to rest. While they were tending to Hyuga, he suddenly sensed the presence of Naruto and Honglian. It turned out that although they had been swallowed by the Three Tails, they were not dead. Upon receiving this news, a collective sigh of relief was breathed by the group. On another front, Kabuto, realizing that there was no profit to be gained this time, decided to withdraw. However, just as Kabuto was departing, Akatsuki's Kakuzu unexpectedly emerged from the woods by the lake. This Kakuzu was, in fact, the embodiment of a Bido Uchiha, known as Akatsuki's member. At this moment, he had already pinpointed the location of the Three Tails and was poised for the hunt. Naturally, he had no intention of confronting the Konoha ninjas. After all, it was best to avoid unnecessary trouble. Beneath the lake's surface, after consuming Naruto and Honglian, the Three Tails retreated into its lair, remaining motionless. At that moment, Naruto began to stir within the belly of the Three Tails. When he was initially swallowed, he was caught off guard. Now, after searching for an exit within the creature's belly, he found none. Realizing he was trapped, Naruto scratched his head in frustration. It was then that Honglian's figure appeared in his line of sight. Upon noticing her injuries, Naruto instinctively began to tend to her wounds. Although Honglian seemed to harbor distrust towards him, Naruto had no time to dwell on such matters. "Why are you saving me? I am your enemy." Honglian gazed at Naruto in confusion, but he simply shook his head in response. "Our true enemies are the Three Tails and Orochimaru, not each other. You are merely a pawn in Orochimaru's game." Naruto was indeed aware of Honglian's origins, as the original narrative was not without its revelations. However, when Naruto spoke of Honglian's past, the sealed memories surged forth within her consciousness. At the moment of her sudden silence, a rustling sound echoed nearby. Hearing this noise, Naruto furrowed his brow, realizing the impending trouble. "This is bad. We are in a predicament." As he spoke, he became increasingly vigilant, and at that very instant, a swarm of tiny Three Tails rushed towards them. Witnessing the surge of these miniature creatures, Naruto swiftly leapt away with Honglian. He understood that despite their diminutive size, their capabilities mirrored those of the Three Tails themselves. Additionally, their exoskeletons were exceptionally tough, rendering any offensive attempts nearly impossible. Thus, in order to avoid being overwhelmed by the onslaught of these small Three Tails, Naruto and Honglian had no choice but to seek refuge. Uncertain of how long they had been evading within the belly of the Three Tails, they finally halted upon reaching a place devoid of the creatures. "Hey, Kurama. Can't you communicate with the Three Tails? After all, you were once allies." Naruto once again attempted to engage Kurama, hoping for assistance against the Three Tails. However, upon hearing Naruto's words, Kurama snorted disdainfully. "Humph. Who would consider that old turtle a friend? Do not dare to equate me with that turtle." Kurama maintained his pride, as though no other tailed beasts were worthy of standing alongside him. Naruto found Kurama's attitude perplexing, ultimately realizing he had to devise a solution on his own. Meanwhile, as Naruto and Honglian pondered their escape from the Three Tails' belly, Kakashi and his team were searching for them. Unbeknownst to them, a day had passed, and by the next day, Shizune and her companions were prepared to seal the Three Tails. Before that, they aimed to extract Naruto from within the Three Tails. Consequently, Kakashi and Yamato submerged themselves into the lake's depths, eventually locating the Three Tails' lair. Just as Naruto, trapped within, struggled to find an exit, Kakashi arrived at the lake's bottom and broke the barrier. With the barrier's dissolution, Naruto received guidance, swiftly discovering the exit from the Three Tails' body. Upon finding the exit, Naruto promptly lifted the injured Honglian and approached the opening. In the next moment, his Rasengan was thrust against the exit, causing it to explode. When the opening of the Three Tails' belly was breached, the water pressure propelled Naruto and Honglian outward. Realizing the urgency, Naruto adjusted his position and quickly escaped with Honglian. Soon, they emerged at the surface of the lake. When Kakashi and the others beheld Naruto's safe return, they commenced the sealing process. However, as Shizune and Sakura initiated the four-symbol seal to restrain the Three Tails, they encountered fierce resistance from the creature, something none had anticipated. "Sister Shizune, the power of the Three Tails is overwhelming. I can barely maintain control." In a corner of the sealing process, Ino appeared to be struggling. On the other side, Sakura and Hinata were also struggling, while Shino managed to hold on, albeit with difficulty. Nevertheless, the entire four-symbol seal was on the brink of collapse, precariously teetering under the pressure exerted by the three formidable tailed beasts. The lake's surface was no longer tranquil. Witnessing this, Kakashi urgently instructed everyone to evacuate. It was crucial to remember that if the Three Tails went berserk, it would be no trifling matter. The strength of each tailed beast was beyond that of ordinary ninjas. Kakashi was determined to prevent any mishap involving the Three Tails. As the others retreated, Naruto, however, instructed his shadow clone to escort Hinata away while he himself submerged beneath the water, swimming towards the Three Tails. At that moment, the creature was ensnared by beams of light, struggling desperately and unleashing tailed beast bombs from its mouth. The lake bed was thrown into chaos, But fortunately, Naruto was protected by the guise of the Nine Tails, allowing him to avoid disaster. In the midst of the Three Tails' furious thrashing, cracks finally began to appear in the four-symbol seal above. A distinct snap resonated as the seal on Ino's side shattered. This was quickly followed by a chain reaction. Hinata and Sakura, unable to maintain their control, were similarly flung away by the collapsing seal. Witnessing the destruction of 3 corners of the four-symbol seal, Shino felt a sense of resignation. Alas, it seemed our strength was insufficient to contain this beast. Tailed beasts are indeed a terrifying force. Let us hasten our retreat. Shino commanded a withdrawal, and in an instant, everyone vacated the surface of the lake. However, as everyone made their escape, Naruto found himself engaged in a game of hide-and-seek with the Three Tails at the lake's bottom. The creature sensed Naruto's presence, continuing its rampage underwater in relentless pursuit. In this moment, Naruto had few options, forced to evade its attacks. Although he could have easily fled, he was unwilling to abandon the fight. Naruto was acutely aware that in the unfolding events of the original narrative, the Three Tails would ultimately fall into the hands of Akatsuki, a conclusion he desperately wished to avert. Should the Akatsuki succeed in capturing all the tailed beasts, his own safety would be jeopardized. He certainly did not wish to become a target for the organization, waiting to be ensnared. Thus, before that eventuality, Naruto felt compelled to take action. As he navigated the depths of the lake, caught in a dilemma, the familiar sound of the system's notification echoed in his mind once more. Ding. Host detected to be facing a choice. Option 1. Subjugate the Three Tails. Task reward: 1 Rinnegan. Option 2. Escape from the Three Tails. Task reward: Crystal release Kekai Genkai. Upon hearing the system's notification, Naruto nearly uttered an expletive. His frustration stemmed from the absurdity of the reward for option 1. A Rinnegan? Was it jesting with him? Did it expect him to train like Kakashi-sensei with a single eye? Naruto found it utterly incomprehensible that the system would offer such a reward. A Rinnegan seemed less valuable than none at all. Upon careful reflection, Naruto ultimately accepted the terrifying strength that 2 Rinnegan could bring. Well, even though there was only 1 Rinnegan, it was still quite remarkable. Naruto made his choice, yet he faced another dilemma, subduing the Three Tails. Initially, Naruto had intended to capture it, but its rampaging state was utterly daunting. He had no desire to confront it head-on, as a single misstep could leave him gravely injured. As Naruto continued to maneuver beneath the lake, the silhouettes of Deidara and Tobi slowly emerged on the water's surface. Hey, senpai. That giant is right below us. We must hurry and capture it. There might be ample rewards awaiting us. Tobi, known as Uchiha Obito, concealed his true identity, presenting himself as a novice. Upon hearing Tobi's words, Deidara rolled his eyes, clearly uninterested in engaging with him. Ever since Sasori's demise, Deidara had grown increasingly dissatisfied with his teammate. After barely escaping from Sunagakure, his expectations for a partner had heightened. Yet, Tobi was far from the ideal ally he envisioned. Deidara felt a surge of frustration at Tobi's naive demeanor. Can you be quiet? If you know it's down there, go fetch it. Stop wasting time here. Deidara entrusted the task of luring out the Three Tails to Tobi, but Tobi appeared utterly bewildered. But, senpai, I am not strong enough. It has to be you. I'm afraid I might get taken out by the Three Tails if I go down. Tobi was reluctant to take action, but before he could finish his protest, Deidara had already kicked him into the lake. Soon, Tobi plunged into the water, and in that moment, Naruto caught sight of him. Beneath the lake, Naruto and Tobi locked eyes, neither daring to make a move. Naruto was acutely aware of Tobi's true identity, thus he approached with utmost caution. Tobi, oblivious to Naruto's knowledge, surfaced and exclaimed, "Senpai, there is someone underwater. It seems to be that Nine-Tails brat. Today seems fortuitous. We might capture 2-tailed beasts at once." As Tobi emerged from the water, he turned to Deidara. However, upon hearing that Naruto was below, Deidara's expression shifted. He recalled that without Naruto's intervention, he would not have suffered such a crushing defeat last time. Is it that Naruto? What a coincidence. Today, I shall challenge him once more and see who is truly stronger. Deidara began to conjure his explosive artistry. Meanwhile, Naruto, aware of Deidara's presence at the lake's bottom, found himself at a loss for how to proceed. Clearly, with Deidara and Tobi around, he could not afford to act against the Three Tails. It seemed he must first deal with them before addressing the beast. As Naruto spoke, he emerged directly from the water's surface, and at that very moment, Deidara's explosive clay descended. With the sound of an explosion, Naruto was propelled into the air by the shockwave. Fortunately, he did not fly too far. Quickly regaining his composure and landing firmly on the lake's surface. Upon seeing that Naruto remained unscathed, Deidara could not help but furrow his brow. Clearly, from Naruto's performance, it was evident that his strength had surpassed that of their previous encounter in Sunagakure. This realization only heightened Deidara's excitement. He had long been troubled by their past confrontation and was eager to reclaim his honor. Hey, senior. This little brat seems quite spirited. Allow me to play with him. Just as Naruto and Deidara locked eyes, Tobi spoke up, addressing Deidara. However, Deidara had no intention of relinquishing Naruto to Tobi. He still had scores to settle with Naruto. Stay out of this. This is not your concern. If you keep yapping, I might just blow your mouth to pieces. Deidara shot a glance at Tobi, who immediately became frightened and scurried behind a nearby rock. Watching Tobi's feigned innocence made Naruto feel somewhat nauseous. This man was Uchiha Obito, the very one who had aided Uchiha Madara in bringing about the world's destruction. It was important to realize that he was not always the fool he appeared to be. He was indeed formidable. Of course, Naruto had no intention of exposing him. At that moment, Naruto turned to Deidara and chuckled. It seems we meet again, defeated underling, he said with a smile. However, upon hearing Naruto refer to him as a defeated underling, Deidara's demeanor soured. To be defeated by Naruto was an undeniable humiliation. Although Naruto was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, everyone knew he was merely a low-ranking ninja from Konoha. The fact that a prominent figure from the Akatsuki organization had lost to a mere genin had been a source of ridicule for him. Now that he finally had the chance to redeem himself, Deidara was determined not to let it slip away. Humph. Last time, I was careless, and besides, you had Kakashi assisting you, so it hardly counts as a victory for you. This time, I shall show you what true explosive artistry is. Deidara began to manipulate his clay once more, but Naruto was not inclined to waste time. To Naruto, every second spent was a second closer to danger. After all, Tobi was lurking nearby, and the masked figure was not to be underestimated. Moreover, Tobi had Zetsu accompanying him, which only heightened Naruto's concerns about falling into a trap. Well, I have no interest in your explosive artistry. How about this? I'll summon someone to keep you company. Naruto declared as he performed the impure world reincarnation to summon the third Hokage. As the third Hokage made his appearance, Deidara couldn't help but furrow his brow. He had not anticipated Naruto employing such a tactic. Faced with the third Hokage, Deidara found himself at a loss for how to proceed. For the third was indeed a legendary ninja, renowned throughout the ninja world. Although Deidara is fearless, he cannot underestimate the formidable prowess of a Kage-level ninja. You rascal. Isn't this cheating? Deidara expressed his displeasure, yet felt powerless, as the opponent possessed the ability of Edo Tensei. Ultimately, he had no choice but to confront the third Hokage head-on. Just as Naruto engaged the third Hokage to counter Deidara, the ever-elusive Tobi finally stepped forth. He had not anticipated this outcome. He had intended to maintain his guise as a novice, but it seemed he must intervene himself now. Ah, Uchiha Obito, you finally decided to show yourself. Upon seeing Tobi, Naruto immediately revealed his true identity. However, upon having his secret disclosed, Tobi was struck with profound shock. It is worth noting that apart from Uchiha Madara, no one in this world was privy to his true identity. Now, being unmasked by Naruto only deepened his curiosity about the young ninja. Nevertheless, he was still reluctant to acknowledge his identity. Uchiha Obito? Who is that? You're spouting nonsense, kid. Are you hallucinating because your end is near? Well then, since Deidara-senpai is preoccupied, I'll take care of you myself. Tobi prepared to strike, but Naruto simply laughed. Ha! A member of the Uchiha clan who dares not admit his lineage. How shameful. Your comrades, Itachi and Sasuke, far surpass you. By the way, how's that old coot Madara's health these days? The mention of Madara's name caused Tobi to freeze momentarily. He had never expected Naruto to be so well informed about Uchiha Madara's existence. At that moment, Tobi even questioned whether the Akatsuki organization had any other traitors. But upon further reflection, it seemed that none were aware of this matter, aside from Zetsu, who had not shown up today, deepening his perplexity. Who on earth are you? How do you know so much? Tobi's expression shifted, clearly indicating his growing uncertainty. However, Naruto chose not to elaborate further and decisively performed Edo Tensei once more. This time, he summoned the formidable duo of Kin and Jin to confront Tobi. Upon seeing them, Tobi's expression darkened again. You, just how many secrets have you concealed? Damn it. Kin and Jin were no strangers to Tobi, so he was cautious and on guard. With Tobi momentarily distracted, Naruto finally set his sights on the target submerged beneath the waters. Phew, it's time to capture that fellow. While speaking, Naruto invoked Edo Tensei again. And soon the visage of the fourth Hokage materialized before him. Dad, could you lend me a hand? I need to capture the three tails. Do you have any good strategies? Naruto inquired earnestly, prompting the fourth Hokage to ponder seriously. Well, to capture a tailed beast, you either need to subdue it or become its Jinchuriki. However, if you subdue it now, where would you even keep it? I suggest sealing it within you to keep it company with Kurama. The fourth Hokage gazed at Naruto and spoke with warmth. However, upon hearing the fourth's words, Naruto could not help but feel a twinge of surprise. Is it truly possible for one individual to become the Jinchuriki of two-tailed beasts simultaneously? Could this lead to unforeseen complications? Naruto inquired. Oh, a dual-tailed beast Jinchuriki should not pose significant issues. The fourth Hokage stroked his chin and earnestly shared what he knew with Naruto. In that moment, Naruto recalled the Sage of Six Paths, who was the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. Since all other tailed beasts were derived from the Ten Tails, this notion indeed seemed plausible. Very well. Then I shall ask my father to seal the three tails within my body. Naruto resolved firmly. Yet at that moment, the nine tails within him protested vehemently. In its sealing space, the nine tails was furious upon realizing Naruto's intention to seal the three tails as well. Hey, you little brat. How can you possibly seal the three tails in here too? Is this place not cramped enough for you? Besides, I have a poor relationship with that creature. Are you not concerned we might clash and disrupt you? The Nine Tails earnestly tried to dissuade Naruto from this course of action. However, Naruto felt he had little choice but to proceed with this plan. As the Nine Tails vehemently opposed the idea, Naruto sought to reassure it. Oh, Kurama, fret not. I will expand the sealing space. I promise to make it comfortable for both of you. Just don't worry about it. With that, Naruto declared his intentions and followed the fourth Hokage as they swam deeper into the lake. On the surface, Tobi observed as Naruto and the fourth Hokage descended to the lake's depths, growing increasingly anxious. Initially, he believed capturing the three tails was a near certainty, but he had not anticipated Naruto's myriad of contingencies. At this moment, Tobi was profoundly astonished by Naruto's capabilities. Hey, kid, don't lose focus. Your adversaries are us. As Tobi fixated on the spot where Naruto had vanished, the brothers, Kinkaku and Ginkaku, launched another attack. Faced with these formidable foes who had previously bested the second Hokage, Tobi was compelled to exert all his strength. Meanwhile, on another front, Deidara found himself in a precarious situation against the third Hokage. At the lake's bottom, Naruto and the fourth Hokage swiftly pinpointed the location of the three tails. To mitigate the creature's resistance, the fourth Hokage instructed Naruto to use the Uzumaki clan's bloodline to suppress it. Indeed, how did I not realize that my mother's bloodline possesses a suppressive effect on tailed beasts? Naruto had already awakened his Uzumaki lineage, though he seldom employed it. Now, it was fortuitously applicable to tame the rampaging three tails before him. Thus, Naruto gradually approached the three tails, bolstered by the power of his Uzumaki heritage. The three tails initially intended to attack Naruto, but upon sensing the Uzumaki bloodline, it finally calmed down. Observing this, the fourth Hokage began to prepare the sealing technique, enveloping the entire lake bottom in a web of sealing artistry. The technique he employed was the very same used to seal the Nine Tails. Upon reminiscing about the time when the Nine Tails was sealed within Naruto, the fourth Hokage felt a surge of emotions. Fortunately, Naruto has since matured, bringing immense comfort to the fourth. Naruto, are you ready? I shall begin. After a brief moment of silence, the fourth finally commenced preparations for the sealing. At that moment, Naruto, harnessing the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, began to commune with the three tails. Time seemed to elapse unnoticed until Naruto nodded affirmatively at the fourth. Subsequently, the fourth initiated the sealing technique. As the sealing commenced, the symbols on Naruto's body began to stir, and the once locked gate containing the nine tails gradually opened. Although the nine tails was somewhat reluctant, it remained still in the presence of the fourth Hokage. The three tails, under the influence of Naruto's bloodline, also exhibited a gentle demeanor. Soon, as it was ushered into the sealing space by the fourth Hokage, the three tails finally comprehended the situation. However, it was too late. The fourth promptly closed the door to the sealing space. The three tails, realizing it could not escape, began to thrash about furiously. Yet, just as the three tails grew restless within Naruto, the nine tails could no longer contain its irritation. You insolent creature, be quiet, or face my wrath. The nine tails roared at the three tails, which finally acknowledged the presence of another. Upon discovering that it was the Nine Tails beside it, the Three Tails instinctively recoiled. It is well known that the Nine Tails is the mightiest among the tailed beasts and had previously tormented the Three Tails. Thus, the latter could only stand obediently to the side, scarcely daring to breathe. As Naruto sensed the changes within the ceiling space, he nearly burst into laughter. Indeed, one creature subdues another, with Kurama around. There was no fear of the Three Tails causing havoc. In no time, the fourth Hokage successfully established the seal for Naruto. After sealing the Three Tails, Naruto finally surfaced. Above the water, Deidara was in a dire state. Likewise, Akatsuki's Haiden was not faring any better, as the duo of the Golden Horn and Silver Horn overwhelmed them. However, seeing no allies arriving at this critical juncture, Naruto felt a wave of relief. It seemed that the absolute fruit had not arrived. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome. Not wishing to linger, Naruto resolved to move quickly, knowing that every second counted as a danger. He swiftly darted into the forest, leaving the third Hokage and the Golden Horn and Silver Horn behind to vanish on their own. Thus, Naruto soared toward the village of Konoha. Meanwhile, as Naruto subdued the Three Tails, Sasuke was engaged in a fierce duel with Orochimaru within the latter's lair. With Orochimaru's vessel reaching its limit, he was compelled to reincarnate once more, this time seeking Sasuke's body. However, Sasuke had long sensed Orochimaru's intentions and planned to strike first. Sasuke, I didn't expect you to make the first move, but you cannot escape. Your body will be mine. Orochimaru, now transformed into a monstrous serpent, gazed at Sasuke with a greedy smile, embodying a terrifying presence. However, Sasuke remained remarkably composed, seemingly dismissive of Orochimaru. Hmph, you think you are worthy of my body? You are sorely mistaken. I have already mastered all of your techniques. It is time to send you on your way. As he spoke, the cursed seal on his body surged to its utmost form. Simultaneously, his Sharingan activated once more, transforming the atmosphere into one of terror. Observing this, Orochimaru could not help but feel a surge of excitement, leading to an explosive clash between the two. Although Orochimaru was now a half-human, half-phantom, his strength remained formidable. They exchanged blows for dozens of rounds without Orochimaru showing any sign of weakness. Yet, Sasuke was no novice either. His mastery over the Sharingan had grown increasingly refined. Soon enough, Orochimaru found himself ensnared in the genjutsu conjured by Sasuke's Sharingan. Orochimaru had initially believed he could easily dominate Sasuke, but the outcome was unexpectedly fatal for him. Rest in peace, Orochimaru. With a decisive strike, Sasuke severed Orochimaru's head from his body. By the time Kabuto returned, Sasuke had already departed. Gazing at Orochimaru's lifeless form, Kabuto felt a mix of sorrow and exhilaration. In the village hidden in the leaves, as Naruto returned, dawn had already broken. Observing the tranquil village brought him great solace. However, the thought of the Akatsuki having suffered a setback and potentially striking again made Naruto grow serious. He needed to continue strengthening himself. The next confrontation would be against a more formidable pain. At Ichiraku Ramen, Naruto indulged in a hearty meal upon his return. Once he finished eating, he returned to his residence to rest. Before sleeping, however, he decided to claim his system rewards. A singular Rinnegan. It seemed the system was rather stingy. He wondered what kind of jutsu he could wield with just this one Rinnegan, since he could freely switch and conceal the ocular techniques acquired from the system. Naruto lay in bed and promptly activated the Rinnegan for further exploration. However, as he switched to the Rinnegan, his entire eyeball began to rotate. With the spinning, Naruto felt his chakra rapidly depleting. The terrifying drain of chakra left him utterly astonished. As he sensed the danger of running out of chakra, he hastily reverted to his normal eyes. Phew. The chakra consumption of this Rinnegan is astonishing. It appears I need to train my chakra reserves. I can't rely on Kurama every day. Naruto muttered in exasperation before drifting into a deep slumber. He had indeed been exhausted and slept soundly until the following morning. Upon waking, Naruto immediately commenced his training. In addition to refining his chakra, he planned to further study the Rinnegan. Despite its immense chakra drain, Naruto was determined to master it swiftly. After all, with Sasuke having dealt with Orochimaru, the next chapter would involve facing pain. In order to effectively confront Pain's assault on the village, Naruto was compelled to prepare well in advance. Meanwhile, while Naruto tirelessly honed his skills, Sasuke embarked on his own ambitious plan. At this juncture, Sasuke had already departed from Orochimaru's lair, liberating Suigetsu, Jugo, and Karin in succession. The four of them formed a small team, with the singular objective of eliminating Itachi. In Sasuke's heart, Itachi had always been an obsession, a lingering thought that consumed him. However, this narrative diverges from the original plot, for in this world, Sasuke's fixation had expanded to include another, Naruto. Initially, he regarded Naruto as a perennial underachiever, hardly giving him a second thought. Yet, after their previous encounters, where Naruto had decisively bested him, jealousy began to fester within him. Thus, not only did the Uchiha Itachi occupy his mind, but Naruto had also ascended to the status of an obsession, even surpassing Itachi in the intensity of his fixation. Driven by this resolve, Sasuke sought to locate the Akatsuki organization. The Akatsuki, in turn, had become aware of Sasuke's intentions. Consequently, they dispatched operatives to hinder Sasuke's endeavors while simultaneously attempting to capture Naruto. As the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Naruto was a coveted target for the Akatsuki. However, previous attempts by Kisame and Itachi had proven unsuccessful, and now the organization was poised to act once more. In Konoha village, after several days of rigorous training, Naruto had significantly improved his chakra control. Nevertheless, he remained unable to fully utilize the Rinnegan. This limitation stemmed from a dual issue: insufficient chakra and an apparent restriction on one of his Rinnegan. Many jutsu eluded him, causing frustration to mount. When would the system grant him the other Rinnegan? Naruto lamented the shortcomings of the cursed system. As Naruto intensified his training, the news of Orochimaru's demise was finally confirmed. Upon receiving this news, Tsunade and Jiraiya fell into a profound silence. As former comrades and peers of Orochimaru, both felt a deep sorrow hidden beneath the surface. The path Orochimaru had chosen was a consequence of his recognition of life's fragility, which had twisted his perceptions. In his quest to evade the shackles of death, he had resolutely turned to the study of humanity. Ironically, this obsession had led him astray, ultimately resulting in his demise at the hands of his own fixation. Alas, that man has truly departed. I hope that when he reunites with his master, he has shed his stubbornness. Jiraiya mused as he gazed out the window, reminiscing about the days of camaraderie and battle. Beside him, Tsunade furrowed her brow, soon lost in her own recollections. In the forest behind Konoha village, Naruto quietly arrived at a clearing. This time, he intended to experiment with the Rinnegan's jutsu. However, due to his inadequate chakra reserves, he resorted to borrowing from the Nine Tails. "Kurama, may I borrow your chakra?" Naruto called out, prompting the Nine Tails to roll its eyes but ultimately acquiesce, granting him the requested chakra. Upon acquiring the chakra of the Nine Tails, Naruto decisively activated a Rinnegan. As the Rinnegan took effect, an array of ninjutsu information began to flood into Naruto's consciousness. Sensing this influx of knowledge, he abruptly began to form hand seals. "Hmph, this resembles summoning technique, does it not? Could it be that this Rinnegan only permits the use of the animal path?" Naruto possessed some understanding of the Rinnegan. Recognizing that the animal path was indeed the summoning technique employed by Pain of the Six Paths. During the assault on Konoha, the formidable beings conjured through summoning were no trifles to contend with. The prospect of possibly mastering such a technique filled Naruto with anticipation. However, just as he completed the hand seals and prepared to summon, an unexpected event transpired. The ground trembled violently, startling the surrounding wildlife and throwing the forest into disarray. At that moment, Naruto caught sight of something emerging from beneath the earth a short distance ahead. Its gradual emergence rendered it indistinguishable. Yet one thing was certain, it was not a summoned beast. Could it be the Outer Path Golem? Naruto's expression grew increasingly grave, leaving him momentarily at a loss for what to do. Even the Nine Tails within him had been roused. "Kid, what have you done? Why do I sense something familiar?" The Nine Tails experienced unease for the first time in the ceiling space, while the Three Tails stirred as well. Hey, kid, what are you doing?" Hearing the voices of the Nine Tails and the Three Tails, Naruto panicked. At that very moment, when the entity finally revealed its full form from the ground, he stood frozen in astonishment. "The Outer Path Golem," he uttered to himself, his heart flooded with shock. The Outer Path Golem, a device employed by the Akatsuki to extract and seal-tailed beasts, was now summoned by Naruto through a single Rinnegan. If this were to be discovered, it could potentially ignite chaos within the Akatsuki. In truth, the Outer Path Golem served as the vessel for the Ten Tails. To resurrect the Ten Tails, it required the other nine-tailed beasts. This explained the anxiety of the Nine Tails and the Three Tails, as the golem represented a prison for them. Should it absorb them, they might lose their current freedom forever. As Naruto remained transfixed by the Outer Path Golem, the Nine Tails swiftly severed the connection between it and Naruto's chakra. With the withdrawal of the Nine Tails chakra, the summoning technique Naruto had employed with the Rinnegan dissipated instantly. Lacking sufficient chakra to sustain it, Naruto soon found himself gasping for breath. Kneeling upon the ground, panting heavily, he gazed at the vanishing outer path golem, his mind tumultuous with unease. The nine tails within him sighed in relief, grateful that the golem had not detected their presence. Kid, do you have any idea how perilous that was? Just as Naruto was still in a state of bewilderment, the nine tails spoke again, its voice laced with fury. Upon hearing its words, Naruto gradually began to regain his composure. It was evident that he had not anticipated the summoning of the outer path golem. Initially, he had assumed he would call forth a few of his summoning beasts. Now, it seemed he had miscalculated. What a close call. Naruto patted his chest, finally recovering from the shock. However, upon further reflection, a different thought crossed his mind. Wait a moment, if I can summon the outer path golem, does that mean I can control it as well? Perhaps I could use it to release those tailed beasts? Naruto suddenly entertained this reverse reasoning, but the nine tails promptly dismissed the notion. Kid, don't even think about it. Your chakra is insufficient to control that thing. If it captures my chakra, I could be in serious trouble. It's best if you refrain from such reckless actions. The nine tails warned him, leaving Naruto with an awkward smile. Since he could not yet master this ninjutsu, he decided to momentarily set it aside. Just as Naruto was about to abandon this summoning technique, another ninjutsu sparked his interest. This time, he had ample chakra for the technique, so he quickly formed the necessary hand seals. Let us see what this ninjutsu entails, Naruto said as he utilized his Rinnegan to perform the technique. Soon after completing the seals, a black sphere materialized not far away. The moment the sphere appeared, it began to voraciously attract everything around it. Realizing what was happening, Naruto recognized that he had unwittingly invoked Pain's signature move. This was indeed the almighty push. Remarkably, a single Rinnegan could activate such a ninjutsu. However, its scale seemed considerably smaller than that of two Rinnegan users combined. Naruto continued to employ the almighty push, and when it reached its apex, he decided to test its offensive capability against a nearby mountain. To his astonishment, the test resulted in the mountain being sheared in half. Witnessing such power, Naruto's eyes widened in awe. Wow, this miniature almighty push is incredibly formidable. Splendid. I now have another ace up my sleeve. Naruto beamed with excitement, just as Jiraiya hurriedly approached from the village. Earlier, when Naruto had summoned the outer path golem, Jiraiya had sensed something amiss. He swiftly dashed out of the village to ascertain the situation. If he wasn't mistaken, he had indeed felt the chakra of the nine tails, and it had leaked significantly. I hope Naruto is all right. Jiraiya felt a twinge of anxiety about the possibility of the nine tails escaping from within Naruto. That would spell disaster. When Jiraiya finally leapt in front of Naruto, he was taken aback. At that moment, Naruto had just finished using the almighty push, and the devastation it caused was nothing short of astounding. Naruto, are you all right? What happened? Jiraiya rushed to Naruto, who was slumped on the ground, inquiring about his condition. Upon seeing Jiraiya, Naruto finally retracted his Rinnegan. Although the earlier small-scale planetary devastation did not require the chakra of the nine tails, Naruto's own chakra was now entirely depleted. At this moment, he was utterly weakened. Frog Sage, I'm so tired. Seeing Jiraiya, Naruto couldn't help but lean against him. Jiraiya, witnessing this, had no choice but to carry him on his back and hurried toward the village. Before long, upon their return, Tsunade examined Naruto. After confirming that he was unharmed but utterly exhausted, she let out a sigh of relief. Jiraiya, what transpired outside the village? What happened to that mountain? Tsunade questioned Jiraiya, who, at that moment, was equally perplexed. To ascertain the truth, they would have to wait for Naruto to awaken. As time passed, when Naruto finally regained consciousness, it was already deep into the night. Jiraiya had remained vigilantly at his bedside. Frog Sage, where am I? Naruto queried, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings. Noticing that Naruto had awakened, Jiraiya approached him. You are in the village hospital. It is fortunate you are awake. Otherwise, Tsunade would have been quite anxious. By the way, what happened earlier? I sensed an overwhelming amount of the Nine Tails chakra. Jiraiya finally inquired, yet Naruto was reluctant to divulge the events concerning the Rinnegan. Thus, he concocted a tale about developing a new ninjutsu to deceive Jiraiya. Huh? You created such an impressive jutsu? Is that true? Jiraiya regarded Naruto with skepticism, for the technique appeared quite formidable. Even he might hesitate to claim he could accomplish such a feat. Yes, but it seems this technique can only be used once. I have no chakra left. Naruto sighed in resignation. It seems I cannot pursue such jutsu in the future, otherwise it would be akin to a one-time use. Jiraiya nodded in agreement. Indeed, Such a perilous jutsu should be abandoned. Well, as long as you are all right, rest well. Tomorrow, there may be a mission. He gently ruffled Naruto's hair before departing the infirmary. Once Jiraiya had left, Naruto suddenly recalled the matter of his death at the hands of Pain. The thought that Jiraiya's investigation of the Akatsuki could lead to his demise spurred Naruto to hastily leave the bed. Frog Sage, wait, I have something to tell you. Naruto exclaimed as he pursued Jiraiya, only to find that he had vanished outside. Gazing down the empty corridor, Naruto felt a surge of worry. Yet, it appeared as if fate was at play, rendering any attempt to alter the course of events futile. Originally, Naruto had intended to warn Jiraiya to be cautious of Pain, but it now seemed he could not influence the unfolding narrative. Now, the only course of action left for Naruto is perhaps to continue to grow stronger and alter the trajectory of his fate. As for the narratives of others, they must follow the paths dictated by their own destinies. Upon returning to the hospital room, Naruto remained troubled by the events of the day. At this moment, what he lacked most was chakra. Moreover, the Nine-Tails was unwilling to lend him its chakra, which left Naruto feeling somewhat irritated. It appeared that a serious discussion with Kurama was in order. As Naruto entered the ceiling space, the Nine-Tails immediately surmised his intentions. Kid, that thing you unleashed, I have seen it before. It is far too dangerous. You cannot control it at this time. The Nine-Tails voiced its concerns, which Naruto was well aware of. I understand. That is the outer path golem, the physical vessel of the 10 tails. However, I find it challenging to master it right now. Additionally, if I trigger the golem, they will undoubtedly take notice. Thus, I am disinclined to deal with the golem at present. What I wish to discuss is another jutsu. At this point, Naruto mentioned the planetary devastation, a technique of undeniable power. Yet, with his own chakra, he could only utilize it once, which was insufficient. Therefore, Naruto hoped that the Nine-Tails could fully connect its chakra to him, allowing for a continuous supply of chakra. The Nine-Tails was unable to outright refuse this request, given that Naruto's strength had significantly increased compared to the past, making any resistance futile. After reaching an agreement with the Nine-Tails, Naruto settled down to rest once more. The following morning, as Naruto rose from his slumber, he was summoned to the Hokage's office. Inside the office, Kakashi and Captain Yamato had been waiting for some time. Naruto, you've arrived. We have a mission for you. Tsunade wasted no time and directly announced the assignment to Naruto and his team. The task was to capture Uchiha Itachi alive. This plan, devised by Kakashi, aimed to draw Sasuke out using Itachi. Currently, Sasuke had been wandering outside the village since eliminating Orochimaru, posing a significant danger. To prevent Sasuke from remaining on the outskirts indefinitely, Tsunade resolved to bring him back. Naruto, however, had little interest in this plan, as he understood Sasuke all too well. The choices that led Sasuke to this point were his own, not influenced by others. Nevertheless, since Tsunade had made this decision, Naruto would not oppose it. After receiving the mission, he promptly returned home to make some preparations. Once ready, he made his way to the village gate to meet up with the others. This time, two teams were mobilized, Team 7 and Team 8. Spotting Sakura, Sai, and Hinata, Naruto greeted them warmly. With everyone finally assembled, Kakashi promptly called upon the ninja hounds to assist as they departed the village together. As Naruto and his companions embarked on their quest to trace the whereabouts of Uchiha Itachi, the Akatsuki organization simultaneously dispatched two teams. One of these teams, led by Deidara and Tobi, was tasked with confronting Sasuke. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hoshigaki were designated as bait, with the true objective of capturing the Nine-Tails entrusted to Pain. During Naruto's relentless search for Uchiha Itachi, Jiraiya set forth on a journey to the Land of Rain. Outside the village of Konoha, Naruto, accompanied by his ninja hound, diligently scoured the area. Just as Naruto prepared to seek out Uchiha Itachi, the latter's clone manifested before him. Upon encountering Itachi, Naruto exhibited a newfound composure. Itachi, too, recalled the lower ninja who had once ensnared him in a genjutsu. In Itachi's eyes, Naruto had indeed become a formidable shinobi. "Ah, it has been a while, Naruto-kun." Itachi initiated the exchange. Naruto responded with a slight nod, acknowledging Itachi's presence. At that moment, Naruto refrained from contacting anyone, understanding that capturing Itachi was futile. Instead, he believed it would be more beneficial for Itachi to meet Sasuke, allowing the latter's obsessions to find an outlet. "I comprehend your intentions for being here. Rest assured, as long as Sasuke does not act recklessly, I will assist him for the sake of our shared lineage." Without waiting for Itachi to respond, Naruto had already surmised his intentions. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Itachi couldn't help but smile. In the next instant, Itachi transformed into a crow and vanished entirely. Once Itachi departed, Naruto shook his head in resignation. Meanwhile, while Naruto was engaged with Itachi, Sasuke and his team were scouring for the Akatsuki. Sasuke was convinced that with his current strength, he could undoubtedly confront Itachi. However, as he searched for his brother, Deidara and Tobi had already locked onto their target. Haha, unable to face Itachi? Then I shall practice on his younger brother. Deidara decisively launched an attack, hurling explosive clay towards the distance where Sasuke stood. Just as the explosive clay neared Sasuke, he deftly evaded it. The next moment, he reappeared behind Deidara. Are you members of the Akatsuki? Tell me where Itachi is, Sasuke demanded, brandishing a blade against Deidara's throat. However, just as Sasuke thought he had captured Deidara, the latter's form transformed into clay. The clay erupted instantaneously before Sasuke, but he managed to evade the explosion by activating his cursed seal state. Humph, you brothers are both insufferable. Today, I shall grant you a mercy by eliminating you, Deidara declared, once again launching clay explosives towards Sasuke. This time, the potency of the clay was significantly greater, causing Sasuke to furrow his brow. Hee. What do you think of my clay artistry? Do not presume that possessing the Sharingan will grant you victory over me. You are not Itachi. At this moment, Deidara's thoughts were consumed by the very idea of Itachi, for he yearned to engage in another duel with him. The memory of his previous defeat lingered in Deidara's mind, causing him great distress. In his eyes, Sasuke could never measure up to Uchiha Itachi. Yet, as Deidara let his guard down, Sasuke seized the opportunity to strike once more. Do not compare me to him.